Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 2401. Chapter 2401, 2401. Chapter 2401, both a protective talisman and a death sentence. Shuazi Tianzun casually mentioned some things about the dragon race, though it didn't know much. It only knew that in the Boundary Sea worlds, as long as a world reached the 6th tier, the dragon race would come. In every 6th tier Boundary Sea world, there would be a member of the dragon race residing within, acting as both a witness and an arbiter of the world contest. However, the dragon race would not directly intervene in the world contest unless someone provoked them first. When Wei Tandaozun saw that it was the dragon race that killed the purple-robed Tianzun, his first reaction was that the purple-robed Tianzun had provoked the dragon race. The dragon race is incredibly powerful, and the deaths of the purple-robed Tianzun and his companions were in vain. No one would seek justice for them. After chatting for a while, Shuazi Tianzun gave Lin Moya a meaningful look. Lin Moya nodded slightly and put away the jade token. He first placed the jade token into a containment talisman, then reinforced the containment talisman with multiple layers, and finally placed it into an ancient box. He then put the ancient box into his storage space. After activating the Eye of the Soul to ensure the jade token could no longer make any contact with the outside world, he finally relaxed. Shuazi Tianzun said, "Daozuns are all cunning, be careful when dealing with them." Lin Moya naturally understood. It seems Wei Tandaozun has taken a liking to my talent. Of course, Shuazi Tianzun tilted his head. You killed a Tianzun as a supreme. Regardless of what treasures you used, that's a fact. With your combat power, any faction that sees you would have only two choices. Either make you one of their own or eliminate you. Lin Moya understood this principle. His combat power was indeed extraordinary. Even if he claimed to have used a life-saving trump card, would others believe him? Shuazi Tianzun said, "So you should understand, Wei Tandaozun gave you the jade token for two reasons. First, to confirm whether the death of the purple-robed Tianzun had anything to do with us. He must have heard our entire conversation just now. Second, to win you over. If you ever want to join the seven-colored sect, it's not impossible. With him there, no one would dare to offend you, so it can be considered a protective talisman. As for the third reason," Lin Moya continued, "the third reason is to keep an eye on me. I guess he can use the jade token to determine my location. If one day I go to the origin continent but don't visit the seven-colored sect, he will probably come to kill me immediately. So this is both a protective talisman and a death sentence." Shuazi Tianzun laughed heartily. "Smart, that's exactly it. So think carefully about how to use this talisman. But as long as you don't step into the origin continent, he can't do anything to you." Lin Moya nodded slightly. "I will go there eventually, and he may not be able to find me." The origin continent, he would go there eventually. Having witnessed the power of a Daozun, Lin Moya was already yearning for the origin continent. As for when to go, he could choose for himself. Perhaps by the time he steps into the origin continent, he will already be a Daozun. By then, there would be nothing to fear. The matter with Wei Tandaozun was just an interlude. Lin Moya once again immersed himself in the grand undertaking of hunting. This time passed smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Apart from Shuazi Tianzun occasionally coming to ask Lin Moya for wine, his hunting proceeded very smoothly. Finally, after 400 days, Lin Moya accumulated his first batch of materials. 522 first-tier primordial crystals, 48 second-tier primordial crystals, and 7 third-tier primordial crystals. Combined, they were just enough to fuse into a 7th-tier primordial crystal. Lin Moya returned to the Great World and activated the Rule World. The first step in fusing primordial crystals is to refine them, removing impurities and keeping the essence. This step requires the Dragon Soul Crystal. The 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal is too astonishing, and Tianlong repeatedly warned him never to reveal its existence. So Lin Moya chose to return to the Great World and refine it within his Rule World. Afterward, he would erase the time imprints, leaving no traces, ensuring that even if a Daozun came, they wouldn't find any clues. A large pile of primordial crystals floated in the Rule World, and the 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal exhaled dragon breath, refining the primordial crystals. The primordial crystals obtained from the Boundary Sea contain many impurities and must be refined before use. Each race has its own refining methods, but the Dragon Soul Crystal of the dragon race is universally acknowledged as the best choice. Some Daozuns even bring high-tier primordial crystals to the dragon race, paying a high price to have them remove the impurities. The dragon race's business in this regard is very prosperous, earning them significant profits. The situation in the origin continent is far more complicated than Lin Moya imagined. Not to mention the outside world, even within the human race, it's already a tangled mess. In Lin Moya's view, it is far less united and harmonious than the human race in the Great World. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal worked efficiently, its dragon breath alternating with 10 colors, removing all impurities from the primordial crystals, leaving none behind. The refined primordial crystals shrank by more than half but became incomparably pure and much stronger. Lin Moyo activated his spell on the primordial crystals. Spell, Infinite Fusion. This spell hadn't been used for a long time. Previously, whenever something needed to be fused, Infinite Fusion would handle it personally, without Lin Moya needing to intervene. This time, Lin Moya chose to do it himself, to test this long-unused spell. Among the many spells, the realm level of this spell had never changed, making it the most unique. The Infinite Fusion spell star was also high above, regardless of whether it was a primordial spell or a white star spell, all had to obey it. As the spell was cast, the Infinite Fusion spell star radiated light, releasing countless hazy mists. The mists enveloped the primordial crystals and began the fusion process according to Lin Moya's will. First, the first-tier primordial crystals fused, with every 3 crystals forming one. After all the first-tier primordial crystals were fused, the second-tier primordial crystals began to fuse. Watching the number of primordial crystals decrease while their aura grew stronger, Lin Moya felt satisfied. In just half a day, a large pile of primordial crystals disappeared, leaving only 81 third-tier primordial crystals before Lin Moya. Lin Moya continued to cast the spell, proceeding with the fusion. At this moment, the Infinite Fusion spell star shone brightly, and a large cauldron suddenly appeared in the rule world. Lin Moya, feeling inspired, threw 3 third-tier primordial crystals into the cauldron and continued casting the spell. The cauldron roared continuously, and the primordial crystals inside were fusing. Before long, a brand new 4th-tier primordial crystal was fused. At this point, Infinite Fusion suddenly flew down, circling around Lin Moya affectionately, conveying another message, let me. It seemed to want to show its presence, and Lin Moya smiled slightly, allowing it to proceed. Infinite Fusion took control of the cauldron, fusing the primordial crystals one by one. A day later, Lin Moya had 27 4th-tier primordial crystals. 4th tier was just the beginning, it was far from over. The Skeleton King originally fused with 4th-tier primordial crystals, but now it no longer met Lin Moya's requirements. The fusion continued, and the large iron cauldron played a magical role. Soon, the 27 4th-tier primordial crystals were fused into 9 5th-tier primordial crystals. Then the 9 5th-tier primordial crystals became 3 6th-tier primordial crystals. Now only the final fusion remained. Infinite Fusion did not continue, it flew around Lin Moya, conveying a weak thought. Lin Moya understood its meaning. You mean, if we continue to fuse, there will be a risk of failure. Chapter 2402. Chapter 2402, 2402. Chapter 2402, Forced Fusion, 7th-tier Primordial Essence. The spell star that was swaying from side to side suddenly stopped and began to vibrate up and down, as if nodding. It seemed very happy, pleased that Lin Moya could understand its meaning. Lin Moya pondered for a moment. Since Infinite Fusion was warning him, it meant that the consequences of failure could result in the damage of all 3 6th-tier primordial essences, wasting his 400 days of effort. If he didn't attempt the fusion, he could use the 3 6th-tier primordial essences to enhance his spells, but it wouldn't meet his expectations. The Skeleton King was previously enhanced with 4th-tier primordial essence. Using 6th-tier primordial essence would undoubtedly make it stronger, but he wasn't sure if it could break through to the Tinzun realm. Each tier of primordial essence represents a significant leap in power. Especially between the 6th and 7th tiers, the 7th tier belongs to the high tier category, while the 6th tier is still considered mid-tier. These classifications are not arbitrary. A high-tier god is fundamentally different from a mid-tier god. Lin Moya finally decided to take a gamble. At worst, if I fail, I can spend another 100 days to fuse more 6th-tier primordial essences. It takes just over 100 days to fuse a 6th-tier primordial essence. If he can't produce a 7th-tier primordial essence, he can always use the 6th-tier ones later. Time is on his side. For now, the best spell to deal with the Tiger Demon world is the Skeleton King. Lin Moya gave the command to Infinite Fusion, and it responded immediately. The large iron cauldron absorbed the 3 6th-tier primordial essences once more. The cauldron roared continuously, as if something was being cooked inside, making quite a racket. Infinite Fusion kept spewing out thick mist, like the fire used for cooking, adding more heat to the cauldron. Time passed, and the cauldron's vibrations grew more intense, with more mist being expelled by Infinite Fusion. This scene seemed familiar, reminiscent of when it forcibly fused spells in the past, using brute force with little finesse. Suddenly, the cauldron's lid opened. Lin Moya thought the fusion was complete, but then Infinite Fusion suddenly jumped inside. With a bang, the cauldron lid closed again, shaking even more violently than before. Infinite Fusion took matters into its own hands, continuing the fusion process. Lin Moya felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Is this really how fusion is done? The cauldron began to deform, as if powerful forces inside were constantly colliding with its walls. Each collision released a trace of primordial essence. The combined power of hundreds of primordial essences, even just a trace, was enough to make one's heart race. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated a distance. He also summoned the elemental lich to protect him. At the same time, he prepared the world tree, just in case the cauldron exploded, which could potentially destroy a large part of his rule world. The explosion of primordial essence, especially at the 6th or 7th tier, would be unimaginably powerful. I wonder if my new talent will be useful. Let's hope I don't end up killing myself. Lin Moya thought to himself, now left to wait and see what fate had in store. Fortunately, the cauldron was sturdy enough. Although it was deformed by the collisions, it quickly returned to its original shape without exploding. After 10 days, the cauldron, which had been shaking nonstop, suddenly became quiet. Lin Moya's heart tightened. He knew this might be the calm before the storm. Just as the thought crossed his mind, there was a loud bang, and the cauldron lid flew off. Along with the lid, a primordial essence crystal shot out like a meteor, flying into the distance. Then, another streak of light shot out from the cauldron, even faster than the primordial essence crystal, catching up and forcefully knocking it back. The primordial essence crystal didn't fall back into the cauldron but changed direction and flew towards Lin Moya. Without thinking, Lin Moya commanded the world tree to weave countless branches into a large net, capturing the primordial essence crystal. The crystal struggled within the net, breaking branches left and right, but the world tree had so many branches that it quickly replaced the broken ones. Eventually, the primordial essence crystal was tightly bound, unable to move. Its struggle didn't cease, it continued to resist. The world tree extended more branches, firmly holding it in place. A seventh-tier primordial essence already has instincts. Could primordial essences develop intelligence? Lin Moya pondered. In the origin continent, everything revolves around primordial essence. Cultivation requires primordial essence, crafting treasures requires primordial essence, setting up formations requires primordial essence, and alchemy requires primordial essence. Primordial essence is needed for everything. This suggests that in the origin continent, the quantity of primordial essence must be astonishing. With such a vast amount, it wouldn't be surprising if some primordial essences developed intelligence. Infinite Fusion flew over, circling Lin Moya as if seeking praise. Lin Moya gently patted Infinite Fusion. Thank you. Buzzing. The spell star kept vibrating, emitting a buzzing sound, seemingly enjoying Lin Moya's praise. After circling Lin Moya a few more times, the spell star returned to its throne, once again overlooking the other stars. Lin Moya reached into the net and accurately grasped the seventh-tier primordial essence. The essence vibrated continuously, its immense power surging, resisting fiercely. The resistance was strong as seventh-tier primordial essence corresponds to the Daozun realm. This power far exceeded Lin Moya's expectations, and he almost couldn't hold on. Lin Moya sneered, "If you don't behave, I'll smash you." He raised the scourge staff and lightly tapped the seventh-tier primordial essence. Whether the scourge staff could destroy the seventh-tier primordial essence, Lin Moya had no doubt. This weapon could terrify even the spirit of the river of time. A seventh-tier primordial essence was nothing. Touched by the scourge staff, the seventh-tier primordial essence suddenly quieted down. Lin Moya seemed to have expected this smart move. A seventh-tier primordial essence, something even the great world never possessed. Typically only Daozuns can access such a level of essence. Countless Tianzuns in the Boundary Sea engage in world contests to cultivate their worlds to the 7th tier and harvest the primordial essence. However, among so many, how many can actually achieve this? Describing it as 1 in 10,000 wouldn't be an exaggeration. A 7th tier primordial essence, something that could make Daozuns fight and countless Tianzuns scramble for, was now easily obtained by Lin Moya. All thanks to the miraculous infinite fusion spell. Holding the now docile 7th tier primordial essence, Lin Moya approached the spell star for summoning the Skeleton King and infused the essence into it. The spell star immediately radiated brilliant light, with powerful primordial essence energy emanating from it, forming halos that enveloped Lin Moya. The previously infused 4th tier primordial essence was replaced by the 7th tier essence. As its master, Lin Moya could clearly feel the spell star rapidly growing stronger. Lin Moya returned to Yukingro and Yuju, recalling all the Skeleton Kings from outside, waiting for the spell's transformation to complete before summoning them again. The purple spell star grew increasingly bright, with golden lines appearing on it, circling around like ribbons. There were exactly 7 golden lines. Lin Moya thought, do these 7 golden lines signify the 7th tier primordial essence? Chapter 2403. Chapter 2403, 2403. Chapter 2403, 500 Tianzun level Skeleton Kings. Summon Skeleton King. Primordial level fused the power of skeletons to summon the Skeleton King. Summoning the Skeleton King will not cause the skeletons to disappear. While the Skeleton King exists, it can enhance the combat power of other skeletons. The Skeleton King's spells can be shared with other skeletons. The more Skeleton Kings summoned simultaneously, the stronger their combat power. Maximum number of Skeleton Kings that can exist simultaneously, 500. Form a Bone Rule world, which will exist eternally and be shared by all Skeleton Kings. Seeing the spell attributes, Lin Moya's heart surged with waves. After infusing the 7th tier primordial essence, the spell attributes underwent a huge change. It no longer needed to calculate how many skeletons' power to fuse, but directly gave a summoning limit, just like summoning the skeleton general. The summoning quantity doubled, directly reaching 500. Most importantly, these Skeleton Kings would have a rule world. Skeleton Kings didn't have rule worlds before, and lacking a rule world meant that the Skeleton King's combat power was always deficient, unable to utilize primordial power. Now they have a shared bone rule world, which also means the Skeleton King's combat power is further enhanced. The strongest power of all Tianzuns comes from the rule world, and the strength of the rule world depends on primordial essence. Lin Moya tried to summon a brand new Skeleton King. The new Skeleton King's height was greatly reduced, only about 100 meters tall. However, Lin Moya knew that the Skeleton King's form could be changed at will, with a minimum of 10 meters and a maximum of 1,000,000 meters. 100 meters was its strongest combat form, achieving a perfect balance of speed, agility, and attack power. The Skeleton King wore a heavy full-body armor, exquisitely crafted with flames continuously burning inside. Its cape transformed into a flame cape, unquenchable by water and undispersed by wind. The Skeleton King's throne transformed into a bone sword, incredibly sharp. Yushu and Yukingro felt their skin ache just by looking at it. The bone sword also had flames flowing on it, quite similar to Lin Moya's world-destroying sword. As the Skeleton King stood there, waves of Tianzan level pressure emanated, causing the surrounding boundary sea to become much quieter. The winds and waters of the boundary sea seemed to avoid the Skeleton King. Lin Moya sighed in relief, finally reached Tianzan level. Once the Skeleton King reached Tianzan level, the Tiger Demon world would no longer be a problem. With 500 Tianzan level Skeleton Kings attacking together, how could the Tiger Demon world defend? Even if the mid-tier Tianzan Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger personally took action, it would have to think twice. Moreover, the more Skeleton Kings there were, the stronger their combat power became. If all 500 were deployed at once, their combat power would at least double, making even a mid-tier Tianzan sweat. Lin Moya checked the specific attributes of the Skeleton King. Skeleton King. Level, low-tier Tianzan. Spell, Bone God Slash. Bone God Slash, lock onto the target for attack, simultaneously attacking the physical body and soul. The locked target cannot dodge or use treasures for defense. Can attack multiple targets, with no reduction in damage when targeting less than 10. Can form combined attacks with other skeletons, further enhancing power. The information about lacking a rule world disappeared, indicating that the Skeleton King now had a rule world. Let's test it. Lin Moya thought, commanding the Skeleton King to use Bone God Slash on the boundary sea 10,000 meters away. There was nothing there. Lin Moya just wanted to see its power. Spell, Bone God Slash. The Skeleton King swung its sword in response. As it swung, a rule world rose behind it. The rule world was full of bones, constantly tumbling as if something was about to emerge from within. This was the bone world evolved from the bone rules, capable of attacking the soul and impossible to defend against. It was also the perfect complement to the Skeleton King, making up for the Skeleton King's weakness in soul attacks. A sword light flashed 10,000 meters away, causing a water column to erupt. The water column shot up tens of thousands of meters, and a large area of the boundary sea sank. The explosive power spread wildly across tens of thousands of meters of sea area. Very good. Lin Moya was very satisfied with this result, much stronger than before. Just this one attack showed that the attack power had increased many times over. There was indeed a huge difference between a low-tier Tianzan and a peak supreme. What are you doing? Water-stopped Tianzan's voice suddenly rang out. It floated up from the boundary sea with a body full of alcohol, tilting its head to look at Lin Moya, occasionally glancing at the Skeleton King. It had seen Skeleton Kings before, but the one before it now was different. Water-stopped Tianzan realized, infused with primordial essence. Lin Moya nodded. Water-stopped Tianzan grunted, looks pretty good, seems to have reached Tianzan level. Lin Moya honestly admitted, just reached low-tier Tianzan. Water-stopped Tianzan said, although low-tier Tianzan is much weaker than mid-tier Tianzan, if there are enough of them, they can give even a mid-tier Tianzan a headache. I remember you have quite a few of these things, right? Lin Moya nodded, 500. Water-stopped Tianzan knew the Skeleton Kings were numerous, but didn't expect there to be so many. It was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly, the Tiger Demon world is done for. Lin Moya wasn't so optimistic. What if the Tiger Demon world has some trump cards? Water-stopped Tianzan snorted, are they as abnormal as you? 500 low-tier Tianzans, unless a high-tier Tianzan takes action, or there are several mid-tier Tianzans, how else can the Tiger Demon world defend against that? It was speaking the truth. The Tiger Demon world had been in its jurisdiction for quite some time, and Water-stopped Tianzan was very clear about its strength. The Tianzans inside often came out to the boundary sea to search for treasures and hunt for primordial essence. Coming and going, there were only so many of them. Putting 500 Skeleton Kings there would scare them to death. Water-stopped Tianzan said, I was worried about you before, kid, but now it seems my worry was unnecessary. Alright, I won't bother with you anymore. Saying this, it turned to look at Yukingro and Yuju. Do you two ladies have any wine? Yukingro smiled sweetly. How could we not have wine when Brother Waterstop asks? Here you go. As she spoke, she took out a jar of fine wine and personally handed it to Water-stopped Tianzan. Water-stopped Tianzan laughed. You two ladies are so nice, unlike this stingy brat who's getting more and more miserly. Lin Moya showed a bitter smile but didn't refute. Over this period, the two had become quite familiar with Water-stopped Tianzan. Sometimes when Water-stopped Tianzan ran out of wine, it was too embarrassed to always ask Lin Moya, so it would shamelessly ask them for some. In return, Water-stopped Tianzan would give them some primordial crystals, saying it was an exchange. Gradually, they became familiar with each other. Water-stopped Tianzan would sometimes tell them about cultivation matters and stories from the Boundary Sea. These stories were all very novel and interesting. The stories covered a wide range of topics, all about things that happened in the Origin Continent and the Boundary Sea. Some were about humans, some about demons, all sorts of stories. Yukingro and Yuju would listen to the stories and write them down, then tell Lin Moya when they had the chance. From these stories, they could actually analyze a lot of information about the Origin Continent. You chat, I'm going hunting. Lin Moya still left 50 Skeleton Kings behind and plunged into the Boundary Sea himself, reaching the 100,000 meter area to start a new round of hunting. Water-stopped Tianzan soon got drunk again and began telling one story after another with its drunken breath. Its stories were always novel, never repeating, and Yukingro and Yuju listened carefully, very attentive. Chapter 2404. Chapter 2404, 2404. Chapter 2404, the second most profitable spell. With the Skeleton King at the Heavenly Sovereign level, Lin Moya's hunting efficiency improved significantly. 300 days later, Lin Moya gathered the materials needed for the second 7th level origin. At this time, there were still 170 days left before the arrival of the Demon Tiger realm. For the Great World, 170 days is equivalent to over 4,000 years. Since the discovery of the Demon Tiger realm, 20,000 years have passed in the Great World. During this period, Lin Moya returned several times and found that the enthusiasm for cultivation in the Great World was very high, although he did not know how Supreme How and the others managed it. However, these details were not important. Since the complete recovery of the Great World, the invisible influence of luck had affected every member of the human race. Geniuses continued to emerge among the human race, and the number of strong individuals increased daily. During his last visit, several new Supremes had appeared among the human race. The former Rune Supreme and Killing Supreme had now become Supremes. What surprised Lin Moya the most was that Lady Yu had also become a Supreme. The number of strong individuals below the Supreme level had increased dramatically. Currently, there were over 100 Saint Supremes among the human race, and thousands of individuals at the other shore level. Many rising stars had solid foundations, and once they became Supremes, they would surpass Supreme How and others. Unfortunately, 20,000 years was too short a time to produce a Heavenly Sovereign level strong individual. Lin Moya was well aware that the Great World, having just recovered from severe injuries, was like a cultivator laying a foundation. As the base number of geniuses increased, eventually, more top-tier geniuses would emerge, break through the Supreme level, and become Heavenly Sovereigns. If given another few 100,000 years, Lin Moya believed that the Great World would surely produce Heavenly Sovereigns. However, the various worlds in the Sea of Realms were eyeing the Great World covetously and would not give it a chance to recover. They had long been crashing into the Great World, with the Battle Realm being just an appetizer, and the Demon Tiger Realm not even considered the main course. More worlds would crash into it in the future. Lin Moya would let them know that the Great World was not some delicious morsel, but a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. If they tried to take a bite, they would break their teeth. In the world of rules, Lin Moya was merging the second 7th level origin. The Infinite Fusion once again summoned the large iron pot, cooking a large pile of origin crystals over a high flame as if preparing a dish. With the Skeleton King as a precedent, Lin Moya's vision had shifted, and he no longer looked up to 6th level origins. Even with a certain failure rate, he decided to gamble on the 7th level origin. In his words, if you're going to do it big. The large iron pot kept changing shape, and the same scene as last time played out again. Lin Moya had a feeling that merging up to the 7th level was the limit, and the 8th level origin could not be merged. This large iron pot came from a piece of iron, which was somewhat magical, and Lin Moya had not seen a second piece since. Very few things could catch the eye of the Infinite Fusion, and Lin Moya did not know what it needed. It seemed that even origin crystals did not interest it. Lin Moya did not know what it needed, but he was sure that it also needed to grow. If you want to merge higher level origins, you need to find a way to enhance the Infinite Fusion. But how exactly can it be enhanced, and what does it need? Lin Moya could not figure it out for the moment. The Infinite Fusion was the most magical and mysterious of all his spells. Even the rules of the Infinite Fusion were not entirely clear to Lin Moya. He could only say that it was suspected to be the legendary Chaos Rule. As Lin Moya pondered, the pot lid flew off, and a 7th level origin crystal shot out from it. The same scene as last time played out again. The Infinite Fusion chased the 7th level origin crystal, slapping it back like a ball. This time, Lin Moya directly reached out, grabbed the 7th level origin crystal, and then struck it with the Scourge Staff. With a soft sound, the 7th level origin crystal became quiet and stopped resisting. The Infinite Fusion circled around Lin Moya, then stopped beside the Scourge Staff, looking around as if examining it. Finally, it flew over and lightly touched the Scourge Staff, making a crisp sound. Lin Moya's eyes showed surprise. The Infinite Fusion did not seem to fear the Scourge Staff. They are things of the same level. Lin Moya was slightly shocked, realizing this possibility. After touching the Scourge Staff a few times, the Infinite Fusion found it uninteresting and went back to being the high and mighty Emperor. Lin Moya, holding the 7th level origin crystal, approached the spell star. He had long decided who would use the 7th level origin crystal. The first one was given to the Skeleton King, elevating it from a peak supreme to a low-level heavenly sovereign. However, the foundation of the Skeleton King was the Skeleton General. The foundation of the Undead Legion was also the Skeleton General. The strength of the Skeleton Generals was related to 2 other forces, so enhancing the Skeleton Generals would yield the highest returns. From another perspective, with the Skeleton King as the base, even if the enhancement of the Skeleton Generals was not satisfactory, it would not have much impact. Lin Moya sent the 7th level origin crystal into the spell star, which immediately emitted a brilliant light. Powerful forces erupted from the spell star, which expanded rapidly, its volume increasing more than tenfold almost instantly. It was originally just a white star level, not even reaching the neutron star level. Now, with the 7th level origin crystal, its transformation was naturally dramatic. Lin Moya stepped back a distance, watching the evolution of the spell star. He initially tried to inject some void power into the spell star but decided against it. Not every spell was suitable for injecting void power, and his control over void power was still weak and lacking. Lin Moya muttered to himself, "Take it step by step." Boom! The spell star exploded in brilliant light. After breaking and then standing, a purple light shot out from the explosion, rapidly expanding and occupying a large space. A purple spell star, exuding nobility, flew out from the explosion. The summoning of the skeleton general successfully advanced to the origin level spell, and the evolution did not stop there. Golden lines appeared on the spell star, 7 in total, like beautiful ribbons rotating around it. Lin Moya communicated with the spell star, showing a hint of shock on his face. I can summon the skeleton general again. This was the first piece of information transmitted by the spell star. After advancing to the origin level, regardless of other changes, the summoning quantity was the first to change. Summoning skeleton general, origin level. The spell star will create a bone rule world, which will exist eternally. Usually, the skeleton generals will hibernate in the rule world and can descend to the real world when needed. The power of the rule world is shared by all skeleton generals. The more skeleton generals there are, the stronger the rule world will become. Skeleton generals possess extremely strong combat power and are the main fighting force of the Undead Legion, with a maximum number of 20 billion. Looking at the information, Lin Moya was speechless. After merging the 7th level origin crystal, the skeleton generals also gained a rule world. The number increased to 20 billion, 7.5 billion more than the previous 12.5 billion. Unfortunately, the additional 7.5 billion did not affect the number of skeleton kings, which remained at 500, with no numerical relationship between them. One should be content and not be too greedy. Lin Moya chuckled, laughing at his own greed. Summoning the first skeleton general, the spell activated, and the next moment, skeleton generals began to appear continuously. The summoning took place in the rule world, and all the summoned skeleton generals were in the rule world. Chapter 2405. Chapter 2405, 2405. Chapter 2405, 20 billion, can you kill them all? Skeleton General. Level, Peak Supreme. Ability, Bone Sword Chi. Bone Sword Chi contains the power of bone rules and carries the law of immortality. It can inflict both physical and spiritual damage on targets, while also corroding their defenses. 20 billion Skeleton Generals, 20 billion Peak Supremes. Lin Moya felt that he might have been taking the Demon Tiger realm too seriously. With this number, the Thunder-like purple striped tigers were no longer just a headache, but a question of how to escape and in what posture. Although Peak Supremes were far inferior to Heavenly Sovereigns, and even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Peak Supremes couldn't defeat a Heavenly Sovereign, but Lin Moya didn't have just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. He had 20 billion. The order of magnitude had increased by over 1,000 times. Even if they lined up and let a Heavenly Sovereign kill them, it would probably tire out their hand. Lin Moya could easily stage a scene of ants biting an elephant to death. Lin Moya was very satisfied with the changes in the skeleton generals. Their strength had now surpassed that of the Death Dragon Knights in one fell swoop. The Undead Legion composed of skeleton generals would become even more powerful. The 50 undead commanders leading them had also reached the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Influenced by the skeleton generals, the number of skeleton kings hadn't increased, but their combat power had been enhanced again. Lin Moya felt that the skeleton kings' combat power had at least doubled compared to before, making them formidable even among low-level Heavenly Sovereigns. The summoning was still ongoing, as 7.5 billion skeleton generals couldn't be completed in a short time. Lin Moya thought to himself, this great battle should be stable now, but just to be safe, I need to prepare a few more things. In the original plan, the two 7th level origins were the main part, and now they had both been completed. Next were a few minor tasks. Lin Moya planned to merge a few 4th level origins to incorporate several spells, better preparing for the upcoming battle. Lin Moya proceeded according to the plan. The skeleton generals, now at peak supreme level, moved through this sea area as if it were uninhabited, further improving efficiency. Now the only concern was whether there were enough fish, not whether they could defeat them. Lin Moya discovered that after evolving into origin level spells, his sensing range with the skeleton generals had expanded to 300,000 meters. This also meant that his exploration range in the sea had expanded to 600,000 meters. If he stood in an area 300,000 meters deep, the skeleton generals could even enter areas 600,000 meters deep. Areas beyond 500,000 meters were dangerous zones that even Heavenly Sovereigns dared not enter. If he wanted to go, he could now use the skeleton generals to take a look. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign noticed the changes in the skeleton generals and came before Lin Moya with a complex gaze. After merging with Origins, are all your spells becoming this abnormal? Lin Moya chuckled. He naturally wouldn't tell Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign that he had merged 7th level Origins. Seeing Lin Moya's silence, Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign sighed again. I mourn for the Demon Tiger realm. When do you plan to start the feast? Feast? Lin Moya understood immediately and tossed a jar of wine to Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign. Isn't a feast just about drinking? Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign praised. Kid, you're getting more and more sensible. Lin Moya said, I had people in the great world aging wine before. It's been a long time now, so it should be well aged. I'll give it all to you when the time comes. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Moya smiled. How dare I lie to you? Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. It hasn't been in vain for this old turtle to help you time and time again. Since coming to the Sea of Realms, Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign had indeed helped him a lot, allowing him to understand this world. Mere fine wine was nothing in comparison. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign drank the wine and said, let me tell you something. After the Demon Tiger realm collides with yours, your battle will inevitably attract the attention of many. They want to use this battle to see the strength of the Demon Tiger realm and then decide whether to collide with it. So, you should understand my meaning. How could Lin Moya not understand? No one actually believed he could win. After all, the Demon Tiger realm had mid-level heavenly sovereigns behind it, and several low-level heavenly sovereigns within the world, while the Great World had nothing. Even though it had recovered now, there wasn't enough time to produce heavenly sovereigns. In their eyes, the Demon Tiger realm was bound to win this world conflict. After the Demon Tiger realm's victory, it would devour the Great World and inevitably become stronger. The masters of the other worlds naturally wanted to see the true strength of the Demon Tiger realm before considering whether to collide with it themselves. If the Demon Tiger realm was too strong, they would change their world's directions to stay far away. The Great World had no master behind it and couldn't change direction. It could only wait for other worlds to collide with it. Under these circumstances, Lin Moyo had to consider how to defeat the Demon Tiger realm. Should he utterly dominate them, or make it a hard-fought battle, creating an appearance of equal strength? Even if he won in the end, it should be a difficult victory, preferably with both sides badly injured. This way, other worlds would certainly come to take advantage of the situation. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign provided this information, letting Lin Moya decide how to proceed. Should he decisively and forcefully defeat the Demon Tiger realm, then tell all worlds not to have designs on him? Or should he create the appearance of mutual destruction, tricking other worlds into coming? Lin Moyo asked, if the Demon Tiger realm and I are both badly injured, how long until the next world arrives? Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign smiled, very soon, within 30 days. At that time, your world will be severely damaged, which many worlds will see. Many worlds will change direction together, heading this way. The closest is the Battle Realm, other worlds are relatively far. There are about 4 at a similar distance to the Demon Tiger realm, which means that in the 100 days after your collision with the Demon Tiger realm, 3 more worlds will collide in succession. So you need to think carefully about what you want to do. Is there even a need to think about it? Lin Moya smiled slightly. I want to weave a net and catch them all, but I'm afraid I can't fool them. These heavenly sovereigns are all shrewd, each one very clever. Indeed, the observational powers of heavenly sovereigns were incredibly strong. It would be very difficult to deceive them. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign took a big gulp of wine and chuckled, his expression somewhat lewd. Lin Moyo understood immediately. If you have a way, just say it. Isn't it just for wine? I already promised to supply it freely. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign grinned mischievously for a while. I have a treasure here, specifically used in world conflicts. With it, you can fool those guys. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign took out what he called a treasure. This treasure looked like a cloud of mist. The cloud's shape was ever-changing and unpredictable, making it impossible to see through. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign said, this world mist can cover an area, preventing outsiders from seeing clearly what's inside the mist. The thickness of the mist can be freely controlled, and it can even simulate corresponding auras. For example, if you want the mist to produce the aura of a heavenly sovereign realm, it can do that, and even create illusions. Moreover, once you enter the range of the world mist, you can no longer change the direction of your world's advance. How to use it specifically, you can figure out yourself. Lin Moya's eyes showed delight. With this thing, he could indeed fool others. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign handed the world mist to Lin Moyo and cautioned, this thing is very rare. I had to call in a big favor to borrow it. Don't break it, you'll have to return it to me later. Chapter 2406. Chapter 2406, 2406. Chapter 2406, World Treasures, Putting on an Act. After Waterstop Tinzun's explanation, Lin Moya finally understood that there were corresponding treasures in the world contest. These treasures were very special and were called world treasures. There were only 2 ways to obtain them. One of them came from the same place as the Origin Realm. All Boundary Sea worlds originally evolved from the Origin Realm. When obtaining the Origin Realm from that mysterious place, one could also obtain a type of treasure that could be used in the world contest. The other type was crafted by powerful Daozuns, using materials from worlds that failed in the world contest. There were many kinds of treasures, each with different effects. The world mist was one of them, capable of creating illusions. Waterstop Tinzun wasn't clear on exactly how many types of treasures there were, so it just mentioned what it knew. For example, there was a treasure that could directly weaken the origin of the enemy world, equivalent to weakening the enemy world's combat power. There was another treasure that could slow down the time flow of the enemy world. Originally, the time flow ratio between the Boundary Sea and Boundary Sea worlds was 10,000 to 1. It could change it to 1,000 to 1, giving one's own world enough time to develop, while greatly weakening the development of the opponent's world. There was also one that could cause 2 worlds to collide directly. Regardless of whether there were strong beings inside, it would cause a collision at the origin level. If the Battle World and the Great World had collided at the origin level, the Battle World would likely have been no match for the Great World. It would have been directly devoured at the origin level, and no matter how many strong beings were in the Battle World, it would have been useless. Even Tianzuns outside the world couldn't interfere with this kind of collision. There were many treasures with various functions, and Waterstop Tianzun only knew about some of them. The more Lin Moya listened, the more amazed he became. He never imagined such things existed in the world contest. He had thought the world contest was just a simple comparison of strength. Waterstop Tinzun said, now you know, right? Those guys with extremely deep backgrounds might possess such treasures, so the world contest isn't as simple as you think. This world mist, I borrowed it from someone, so don't damage it, or you won't be able to compensate for it. Lin Moya smiled and said, don't worry, it won't be damaged. In his mind, he had already come up with a complete battle plan. This time, those worlds wanting to come and take advantage wouldn't be able to escape. Water Stop Tinzun reminded him again, remember, you still owe this old turtle a lot of wine, so don't lose. Lin Moya was now brimming with confidence, I won't lose. Time passed day by day, and Lin Moya continued to collect origin crystals. When there were 50 days left until the Tiger Demon world arrived, Lin Moya saw that world from afar. That world was only 1/3 the size of the Great World, much larger than the former battle world. The larger the world, the stronger its origin, the larger its internal space, and the more powerful beings it contained. Like the Great World, half of the Tiger Demon world was submerged in the Boundary Sea, indicating that it had Tinzuns. Lin Moya vaguely seemed to hear tiger roars. The Tiger Demon world emitted a powerful aura, unlike the balanced and peaceful Great World, but full of aggression. This feeling came from the world's origin, indicating that this world was full of predatory nature, like a beast, very savage. Next, Lin Moya saw a person above the Tiger Demon world. He wore a huge beast robe and looked at Lin Moya with unfriendly eyes, full of contempt. He looked like a tiger, with purple fur all over his body, and faint lightning coiling around him. On his forehead, there was a large king's mark. Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger. This was Lin Moya's first time seeing a member of the demon race, so he couldn't help but look twice. At the same time Lin Moya saw him, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger also saw Lin Moya. Seeing that Lin Moya was only a mid-tier supreme, his eyes were full of disdain. This world was indeed as he had seen initially, severely damaged. Even if there were still some hidden forces, they couldn't be very strong. He also knew about the collision between the Great World and the Battle World some time ago. However, he didn't know the specific process, only that the Battle World had lost. He guessed that the Great World must have had some hidden strength left, after all, it was once such a powerful world. The Battle World wanting to swallow an elephant like an ant wasn't so easy. In his eyes, the Battle World was nothing. A Boundary Sea world without even a Tinzun, what was it if not trash? He had grown up from trash, deeply understanding the difference. If the Great World hadn't been damaged, he wouldn't have dared to come and touch it at all. The Great World from 20,000 years ago was extremely powerful, the overlord of this sea area, completely able to crush them. He would have run away as fast as he could if he had seen it from afar. But even though it was damaged, in his view, it wasn't something a piece of trash like the Battle World could touch. This world is mine now. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger said coldly, already viewing the Great World as his possession. Now the Great World had no Tinzuns, no master, and couldn't change direction. It seemed the other side's fate was already sealed. As for Lin Moya, he was completely ignored. A mid-tier supreme was nothing. Suddenly, a mist rose from the Great World, covering the nearby sea area. Within the mist, there seemed to be Tinzun auras, as if many Tinzuns existed inside. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger sneered, indeed deep heritage, even having a world treasure, but thinking to fool me with just this, dream on. Looking at the sea area covered by mist, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger revealed a ferocious smile. He wouldn't be fooled by the mist at all. Besides the Tiger Demon world, there were 3 other worlds rapidly approaching from a bit further away. They were coming from different directions, a bit further than the Tiger Demon world. These 3 worlds were not much different from the Tiger Demon world, all aiming for the Great World. Moreover, behind each world was a master, all mid-tier Tinzuns, all human, and they knew each other. They saw the mist and sensed the Tinzun auras coming from within, all looking puzzled. But seeing the Tiger Demon world still charging forward aggressively, they seemed to realize something. The 3 all felt that the Great World was putting on an act. Good, let's take this opportunity to settle things among ourselves, see whose world is stronger. Indeed, that world was once so powerful, we avoided it at all costs. Let's end it with this. Did that world's master really die? He should be dead. You're afraid he didn't die but ascended to Daozun and came back to settle scores with us, right? No need to worry about that. If that were the case, with a Daozun's perspective, he would have long since lost interest in this Boundary Sea world, probably never returning to the Boundary Sea. He should be dead, otherwise, how could it have been damaged to such an extent back then? The 3 Tinzuns discussed. They had been here for many years and had all seen the master of the Great World before. That master was extremely powerful, and at that time, they could only stay far away. Unexpectedly, times had changed, and everything had turned in an unimaginable direction. The relationship between the 3 Tinzuns seemed quite harmonious. Although it was a world contest, there was no intention of fighting to the death. Gradually, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger led his Boundary Sea world into the thick mist, disappearing from sight. The 3 didn't stop either, continuing to control their worlds forward. They had already determined that the Great World was just putting on an act. Chapter 2407. Chapter 2407, 2407. Chapter 2407, 3 spells, preparing for a rainy day. Outside the Great World, in Lin Moya's rule world, Lin Moya once again began to fuse spells. At this time, there were still 10 days until the collision of the 2 worlds, and Lin Moya had just fused 3 5th-tier primordial essences. 5th-tier primordial essences are already considered rare treasures in the eyes of most Tinzuns. However, in Lin Moya's eyes, they are too ordinary. Having tasted the power of 7th-tier primordial essences, if it weren't for the lack of time, he wouldn't even consider 5th-tier primordial essences. Lin Moya had already decided which 3 spells to fuse with the 3 5th-tier primordial essences. They were Undying Undead, Damage Transfer, and Bone Hell. In the Boundary Sea, Undying Undead and Damage Transfer had lost their intended effects. Once they fused with primordial essences, they could continue to function, significantly boosting the combat power of the entire Undead Legion. The Skeleton Kings were already strong and numerous enough. If each had to be killed several times to truly die, how terrifying would that be? damage transfer was the same. With it, Lin Moya's safety would be greatly enhanced. To kill him, the entire Undead Legion would have to be wiped out first, which was impossible. Although most of the world contest wouldn't take place outside the world, the opponent had mid-tier Tinzuns. If the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger shamelessly attacked from outside the world, Lin Moya still needed to be prepared. With damage transfer, whether inside or outside the world, Lin Moya was confident in facing him head-on. Next was Bone Hell. Currently, Bone Hell was still at the Saint Supreme realm, just a step away from Half-Step Supreme. After entering the Boundary Sea, Lin Moya had tried using Bone Hell. Unfortunately, Bone Hell was also restricted by the rules of the Boundary Sea, making it difficult to unleash its full power. If it fused with primordial essences, it could naturally adapt to the Boundary Sea. However, even if the previous two 7th-tier primordial essences were given to Bone Hell, it would at most elevate Bone Hell to high-tier Supreme. It couldn't form high in combat power, so Lin Moya placed the elevation of Bone Hell last. Now he only hoped that after fusing with the 5th-tier primordial essences, Bone Hell could smoothly advance to the Supreme Realm. Then, he could go to the Tiger Demon World and wreak havoc, using the resources of the Tiger Demon World to complete its own elevation. Lin Moya sent the 3 5th-tier primordial essences into different spell stars. The spell stars quickly expanded, and powerful primordial energy swept through the Rule World. Having experienced several primordial essence fusions, Lin Moya was already used to it. The spell stars absorbed the primordial energy. The primordial energy came from the Boundary Sea and the Origin Continent, containing the rules of the Origin Continent. Once the spells fused with this primordial energy, they could continue to function in the Boundary Sea. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions rang out, and purple light swept through the void. 3 purple spell stars appeared simultaneously. The fusion was complete, and the spell stars had ascended to the primordial level. Compared to the spell stars fused with 7th-tier primordial essences, these 3 purple spell stars were much lighter in color. Moreover, they didn't have golden lines around them, appearing less noble. This was the difference between high-tier and mid-tier primordial essences. Bear with it for now. I'll give you 7th-tier primordial essences in the future, Lin Moya thought to himself as he communicated with the spell stars. The information about the ascended spells was immediately transmitted. Undying Undead, primordial level members of the Undead Legion will not truly die after receiving a fatal attack. They can either revive on the spot or return to the spell star based on the master's will. Each member has 6 chances to revive within 60 seconds. Undying Undead hadn't changed much. The number of revivals was reduced from 7 to 6, but the cooldown time was shortened from 80 seconds to 60 seconds. It's hard to say which is better, but this is the Origin Continent, and different rules will inevitably bring some changes. Lin Moya wasn't too demanding and was quite satisfied. As long as Undying Undead could function in the Boundary Sea, the cooldown time and number of revivals weren't that important. His attention then shifted to another spell, Damage Transfer. Primordial level, all damage received will be reduced 5-fold and then transferred to summoned creatures. There was no change, neither weakened nor enhanced. It simply ascended from the White Star level to the Primordial level, seemingly a pointless upgrade. However, Lin Moya knew that this spell could now function in the Boundary Sea, which was enough. With it, his safety would be greatly increased. Not only would his defense be enhanced 5-fold, but the damage could also be transferred to the Undead Legion. With these 2 spells working together, even if he stood still and let a Tinzun attack, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Next was Bone Hell. At this moment, Bone Hell had also ascended to the Primordial level, but it seemed larger than Undying Undead in damage transfer. Lin Moya speculated that this might be related to its previous Neutron Star level, inherently a higher tier. In the future, when he mastered the power of Void, allowing each spell to combine reality and illusion, they might all be the same. Bone Hell was a unique spell among all his spells, comparable to Infinite Fusion in its uniqueness. Its ascension was entirely different from other spells. The Master's Realm had no impact on it. Other spell stars were high above, but Bone Hell directly descended to the bottom of the Rule World. Below it was Bone Hell, occupying about 1/5 of the Rule World. Bone Hell had previously absorbed a primordial crystal given by Tianlong. That primordial crystal was only 1st tier and couldn't elevate Bone Hell to a primordial level spell, but it did break through its realm to the Saint Supreme realm. This time, it finally broke through to the primordial level. Inside Bone Hell, a river of hellfire flowed continuously, with hellish spirits roaring, and 10 fireballs hung in the sky like scorching suns, constantly spewing flames. Lin Moya could feel that Bone Hell was now stronger than ever, with the hellish spirits inside having reached the Supreme Realm. Although they were only low-tier Supremes, Supremes were still Supremes, much stronger than Saint Supremes. Not only the hellish spirits, but the flames' damage had also reached the Supreme Realm, and the blooming flowers of the other shore were even more enchanting, emitting an eerie blue light. The numbers had also changed, increasing from 100 billion to 500 billion. The range had expanded from 3 light-years to 10 light-years. It seemed like a significant increase. 500 billion Supreme-level hellish spirits were enough to devour the entire Tiger Demon world. However, Lin Moya knew that this range and number were results under the Great World's rules. If Bone Hell were placed in the Boundary Sea, it would be affected by the Boundary Sea's rules, drastically reducing both range and number. He had tested it before. When he released Bone Hell in the Boundary Sea, its range was compressed to less than 10 kilometers, and out of 100 billion hellish spirits, only less than 100,000 could move. Under the Boundary Sea's suppression, the spell could only exert such limited power. Now that the spell had fused with primordial essence, the Boundary Sea's suppression would undoubtedly weaken, but the exact effect would have to be tested. Lin Moya released Bone Hell in another direction. Bone Hell immediately appeared in the Boundary Sea, merging with it. The Boundary Sea's rules still affected it, but the impact was no longer as strong as before. Bone Hell still occupied a small area, forming its own world, creating a hellish domain. 500 kilometers in range, 5 million hellish spirits. If I can fuse 7th tier primordial essence in the future, the effect should improve further. Although it can't compare to the Great World, it's enough for now. Putting away Bone Hell, Lin Moyo prepared to face the arrival of the Tiger Demon World. As the user of the World Mist, the mist had no effect on Lin Moyo. He could clearly sense the position of the Tiger Demon World. In 2 days, the two worlds would collide. Chapter 2408. Chapter 2408, 2408. Chapter 2408, A World Without Tanzuns, Truly Pitiful. Mists swirled around as the two worlds drew closer. Because the Great World had no master, the choice of collision method naturally fell to the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger's goal was the origin of the Great World, with a very clear objective. Naturally, it chose the safest method, fusion. The moment the two worlds touched, they both shook violently. Cultivators from both worlds, as long as they had reached the other shore realm, could feel this tremor. At the moment of collision, they saw the cruel, somewhat bloodthirsty smile in the eyes of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger. Lin Moyo was also smiling, but the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger couldn't see it. As the collision occurred, Lin Moyo returned to the Great World. Inside the Great World, he could clearly feel the rules of the Tiger Demon World beginning to merge. From the perspective of the Great World's time, it would take a few more days for the fusion to complete. These few days were also preparation time for both sides. The humans of the Great World had long been ready for battle, and the 10,000 star array was once again deployed. This time, it was different from before. The 10,000 star array had increased to 30 formations, still covering the human star region. The 10,000 star arrays were interconnected, capable of unleashing high-tier supreme combat power. The human army was also fully prepared, composed entirely of Saint Supremes and Supremes. After more than 20,000 years of preparation, the human race now had thousands of Saint Supremes and over 50 Supremes. However, the strongest among them was only a high-tier Supreme. The time given to the Great World was simply too short, its power had not fully recovered. All the Supremes gathered together to discuss. Tian Supreme spoke. Lin Supreme has sent a message that he will be primarily responsible for this battle. If any stragglers from the Tiger Demon World get through, we should do our best to hold them off. Tian Supreme was now a mid-tier Supreme. Although no longer the strongest among the humans, he was still responsible for the various affairs of the human race. Lin Moya's returns had become less frequent, but all the Supremes knew that Lin Moya was always present. Someone expressed doubt. Can Lin Supreme handle this battle alone? The last time he returned, he seemed to be just a mid-tier Supreme. How Supreme chuckled. Lin Supreme's combat power cannot be measured by realm. If he says there's no problem, then there is no problem. Most of the Supremes present had participated in the 100 Races War and had blind faith in Lin Moyo. There were also a few newly risen genius cultivators who had only heard of Lin Moya's legends but didn't truly understand him. They expressed skepticism, thinking that Lin Moyo, on the surface, was just a mid-tier Supreme. No matter how strong his combat power was, how could it be that extraordinary? At this moment, a projection suddenly lit up in the conference room. The human emperor's projection appeared. Lin Supreme has opened a space gate and sent an undead army to help us defend. In the projection, a space gate appeared, followed by a large group of skeletons rushing out and quickly forming a defensive line at the human border. This undead army was quite large, numbering in the millions, and moved very swiftly. The young Supremes exchanged glances, feeling that Lin Moya didn't trust them to hold the line. Some of the young Supremes felt a bit insulted. Does Lin Supreme think we can't hold the line? The projection didn't show the combat power of the skeleton generals, and these young Supremes felt insulted. The human emperor's voice was calm. Yes, Lin Supreme is worried we can't hold the line. A young Supreme retorted, if even the 10,000 star array can't hold, how can these skeletons? The human emperor replied, these skeletons are all peak Supremes. These words left the young Supremes speechless, stunned, and even a bit dumbfounded. Tian Supreme chuckled, don't be surprised. Lin Supreme's combat power is beyond our imagination and cannot be measured by realm. With these skeleton generals, our defense should be secure. The appearance of the skeleton generals gave the Supremes who didn't understand Lin Moya a clear understanding of his power. The elemental lich flew silently through the starry sky, constantly traversing deep space at incredible speed, only slightly slower than the space gate, far exceeding the speed of light. Soon, the elemental lich entered the Tiger Demon World. As the two worlds merged more closely, the elemental lich could also function in the Tiger Demon World. Inside the world, there was no suppression from the Boundary Sea, and no distance limitations. Through the elemental lich, Lin Moya directly saw the situation inside the Tiger Demon World. Like the Battle World, the Tiger Demon World had no stars. Instead, it consisted of floating continents in the void. Each continent had mist rising, forming the shapes of demonic tigers, looking ferocious and terrifying. These continents were gathering, forming an army. It was clear that these continents were not only places where the inhabitants of the Tiger Demon World lived but also war machines. This was somewhat similar to the war stars of the Black Blood World. Thousands of continents completed their military preparations and began advancing towards the core of the Great World. Since the collision of the two worlds, the origin had already been exposed at the core. Tianzuns could sense the location of the Great World's core and directly attack it without going astray. The elemental lich watched as the army of the Tiger Demon World passed by, counting them one by one. There are 5 Tianzuns, all likely low-tier Tianzuns. There are many Supremes, about 300,000, but unfortunately, not many Peak Supremes. There are many Saint Supremes, over 10 million. Controlling these continents, they could form a powerful battle array. The presence of the elemental lich allowed Lin Moya to have a clear understanding of the Tiger Demon world's strength. This strength was not much different from his estimation, with no surprises. Knowing their route, Lin Moya didn't need to set up defenses like he did against the battle world. He just needed to wait for them on their path. After the army of the Tiger Demon world passed, the elemental lich saw the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger. He had also entered the Boundary Sea world, following behind the army. Although the rules stated he couldn't intervene in the world battle, rules were dead, and people were alive. As long as no one from the Great World said anything, he wouldn't face any punishment. This had become an unwritten rule in the world battles. Everyone played by these rules. With the Great World having no master, the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger acted without restraint. After gathering all the information, the elemental lich quickly returned, disappearing without a trace. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger seemed to sense something as the elemental lich left. Lightning flickered on his forehead, and his eyes scanned the starry sky, but he found nothing. A few days later, the fusion of the Great World and the Tiger Demon world was complete, and the rules of both worlds fully merged. Both the inhabitants of the Tiger Demon world and the cultivators of the Great World could now exert their full combat power. The army of the Tiger Demon world advanced mightily, encountering no obstacles along the way. The 5 continents at the forefront revealed 5 enormous shadows. Just as the master said, this world has no strong beings. I can sense the origin of this world. I'm sure it has no Tianzuns. A world without Tianzuns, how pitiful. Not only does it lack Tianzuns, but it also has few Supremes. The master said this world was once very strong, far stronger than us. What a pity. There's nothing to pity. This world is just that cruel. Tianzuns have a strong sense of the origin. By sensing the origin of the Great World, they could judge its approximate strength. This discovery filled them with confidence. Following behind, the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger saw everything more clearly, sneering, indeed, just putting on an act. This world has no Tianzuns. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright white light suddenly appeared in front of the army, and countless swordshi slashed through the starry sky, sweeping towards them. Chapter 2409. Chapter 2409, 2409. Chapter 2409, aren't you going to make a move yet? The starry sky seemed to be filled with countless pure white stars, and the dense white swordshi illuminated the dark sky. Within the white swordshi, countless bones were churning, emitting a buzzing sound that reached the soul. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Useless. Several Tianzun sneered, not taking these swordshi seriously at all. Suddenly attacked, the army of the Tiger Demon world reacted extremely quickly. Dense fog rose from each continent, transforming into giant demon tigers that collided with the sword chi. The starry sky shook violently, space shattered in large swaths, and the giant demon tigers and white-boned sword chi were evenly matched, exploding simultaneously in the starry sky. Not bad. Lin Moya said softly. These continents of the Tiger Demon world were themselves large formations, easily blocking the white-boned sword chi. If they combined, they could form an even more powerful battle formation, perhaps reaching the Tianzun level. The army stopped, with 1,000 continents arranged in a triangular formation, the 5 continents with Tianzuns at the forefront. The 5 Tianzuns appeared simultaneously, resembling the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger, also in demon form. One of the Tianzuns looked at Lin Moyu, a mid-tier supreme. Just you alone. Lin Moyu was not alone. Around him were many skeleton kings. However, the Tianzuns of the Tiger Demon world regarded these skeleton kings as mere puppets. A once powerful world having some hidden strength was normal. Otherwise, the battle world wouldn't have failed in its attempt to swallow an elephant. Lin Moya smiled, to deal with you, I alone am enough. The Tianzun sneered, you talk big and have guts. Do you think these puppets can stop us? Lin Moya laughed, you want the origin of the Great World. Actually, I want your origin too. The Great World needs to ascend, and I need to improve my cultivation. Your origin is very important to me. So this time, I must thank you for bringing your origin here. The Tianzuns of the Tiger Demon world were angered by Lin Moya's words, sneering continuously and emitting energy. Lin Moya's words showed no regard for them. Boy, you're courting death. But your world is destined to perish. I'll kill you first. Behind them, huge rule worlds appeared intermittently. The Tianzun's auras swept through the starry sky, their immense pressure rushing towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya remained calm, unfazed by the Tianzun level pressure. Tianzun level pressure couldn't scare him, he had killed Tianzuns before. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and a burst of undying flames exploded in the starry sky, transforming into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, thrones of bones appeared, and skeleton kings rose in response. In an instant, countless Tianzun-level auras swept through the starry sky. Not only did they block the pressure from the Tianzuns of the Tiger Demon world, but they also reflected it back, even surrounding them. The 5 Tianzuns of the Tiger Demon world were dumbfounded, their tiger bodies trembling and beginning to shiver. In front of them were 100 skeleton kings. Each one had the realm of a low-tier Tianzun, not much weaker than them. They were only 5, while Lin Moyo had 100, a 20-fold difference. How could they fight? The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger at the rear of the army was also stunned, letting out a low roar, impossible. He had considered that the Great World might have some hidden strength, otherwise, it couldn't have devoured the battle world. But he never imagined the hidden strength would be this formidable. 100 low-tier Tianzun level puppets were very difficult to deal with, and the situation was dire. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger's eyes flickered, and he waved his hand, throwing out a triangular flag. The flag quickly expanded, eventually becoming a flag with a diameter of over 100,000 miles, comparable to a star. The triangular flag was adorned with countless demon tiger totems, flying towards the army, with demon tigers emerging from it. These demon tigers were all low-tier Tinzuns, numbering 50. Adding the original 5 Tinzuns and the battle formation formed by the continents, they were not without a fighting chance. The master has made a move. No problem now. As long as the master makes a move, we will surely win. Seeing the triangular flag, the Tinzuns cheered excitedly. Lin Moya sneered, "You won't make a move yourself? Do you think these little tricks will work?" With a thought, the Skeleton Kings responded, charging straight ahead. Without any warning, the battle erupted instantly. 1,000 continents boiled simultaneously, with mist intertwining to form a whole, their power surging. A giant formation appeared in the mist, with phantom demon tigers charging out, each with the combat power of a low-tier Tinzun. The number of Tinzuns on the Tiger Demon World side increased to 70. Although still weaker than Lin Moya's side, it wasn't an impossible fight. After all, they had a mid-tier Tinzun behind them. It seemed like a top-tier battle, with 70 against 100. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger felt it was still not very secure and threw out a giant stone. The stone transformed into a large fortress in the starry sky, joining the battle. The fortress's combat power was strong, not weaker than a Tinzun, and it was very sturdy. Once it joined the battle, it held off more than 10 Skeleton Kings. Lin Moya looked at the fortress, frowning slightly, a technological treasure. He knew that the origin continent had technological treasures. The purple-robed Tinzun had previously used technological battle puppets. He didn't expect the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger to have technological treasures as well. It seemed that technological treasures were quite common in the origin continent. With the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger making 2 moves, the battle power of both sides seemed to be balanced. Lin Moya chuckled, "Let's add more fuel to the fire and see if you can resist making a move." He snapped his fingers again, and countless skeleton generals appeared in the starry sky. Hundreds of millions of skeleton generals surrounded the army of the Tiger Demon World, raising their bone swords and slashing out white bone sword chi. The sword chi fell on the formation, causing it to tremble continuously. The attacks of Peak Supremes couldn't easily destroy the formation, but with enough numbers, quantity could lead to a qualitative change. The dense sword chi fell, causing the formation to rumble and shake continuously. Peak Supremes from the Tiger Demon World charged out of the formation but couldn't get close to the skeleton generals, being pushed back by the endless sword chi. 1,000,000,000 skeleton generals, an overwhelming number. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger's forehead flickered with lightning. Impossible. How can there be so many? The hidden strength of this world is too terrifying. Not only him, but the Tinzuns in the battle also felt their scalps tingle. So many Peak Supreme puppets, even if they were allowed to kill, it would take a long time. If they were unlucky and got surrounded, they might even be killed in return. But at this point, they couldn't retreat and could only hope their master would make a move. Lin Moya didn't care about the battlefield, his focus was on the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger. "Aren't you going to make a move yet?" Lin Moya thought, wanting to kill this guy too. Otherwise, even if they won the world contest, having a mid-tier Tinzun alive would be a hidden danger. Lin Moya wouldn't hesitate to eliminate his enemies completely. The sword chi of the skeleton generals continued relentlessly, and the formation was on the verge of collapse. Lin Moya said softly, "You should make a move now." Sure enough, the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger made a move again. He took out a box, looked at it for a while, his eyes full of reluctance. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he opened the box, and a drop of blood containing lightning flew into it. The box exploded with a roar, and 100 Thunderlight Purple Striped Tigers flew out. Chapter 2410. Chapter 2410, 2410. Chapter 2410, Returning the Favor. Lin Moya observed the expression of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger through the elemental lich. From the moment he took out the box, Lin Moya knew it must be an extraordinary treasure. Moreover, it was likely a one-time use treasure, otherwise, he wouldn't be so reluctant. When the box exploded and 100 Thunderlight Purple Striped Tigers rushed out, Lin Moya was also somewhat surprised. A single box could replicate 100 Thunderlight Purple Striped Tigers. Although each Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger was one level lower in realm, they were still low-tier Tinzuns. Just one drop of essence blood could exchange for 100 low-tier Tinzuns. This box was indeed extraordinary. The 100 Thunderlight Purple Striped Tigers entered the battlefield, forming groups of 10 and creating a unique battle formation, greatly enhancing their power. The battle formation was very strong, and the Skeleton Kings couldn't withstand it, retreating step by step. The power of this battle formation, even if it doesn't reach mid-tier Tinzun, is not far off. If this treasure is used in a battle of the same realm, it would be invincible. It seems the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger has a strong background to be able to produce such a treasure. Should I kill him or not? Lin Moya had other thoughts. Waterstop Tinzun had said that those who could participate in the world contest were either powerful themselves or had strong backgrounds. Someone like the purple-robed Tinzun was just a small fry, and the falling purple sect wasn't much either. Clearly, the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger was not only powerful but also had a strong background. This made Lin Moya consider the consequences of killing the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger likely has a Daozun backing him. If a Daozun personally comes for revenge, it wouldn't be impossible to destroy the Great World by paying a certain price. The king in the Boundary Sea, although he follows rules, rules can be changed, and I am nothing in front of a Daozun. Lin Moya was self-aware he was nothing in front of a Daozun. If he truly offended a Daozun, he could be abandoned at any time. There's no benefit in killing him. Since that's the case, I should leave myself a way out. Lin Moya made up his mind and put away his killing intent towards the thunder-like purple-striped tiger. However, the tiger demon world still needed to be destroyed. With another snap of his fingers, 20 undead commanders appeared on the battlefield, along with the undead legion. Each undead legion was composed of 1,000,000 skeleton generals. Under the leadership of the undead commanders, all their powers fused together, greatly enhancing their combat power. A bone rule world rose behind the undead legion, evolving into a sea of bones that charged into the battlefield. The undead legion's battle formation was slightly stronger than that of the skeleton kings. They coordinated with the skeleton kings, leveling the battlefield once again. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger's eyes widened. There's more. He found himself increasingly unable to see through Lin Moyo. This mid-tier supreme had endless means, unfathomable depths. No matter what cards he played, Lin Moyo always had a way to counter. Billions of skeleton generals continued to attack the 1,000 continents. The formation formed by the 1,000 continents was already on the verge of collapse. Once the formation broke, the continents would be exposed to the skeleton generals. At that time, billions of sword chi would descend, shattering the continents. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger's eye showed anxiety. He was also hesitating whether to make a move personally. Lin Moyo, the small supreme, appeared mysterious in his eyes. Lightning flickered on his forehead, forming a large king character. Then a bolt of lightning shot out, landing on the triangular flag. The triangular flag expanded hundreds of times, covering the sky and merging with the continent's formation. A massive figure appeared above the continents, identical to the thunder-light purple-striped tiger but countless times larger, bigger than a galaxy. Using the triangular flag and the formation of the 1,000 continents, the thunder-light purple-striped tiger condensed a clone. Within the 1,000 continents, countless powerful beings from the tiger demon world simultaneously injected their power into the clone. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger's clone rapidly grew stronger, reaching the mid-tier Tinzun level in an instant. Although the thunder-light purple-striped tiger hadn't made a move, it was as if he had. A giant lightning ball formed in his hand, carrying terrifying momentum as it smashed towards Lin Moyo. Die! A mid-tier Tinzun's attack was immensely powerful, shattering the starry sky and shaking the entire world. The force even reached the boundary sea, causing massive waves. In the mist, the masters of the other three worlds were all shocked. He actually made a move himself. It seems the hidden strength of this world is truly astonishing. A dying dragon is still bigger than a snake. It was once so powerful, leaving some hidden strength as normal. The three masters couldn't see through the thick mist but could feel the powerful force emanating from the great world. Inside the great world, the moment the lightning ball appeared, it sealed the starry sky, obliterating the rules, rendering all laws temporarily ineffective. Even the battlefield paused for a moment. With the space laws ineffective, Lin Moya couldn't dodge and could only watch as the lightning ball approached. Lin Moya's face remained expressionless, showing no signs of panic. The elemental lich silently appeared beside him, merging with Lin Moyo. Spell, Great Dao Protection. A faint light appeared on Lin Moyo, followed by the emergence of a Great Dao. Seeing the Great Dao, the thunder-light purple-striped tiger's face changed dramatically. A Great Dao? How can he have a Great Dao? At this moment, the lightning ball exploded on Lin Moyo, the roar echoing through the soul, causing all beings of the tiger demon world to spit blood. The massive lightning ravaged the starry sky, killing countless skeletons on contact. However, the undying undead revived again. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger's gaze was serious, staring intently at Lin Moya's location. Since the Great Dao appeared, he felt uncertain about killing Lin Moyo. As the lightning gradually faded, the Great Dao reappeared in sight, enveloping Lin Moyo, who was unharmed within. Lin Moyo felt joy in his heart. Great Dao protection, what an excellent effect. The lightning ball, equivalent to a mid-tier Tinzun's attack, was mostly blocked by the Great Dao. The remaining attack was weakened by the spell and finally distributed to the Undead Legion. With hundreds of billions in the Undead Legion, each taking a share, the damage was negligible. Lin Moya looked at the shocked thunder-light purple-striped tiger, returning the favor. With another snap of his fingers, the Divine Power Lich appeared beside him. At the same time, billions of belief power burned, and 10 drops of ancestral water fell on the Divine Power Lich, causing its aura to surge, almost breaking through the Supreme Realm to reach Tinzun. In the Great World, belief power was effective. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger suddenly screamed, "Ancestral water! How can you have ancestral water?" Even Waterstop Tinzun hadn't recognized the ancestral water, but the thunder-light purple-striped tiger did, showing his extensive knowledge. Knowledge often indicated background. Many solitary cultivators, despite their high realms, couldn't surpass those with strong backgrounds in terms of knowledge. Lin Moya smiled slightly, ignoring his words. At this moment, the Divine Power Lich had already summoned the Great Dao of Power, throwing a punch. Spell, one punch breaks 10,000 laws. The first punch, tenfold amplification. This punch touched the threshold of Tinzun. The entire starry sky shook violently, but the thunder-light purple-striped tiger's clone, larger than a galaxy, remained unmoved. Immediately, the Divine Power Lich threw a second punch, 100-fold amplification. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger's clone struck with a palm, lightning flickering, clashing with the Divine Power Lich. In the soul-shaking roar, the Divine Power Lich was repelled, while the thunder-light purple-striped tiger's hand was also shaken high. This punch was slightly inferior, but the gap was quickly closing. The third punch, a thousand-fold amplification. A brilliant great Tao appeared in the starry sky, and a giant slowly stood up from the great Tao, raising its fist. Chapter 2411. Chapter 2411, 2411. Chapter 2411. It's really not difficult for me to kill you. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger let out a startled cry, the true body of the great Tao. If it was just the appearance of the great Tao, that would be one thing. Though surprising, it would at least be somewhat acceptable. But what's this about the true body of the great Tao? Is that something even a heavenly venerate could come into contact with? Even among Tao venerates, not every one of them could touch such a high-level thing. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger, as highly as he thought of himself, knew he was still 10,000 miles away from the true body of the great Tao. He couldn't believe it, but the true body of the great Tao was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it now. The divine power Lich's third punch summoned the true body of the great Tao, carrying the power of the great Tao as it smashed down. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger gritted his teeth as his avatar condensed 10,000 bolts of lightning to meet the great Tao avatar. Boom! The starry sky was once again shattered, the impact spreading over 100 light-years. Both sides on the battlefield, regardless of who they were instantly sent flying. Large numbers of skeleton generals died, only to immediately resurrect on the spot. Though the divine power Lich's full-strength punch seemed very powerful, it was actually only close to a mid-level heavenly venerate in strength. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger's avatar withstood this punch. Apart from consuming a large amount of power, it was not injured. He was clearly somewhat surprised as well. The true body of the great Tao didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. But the memories and knowledge concerning the true body of the great Tao still made him feel afraid. His gaze was extremely complex. First there was the ancestral water, and now the true body of the great Tao. This had completely exceeded his expectations. He no longer believed this was the hidden power left behind in this world. How could any hidden power be this strong? Who exactly are you? The thunder-light purple-striped tiger said coldly. Lin Moya did not answer, but instead said calmly, I'm wondering whether or not I should kill you. The two transmitted their voices across the battlefield to converse. If Lin Moyo had said such words earlier, it would only have made the thunder-light purple-striped tiger laugh. But now, he couldn't laugh at all. He had a feeling that Lin Moyo was telling the truth. At this moment, his gaze suddenly contracted. A heavenly venerate appeared beside Lin Moyo. This heavenly venerate wore battle armor and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but he emanated the aura of a mid-level heavenly venerate. Ever since Kujun became a revived one, his combat power was even stronger than when he was alive, not at all inferior to the thunder-light purple-striped tiger. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger's gaze grew even more complex. Is this your trump card? Do you think he alone can kill me? Lin Moya shook his head. You can try and see. I think he has a chance to kill you. If not, I can think of other ways. Whether you believe it or not, it's really not difficult for me to kill you. Lin Moya's words made the thunder-light purple-striped tiger's breathing pause. His eyes were complex, as if pondering whether Lin Moya's words were true or false. Lin Moya said, I know your identity in the demon race is unusual. I don't want to offend the demon race for no reason. That's why I'm willing to talk to you properly. You've lost the world contest, just accept the loss. Don't throw your life away over it. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger said in a low voice, Who exactly are you? How do you know about my identity? Of course, Lin Moya didn't actually know. He had just deduced it from the details. But seeing this guy didn't seem too bright, he had already given himself away. Lin Moya didn't answer him, but instead said calmly, I'll give you time to consider. With a thought, Kujun had already attacked, charging towards the thunder-light purple-striped tiger's avatar. Since Kujun had already been summoned, it was time for this world contest to come to an end. As Kujun attacked, another 100 skeleton kings and 10 billion skeleton generals appeared in the starry sky. The entire starry sky was densely packed with Lin Moya's forces. The 1,000 continents had been completely surrounded, with no possibility of escape. The 5 heavenly venerates from the tiger demon world had looks of despair. They were bound to lose this battle. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger was shocked again. You still have more. Lin Moya gave him an increasingly unfathomable feeling. So many skeleton kings equivalent to heavenly venerates, plus 10 billion skeleton generals equivalent to peak supremes, along with a mid-level heavenly venerate, something that could summon the true body of the great Tao, and the ancestral water. How could this battle continue? The thunder-light purple-striped tiger knew he had truly kicked an iron plate this time. The depth of this world's hidden power far exceeded his expectations. No wonder the battle realm had lost so quickly before. The two sides weren't even comparable. The battle realm had simply delivered itself to their doorstep, handing over its origin for them to repair. Lin Moya silently watched the thunder-light purple-striped tiger, as if saying, You can try and see if I have any other trump cards. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger did indeed have such a thought for a moment, but he immediately dismissed it. He couldn't test this anymore. If he kept testing, he might really lose his life here. Kujun was suppressing his avatar. It wouldn't be long before the avatar was defeated. At that point, he would either have to take action personally or flee in disgrace. After thinking for a moment, the thunder-light purple-striped tiger said forcefully, Fine, I admit defeat in this world contest. But I have one request. Lin Moya nodded. Go ahead. The thunder-light purple-striped tiger said, I want to take the 5 heavenly venerates with me. Lin Moyo answered without hesitation, No problem. Lin Moyo had anticipated this condition long ago. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger needed to save face after all. This was a stepping stone for him. 5 low-level heavenly venerates didn't mean much. Whether they lived or died made little difference to Lin Moyo. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger suddenly let out a roar. Lin Moyo was also very tacit, ordering his forces to stop. The fierce battle stopped instantly. The 5 heavenly venerates heard the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger's order, "Come over here." They came before the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger, awaiting his instructions. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger gave an order, but the 5 seemed somewhat agitated, as if saying something. Lin Moyo was in no hurry, letting them discuss first. After all, the Tiger Demon world was already in his grasp. As long as he had the main prize, he could give up some small benefits. After discussing for a while, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger transmitted his voice again. "I have one more request." For some reason, Lin Moyo felt his voice seemed somewhat embarrassed. This guy's face is a bit thin. Lin Moyo thought to himself, while transmitting back, "Go ahead." The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger said, "These 5 subordinates of mine still have clans in the Tiger Demon world. I hope to be able to take them along as well." Lin Moyo agreed without thinking. "That's fine." He agreed very readily. In his view, these were just small benefits that didn't amount to much. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger hadn't expected Lin Moyo to agree so quickly. He seemed to want to confirm again. "Are you sure?" Lin Moyo said, "I'm sure. In fact, you can choose some others you want to take with you." The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger looked at Lin Moyo deeply. "All right, then it's settled." In just a few words, these 2 supreme beings had determined the future direction of 2 worlds. Those taken away by the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger would live. Those left behind would die. Lin Moyo would not leave any survivors. The lesson of the Great World was still fresh in his mind. Those who left the Tiger Demon world would sever all ties with it, even severing karmic connections. The 5 heavenly venerates returned to their respective continents to pack their clansmen into rule worlds. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger pondered for a moment. He chose some more people and clans to take away as well. These people were all peak supremes, and all geniuses with the potential to become heavenly venerates in the future. They still had value, so they were worth keeping alive. At this moment, everything became selfish. World contests were actually like this. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger was already considered quite kind. Before leaving, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger looked at Lin Moyo again. "I lost this world contest. But you, I think you're not bad. My name is Lei Hao. If you ever come to the Northern Continent's demon race, you can come find me. I'll look out for you." After saying this, he left with his people, departing from the Tiger Demon world and severing all connections with it. He had lost this world contest, lost very thoroughly. He hadn't even figured out his opponent's true strength. But as long as he was still alive, it didn't matter. Chapter 2412. Chapter 2412, 2412. Chapter 2412, Making a Great Vow, Setting a Goal. Lei Hao took away about 1,000,000 people, who were the lucky ones. After leaving his own world, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger looked back one last time, until his world was completely enveloped by mist. Only then did he truly have to depart. However, Lei Hao was not discouraged. "I may have lost this time, but I won't lose next time. You're quite impressive, perhaps a genius, but once you step onto the origin continent, you'll realize that being a genius means nothing." Then he let out a sigh. "I lost the world contest." The old man was right. It's really difficult to rely on oneself alone. It seems I'll have to go back and submit to those old fellows. At this point, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I forgot to ask his name." "Well, never mind, I don't have the face to go back anyway. If there's a chance in the future, we'll meet again." The other 3 worlds that were approaching hadn't noticed Lei Hao's departure. They were still gradually getting closer. After entering the mist, they discovered they no longer had the power to change direction. Now they could only move forward along their previous trajectory. The 3 worlds would collide with the Great World. Inside the Great World, the arrays on the 1,000 continents of the Tiger Demon world were still operating. The people of the Tiger Demon world inside were filled with despair. Lei Hao's strength was far below his expectations. The difficult battle he had imagined did not come to pass. Although Lei Hao had many techniques, compared to himself, he was clearly more than a notch weaker. He very easily defeated Lei Hao, winning this world contest. The skeleton hell flew out and began to devour the continents. Even if there were supremes on the continents, they could hardly escape the skeleton hell's devouring. World contests were just this cruel. It wasn't that Lin Moyo didn't want to spare them, but even if he did, what then? Send them into the world sea? They would die sooner or later anyway. Continue like the ancient venerates and allow them to live in the Great World? That would be harmful to both the Great World and the humans living in it. The Great World had nearly been destroyed because of this. Lin Moyo had become cold-hearted. Actually, Lei Hao could have taken away all living beings earlier if he had proposed it. Lin Moyo might have agreed. However, most of the Tiger Demon world's living beings were of no value to Lei Hao, so he abandoned them. "If there is a next life, I hope you will be reborn into better circumstances." Lin Moyo showed no mercy, doing what needed to be done, to live up to the Great World and his own status. The skeleton hell devoured the 1,000 continents. In the Great World, the skeleton hell could exert terrifying power, a nightmare for all beings below the heavenly venerate level. The 1,000 continents were quickly devoured in an extremely short time. A small number of peak supremes resisted, but were quickly suppressed by the undead army. After devouring the 1,000 continents and countless living beings, the skeleton hell grew much stronger again. Lin Moya felt it was almost about to break through from low-level supreme to mid-level supreme. Eat up, soon there will be new food arriving. Lin Moya muttered softly, turning to open a space gate and head to the core of the Tiger Demon world. The Tiger Demon world was very empty, with nothing inside. It only had 1,000 continents in total, and this battle had been an all-out effort. At the core of the Tiger Demon world, Lin Moya saw its origin. Perhaps because several heavenly venerates and some peak supremes had left, taking away some origin power, the Tiger Demon world's origin had suffered some damage. However, this small amount of damage did not affect the overall situation. Now the Tiger Demon world was ownerless, and not difficult to refine. Soul power poured into the Tiger Demon world's origin like a sharp sword, refining it. Lin Moya once again experienced a journey he had gone through before, seeing the entire life of the Tiger Demon world. From the beginning, when Lei Hao came to the World Sea, cast the primordial realm into it, used his own power to activate and evolve it, finally forming the Tiger Demon world. Then, world contest after world contest, the Tiger Demon world's victories one after another, until it finally grew to its current form. Lin Moya now knew the meaning behind the existence of world contests to provide high-level origin for heavenly venerates. Through worlds plundering and devouring each other, constantly strengthening their origins, to finally obtain high-level origin. When it came time to harvest the fruit, whether the living beings in the world lived or died was up to the whim of their master. After all, it was his world, and he had the dominant power over the entire world. Lei Hao's willingness to take away some of his subordinates was already considered quite good. Some masters wouldn't care at all about the life or death of beings in the World Sea worlds. They only wanted the origin. Lin Moya was very clear that the 7th level origin he had fused, compared to the 7th level origin formed by the Great World itself, had fundamental differences in both quality and scale. Even if both were 7th level origins, once the Great World could reach the 7th level, it would definitely be much stronger than what he had fused himself. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Lin Moya. Actually, when cultivating world origins, it should really be cultivated to the 9th level. Harvesting at the 7th level is actually drinking poison to quench thirst, too short-sighted. If I could cultivate the Great World to the 9th level. Once this thought appeared, it began to grow wildly, impossible to suppress. Lin Moya began to analyze its feasibility. Once the Great World reached the 7th level, Dao Venerates could possibly appear inside. If he couldn't become the master of the Great World by then, the Dao Venerates inside might even turn against him. If the Dao Venerates were Hao Supreme, the human emperor and others, he naturally believed they wouldn't do so. But as generations of geniuses continued to grow, Lin Moya couldn't gamble on others' inner thoughts. Once he lost that gamble, he couldn't bear the consequences. Lin Moya was very clear on one point: never put the power of life and death in someone else's hands. The power to control life and death must be held in one's own hands. Cultivating the Great World to the 9th level also carried some risks. But the 9th level origin strongly attracted him, especially a Great World level 9th level origin, which would definitely surpass the 9th level origin he could fuse himself. I must become the world master, truly holding the world in my own hands. Only then can I avoid these risks. At the same time, I must grow together with the Great World, becoming a Dao Venerate, or even a stronger existence. Lin Moya made a great vow in his heart, setting his goal. He put away the Tiger Demon world's origin and returned to the core of the Great World. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the various supremes in the Great World. Although they couldn't enter the Great World's rune area like Lin Moya, they could see some blurry images. The supremes could sense that in the Great World's rune area, another person had appeared. The Heavenly Supreme said, "It's Supreme Lin returning. It seems he has dealt with the Tiger Demon world." Supreme Hao smiled. "It should be so. Last time after dealing with the Battle Realm, Supreme Lin also directly brought back the origin." A newly ascended Supreme named Yin Zhan said in a low voice, "That being the case, it seems the Tiger Demon world wasn't as strong as imagined." The Heavenly Supreme chuckled. "I think it's not that the Tiger Demon world was too weak, but that Supreme Lin was too strong. In these years, who knows how powerful Supreme Lin has become." Yin Zhan still didn't quite agree with the Heavenly Supreme's view. "I can sense that Supreme Lin is still a mid-level Supreme." His meaning was that as a mid-level Supreme, no matter how strong, there were limits. Several Supremes who had fought alongside Lin Moya before remained silent. They didn't express opinions, but definitely disagreed with Yin Zhan's view. The Great World suddenly began to shake. These Supremes could all sense that the Great World's origin was rapidly strengthening. Lin Moya directly gave the Tiger Demon world's origin to the Great World. Although it was only a 5th level origin, for the Great World, it was still a great tonic. As the Great World refined and absorbed the origin, it also fed back large amounts of origin to Lin Moya. The connection between Lin Moya and the Great World became even closer, and waves of insights rushed into his soul like surging tides. Chapter 2413. Chapter 2413, 2413. Chapter 2413, Understanding the Virtual and Real, Carrying the Laws. As the Great World improved itself, it also fed back origin power. Lin Moya didn't need to cultivate at all, his realm began to rise rapidly. This feeling of improving together with the Great World made their connection even closer. Not only was his realm rising, but a large amount of insights also poured into his soul. These were various insights into the power of the virtual. Lin Moya's accumulation over so many years, from first encountering virtual power at the Cloud Mist sect's inheritance ground, to the countless tiny insights that arose unconsciously later, all erupted at this moment. The Great World added fuel to the fire, gathering the tiny insights into rivers, finally surging mightily. All laws should have both virtual and real aspects. The law of immortality is like this, as are the laws of time and space. Life is real, death is virtual. The power of life is like the chi of the young world, the power of death is like things of the yin world. Only when virtual and real are combined can it be the ultimate form of the law of immortality. Under his comprehension, the law of immortality quietly changed. A gray and white intertwined river of stars naturally appeared in the world of rules. The power of life became increasingly brilliant, with vigorous vitality permeating the entire river of stars, even replacing the position of the power of death. The river of stars representing the power of death began to become illusory, increasingly inconspicuous, until finally very little gray could be seen. However, the insignificant power of death contained power far surpassing the past, able to make one step into death. Then, the river of stars of the law of immortality quietly scattered, turning into countless starlight. It became virtual, yet also truly existed. The law of immortality, intertwining virtual and real, spread freely in the world of rules, merging with the world of rules. From now on, there was no more river of stars of the law of immortality. It had completely merged into the world of rules. The world of rules, infused with virtual and real power, became increasingly powerful. Life and death, virtual and real, yin and yang, all were within Lin Moya's thoughts, changing at will. Next came the laws of time and space. Time and space were originally laws that intertwined virtual and real. Ordinary people cannot perceive time and space, but they truly exist. Now, Lin Moya understood the virtual and real power of these two laws, grasping them more deeply. He could control the time in an area, making time in that area accelerate, slow down, or even flow backwards. Combined with the law of space, he could even cut that area into countless pieces, with time different in each piece. Using the power of time and space to kill opponents. Lin Moya felt that even without using any techniques, just relying on the power of time and space was enough to be invincible among those of the same realm. After all, even that seven-colored sect Dao Venerate needed to rely on magical treasures to reverse time. But he had reversed time countless times already. The rivers of stars of the laws of time and space, like the river of stars of the law of immortality, shattered and turned into virtual and real power, merging into the world of rules. The world of rules rumbled and rapidly expanded. Its volume expanded more than tenfold, and it also became more solid. The world tree also grew larger, continuing to cover most of the world of rules. It seemed that no matter how the world of rules changed, it was still the core. Understanding virtual and real power, and even infusing virtual and real power into the world of rules, is one of the differences between heavenly venerates and supreme venerates. With virtual and real power, the world of rules becomes closer to a real world, gaining the ability to evolve all things. Another difference is that a heavenly venerate's world of rules is stronger and more independent. Just relying on the world of rules, a heavenly venerate can obtain powerful strength, much stronger than a supreme venerate's world of rules. A heavenly venerate's world of rules can evolve all things, even evolve living beings. I didn't expect that before becoming a heavenly venerate, I would already have a world of rules similar to a heavenly venerate's. Lin Moya steadily stood at the position of high-level supreme venerate, his strength greatly increasing once again. He was very clear that his improvement was comprehensive, whether in soul or body, whether in techniques or methods, without any shortcomings. Things that weren't successful before can be tried again now. Lin Moya vividly remembered that when he first constructed his world of rules, he tried to merge the laws of immortality, time and space, and then have them carried by technique stars. Unfortunately, it failed at that time. The technique stars themselves were not strong enough to carry three laws simultaneously. Now that he had truly mastered virtual power, the rivers of stars of laws had undergone great changes, completely merging into the world of rules. Now there were various rule powers everywhere in the entire world of rules. Lin Moya only needed a thought to freely control them, summoning as much as he wanted with extreme precision. Precise control of power was extremely beneficial for techniques to carry laws, increasing the success rate. Moreover, the technique stars had also merged with origin power, transforming themselves into origin-level techniques. Past failures didn't matter. Lin Moya felt he could try again now, perhaps successfully. He first chose the Skeleton General. Like the Skeleton King, it had merged with 7th level origin. If even it couldn't do it, there was no need to try others. Lin Moya mobilized the law of space and injected it into the Technique Star for summoning Skeleton Generals. The Technique Star radiated purple light, with 7 golden lines surrounding it, making it appear extremely noble. The law of space was smoothly injected, with the Technique Star offering no resistance, completely different from last time. The entire process was very smooth. As the master, Lin Moya could fully sense this process. Originally, summoning skeleton generals already carried the law of immortality. Now it gained the law of space as well. From now on, skeleton generals would have the ability to teleport, and could even open space gates to teleport infinite distances. Moreover, he sensed that the Technique Star still had redundancy, seeming able to continue. Then let's continue. The law of time was also mobilized and injected. This time it encountered some obstacles. Originally, the laws of immortality and space had formed a balance, appearing perfect. The addition of time power broke this balance. Lin Moya manipulated the law of time, making time and space laws merge to form time-space power, reaching balance again. Lin Moya muttered to himself, the law of immortality originally had 2 powers, and time-space power also has 2 powers, so they can also maintain balance. Lin Moya's control over power was extremely precise, not a bit more or less, allowing the 2 laws to achieve perfect fusion while maintaining absolute balance with the law of immortality. At the moment of fusion completion, the technique star's purple light flared brilliantly, with golden lines rapidly rotating, transmitting an even more powerful aura from within. The fused power began to enter the Bone Rule world, and through the Bone Rule world, was used by every skeleton general. Lin Moya's lips curled into a smile. From now on, his skeleton generals would possess the law of immortality and time-space power. Skeleton generals could fight across time and space. Of course, the skeleton general's application of time-space power was still far inferior to his own, only some basic applications. However, they could use time-space power for defense, greatly enhancing the skeleton general's defensive capabilities. They could also enter another layer of time-space to launch surprise attacks. After infusing time-space power, the skeleton general's combat methods would become diverse and extremely flexible. Lin Moya tried it out in the world of rules, understanding the skeleton general's newly added abilities, then set his sights on the skeleton kings again. Following the same method, he injected time-space power into them. Chapter 2414. Chapter 2414, 2414. Chapter 2414, Forced Fusion again. With the experience of the skeleton generals, the process of injecting laws into the summoning of the skeleton kings went very smoothly. Soon, the skeleton kings also possessed the power of time and space, allowing them to traverse through time and space, making their combat more flexible and greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Moreover, with Lin Moya's realm elevated to high-level supreme, the combat power of the skeleton kings increased by at least 2 to 3 times compared to before. Although their realm was still at the low-level Heavenly Venerate, they were no longer the weakest among the low-level Heavenly Venerates, at least not inferior to the 5 low-level Heavenly Venerates from the Tiger Demon world. Furthermore, if 500 skeleton kings were to fight together, their combat power would at least double due to mutual amplification. Even if they encountered a mid-level Heavenly Venerate, Lin Moya was confident in fighting them. Even if they couldn't win, they could entangle the mid-level Heavenly Venerate, making it difficult for the opponent to escape. The power of time and space was not only strong but also troublesome. Satisfied with his creation, Lin Moya thought to himself, it's time to infuse the power of the void into other spells. Once the spells were infused with the power of the void, their effects would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, even without the origin, as long as they had the power of the void in reality, they could still be effective after leaving the Great World, at least not being too suppressed by the World Sea. The Heavenly Venerates of the Great World in the past were like this. They might not have fused with the power of the origin, but they definitely comprehended the power of the void and infused it into their spells. Therefore, the Heavenly Venerates also had a certain combat power in the World Sea. Thinking of this, Lin Moya immediately acted, infusing the power of the void into the spell stars. He used the void power of the law of immortality, which was his life law, and each spell star contained the law of immortality. So, infusing the void power of the law of immortality was the most suitable. In the future, when these spells were upgraded to the origin level, adding the power of time and space would not be too late. In the world of rules, the power of the void in reality surged continuously, with streams of void power being injected into each spell star. The scene of the collective promotion of spell stars reappeared, with each spell star beginning to spin rapidly, collectively advancing. The colors of the spell stars changed from white to gray, the space around the stars began to distort, and the spell stars became heavier and stronger. It was like the scene when the Bone Hell was promoted, reenacted on a grander scale. At this moment, Infinite Fusion suddenly moved. The spell star of Infinite Fusion scattered an endless mist of chaotic energy, then it carried the chaotic energy and flew towards the spell star of Necromancer's Gaze. The chaotic energy was like a big slapping Necromancer's Gaze into the Bone Hell with a bang. The spell star of Necromancer's Gaze, which was sublimating towards a neutron star and extremely heavy, couldn't withstand this slap at all. The spell star fell into the Bone Hell like a meteor, plunging into the river of hellfire. The river of fire boiled instantly, surging with huge waves. Then, Infinite Fusion sprayed more chaotic energy into the Bone Hell. Lin Moya watched. It wants to merge Necromancer's Gaze with Bone Hell. Fusion spells were nothing new. The Bone Hell was previously fused, and the skeleton generals were also fused. Each fusion was initiated by Infinite Fusion itself, without Lin Moya needing to lead. This time was no different. It still acted on its own to fuse. Lin Moya did not stop it, knowing that what Infinite Fusion did was beneficial and harmless to him. Each fusion resulted in a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect, and this time would be no exception. Infinite Fusion sprayed a large amount of chaotic energy, completely enveloping the Bone Hell, and Necromancer's Gaze, which was slapped in, did not come out. The Bone Hell continued to boil, with the hellish spirits inside roaring continuously, and the fusion continued. Infinite Fusion did not idle. It rushed towards other spell stars. Lin Moya squinted his eyes this time. The target of Infinite Fusion was Summon Legion Ruler. It sprayed a large amount of chaotic energy again, enveloping the spell star of Summon Legion Ruler, and the chaotic energy wrapped it, rushing towards Summon Death Dragon Knight. Summon Death Dragon Knight had already been fused once, and this time, it was going to be fused again. Moreover, inside Summon Legion Ruler, besides the Legion Ruler, there was also the Necromancer Commander. Lin Moya frowned slightly but still did not stop. He chose to trust Infinite Fusion. After spraying a large amount of chaotic energy, Infinite Fusion visibly weakened a lot. Its power was not infinite and would be exhausted. After exhaustion, it would take a long time to recover. Summon Legion Ruler was dragged to the side of Summon Death Dragon Knight, but it clearly resisted the fusion again. In fact, it resisted last time as well, but under the power of Infinite Fusion, it had no choice but to be forcibly fused. This time it still resisted, but Infinite Fusion did not pamper it. Infinite Fusion threw out a large cauldron again, swallowing both spell stars. The chaotic energy turned into flames, continuously heating the cauldron, while it sprayed a large amount of chaotic energy into the cauldron. The cauldron crackled like it was stir-frying. After doing all this, the light of Infinite Fusion dimmed several times, and its aura weakened. Lin Moya was a bit worried and sent a thought, "Are you okay?" Infinite Fusion shook left and right, indicating it was fine. Lin Moya felt he should find a way to strengthen Infinite Fusion. All other spells had been enhanced many times, but it had not been significantly strengthened. After some thought, besides the small iron piece given by Su Jianqing, it later swallowed a piece of spiritual material, and after that, it no longer cared for ordinary spiritual materials. In the ancient rune secret realm, it found a small spiritual grass. Infinite Fusion actively came to eat it, and when the spiritual flower opened, it ate 10 flowers. Apart from that, Infinite Fusion did not ask for anything else. Even the 7th level origin, it did not care for. Lin Moya deduced from this that Infinite Fusion required something very special. He still couldn't figure out what the small iron piece was. Later, he understood that it needed spiritual materials. Moreover, Infinite Fusion became pickier, no longer caring for ordinary spiritual materials. It needed better and stronger spiritual materials. "I'll ask Senior Shui Ji later to see where I can find better spiritual materials." Seeing Infinite Fusion working so hard, Lin Moya couldn't treat it poorly. The changes in the bone hell gradually calmed down. After fusing with Necromancer's gaze, a huge eye appeared above the bone hell, in addition to the 10 suns. The eye burned with fierce flames, like the eyes of death, cold and merciless, gazing at the entire bone hell. With its addition, the bone hell seemed to become more real. Lin Moya felt the changes in the bone hell with the addition of Necromancer's gaze. It became stronger. Necromancer's gaze could burn the enemy's soul, not only directly attacking the soul but also reducing the enemy's abilities. Combined with the other side flower, entering the bone hell would reduce combat power by at least twofold. Lin Moya hadn't used Necromancer's gaze for a long time, and as his realm improved, its effect became weaker. Unexpectedly, this fusion gave Necromancer's gaze a new lease on life. Chapter 2415. Chapter 2415, 2415. Chapter 2415, hoping they can respect their elders. The bone hell, after merging with Necromancer's gaze, greatly enhanced its soul attack ability and strengthened its power to weaken enemies. Now even if a peak supreme enters, trying to escape would be very difficult. It could be called invincible below the heavenly venerate realm. Lin Moya turned his attention back to the large iron pot, which was still sizzling like it was stir-frying vegetables. The 2 spell stars were still fusing, but from the sounds, it seemed to be in the final stages. Lin Moya was starting to understand why it was called Infinite Fusion. There was no limit to the number of fusions, only whether they were suitable or not. Even spells that had been fused before could be fused again. Lin Moya realized he had fallen into a misconception before, thinking spells could only be fused once. Infinite Fusion was teaching him through example that spells could be fused multiple times. He needed to open up his perspective, let his thoughts fly, and not be confined to one place. Infinite Fusion was still spewing out chaotic energy. It only lacked entering the field itself. It was very proud, seeming to think that fusing 2 spells wasn't worth its personal involvement. Finally, the commotion in the large iron pot grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared. The lid opened, and a gray spell star flew out of the pot. The spell star was extremely heavy, warping the space around it visibly. The spell had already advanced to the neutron star level, on par with the bone hell, though it had not yet merged with origin power. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Moya didn't immediately check the fused spell, but instead gently patted Infinite Fusion. Infinite Fusion put away the large iron pot and flew around Lin Moya twice, as if to say, it wasn't hard work. Then it flew back to its position to rest. The world tree extended a branch, gently supporting Infinite Fusion with its leaves. A gentle stream of soul power was transmitted over, helping Infinite Fusion recover. Only then did Lin Moya leisurely go to check the spell. Summon Dragon Rider Legion. Neutron star level summons the Dragon Rider Legion to descend into the mortal world and engage in battle. Dragon Rider Legion limit, 1000. There was no extra explanation, just this brief sentence. Judging from the words alone, it wasn't clear how strong it was. However, Lin Moya believed it shouldn't be weak. Let's try it out. With a thought, he activated the spell, summoning directly in the world of rules. The spell star flickered slightly, and in an instant, a massive legion descended into the world of rules. This legion numbered 10 million, and its members were all dragon riders. Each dragon rider was over 100 meters tall, with an aura at the peak supreme level, even stronger than the skeleton generals. In Lin Moya's view, the combat power of these dragon riders was top tier even among peak supremes, and this was just their individual combat power. The true strength of this spell should be in group combat. At the forefront of the 10 million dragon riders were their legion commanders. There wasn't just one commander, but 11. 10 of them were captains, and one was the legion commander. Judging purely by their auras, the captain's realms had directly reached the heavenly venerate level. While the legion commander was at the same realm, all low-level heavenly venerates, his combat power was clearly a bit stronger. As the legion descended, Lin Moya received detailed information about the legion. Dragon Rider Legion. Number of members, 10 million. Member combat power, peak supreme. Captain Combat Power, Low-Level Heavenly Venerate. Legion Commander Combat Power, Low-Level Heavenly Venerate. Legion Abilities, White Bone Battle Formation, Command, Death Charge, Death Breath, Fatal Strike. After reading the Legion information, Lin Moya truly understood. The two spells had indeed fused. The former Legion rulers had become captains and the Legion commander in the Dragon Rider Legion. They inherited all the abilities of the two previous spells, including the White Bone Battle Formation and Command. The abilities of the two spells were unified and integrated, and the numbers also changed. Originally there were 5 billion Death Dragon Knights. Now they were unified into 1,000 legions, each legion numbering 10 million, equivalent to increasing the number of Death Dragon Knights to 100 billion. However, the number of legion rulers sharply decreased. The two sides reached a perfect balance. At the same time as the spell fusion was completed, the composition of the White Bone Battle Formation changed from skeleton generals to Death Dragon Knights. From now on, the White Bone Battle Formation had nothing to do with skeleton generals, which was clearly different from the battle formations of ancient times. At the same time, the 50 undead commanders who had previously gained rule worlds through world fruits were also preserved. This resulted in 50 Dragon Rider Legion commanders possessing rule worlds, able to store their legions within. The rest couldn't do this and could only keep their armies outside, unless they could obtain rule worlds through world fruits in the future. The single battle realm was also preserved, but unfortunately there was only one battle realm, so it didn't have much practical use for now. Lin Moyo had also thought about setting aside time in the future to refine battle realms, trying to give each legion a battle realm. Now that the Great World had recovered, various rare resources were gradually appearing, making it possible to refine battle realms. This one spell fusion caused some changes in Lin Moya's combat structure. The emergence of the Dragon Rider Legion perfectly filled the combat power gap between skeleton generals and skeleton kings. From now on, skeleton generals, Dragon Rider Legion, and skeleton kings formed a low, medium, and high-end combat power combination. With unified spells and unified combat power, it would be easier to control and manipulate. Looking at the other spells, after advancing to the neutron star level, they all had varying degrees of enhancement. However, compared to spells that had merged with origin power, there was still no comparison. Lin Moyo awoke from his advancement and glanced at the Great World's runes. His connection with the Great World's runes had become even closer. He was not far from becoming the new master of the Great World. After absorbing the Tiger Demon World's origin, the Great World had strengthened again, though it was still far from reaching the 7th level. The Tiger Demon World's origin was only 5th level. To advance using 5th level origin would require a certain quantity. However, the strengthened origin could accelerate the evolution of resources and speed up the cultivation of living beings in the Great World, producing more geniuses. It was a good thing overall. Lin Moya left the Great World's origin and reappeared at the center point of the Great World. The various supremes of the human race had long been waiting here. As soon as they saw Lin Moyo, they all called out Supreme Lin. Lin Moyo was wrapped in thick origin energy, constantly emanating the pressure of a high-level supreme. Even the strongest high-level supreme among them had to bow their heads. Lin Moyo hadn't returned for a long time. His gaze swept over everyone, and besides the familiar supremes, there were many new faces. These were the rising stars of the Great World, who had surpassed Supreme Hao and others in realm. Lin Moya smiled and greeted Supreme Hao and the others, then looked at these unfamiliar faces. You are very fortunate to be born in a good era. Although your cultivation has improved, I hope you can respect your elders and keep the human race united. His tone was somewhat like an elder, even giving a sense of being high and mighty. His words also made several newly ascended Supremes frown slightly, not feeling very comfortable hearing them. The reason he said this was because Lin Moya sensed a kind of dissatisfaction from them. It was dissatisfaction with himself, as if they didn't think he was all that impressive. They were all geniuses who had surpassed their former revered elders in an extremely short cultivation time, so it was inevitable that they would become somewhat arrogant. If this continued, their respect for Supreme Hao and others would decrease more and more. Not to mention the human emperor and elder Xing. The gap in strength would give them more say, eventually leading to problems within the human race. Lin Moya felt he should remind them not to do this, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. This first reminder, Lin Moya gave with good intentions. As for whether they would listen or not, that remained to be seen. Since ancient times, human hearts have been difficult to fathom. Even heavenly venerates cannot control people's hearts. Chapter 24:16. Chapter 24:16, 2416. Chapter 24:16, Eliminating Bad Elements Early. These people verbally agreed, but how much they would actually take to heart, no one knew. Lin Moya wouldn't try to guess their thoughts. After chatting with Supreme Hao and the others for a few sentences, he turned and left. Lin Moya told them that the matter with the Tiger Demon World had been settled. As for the 3 worlds coming immediately after, Lin Moya didn't mention them. After the battle with the Tiger Demon World, Lin Moya felt that telling them wouldn't be of much use. If even he couldn't stop them, the current strength of the human race alone wouldn't have any effect. So he would face the 3 incoming worlds by himself. Lin Moya opened a space gate and arrived at the edge of the human star region. He called out loudly, "Human Emperor." In less than half a second, the human emperor's projection appeared beside Lin Moyo. It seemed the human emperor had been expecting Lin Moyo to come find him and had been waiting. Lin Moya said, "In recent years, those newly ascended supremes haven't done anything out of line, have they?" The human emperor's expression wasn't very good. Lin Moyo only needed one glance to know they must have done something. Lin Moya's tone turned cold. "It's fine, tell me about it." The human emperor said, "Actually, it's nothing much. They just want to gain some power and participate in managing the affairs of the human race. Lin Moya gave a light chuckle. The affairs of the human race have always been managed by you and Supreme Hao. Can these fellows manage things well? I think they don't want to participate in managing human affairs, but rather want some special privileges. The human race, whether in its most difficult times in the past or later, has always followed one principle: fairness. Under the human emperor's management, all systems were fair and just. Even if you were powerful and had a strong background, you couldn't bully an ordinary person. There were some privileges in terms of resources, but not too many. Now these supremes, because of their strong power, wanted to gain some privileges for themselves. It was understandable, but could not be allowed. The human emperor nodded. Indeed, they want to gain some privileges for their clans. Lin Moya smiled. Did you agree? The human emperor shook his head. No, doing so would shake the foundations of the human race. It can't be agreed to. Lin Moya knew the human emperor and knew he wouldn't agree. Not just him, Supreme Hao and the others wouldn't agree either. Those who became Saint Venerates in times of crisis had the deepest feelings for the human race and knew what was truly best for humans. Lin Moya continued to ask, and then? The human emperor said, at the time there was an argument, and in the end it came to nothing, but they probably won't give up. Lin Moya smiled. Of course they won't give up. They'll probably unite together and accumulate strength. When their power completely surpasses yours, they'll formally force your hand. The human emperor said, perhaps they still have some reservations about you. Lin Moya was a legend, like a tall mountain pressing down on everyone's heads. But as time passed, the effect of legends would become weaker and weaker. Just like Xiao Zhantian, if the human emperor told others now that he was Xiao Zhantian, with the human emperor's half-step supreme strength, how many would fear him? Strength was the hard truth. Lin Moya understood this principle very clearly. He had an idea and took out 2 corpses. The corpses emitted terrifying pressure. These 2 corpses were both heavenly venerates from the 7-colored sect, killed by Antares in that great battle in the battle realm. At that time there were 5 corpses in total. Later the corpse of the purple-robed heavenly venerate was used up, leaving only 4. Then in the World Sea, the 7-colored sect delivered more goods, adding 3 more. Lin Moya resurrected Kujun, and still had 6 low-level heavenly venerate corpses in hand. He unleashed the undying flame, which fell onto the 2 corpses. Origin-level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Following ancient laws, life force reappeared in the dead heavenly venerate corpses, and their souls began to reform. In just a moment, they became revived ones, kneeling respectfully before Lin Moya. Lin Moya drew 3 ancient talismans. 2 fell on them, while the 3rd was given to the human emperor. The human emperor could control the 2 of them through the ancient talisman in his hand. Then he took out a containment talisman and had the 2 enter it, putting them directly to sleep. While sleeping, the passage of time for revived ones would stop. Even if they slept for millions of years, it wouldn't be a problem. He handed the containment talisman to the human emperor. With them around, you won't have to worry about those guys getting out of hand. If they go too far, just kill them. Don't hold back because they're all human. This is our great world, our home. We need to protect it ourselves. Those bad elements, eliminate them early. Lin Moya believed the human emperor could make the right choice. After managing the human race for so many years, his grasp of human nature far surpassed ordinary supremes. The human emperor said, don't worry, there won't be chaos within the human race. Lin Moya nodded. Then I'll go first. If anything happens, contact me anytime. The human emperor nodded. Be careful in everything. You too. Lin Moya casually opened a space gate and disappeared. The human emperor held the containment talisman, his expression somewhat complex. Actually, the situation within the human race was even worse than what he had said. The other side was already forcing his hand. They wanted to gain more power and change the existing rules. But because of the strong opposition from Supreme Hao and others, their demands weren't met. Afterwards, the conflict between the 2 sides was at risk of intensifying, until recently, when a mid-level Supreme appeared among the newly ascended Supremes. Their strength suddenly surpassed Supreme Hao and the others. According to the human emperor's estimate, the next round of forcing his hand was imminent. If they didn't still have some reservations about Lin Moya, they probably would have acted already. Lin Moya's ascension to high-level Supreme this time, and his warning to them, would probably make them delay for a while longer. But it was only a delay. When their strength increased again, they would probably be unable to hold back. Now that resources in the great world were becoming increasingly abundant, it also bred their growing desire for power. The human emperor gripped the containment talisman and said softly, I hope you can be smarter. Otherwise, I can only kill you. The human emperor really didn't want to do things like killing their own kind, but if it came to an unavoidable point, he would have to do it. The world sea was shrouded in mist. Lin Moya came to the outside of the world and saw 3 worlds close at hand through the mist. In about a dozen more days of world sea time, another world would collide. Then in the following dozen or so days, 2 more worlds would arrive in succession. Back when the Great World fell into decline, these worlds all treated the Great World as a prize and rushed over. Unfortunately, because the Great World had no master, the heavenly venerates inside didn't know other worlds were coming. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have left. They might have cleared out the various races in the Great World and then waited outside the Great World. But this world is so strange, many things have no room for regret. They only had one chance to choose. Since they chose to leave, there was no way to come back. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate appeared silently at the edge of the Great World. Kid, you did well, defeating the Tiger Demon World so easily. That thunder light purple striped tiger looked quite pathetic when he fled earlier. Lin Moya smiled, it was just luck. He didn't want to fight me to the death, otherwise it would have been somewhat troublesome. As he spoke, Lin Moya took out 2 jars of fine wine and handed them to Shueiji Heavenly Venerate. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate accepted them with satisfaction. Looks like that guy was a bit of a coward. Lin Moya said, actually, I didn't want to kill him either. I felt his identity was unusual. Unusual? What's his name? Lei Hao. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate let out a long O. His surname is Lei, no wonder. Chapter 2417. Chapter 2417, 2417. Chapter 2417, One question, 1 jar of wine. Seeing Lin Moya's confused expression, Shueiji Heavenly Venerate smiled and said, among the demon race, the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger is a major clan. Their royal family has the surname Lei. This indicates that this guy is from the royal family, with an extraordinary status and position, so he values his life greatly. For him, losing a world contest doesn't matter. He can just go back home, where there are enough resources for him to advance to Dao Venerate. He probably thought the world contest was fun, so he came to try it out. Once he had enough fun, he was ready to go back. It wasn't worth leaving his life here. Lin Moya filled in the rest of the story in his mind. A Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger born into the royal family, not wanting to rely on his family, decided to come to the World Sea to participate in world contests, trying to prove himself. Unfortunately, it ended in failure. But it doesn't matter. For him, the world contest was just a game. Losing didn't have much impact, just a waste of some time. Lin Moya muttered to himself, no wonder that guy told me if I ever go to demon territory, I could mention his name and he'd look out for me. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate squinted his eyes and said, if you really do that, you might as well wait for death. Lin Moya instantly understood the meaning behind Shueiji Heavenly Venerate's words. You mean, within the demon race, internal strife is also fierce? Shueiji Heavenly Venerate nodded, extremely fierce. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger also has many enemy demon clans. Unless you enter the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger's territory, his name might still be useful. But in other places, you'd better prepare to be hunted down. Lin Moya laughed, I didn't expect that guy to try to set me up one last time before leaving. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate said, it's not really setting you up, he just didn't explain clearly. Most demons don't have brains as good as you humans. They prefer to be direct and straightforward. You humans are the ones who are truly scheming and complicated. Lin Moya smiled and said, that depends on the person. Not everyone is like that. For example, I'm very sincere. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate gave Lin Moya a sidelong glance, then looked at the 2 jars of fine wine in front of him, and said ambiguously, perhaps. Seeing Shueiji Heavenly Venerate's expression that clearly said he didn't believe him, Lin Moya felt somewhat helpless. Had his reputation really fallen to this level? Lin Moya simply sat down as well, drinking wine with Shueiji Heavenly Venerate. Senior, I have 2 questions. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate said, 2 jars of wine for 2 questions. This deal can be made. Lin Moya laughed, since when did you become so greedy? Shueiji Heavenly Venerate snorted, stop wasting time. If you have something to say, spit it out. Lin Moya said, the first question is, where can I get spiritual materials? The higher the grade, the better. How high of a grade? The higher, the better. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate thought for a moment, spiritual materials are very rare. Heavenly Venerate level spiritual materials are not inferior to 4th grade origin in value, and that's just for low-grade materials within the Heavenly Venerate realm. Although these materials are rare, they can still be found in the World Sea. I can keep an eye out for you, or ask others to buy them. We should be able to get some. If you want high-grade spiritual materials within the Heavenly Venerate realm, perhaps the generals or the king might have some. There are many merchant associations on the origin continent that might also have them. As for Dao Venerate level spiritual materials, those things are too high-grade. I don't know about them. Lin Moya asked curiously, what do you use for transactions when buying things in the World Sea? Shueiji Heavenly Venerate said, anything of value will do. Heavenly Venerate level treasures, materials, 4th grade or higher origin, high-grade World Sea shells, World Sea pearls, all work. World Sea pearls were the pearls Lin Moya had seen before. High-grade World Sea pearls referred to those at the Heavenly Venerate level or above. The one in the Cloud Mist sect back then was a Heavenly Venerate level World Sea pearl. Lin Moya understood that in the World Sea, it was all about bartering. Anything of value could be used. Lin Moya asked, then what is used for transactions on the origin continent? Shueiji Heavenly Venerate shook his head, that's the 3rd question. Lin Moya was stunned, this counts too. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate said, is there a problem? Lin Moya sighed, fine, no problem. He took out 2 more jars of fine wine and gave them to Shueiji Heavenly Venerate. He had plenty of fine wine. The human emperor had prepared a lot for him, and they were all meant to be given to Shueiji Heavenly Venerate anyway. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate accepted them with satisfaction. On the origin continent, as the name suggests, they use origin crystals. Although bartering is also possible, the main currency in circulation is still origin crystals. You'll understand the specifics when you get there. Lin Moya nodded slightly, do you know the situation of the 3 worlds coming this time? Shueiji Heavenly Venerate said, I know some general information. The masters of these 3 worlds are all human, from different sections. These 3 sects are not bad, at least stronger than the 7-colored sect. It's better not to offend them if you can avoid it. You don't want to have enemies everywhere before you even reach the origin continent, do you? Moreover, they value their lives quite a bit. If they can't win, they won't fight to the death. The three worlds are called the Clear Spirit World, the Yang Ning World, and the Flying Elixir World. They are all 5th grade worlds, not much different from the Tiger Demon World, just a matter of having one more or one less heavenly venerate. The names of the three worlds are all named after their masters. Their masters are Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate, Yang Ning Heavenly Venerate, and Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate, all mid-level heavenly venerates. However, according to Shueji Heavenly Venerate, their foundations are not as strong as Lei Hao's, and they probably don't have as many trump cards as Lei Hao. But this is not 100% certain. After all, no one would reveal all their trump cards. All three covet the 6th grade origin of the Great World, but they have discussed it among themselves. They will rely entirely on strength to decide, and the three of them will not interfere in each other's battles. In Lin Moya's view, this kind of discussion was like saying, we'll fight, but let our subordinates go all out. We'll just watch from the sidelines. Whether we win or lose, we won't fight to the death ourselves. We'll stay alive. This also indirectly shows that they value their own lives very much. It's not easy to cultivate to the heavenly venerate realm, and no one wants to die. Lin Moya suddenly had an idea. What if I were to invade directly before the two worlds collide? Shueji Heavenly Venerate stared at Lin Moya. Are you crazy? In someone else's world, your strength will be suppressed. Even if your spells have merged with Origin, they will still be affected, just a matter of how much. Suddenly, he changed his tone. If that's the case, it's not impossible. Indeed, some people have done this before. The premise is that your strength can completely overwhelm the opponent. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Once you enter someone else's world, it's not so easy to retreat. I think, to be safe, you shouldn't do this. Just wait honestly for it to come and merge. Lin Moya had his own thoughts. The first one to crash over is the Clear Spirit World, backed by Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate. If I win, I can't kill him. He will definitely tell the situation in the Great World to the other two Heavenly Venerates. At that time, the other two worlds probably won't choose to merge. The World Sea Mist you borrowed with such difficulty would be wasted. Without a master in the Great World, the choice of world collision method is not up to those in the Great World. If the other side doesn't choose to merge, but chooses to collide, then they will only suffer a little loss and can avoid failure. This way, Lin Moya's plan to obtain their world origin would be difficult to succeed. Shueji Heavenly Venerate said, you have a point. So what do you plan to do? Lin Moya said, after dealing with the Clear Spirit World, I plan to directly send troops to the Yang Ning World and Flying Elixir World. Shueji Heavenly Venerate didn't continue to persuade Lin Moya. After all, what Lin Moya said wasn't wrong. Chapter 2418. Chapter 2418, 2418. Chapter 2418. If you want to join, be responsible for your own life and death. 12 days later, the Clear Spirit World finally arrived at the edge of the Great World and collided with it. 3 days after its arrival in the World Sea, the Yang Ning World would arrive, and 4 days after that, the Flying Elixir World would arrive. In these short 20 days, the Great World would face collisions from 3 worlds one after another. As the collision began, the Clear Spirit World, as Lin Moya had predicted, chose to merge. The Great World began to rumble and shake as the laws of the two worlds started to merge. Lin Moya calculated the time in his mind. 3 days in the World Sea equaled more than 80 years in the Great World. Given his current range of action in the World Sea, he would have to wait until 2 days before the worlds collided to launch his attack. Lin Moya was not worried about the Yang Ning World. Once it entered the range of the World Sea Mist, it couldn't change direction. The collision between the Yang Ning World and the Great World was inevitable. The concern was the last world, the Flying Elixir World. If the Yang Ning World chose a different collision method, the direction of the two worlds would change after the collision, making it highly unlikely they would collide with the Flying Elixir World. Even if they did collide, the Flying Elixir World would likely choose a different collision method and not merge with the Great World. Lin Moya had a detailed plan. First, he would resolve the Clear Spirit World in the shortest time possible. Then, when the Yang Ning World entered the final area, he would directly enter the Yang Ning World and resolve it, preventing it from colliding with the Great World. By then, the Flying Elixir World would be unable to change direction, and when it approached the Great World, he could resolve it as well. The plan was simple. The only question was whether Lin Moya's strength was sufficient to break into the Yang Ning World and resolve it, rather than failing and making things worse. As the two worlds began to merge, the expression of Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate became somewhat strange. He transmitted a message to Yang Ning Heavenly Venerate and Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate. This world is strange. It has no master. Be careful. He sensed that the Great World had no master. This also meant that the Tiger Demon World had lost in its struggle with the Great World. Otherwise, the master of the Great World should be the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger, not an unknown state. The combat power of the Tiger Demon World was not weaker than any of them. If it had lost, it proved that the foundation of the Great World was terrifying. The reminder from Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate made Yang Ning Heavenly Venerate and Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's hearts sink slightly. They were all smart and naturally understood what this meant. Yang Ning Heavenly Venerate responded, "This world has reached the 6th level and was once very powerful. Be careful." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate also said, "If you can't win, just admit defeat and leave. Don't risk your life." Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate nodded slightly and slowly sank into his own world. Whether it was strong or not, they would only know after fighting. In the world, Lin Moya did not wait for the two worlds to completely merge before launching his attack. This time, he wanted a quick battle and to see how much combat power he had without the support of the Great World's laws. The space gate opened, and in almost an instant, he arrived at the junction of the two worlds. The two worlds had just begun to merge, and the laws of the Great World had not yet fully penetrated the clear spirit world. Fortunately, the laws of space and time could still be used, though not as powerfully as in the Great World. The two laws converged into the power of time and space. The wings of the undead spread, and soul power surged, carrying Lin Moyo into the clear spirit world at an astonishing speed. Gradually, the laws of the Great World became weaker until they disappeared. Meanwhile, the laws of the clear spirit world became more apparent, clearly unwelcoming to Lin Moyo, an outsider. A huge pressure came toward Lin Moyo, trying to drive this intruder out. As the master of the world, Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate immediately sensed Lin Moyo. A high-level Heavenly Venerate, is he here to die? Could it be that he is the envoy of that world? His speed is quite fast, must be the law of space. As expected of a 6th-level world, even in decline, it still has such geniuses. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate was very interested in Lin Moyo and wanted to see what Lin Moyo intended to do by coming alone. Before the worlds fully merged, the Clear Spirit world had already completed its preparations for battle. At this moment, the army was assembled and ready to move out. Lin Moyo resisted the pressure from the Clear Spirit world, his eyes filled with excitement. It's been a long time since I felt such pressure. It's quite stimulating. I wonder what kind of world the Clear Spirit world is. It shouldn't be a human world. Although the master behind the world was human, the beings evolved by the world were not necessarily human. This was the case most of the time. Unless there was some special sentiment or purpose, like Leihao specifically evolving the Thunderlight Tiger clan, it was rare. The clear spirit world was not large. Lin Moyo used the wings of the undead, combined with the power of time and space, and at the cost of not conserving energy, his speed was only slightly slower than the space gate. He continuously traversed the void, rushing towards the depths of the clear spirit world. Gradually, he felt an exceptionally abundant life force. A familiar aura made Lin Moyo's heart move. It's plant-based. Generally, only plant-based beings could possess such abundant life force. Sure enough, he soon saw the beings of the clear spirit world. In the clear spirit world, there were no continents or stars, only plants growing in the void. There were giant trees larger than galaxies and terrifying flowers and grasses millions of meters tall. There were inconspicuous small grasses emitting the aura of Peak Supreme. There were also vine-like plants resembling carnivorous flowers, ugly flowers like man-eating plants. Various plants densely populated the starry sky. This was the army of the clear spirit world, numbering in the millions, with the weakest being half-step supremes. Among them, there were over 100,000 supremes and 3 heavenly venerates. A willow tree of unknown height had branches that could shatter a galaxy with a single lash. A mass of coiled vines, larger than stars, with countless vines like whips, slowly danced in the void. There was no doubt about its power. Even a peak supreme couldn't withstand a single strike. However, what Lin Moyo felt was the greatest threat was a small grass in the middle. The small grass was about 10,000 meters tall, inconspicuous between the willow tree and the vines. But this small grass gave Lin Moyo a sense of danger, emitting sharp sword energy as if it could cut through everything. Lin Moyo had only seen this level of sword energy on his elder sister. Lin Moyo stopped in front of the Clear Spirit World's army, his gaze sweeping past them to the rear. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate, come out and meet me. His voice echoed through the void. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate was clearly stunned for a moment. With a step, he appeared before the army. How did you know it was me? Who sent you? Does your world still have a Heavenly Venerate? As he appeared, countless plants all bowed and lowered, showing respect and submission to their master. Lin Moyo did not answer him but instead asked, Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate, are you planning to join this world contest yourself? Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate was taken aback, confused by Lin Moyo's attitude. Other Supremes, when facing a Heavenly Venerate, would at least show the proper respect. But Lin Moyo showed no respect at all. In fact, Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate had the illusion that Lin Moyo was looking down on him. This feeling was very strange. Heavenly Venerates had their own spiritual senses, and his senses told him that this was indeed the case. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate felt a slight anger. Do you know that you are just a Supreme? Killing you is easier than crushing an ant. Lin Moyo sighed, forget it, I won't ask anymore. If you want to join, then join. Be responsible for your own life and death. As his words fell, Lin Moyo casually snapped his fingers. The undying flame flew out, exploding in the void and turning into a sea of fire. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's face changed dramatically. Impossible. Chapter 2419. Chapter 2419, 2419. Chapter 2419, The Depths of a 6th-Level World. A surge of Heavenly Venerate aura spread from the sea of fire, causing the entire Clear Spirit world to tremble. A total of 200 skeleton thrones appeared in the sea of fire. The skeleton kings slowly rose, and the skeleton thrones transformed into bone swords, falling into the hands of the skeleton kings. 200 skeleton kings, each at the low-level Heavenly Venerate realm. The skeleton kings amplified each other, offsetting part of the suppression from the Clear Spirit world. The suppression from the Clear Spirit world was not as strong as Lin Moyo had imagined, perhaps partly because the skeleton kings had integrated with 7th-level origin. Their combat power was still terrifying, at least surpassing Peak Supremes. A Heavenly Venerate is a Heavenly Venerate no matter how suppressed, they are still Heavenly Venerates. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's face turned extremely ugly, filled with disbelief. How can there be so many Heavenly Venerate level puppets? Could it be that a 6th-level world can be this powerful? No wonder the Tiger Demon world failed. Facing 200 low-level Heavenly Venerate skeleton kings, how could he fight? It was truly like a starving dragon being bigger than a flood dragon. He began to regret coming here. Despair grew in his heart, and suddenly a thought arose: if I personally intervene, there might still be a chance. Just as this thought emerged, a cultivator suddenly appeared beside Lin Moyo. Kojun appeared silently, standing beside Lin Moyo, staring expressionlessly at Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate. Kojun also emitted the aura of a mid-level Heavenly Venerate, not much weaker than Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate. Perhaps in a one-on-one fight, Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate wouldn't fear him. But this wasn't a one-on-one fight, there were 200 skeleton kings eyeing him as well. Lin Moyo said, I'll ask you again, do you want to join the battle yourself? Decide for yourself. After speaking, Lin Moyo pointed at the Clear Spirit World's army, and an illusory, hazy aura appeared, instantly transforming into a bone hell in the void. In the Clear Spirit World, the bone hell was also suppressed, with a range of only 0.1 light-years. Compared to the 10 light-years in the Great World, it was much smaller, but 0.1 light-years was more than enough here. As soon as the bone hell appeared, it swallowed the entire Clear Spirit World army. Hellish spirits flew out, the river of hellfire boiled like a volcanic eruption, and 10 fireballs in the sky scattered endless flames. The other shore flowers bloomed, blue light intertwined with flames, forming a strange color. The eye of the undead opened simultaneously, gazing at the bone hell. Waves of soul impact followed one after another, and screams echoed continuously. The Clear Spirit World army immediately began to resist, but their resistance seemed particularly weak. Only 3 heavenly venerates continuously struck the bone hell, causing it to tremble incessantly. Among them, the 10,000-meter-tall grass exploded with astonishing sword energy, almost splitting the bone hell in half. The hellish spirits hit by the sword energy were all repelled. The bone hell was very sturdy, blocking the heavenly venerates' attacks for a short time. The skeleton kings charged out, wielding the power of time and space, their speed astonishing, killing their way into the Clear Spirit World army like teleporting. The skeleton kings targeted the 3 Clear Spirit World heavenly venerates, with a ratio of 200 to 3. This was not a group fight, it was a massacre. Willow branches and vines were severed under the skeleton king's swords. The sword energy of the 10,000-meter-tall grass was suppressed, barely able to protect itself. Lin Moyo observed that these plant-based beings lacked much intelligence. This was likely related to Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate, who didn't like the beings in his world having too much intelligence. This made them easier to control but also weakened their combat power. At this moment, Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's face was extremely grim. He could see that his plant army couldn't withstand Lin Moya's attack. Defeat was only a matter of time unless he personally intervened to possibly turn the tide. But could he intervene? He glanced at Kajun beside Lin Moyo, feeling that the other party was firmly locking onto him. If he made a move, the other party would also act. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party, with these Heavenly Venerate level puppets added, it was uncertain whether he could escape smoothly. But if he didn't act, watching his painstakingly cultivated army be destroyed was very frustrating. Lin Moyo watched Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate, speculating about his character. From his expression, many things could be seen. His character is very cautious, yet conflicted. Such a character can indeed live longer, but reaching higher realms is very difficult. In cultivation, nothing is smooth sailing, danger must be experienced. If one is unwilling to take risks, achieving higher accomplishments is very difficult. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand wind and rain. This principle applies everywhere. But blindly taking risks without considering danger will also lead to a quick death. Courage and wisdom are extremely important in cultivation, requiring correct judgment to go further. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's caution led him to make the final choice. He chose to give up, abandoning the world contest. Although cultivating a world was arduous, requiring a lot of time and effort, this world was precious to Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate. But compared to his own life, it became insignificant. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's expression relaxed. He no longer looked at the battlefield but at Lin Moyo. His gaze was peculiar, seemingly filled with hatred, yet not quite. It was as if he wanted to remember Lin Moyo, whispering, "Are you the strongest in this world?" Lin Moyo openly admitted, "Yes." "What is your name?" Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate asked again. Lin Moyo also openly admitted, "Lin Moyo." If a strong person doesn't even dare to say their own name, what right do they have to pursue higher realms? Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate said, "Good, I will remember you. I believe one day you will set foot on the Origin continent. Although I lost this world contest, the one who defeated me was not you, but the foundation left by your world. In the future, I will compete with you again to see who is stronger." After speaking, Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate turned and left. As the current world master, as long as Lin Moyo didn't stop him, he could leave the world in an instant. Lin Moyo originally had no intention of killing him. After all, he was a mid-level Heavenly Venerate with a backing force. If possible, it was better to let him go. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate had said, unless he never went to the Origin continent in his life. Otherwise, if he offended too many people, the moment he set foot on the Origin continent, he would definitely be besieged. If things went wrong, even Dao Venerates would take action, making life very unpleasant. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate left, severing his connection with the Clear Spirit world, turning it into an unowned world. This battle ended too quickly. The fusion had just begun, and the battle was already over. Who could have thought that Lin Moyo would take the initiative to attack and crush him with absolute advantage, leaving him no room to fight back? As soon as Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate left the world, he immediately transmitted to Yangming Heavenly Venerate and Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate, "I lost. Be smart, save your lives, don't court death." The two were shocked upon receiving Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's transmission. For the world see, only a minute or two had passed. How could he have lost already? Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate immediately asked, what happened? Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate also asked, explain clearly, what happened? You shouldn't have fully merged yet. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate said, the other side is too strong, directly attacking, completely unstoppable. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill us, so be smart and don't die in vain. I'm leaving. See you on the Origin Continent. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate left with a trace of melancholy, returning to the Origin Continent from the World Sea. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate and Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate looked at each other, both feeling a chill. The depths of a 6th-level world were too profound, they felt they were sinking into it. Chapter 2420. Chapter 2420, 2420. Chapter 2420, no right or wrong, only success or failure. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate and Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate were anxious as they watched their worlds approach the Great World. They were powerless to change the direction of their worlds, as the World Sea Mist had already locked their paths. Their only option now was to choose not to merge. They hoped that after the collision, the two worlds would bounce off each other. Although doing so would cause damage to their worlds, it was better than complete destruction. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate made up his mind and said to Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate, I will let the Yang Ming world collide with it to change its direction, so it won't collide with your world. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate was moved, but doing so will cause severe damage to your world. The other side is a 6th-level world, and the collision will be powerful. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate smiled bitterly, it's better than being destroyed. Although it will suffer heavy damage, it can still recover over time. Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's words are not false. To make him admit defeat in such a short time means their strength is overwhelming. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate lowered his eyes, it seems this is the only way. You are very righteous, and I will compensate you in the future. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate didn't want his world to be damaged either, but he had no choice. The foundation of a 6th-level world was unimaginably strong. This was not a piece of fat meat but a highly toxic drug. The funny thing was, they were all fighting to consume it. In their anxiety, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Great World finally emerged from the mist, and its size was more than 10 times that of Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate and Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's worlds. When they were far away, it didn't feel like much. Now that they were close, coupled with Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate's previous experience, Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate finally felt the pressure brought by the 6th-level world. The Great World was like a giant, rolling through the waves of the World Sea, seemingly about to crush the Yang Ming world into powder. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate couldn't help but doubt whether his world could withstand the collision. At this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed, someone is there. He flew up, higher than the Great World, and through the mist, he saw someone sitting on top of the Great World, a high-level supreme. Lin Moya sat on the Great World and greeted Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate. Greetings, Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Moya, what do you want? Although Lin Moya was just a high-level supreme, Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate felt a sense of danger from him. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's spiritual sense was strong, and he trusted it. He felt that this high-level supreme in front of him was very dangerous. A supreme making him feel danger was unusual in itself. Lin Moya smiled, Senior wants to let the Yang Ming world collide with my world, using damage to change the direction of both worlds. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's expression changed. His plan had been seen through. But then he thought, the other party wasn't stupid, so it was normal to deduce his plan. Considering that the 6th-level world had no master and the choice was in his hands, he felt reassured. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate admitted openly, so what if it is? Lin Moya said, Senior's idea is good, but I still want to try to stop you. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate frowned slightly, how do you plan to stop me? The 6th-level world is strong, but it has no master. Lin Moya smiled, I plan to prevent the two worlds from colliding. Preventing the collision of two worlds? What kind of method was that? Suddenly, Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate realized something. What are you planning to do? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Moya had already moved. He took a step, crossing the distance between the two worlds, and instantly arrived in front of the Yang Ming world. Then he punched, creating a small hole in the Yang Ming world with the power of a high-level supreme, and then rushed inside. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate finally understood what Lin Moya was planning. He was going to directly enter the Yang Ming world. How dare you? Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate roared in anger and quickly entered his world. Not far away, Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate heard Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's roar and immediately transmitted a message, what happened? But he received no response, not knowing that Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate had already entered his world. Inside the Yang Ming world, Lin Moya spread his wings of the undead and moved rapidly. At the same time, he was also sensing this peculiar world. In the Yang Ming world, there were only two colors, black and white. Black represented Yin, white represented Yang, and the number of laws inside was extremely few, only a handful. From the state of the world, it could be inferred that Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate was also a person who saw things in black and white. He didn't like complexity and preferred simplicity. The advantage of this was that it allowed certain laws to be evolved to the extreme, making the beings in the world stronger and more extreme. The disadvantage was that it had poor adaptability and was easily targeted. For Lin Moya, it didn't matter whether it was simple or complex, he would break it with force. Crossing the edge of the Yang Ming world, Lin Moya quickly entered its interior and saw its structure. In the Yang Ming world, there were no stars or continents, only masses of water. These water masses were black and white, half black and half white, each as large as a galaxy. They twisted and changed shape in the void, with many beings living inside them. Not only were there beings inside the water masses, but the water masses themselves were also a type of being. It looked like the beings inside the water masses were parasitic. This reminded Lin Moyo of kangaroos, with their young living in their pouches. At the center of the water masses, there was a light shining like a star, providing energy to the water masses and the beings within them. There are countless worlds, each different, and today Lin Moyo saw a new type of world. This world is interesting. Lin Moyo watched for a while, then suddenly stepped back. A sword light flashed past where he had been standing, and Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate appeared in front of him. With his appearance, immense pressure from all directions in the Yang Ming world surged towards Lin Moyo, as if to crush him into a meat patty. This was an independent world with a master. Under Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's control, the entire world's power was targeting Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo felt unprecedented pressure, much stronger than when he was in the clear spirit world. Flames flowed on Lin Moyo's body, and his undying golden body shone brightly, resisting the immense pressure. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate stared at Lin Moyo. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Moyo said, in a world contest, there is no right or wrong, only success or failure. Senior, we each have our own goals. I want the Yang Ming world. You can choose to act, but the consequences are your responsibility. As he finished speaking, Lin Moyo snapped his fingers. The undying flame exploded into a sea of fire, and skeleton thrones emerged from the flames. This time, Lin Moyo summoned 400 skeleton kings. The pressure from the Yang Ming world was too great. 200 skeleton kings were not enough. At the same time, Kujun appeared beside Lin Moyo, coldly staring at Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate. Buddhist chants echoed, and with Kujun appeared the Buddhist Lich and the Divine Power Lich. When the skeleton kings appeared, Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's face changed drastically. 400 Heavenly Venerates, and mid-level Heavenly Venerates. Lin Moyo did not answer, but pointed at the Yang Ming world. Mist rose, and the bone hell appeared, swallowing the water masses. Chapter 2421. Chapter 2421, 2421. Chapter 2421, I want to see how you'll make amends. Lin Moyo wasted no time in taking action. The bone hell instantly swallowed up a large number of water masses. The water masses themselves, including the beings inside them, were constantly screaming and wailing in the bone hell. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate roared, "Stop!" Unfortunately, Lin Moyo didn't listen to him at all. The skeleton kings raised their bone swords and attacked the water masses. There were several giant water masses with auras reaching the Heavenly Venerate realm, and they were the targets of the skeleton kings. Faced with opponents tens or hundreds of times their number, these Heavenly Venerate level water masses had no chance of defending themselves. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's anger rose, and he shouted somewhat exasperatedly, "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?" His aura surged, and the pressure of a mid-level Heavenly Venerate spread through the void, crushing towards Lin Moyo. Kujun stepped forward, standing in front of Lin Moyo to block the pressure for him. Lin Moyo's voice slowly transmitted, "Senior, you need to think carefully. Once you take action, there's no turning back. The outcome of a world contest isn't really a big deal. As long as you're still alive, anything is possible." Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate said coldly, "You think you can kill me?" Although Kujun was also a mid-level Heavenly Venerate, this was the Yang Ming world, his world. Here, he could command wind and rain. Even if all 400 skeleton kings attacked together, they might not be able to kill him. Using his home field advantage, he could enhance himself and suppress his opponents, able to fight or flee as he wished. Lin Moyo said, "Senior is very confident in his abilities. That's a good thing. But whether we can kill you or not, we'll only know after trying. If you want to try, I'll be happy to oblige, but you only get one chance." Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate stared intently at Lin Moyo, killing intent rising in his eyes. He had indeed thought about taking action, but his last bit of reason was still warning him, telling him to reconsider. Lin Moyo continued, "Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate understood better than you. Life and death are paramount. Losing a world contest is just losing. At worst, you can try again. If you can truly become a Tao Venerate, the opportunity may not necessarily lie in world contests." As he spoke, huge legions appeared behind Lin Moyo. 100 Dragon Rider legions were densely arrayed in the void, each legion numbering over 10 million. The Dragon Riders' bodies were wreathed in undying flames, their aura terrifyingly powerful. The combat power of the Dragon Rider Legion commanders alone had reached the low-level Heavenly Venerate realm. With their command abilities added, their combat power was comparable to the Skeleton Kings. Even the captains within the legions had all reached the low-level Heavenly Venerate realm in combat power. Although the individual Dragon Riders in the legions only had peak supreme combat power, legion warfare was never judged by individual combat power. The most crucial point was their astonishing numbers. 100 Dragon Rider legions, over 10 billion Dragon Riders, occupied a vast expanse of the void. If surrounded, Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate would be lucky to escape with his life. The appearance of the Dragon Rider legions was like a bucket of cold water poured over Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's head. It instantly sobered him up. He realized that the high-level Supreme before him had only displayed a portion of his strength. What he had seen so far was not Lin Moyo's full power. If he really took action, he might be met with a thunderous counterattack. At that point, not only would he lose the world contest, but he might also lose his life here. Heavenly Venerates all cherished their lives. They could live for a very long time, and none of them wanted to die. Losing a world contest was just losing. At worst, it meant missing an opportunity, but there would be more chances in the future. But if he lost his life, that would be the end of everything. Lin Moyo could guess Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's thoughts from his eyes. It seems Senior has understood. Yangming Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Moya with a complex gaze, then looked back at his Yangming world. Water-like beings were being swallowed up by the bone hell, and the few strongest Heavenly Venerate level ones were being surrounded and killed by the Skeleton Kings. With his Heavenly Venerate eyesight, he could clearly see that defeat was certain. Resignation appeared in Yangming Heavenly Venerate's eyes. Finally, he looked coldly at Lin Moya and asked, "What's your name?" Lin Moya openly admitted, "Lin Moya." Yangming Heavenly Venerate nodded, "I'll remember you. When you come to the Origin continent in the future, I'll treat you to a drink." A drink? A farewell drink? Lin Moya knew he had definitely offended Yangming Heavenly Venerate, but not to the point of mortal enemies. Lin Moya said, "If I have the fortune to set foot on the Origin continent in the future, I'll apologize to Senior in person." One doesn't hit a smiling face. Lin Moya's thick skin was at its limit. For a moment, Yangming Heavenly Venerate couldn't even utter any harsh words. After all, the other party was only a high-level supreme, while he was already a mid-level Heavenly Venerate. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Yet despite this, he had still lost. Yangming Heavenly Venerate felt very unwilling in his heart, but he had no choice but to admit defeat. He didn't even dare to take action personally. In the end, Yangming Heavenly Venerate left with a trace of unwillingness, dropping a harsh parting shot. "Fine, I want to see how you'll make amends when the time comes." After saying this, he left the Yangming world and decisively severed his connection with it. Once a Heavenly Venerate made a decision, they would be very decisive. This way, whatever happened to the Yangming world would have nothing to do with him anymore. Outside the world, in the World Sea, Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate suddenly sensed Yangming Heavenly Venerate and immediately transmitted, "Friend Yangming, what happened?" Yangming Heavenly Venerate sighed, "There's a guy in that world who fights dirty. He directly invaded the Yangming world. I couldn't beat him, so I had to admit defeat. Our plan has failed." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's face changed drastically. "There's such a strong person in that world." Yangming Heavenly Venerate snorted angrily, "The most infuriating thing is, that guy is only a high-level supreme." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate showed a look of disbelief. "How is that possible?" Yangming Heavenly Venerate sighed, "We all underestimated the foundation of a 6th-level world. How could a world that was once so powerful be weak?" Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate instantly understood the meaning behind Yangming Heavenly Venerate's words. It wasn't that high-level supreme who defeated Yangming Heavenly Venerate, but the foundation left behind by the 6th-level world. This made sense. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate consoled him, "We've never seen how strong a 6th-level world is. We were just guessing based on our own assumptions. Perhaps our guesses were wrong. The 6th-level world is much stronger than we thought. It's normal for you to have lost, friend Yangming." Yangming Heavenly Venerate said, "That's what I wanted to tell you too, friend Flying Elixir. Losing is just losing. As long as we're still alive, there will be plenty of opportunities." Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate had meant the same thing earlier. Losing a world contest was just losing. Staying alive was the priority. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate nodded, "Thank you for the reminder, friend Yangming. I'll keep it in mind." Yangming Heavenly Venerate took one last look at his Yangming world, gritting his teeth, "You brat, I want to see how you'll make amends to me." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate watched Yangming Heavenly Venerate leave inside. Their plan had failed, and his Flying Elixir world was also about to collide with the Great World. No, to be precise, the other side would invade the Flying Elixir world before the collision. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said softly, "No matter what, I have to try. My Flying Elixir world isn't easy to bully." He plunged into the Flying Elixir world to prepare for the world battle. A moment later, a ball of fire enveloped the entire Yangming world. The Yangming world rapidly shrank in the firelight, gradually disappearing. Lin Moya used the world-burning fire to refine the entire world. This was his first time refining a complete world, and the effect of the world-burning fire was surprisingly good. The world was constantly being refined, rapidly shrinking, and the impurities in its origin were also being removed during the refining process. The world-burning fire not only refined the world but also purified its origin in the process. Soon, Lin Moya obtained a world crystal, an origin crystal refined from a 5th-level world. Chapter 2422. Chapter 2422, 2422. Chapter 2422, I have always been upright and honest. The origin crystals can be divided into many types. Even within the same tier, there are differences in quality. Lin Moyo had seen many 5th-tier origin crystals, and their quality was not much different. Compared to the 5th-tier origin refined from a 5th-tier world, although they are all 5th-tier origins, the difference is quite obvious. Lin Moyo felt that the 5th-tier origin he had fused was far inferior to this world crystal. Even a 6th-tier origin seemed to be inferior to it. If we were to rank origins, the origin refined from a World C world would definitely be the top-tier existence among origins of the same level. This is why those heavenly venerates come to the World C for world contests, all for these top-tier origins. This world crystal could be used to integrate into his own spells, and the effect would be quite good. It could also be used to enhance his rule world, allowing him to break through to a higher realm. Not to mention becoming a heavenly venerate, reaching the peak supreme would definitely not be a problem. Lin Moya thought for a moment and finally decided to let the Great World absorb the world crystal. He still wanted to strengthen his connection with the Great World and become the master of the world as soon as possible. In the World C, a world without a master always has many inconveniences. Lin Moya did not return to the Great World for the time being. The Flying Elixir world was about to arrive, and he would let the Great World absorb it after dealing with the Flying Elixir world. In the mist, the two worlds were getting closer and closer. Shuai Heavenly Venerate was drinking and watching the show in the World Sea. Unexpectedly, that brat really did it. It seems that Brat's strength has increased again. Every time his realm improves, his strength increases a bit. And his spells seem a bit strange, some can even invoke the power of the Great Tao, unlike the spells in the World Sea world. Shuai Heavenly Venerate shook his head. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't quite understand it. But since he couldn't figure it out, Shuai Heavenly Venerate simply stopped thinking about it and continued to enjoy his drink. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate completed his preparations and appeared outside the world again, looking at the approaching great world. The 6th-tier world broke through the mist and appeared in front of Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate showed an expression similar to Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate's. The oppressive feeling brought by the 6th-tier world could not be felt from a distance. The once great world had 8 Heavenly Venerates, and there was even a mysterious master close to a Tao Venerate. The Heavenly Venerates in the world had already begun to seek the path to becoming Tao Venerates, indicating that these Heavenly Venerates were no longer low-level Heavenly Venerates. The great world had also devoured hundreds of worlds, large and small, over countless years. The combination of these factors gave the great world an unimaginable oppressive force. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forcibly suppressing his inner agitation. He really wanted to devour this powerful 6th-tier world, but he knew it would be very difficult. Not long after the 6th-tier world broke through the mist, he saw Lin Moya sitting on top of the world. Lin Moya slowly stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. Junior Lin Moya greets Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate. Very polite. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate had thought Lin Moya was some fierce and evil character, but now he looked like a courteous young man. Indeed, his cultivation is at the high level supreme, relying on the foundation left behind. Is the foundation of a 6th-tier world really this terrifying? Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate thought to himself while responding politely, "Are you the strongest in this world?" Lin Moya smiled slightly. Yang Ming Heavenly Venerate should have already informed you of the situation. I also hope that you won't personally intervene. The outcome of the world contest is not that important to you, right? Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice, "It's important, but compared to life, it's not that important." Lin Moya smiled. "I really envy you, senior, being able to come and go freely. But for me, this world contest can only be won, not lost." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Moya's words. Their identities were different. He came from the origin continent and participated in the world contest in the World Sea. If he lost, it would just be a waste of some time and energy. The destruction of the world had nothing to do with him. He could simply leave. But Lin Moya was born in the World Sea world, a native being of the World Sea world, bound to the World Sea world from birth. Losing the world contest meant 2 possible outcomes for Lin Moya. One was to get permission from the new master and continue living in the new world, but he would be controlled for life. The other was to sever his connection with the world, but this would be like harming the enemy by 1,000 while losing 800 himself. Both he and the world would be damaged. A Heavenly Venerate could bear it, but for a Supreme, it would be difficult to advance in the future. So for Lin Moya, this world contest could only be won, not lost. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said in a low voice, "I understand your difficulties, but as a Heavenly Venerate, I won't easily admit defeat." Lin Moya cupped his fist slightly. "I understand, senior." There was no need for more words. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate had already made his stance clear. He wouldn't intervene personally, but it was impossible to make him admit defeat directly. In any case, they had to fight, and he was already prepared. At this moment, Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate gently pointed his finger, and the world barrier of the Flying Elixir world automatically opened, revealing a passage. Lin Moya understood, stood up, and rushed into the Flying Elixir world, with Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate following closely behind. Inside the Flying Elixir world, Lin Moya once again felt the pressure from the world. The pressure from the Flying Elixir world was stronger than that of the Yang Ming world, indicating that the Flying Elixir world's power was stronger. The place was filled with flames, but the flames also carried a vast vitality. This kind of flame with vitality was the best for refining elixirs. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate was only 10,000 meters away from Lin Moya and said in a low voice, "This is the world I created, the world of elixirs. This world was born for elixirs, and the world itself is a giant elixir." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate did not shy away from introducing his world to Lin Moya, with a hint of pride in his words, clearly very satisfied with his world. The flames roared, and the Flying Elixir world gave Lin Moya the feeling that it was not only an elixir but also a giant alchemy furnace. Lin Moya said, "If you had ambushed me just now, you might have had a chance to kill me." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's eyes widened. "I have always been upright and honest, how could I do such a despicable thing? If we are to fight, then we will fight openly and fairly." As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and the flames in the world boiled, with countless elixirs flying out of the flames. The elixirs exploded, transforming into living beings. The elixirs in the Flying Elixir world were the living beings within it. These beings had various shapes and emitted powerful auras. There were 6 Heavenly Venerates. Although they were all low-level Heavenly Venerates, they were indeed the strongest among several worlds. The number of Supremes exceeded 200,000. These beings transformed from elixirs had no fixed shapes and constantly changed in the void. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said, "Show me your foundation, let me see how strong the once 6th-tier world is." Lin Moya nodded and snapped his fingers. Flames exploded, turning into a sea of fire. 400 skeleton thrones floated simultaneously, and 400 skeleton kings stood side by side, holding bone swords. Lin Moya said, "Does this satisfy you, senior?" Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's mouth twitched. Satisfy my ass. Lin Moyo asked softly, so how do we fight? Fight my ass. 400 low-level Heavenly Venerates, how could he fight? Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's expression became extremely colorful. He snorted a few times, I have a move here. If you can withstand it, you win. Lin Moya nodded, if I can't withstand it, I will retreat immediately. Chapter 2423. Chapter 2423, 2423. Chapter 2423, Senior, don't worry, just go ahead. Both of them were upright and honest, even discussing how to fight. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate couldn't help but look at Lin Moya with admiration. Not bad, young man. If you ever make it to the Origin Continent, come to the Danhuang sect. I'll look out for you. Lin Moya readily agreed, thank you, Senior. Alright, this was already the second Heavenly Venerate offering to look out for him. Lin Moya was indeed upright and honest, but not so rigid. He knew that if Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate had this secret technique, even if he didn't agree, Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate could still use it, and he would still have to endure it. So, it was better to face it openly, appearing more upright and honest. Lin Moya was confident in himself. No matter what secret technique it was, it would be very difficult to kill so many Skeleton Kings. If Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate truly had such heaven-defying strength, he wouldn't be wasting so much time talking. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate formed hand seals with his left hand and began drawing runes with his right hand. He was drawing an ancient rune, which was somewhat complex. Lin Moya found the runes drawn by Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate somewhat familiar. It was a fourth-tier ancient rune he had seen and drawn before. Isn't this a rune used for alchemy? Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's rune drawing technique isn't very proficient, not as good as mine. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that a Heavenly Venerate from the Origin Continent would also draw runes. The runes drawn were somewhat different from those in the Great World, but the differences were not significant. Only some minor details were different. Lin Moya could draw them after watching for a moment, and he was confident that he could draw them better than Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate. Most importantly, from Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's actions, it could be inferred that the Origin Continent also had runes and rune masters. Lin Moya was already thinking about whether he could get some information from Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate, which might be useful in the future. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate should also know something. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate combined the hand seals and runes, shouting, appear. In an instant, all the beings transformed from elixirs collapsed simultaneously, each turning back into an elixir. This transformation intrigued Lin Moyo. It could even reverse transform. The elixirs gathered together, merging with each other, and a giant alchemy furnace appeared in the void. The alchemy furnace was enormous, towering into the sky, occupying a large part of the void. The elixirs entered the alchemy furnace, and in an instant, boundless flames rose within the furnace. The flames in the void also boiled, rushing into the alchemy furnace, making the flames inside even more intense. The whole process seemed complex, but it was actually very fast, taking only a second or two. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said loudly, young friend, take this technique of mine, Den Fire Melting Heaven. The flames in the alchemy furnace surged out, sweeping across the heavens and earth, occupying all the void, penetrating every corner, every layer of time and space. Facing the attack of a Heavenly Venerate, especially in Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's world, the power of time and space would have no effect. So Lin Moya did nothing. He prepared to take it head-on. Only by doing so could he gain Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's respect. Lin Moya simply retracted all the Skeleton Kings. This action greatly increased Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's favorable impression of Lin Moya. In his view, Lin Moya was so upright and honest that he didn't even use his puppets, relying solely on his high-level supreme body to withstand his Dan fire. Lin Moya was enveloped in undying flame, his undying golden body radiating brilliant light, and on the outermost layer, there was an invisible robe. The Lich of the Great Tao silently appeared, using Great Tao protection to shield Lin Moya. Facing the flame attack of a Heavenly Venerate, Great Tao protection couldn't completely negate it but could at least reduce most of the damage. The remaining damage would be blocked by the undying golden body, further weakened by damage transfer and innate abilities, and finally borne by the entire undead army, shared by over 30 billion undead. In Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's eyes, Lin Moya was upright and honest, but in reality, Lin Moya didn't want the Skeleton Kings to bear the damage with him. Retracting the Skeleton Kings was to better distribute the damage. The flames engulfed him, and Great Tao protection immediately took effect. The damage was greatly reduced, at least by 50% in Lin Moya's estimation. The undying golden body further negated 10% of the damage. The remaining 40% of the damage was further weakened by innate abilities and damage transfer. By the time it reached the undead army, the power was already minimal, barely within the range of a Heavenly Venerate. The Legion commanders inherited the healing abilities of the Legion ruler, and each commander could heal their own troops. The healing speed was slightly slower than the damage rate, but the undead were very tough and couldn't be killed in a short time. Lin Moya felt that he could stand in the flames for a long time, even for days and nights. Even if he died, his rebirth talent would allow him to stand for several more days and nights. Lin Moya stood firmly in the Dan fire, letting it burn him, unmoved. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate was stunned. He knew how powerful his Dan fire was. Even a low-level Heavenly Venerate couldn't withstand it for long. How was Lin Moya, a high-level supreme, standing in it as if the Dan fire was nothing? He really wanted to ask, how are you doing this? Lin Moya stood in the Dan fire for a while, then looked over at the right moment, Senior, do you have more? Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate was taken aback, then said in a low voice, "Yes, be careful. I didn't want to use the second technique because I can't control it well." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate was about to make a move but suddenly stopped. "Forget it, I won't use it. In case of an accident." Lin Moya shook his head. "It's fine, just go ahead." He had the rebirth talent, so there was no danger. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said solemnly, "This technique targets the soul and is very dangerous." Lin Moya said, "Senior, don't worry, just go ahead." Lin Moya knew that only by letting him use it would it be easier to talk later. Seeing Lin Moya so insistent, Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate made up his mind and began to act. He started drawing runes again, very slowly. This time, he was drawing a 5th tier ancient rune, and as Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate had said, he wasn't very good at it, even somewhat clumsy. Lin Moya watched his somewhat awkward movements, wishing he could help him draw it himself. This ancient rune was related to the soul, and combined with Danfire, it could launch a soul attack. During the attack, the Danfire would turn from solid to void, bringing powerful Dan poison to pollute the opponent's soul. If one couldn't withstand it, they would be injured at best, unable to advance for life. At worst, they would be annihilated on the spot, their souls scattered. In Lin Moya's eyes, the completion of Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's ancient rune was only a bit over 50%, barely qualified. If it were any less, the ancient rune would collapse on the spot. Finally, the ancient rune was completed, but Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate didn't use it immediately. He was still hesitant. "Maybe I shouldn't use it." Lin Moya smiled, "No problem, Senior, just go ahead." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate sighed, activated the ancient rune, and shouted, "Danfire Soul Refining." In an instant, the Danfire turned from solid to void, transforming into invisible void power, rushing towards Lin Moya's rule world. The void power couldn't escape the weakening of Great Dao protection, its power reduced by 50%. Even weakened, the void power still had strong attack power. Outside the rule world, it formed an alchemy furnace, crashing into it. The rule world roared under the impact. Lin Moya's rule world was very strong and also had the power of void and reality, fully capable of blocking the incoming attack. However, Lin Moya didn't do that. After a symbolic block, he opened up the rule world, letting it in. The soul, holding the scourge staff, eagerly welcomed it. Chapter 2424. Chapter 2424, 2424. Chapter 2424, You are truly upright and honest. The power of the void transformed into an alchemical furnace and charged into the rule world. It locked onto Lin Moya's soul, spewing endless flames mixed with potent alchemical toxins, as if it intended to refine his soul. Lin Moya held the scourge staff and with 2 strikes, extinguished the flames. With the 3rd strike, he directly hit the alchemical furnace. The scourge staff didn't care whether it was real or void, it hit accurately every time. The alchemical furnace shattered on the spot, and the flames inside were extinguished. As the furnace broke, Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's body trembled violently. His eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets, as he stared intently at Lin Moya. "How did you do that?" He instinctively asked this question, which he shouldn't have. Lin Moya smiled but didn't answer. "Senior, are you satisfied?" Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate came to his senses and showed a bitter smile. He waved his hand, forming several hand seals, and the flames in the sky immediately retreated back into the alchemical furnace. The void became clear again. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said, "Your abilities are beyond my imagination." Lin Moya was very modest. "I was just lucky to receive some benefits from seniors. It's nothing impressive." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate seemed to agree, thinking that it was indeed the case. After all, it was unimaginable for a high-level supreme to be this strong. He sighed, "A 6th-level world is beyond our comparison. Losing is not unjust." Lin Moya said, "I was just lucky. But your alchemy and fire control skills are truly impressive. By the way, what were you drawing earlier? It looked very profound." Lin Moya pretended to be completely ignorant about runes and cautiously asked his question. Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate now found Lin Moya very agreeable and replied straightforwardly, "That's called a rune. I'm an alchemist, and I got interested in runes while studying alchemy, so I learned a bit. But I'm not very good at it, my skill level isn't high." Lin Moya asked, "Are runes very powerful?" Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate said, "Very powerful. A single rune can explain the principles of the world. Some people rely on runes to achieve the Great Tao. People who study runes are called rune masters, and they hold a high status on the origin continent. If you ever go there, you should learn about them. With your talent, I believe you can become a powerful rune master in the future." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate was very polite and upright, making Lin Moya feel a bit embarrassed. "Why don't we let the 2 worlds collide?" Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate's expression changed slightly, and he said seriously, "Young friend, you underestimate me. Do you think I'm someone who goes back on his word? It's just a world. Losing a world contest means nothing to me. On the contrary, meeting someone like you feels like an old friend at first sight. When you come to the origin continent, you must visit the Danhuang sect." "Alright, I keep my word. This world is yours. Remember to find me when you come to the origin continent." After saying this, Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate opened the world barrier and turned to leave. Lin Moya cupped his fists. "Take care, senior." Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate waved his hand and left gracefully. Watching him leave, Lin Moya felt a bit guilty. Perhaps he wasn't as upright and honest as Flying Elixir Heavenly Venerate thought. But he had no choice, he had many responsibilities and some things he had to do. The world-burning fire ignited, exploding and engulfing the entire world. He began refining the flying elixir world, finding it even easier than refining the Yangning world. The characteristic of the world-burning fire is that the more worlds it refines, the stronger it becomes. The process of refining is also the process of the world-burning fire growing stronger. In just an hour of World C time, the flying elixir world was completely refined. A world turned into a world-class origin crystal, much stronger than an ordinary 5th-tier origin crystal. Lin Moya returned to the Great World and went straight to the Great World's origin, throwing the 2 world-class origin crystals to it. This time, there was no need for refining the Great World's origin directly absorbed the 2 world-class origin crystals. Lin Moya could clearly feel the Great World's origin rapidly growing, advancing towards the 7th tier. Once the origin reaches the 7th tier, the Great World will ascend to a 7th tier world. For many heavenly venerates conducting world contests, once their world reaches the 7th tier, it's time for them to harvest. But Lin Moyo had different plans. He wanted to cultivate the world to the 9th tier. After absorbing a large amount of origin, the Great World began to feed back some of the origin power to Lin Moyo. This origin power came from the Great World and carried its imprint. As a member of the Great World and having achieved supreme status within it, absorbing this origin power was as easy as eating and drinking for Lin Moyo. His realm began to rise rapidly, and various insights flooded in, deepening his understanding of the power of the void. Lin Moyo was already addicted to this feeling. He didn't need time to comprehend or cultivate. As long as he provided origin to the Great World and received its feedback, he could improve his realm and understanding continuously. This time, with 2 5th-tier world-class origin crystals, the feedback from the Great World was even more abundant. Lin Moya's realm rapidly advanced, moving from high-level supreme towards peak supreme. This barrier couldn't stop Lin Moyo. With his accumulation and foundation, even becoming a heavenly venerate was more than enough. In his understanding of the power of the void, Lin Moyo unknowingly reached peak supreme. Several days later, Lin Moyo came out of his insights. He smiled. The gap between peak supremes is enormous. It seems the gap between heavenly venerates will be even larger. No wonder Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate thought he could fight against hundreds of skeleton kings. It seems he wasn't entirely wrong. Now that he had reached Peak Supreme, he truly understood how special this realm was. Peak Supreme is the necessary path to becoming a Heavenly Venerate, and this path is long. Those who have just stepped onto this path, those halfway through, and those nearing the end are all called Peak Supremes, but their strength varies greatly. If this is the case for Supremes, the gap between each tier of Heavenly Venerates will be even larger. So when Clear Spirit Heavenly Venerate saw hundreds of skeleton kings, he thought he could still fight. If the realm continues to rise, the gap will only grow larger. Lin Moyo had now reached Peak Supreme, but there was still a way to go before reaching the Heavenly Venerate realm. He needed to obtain more origin, let the Great World advance, and receive its feedback. He was already tied to the Great World and didn't want to use other origins to improve his realm. World-class origin is hard to find, but I can fuse more 7th-tier origin and let the Great World devour and improve. This way, my breakthrough to Heavenly Venerate shouldn't take too long. Lin Moyo had made up his mind. He smiled, but before that, I need to prepare and integrate all my spells with 7th-tier origin to lay a solid foundation. Chapter 2425. Chapter 2425, 2425. Chapter 2425. I have a bold idea. The mist gradually dispersed, and the world sea, which had been shrouded in mist for days, once again appeared complete and clear in view. The sky was still as dark as before, and the waters of the world sea continued to surge. The 3 previous worlds were like hurried passers-by, leaving no trace behind. This world is so cruel, very few people remember the past. No matter how glorious the past was, once it becomes history, it will never appear again. Lin Moyo was very grateful that the Great World had finally survived its most difficult challenge. After surviving a great calamity, there must be good fortune. Lin Moyo believed that the Great World would have a brighter future. As the mist cleared, Shueiji Heavenly Venerate floated up. Kid, give it back to me. Lin Moyo threw the world treasure back. Thank you, senior. I'm returning it to its rightful owner. Then he took out 10 jars of fine wine and threw them to Shueiji Heavenly Venerate as well. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate accepted the wine without any hesitation. You kid, why are you so generous this time? Lin Moyo smiled and said, come on, when have I ever been stingy? Shueiji Heavenly Venerate snorted, that's true. Over these years, although he only gave 1 or 2 jars each time, whenever Shueiji Heavenly Venerate asked, Lin Moyo never refused. These few years have been the years when Shueiji Heavenly Venerate drank the most. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, will there be any other worlds colliding with us next? Shueiji Heavenly Venerate looked at him. What are you thinking? Do you think other Heavenly Venerates are fools? Your handling of those few worlds has already been seen by others. Even if they didn't see it, they could sense it through various secret methods. Those guys are all cunning. They've already changed direction. They won't come to collide with you. I can tell you with certainty that in this sea area, everyone will avoid you. Lin Moyo had anticipated this and sighed lightly. This can't be helped. It seems that trying to elevate the Great World to the 7th level will be truly difficult. Without other worlds coming, he could only fuse origin crystals himself to provide for the Great World. That efficiency would naturally be inferior to absorbing other worlds. But now, this was the only option. Shueiji Heavenly Venerate snorted, are you dreaming? A 7th level world, how many people can elevate their world to the 7th level? Even if they can, how much time would it take? Don't start daydreaming just because you've swallowed a few world-class origins. A 7th level world requires not only sufficient origin but also other conditions. Are there Heavenly Venerates in the world? How many Heavenly Venerates? Among these heavenly venerates, has anyone reached the high-level realm? This was the first time Lin Moyo had heard such a statement, so he couldn't help but ask, can you explain in more detail? Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate lazily said, this old turtle is thirsty. If you're thirsty, drink water. There's enough water in the world sea to drown you. Moreover, didn't I just give you 10 jars? 10,000 caddies. You've already forgotten? Lin Moyo grumbled inwardly, but his body was honest, and he took out another jar of wine and threw it to Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate. Only then did Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate say with satisfaction, a 7th level world is also called a high level world because 7th level origin appears inside, and it's world-class 7th level origin, which is invaluable. Many heavenly venerates who have reached their limit can use world-class 7th level origin to advance to Tao Venerate. If they haven't reached the limit of heavenly venerate, they can still elevate one realm. If you have enough resources, you can absorb several 7th level origins and directly change from a low-level heavenly venerate to a Tao Venerate. Don't doubt it, someone has done this before. Lin Moyo wasn't surprised. The origin continent is so vast, with various forces entrenched. Some powerful sects and clans have been passed down for who knows how many years. Producing a few 7th level origins might not be a difficult task for them. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate first explained the use of world-class 7th level origin, then began to explain how to elevate a world to the 7th level. The elevation of each level of a world is not arbitrary. Besides origin power, it also requires the cooperation of internal forces. To advance from the 4th level to the 5th level, the world must have a heavenly venerate. To advance from the 5th level to the 6th level, at least 5 heavenly venerates must appear in the world. To advance from the 6th level to the 7th level, at least 15 heavenly venerates are needed. However, these are not hard and fast rules. Some treasures can ignore these conditions and directly elevate the world to the 7th level. Everything has two sides, yin and yang, positive and negative. World elevation not only requires origin power but also needs internal and external combination. Of course, heavenly venerates don't necessarily have to come from within the world. The world's master can also count. For example, if a mid-level heavenly venerate like Lei Hao's world advances to the 6th level, to develop the world towards the 7th level, he would inevitably strive towards peak heavenly venerate himself, while also strengthening his control over the world. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate drank his wine, his eye showing a thoughtful expression, and his tone became more serious. Actually, those people cultivating world see worlds face an unimaginable danger besides world contests. There was once a high-level heavenly venerate who worked very hard to cultivate his world to the 7th level. When he wanted to harvest the origin, a peak heavenly venerate in that world suddenly advanced to become a Tao Venerate. Then that Tao Venerate turned the tables and killed him. Lin Moyo listened to the story with a mix of amusement and dismay. A heavenly venerate, after much effort, finally cultivated his world to the 7th level. This should have been a joyous occasion. As long as he could get his hands on the world-class 7th level origin and wait until he cultivated a peak heavenly venerate, he would have a chance to advance to Tao Venerate. But instead of reaping the rewards, he was killed by a Tao Venerate from his own world. Who could he complain to about this? Lin Moyo said, it seems that an extraordinary genius appeared in his world, reaching Tao Venerate through his own efforts. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate laughed loudly. Who the hell becomes a Tao Venerate through their own efforts? You don't understand shit. That guy was originally a peak heavenly venerate. He took advantage of the world's advancement to the 7th level, secretly stole some origin, and barely became a Tao Venerate. And he wasn't even a true Tao Venerate, only a pseudo Tao Venerate. But a pseudo Tao Venerate is still a Tao Venerate, enough for him to complete the reversal. However, it was also that heavenly venerate's own carelessness. If he had been a little more careful, he would have had ways to counter it. Lin Moyo nodded. Indeed, the world's master does have the power of life and death over his world and the beings inside it. The world's master is essentially the god of the world sea world, controlling the life and death of countless beings in the world. As long as he was careful enough, the other party wouldn't have had a chance to turn the tables. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate said. So, after that, every world master became extra cautious with their world. Once such an extraordinary genius appeared in their world, they would either firmly control them or directly kill them. Lin Moyo said, I guess most people would choose to directly nip such geniuses in the bud. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate nodded. That's right, most people do that. They don't allow anyone in their world to surpass their own realm. Cultivators are selfish, and killing for them is as natural as breathing. Whatever genius, as long as they pose a threat to themselves, they will be eliminated. Any heavenly venerate has an unshakable Tao heart and won't have emotions like sympathy or pity. They pursue only the Tao. Lin Moyo said, I understand your meaning. I won't let my sympathy run wild. Those who need to be killed, I will kill. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate said all this just to remind Lin Moyo to be careful. After all, he's now in the World Sea, and the time difference between the World Sea and the Great World is too large. His realm hasn't improved much, but the cultivators in the Great World have already reached very high levels. Once they surpass him, there's a possibility of them turning against him. Lin Moyo said, I will strive to reach Heavenly Venerate as soon as possible and become the world's master. However, I have a bold idea. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate showed great interest. Tell me, how bold is it? Chapter 2426. Chapter 2426, 2426. Chapter 2426, The Strongest Path, Are You Crazy? Lin Moyo's idea was indeed very bold. What he said next shocked even Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate was so stunned he forgot to drink his wine. With his mouth agape and neck stretched out, he stared blankly at Lin Moyo. You're saying, You want to cultivate the world to the 9th level. Lin Moya smiled, is there anything wrong with that? Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate dunked his head into the world sea, letting the cold seawater wake him up. Only then did he shout loudly, I think you've gone mad. Lin Moya laughed, I did say it was just a bold idea. Though bold, it's not to the point of madness, is it? Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate snorted, you don't know shit. Do you know why those Heavenly Venerates rush to harvest the origin as soon as their worlds reach the 7th level? Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate revealed another secret, which was also an unwritten rule. Once a world reaches the 7th level, its origin power becomes extremely strong, and the aura of the origin spreads very far. If not harvested in time, this origin aura would attract the attention of countless people. It wouldn't take long for the news to spread, and then Dao Venerates would come. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate said, when Dao Venerates come, can you stop them? And it won't be just one or two, there will be many. A 7th level origin is enough to make Dao Venerates take action. Lin Moya fell silent, it seems I didn't consider it thoroughly enough. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, but that he simply didn't know such a thing would happen. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate took a big gulp of wine, that's why world contests end at the 7th level. Don't think about those unrealistic things. Lin Moya pondered, it seems that to cultivate the great world to the 9th level, it can't be done in the World Sea world. Senior, what do you think about merging the World Sea world with my rule world? Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate spat out a mouthful of wine, his eyes wide, after all I've said, you still don't want to give up. Lin Moya chuckled, we're just discussing, right? Just tell me, is it possible or not? Don't speak, let me think about it. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate tilted his head, drinking wine sip by sip, thinking nonstop. In his long life, among countless memories, he searched and pondered the possibility of what Lin Moya had said. A jar of 10,000 caddies of aged fine wine was almost empty. Finally, Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate spoke, it's not entirely impossible. Someone has indeed done this before. But at that time, his World Sea world was only at the 4th level. That guy did merge the World Sea world into his rule world, then actively ended his world contest and left the World Sea. Later, some people tried to imitate him, but most of them didn't succeed. From the information obtained later, to merge the World Sea world into the rule world and still preserve the origin of the World Sea world, several conditions need to be met. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate rummaged through his memory, finally digging out the old memories. World fusion is not as simple as moving the living beings and resources from the World Sea world over. It's about merging the two worlds together, with rules taking the lead. The prerequisite is that the two worlds need to be extremely similar. Secondly, the innate will of the World Sea world must not resist. Finally, the rule world must be strong enough, otherwise it cannot accommodate the World Sea world. Each of these conditions is not easy to achieve. Just the prerequisite alone can stump many people. The rule world needs to be extremely similar to the World Sea world. When the source realm becomes a World Sea world, although it can be influenced by the Master's will, some essentials won't change. And by that time, the Heavenly Venerate's rule world would have already taken shape. Secondly, getting the innate will of the World Sea world not to resist is another point that can stump many people. The last condition is not easy either, unless the World Sea world is still very weak. By the time the World Sea world is strong enough, reaching the 5th or 6th level, the Heavenly Venerate's rule world might not be able to accommodate the World Sea world, making fusion impossible. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate chuckled, stunned, aren't you? Now you know how difficult this is. So, stop daydreaming. Just cultivate steadily, raise the World Sea world to the 7th level, then harvest the origin, and that's it. As for those living beings in the World Sea world, if you can't bear to kill them, you can pack them up and take them away. Let them live in your rule world. You can also find a place on the origin continent to settle them. After 1,000 or 800 years, they'll be able to adapt. Lin Moya ignored Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate's words and kept pondering the possibility of taking away the World Sea world. My rule world was constructed using the Great World as a template, and its similarity to the Great World is extremely high. This shouldn't be a problem. The current innate will of the Great World is very close to me, so this shouldn't be a problem either. After all, I'm not trying to destroy it, just move it to a different place. It's much better than harvesting the origin. The problem lies in the strength of the rule world. My rule world is not strong enough yet, and probably can't accommodate the Great World. It seems the next step is to strengthen my rule world and improve my realm and cultivation. Seeing Lin Moya silent for a long time, Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate couldn't help but ask, hey, what are you thinking about? A determined light gradually appeared in Lin Moya's eyes. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate's heart skipped a beat, having a bad premonition, hey, don't make any rash decisions. Don't ruin your bright future like this. Lin Moya shook his head slightly. A senior once told me, some paths are destined to be difficult, but they are the strongest paths. If you want to become a true powerhouse, you must walk this difficult path. I don't want to walk the same path as others. I want to become the strongest, and this is also my Tao heart. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate felt Lin Moya's Tao heart, and for a moment, he couldn't refute. The strongest path, that sounds somewhat reasonable. Who said that? Lin Moya smiled, a senior I met when I first started cultivating, also a good friend of mine. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate asked with some doubt, when you first started cultivating, how strong is he? Probably a Tao Venerate. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate was startled. You knew a Tao Venerate when you first started cultivating? There's a Tao Venerate in your world? That's impossible. Lin Moya said, a few years ago, there was a very small world that separated from the World Sea world. Did you see it? Shuai Heavenly Venerate tilted his head, clearly having no impression. Lin Moya reminded him, when the battle realm came over before, that friend of mine intervened once. Shuai Heavenly Venerate still had no impression. This also shows that Antares' method of intervention was very advanced, eluding Shuai Heavenly Venerate's eyes. Shuai Heavenly Venerate looked at Lin Moya with a doubtful gaze, as if asking, "Kid, is what you're saying true?" Lin Moya thought for a moment, "Come with me." He flew towards the opposite direction of the Great World. By now, it had been a long time since his small world left, and the Great World had also traveled quite a distance. As Lin Moya's strength increased, his connection with the Great World also strengthened, and the distance he could maintain had reached 40,000 meters. Lin Moya flew to the 40,000-meter limit. Under Shuai Heavenly Venerate's puzzled gaze, he pointed towards the distance. The law of time surged forth, and a long river faintly appeared, reversing time. Chapter 2427. Chapter 2427, 2427. Chapter 2427, Your destiny is destined to be extraordinary. Time reversal, how can you use time reversal? Shuai Heavenly Venerate's eyes widened again. He felt that the shocks he received from Lin Moya were more than he had experienced in his entire life combined. Lin Moya said, "I know the law of time, so isn't it normal to use time reversal?" In the World C, he could indeed use the law of time, though it would be affected. The time reversed couldn't be as far back as in the Great World, but reversing 8 to 10 years wasn't a problem. Shuai Heavenly Venerate shook his head. "No, I mean, does your World C world also have the law of time?" Lin Moya nodded, "Yes." Shuai Heavenly Venerate said, "If it has the law of time, then it must also have the law of space, right?" After receiving Lin Moya's affirmative answer, Shuai Heavenly Venerate's gaze became even more curious. "Goodness, your World C world has a very strong foundation. World C worlds evolve from source realms, and the strength of the source realm determines the foundation of the World C world to some extent. Although World C worlds can devour the origins of other worlds to constantly strengthen and perfect themselves during their growth process, sometimes, the foundation is difficult to change. The worlds like the Tiger Demon World, Clear Spirit World, and Battle Realm that the Great World had previously devoured didn't have the laws of time and space." Shuai Heavenly Venerate said, "The laws of time and space are two great Tao laws. Not every World C world has them. Even if they do, they often only have one of them, or the laws are incomplete. Your World C world is indeed very strong, very impressive." Lin Moya smiled, "I also think the Great World is very impressive." Time reversed, and the river of time cast a large shadow, showing events that had occurred in the past. Suddenly, a small world appeared in the area covered by the shadow. Shuai Heavenly Venerate's eyes widened. "There really is one, why didn't I see it before?" That world was very small, not even 1/10,000th of the Great World, just a tiny speck. But Shuai Heavenly Venerate governed this area of water and should have sensed everything in it. The appearance of a world, no matter how small, shouldn't have escaped his notice. Yet this time, he had somehow missed it. Suddenly, Shuai Heavenly Venerate's face changed drastically. "Be careful." His entire body instantly shrank, using his thick shell to protect himself while also shielding Lin Moya. A wave of time-space power came head-on, crashing heavily onto Shuai Heavenly Venerate. Time and space were severely torn apart, and Shuai Heavenly Venerate's incredibly hard shell instantly cracked in many places. Under the impact of the time-space power, the shell was divided into countless areas, each entering a different time-space, using time-space power for cutting. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Lin Moya reacted, Shuai Heavenly Venerate had already taken a wave of attacks. The time reversal instantly stopped, and the shadows disappeared. Shuai Heavenly Venerate was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with fear. "That was close, this old turtle almost lost his life here." Lin Moya hadn't expected things to develop this way either. Just as he was about to say something, Shuai Heavenly Venerate shouted, "Don't speak, let's leave first." He was already scared and immediately left with Lin Moya. Until they returned to the edge of the Great World, Shuai Heavenly Venerate was still shaken. "What kind of world was that you mentioned? How can there be such a terrifying existence?" Lin Moya felt somewhat apologetic. "I don't know either. Previously, when I was in the Great World, I was indeed attacked by time-space power, but this time it was just time reversal. And I still don't understand what happened. Can you explain it to me?" Shuai Heavenly Venerate said, "You just scared this old turtle to death, you need to compensate me." "I understand." Lin Moya immediately threw out 2 jars of aged fine wine without hesitation. Shuai Heavenly Venerate drank over 1,000 caddies in one gulp to calm his nerves. "According to what you said, that small world was forcibly separated from the World C world by someone. Do you know what kind of existence can possess such ability? Moreover, he could launch an attack directly from the time reversal through a time imprint. Such an existence is too terrifying." Lin Moya's first thought wasn't of Antares, but of the old man in the blue robe. Perhaps only he would have such ability. Lin Moya was very curious about the realm of the old man in the blue robe. He could scare Antares into not mentioning his name, and he could also launch attacks directly through time imprints, nearly killing Shuai Heavenly Venerate. Lin Moya said, "I think I've met him before." "Shut up." Shuai Heavenly Venerate shouted loudly, "Don't say anything, I don't want to know anything about him. Don't tell me his name or what he looks like. And don't even think about it. Such existences, just thinking about them might allow them to sense you. If you mention his name, he might appear in front of you in a minute and kill you with a slap." Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. "It can't be that scary, right? I've even chatted with him, and he even treated me to tea." Shuai Heavenly Venerate exclaimed, "Are you sure you're not joking? Such an existence chatting with you and treating you to tea." Lin Moya nodded slightly, yes. Shuai Heavenly Venerate was completely speechless. Your luck must be incredibly good to meet such a figure. It seems your destiny is destined to be extraordinary. Kid, such existences don't casually meet with people, let alone have tea with them. They are high above, looking down on all living beings. The power struggles of others seem like a laughable game to them. Just like the world contests in the World Sea, the 7th level origin that Heavenly Venerates fight so hard for is nothing in the eyes of such existences. Lin Moyo asked, then what are they pursuing? Shuai Heavenly Venerate said, how would I know? I'm not them. Only when you reach that realm will you understand. But since he was willing to chat with you and treat you to tea, he probably thinks you have a chance. Lin Moya's heart stirred. You mean, I have a chance to become an existence like him? Shuai Heavenly Venerate chuckled. You're thinking too much. What I mean is, perhaps you have a chance to become his disciple. Don't doubt what this old turtle says. You'll understand when you get to the origin continent. Lin Moya nodded. Alright, but going to the origin continent is still far off. Now we can't encounter other World Sea worlds, and it will take a long time for the Great World to advance to the 7th level. Moreover, my cultivation is far from enough. Without high-level Heavenly Venerates, it's not enough to elevate the Great World. Shuai Heavenly Venerate said, on this point, I should tell you something. In the World Sea, there are other ways to elevate the level of World Sea worlds besides world contests. Lin Moyo immediately pricked up his ears, listening attentively. Shuai Heavenly Venerate said, after some time, the king will issue a World Sea decree. Representatives from World Sea worlds in each area can go to carry out tasks assigned by the king. As long as they can complete the tasks and achieve good results, the king will give out rewards. The rewards are usually those broken worlds that failed in world contests. These worlds can be directly refined and absorbed to strengthen one's own World Sea world. In my sea area, only 2 or 3 worlds are qualified to participate, and you are one of them. I don't need to go into details, you'll know when the time comes. Chapter 2428. Chapter 2428, 2428. Chapter 2428. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Shuai Heavenly Venerate didn't explain the details of the World Sea Decree, because even he wasn't clear about its specific contents. All those participating in the World Sea Decree would follow the orders of the World Sea King at that time, carrying out some special tasks. Everyone participating in the World Sea Decree would keep it confidential. According to Shuai Heavenly Venerate, the World Sea Decree had been issued many times, with countless participants. Each time, participants were recommended by water domain administrators like himself, usually 3 to 5 people from each water domain. If the people they recommended achieved good results, the administrators would also receive rewards. Lin Moya felt that the king issuing the World Sea Decree must have some deeper meaning. What exactly that deeper meaning was, he didn't know. However, most people who went always came back alive, at worst suffering some injuries, so there was no need to worry too much. Shuai Heavenly Venerate was being very practical. If it was too dangerous, he wouldn't let Lin Moya go. Over the years of knowing each other, Shuai Heavenly Venerate had unknowingly come to regard Lin Moya as a friend. Lin Moya once again threw himself into the life of hunting strange fish. With his greatly increased strength, the speed at which he obtained origin was far beyond what it had been before. At the current rate, he could obtain the materials needed for 1 7th grade origin every 200 days of World Sea time. Lin Moya wanted to infuse all his spells with 7th grade origin. He had calculated that there were 11 spells in total, including 3 spells that had already been infused with 5th grade origin. Even if every fusion with 7th grade origin was successful, he would still need 2,200 World Sea days. For the Great World, that meant a full 60,000 years. This was a long period of time. After 60,000 years, Heavenly Venerates should have been born in the Great World, possibly more than one. However, Lin Moya didn't mind. As long as it didn't harm his interests, Lin Moya wouldn't interfere with them. He had his own things to do. His goal was far beyond becoming a Heavenly Venerate. He had to lay a solid foundation. Yu Qingro and Yuzhu gradually adapted to the rules of the World Sea. They had already begun preparing to cross over in the World Sea. Lin Moyo prepared origin crystals for them. By fusing with origin power when crossing over, they could make their foundations more solid and pave the way for constructing rule worlds in the future. Based on his own experience and the advice of Shuai Heavenly Venerate, that old turtle, Lin Moyo planned to have the 2 of them directly separate from the Great World. From then on, they would become beings of the origin continent, severing all ties with the Great World. This would be more beneficial for their future development. After all, with him around, the origin they needed for cultivation in the future wouldn't be a problem at all. They didn't need to rely on the origin of the Great World. Time passed day by day. Lin Moya's life in the coming days was simple yet fulfilling. The strange fish in the World Sea seemed endless. He killed batch after batch. The World Sea was filled with origin power. Origin power would evolve into large schools of fish. As long as origin power didn't run out, the fish would never disappear. Lin Moya could now move 400,000 meters away from the Great World, still 100,000 meters away from the extremely dangerous area Shuai Heavenly Venerate had mentioned. He had tried sending Skeleton Kings in to explore, but once they went beyond 500,000 meters, the Skeleton Kings would lose contact with him. That feeling was as if they had entered another world. After trying a few times, Lin Moya could only give up. That place was not somewhere he could explore for now. Even Shuai Heavenly Venerate had almost failed to come back from there. Although Lin Moya was confident in his abilities, he wasn't blindly so. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, more than 500 days had gone by. For the Great World, over 15,000 years had passed. Lin Moyo had returned a few times during this period and found that the changes in the Great World were not too significant. Supreme Hao, Heavenly Supreme, and Battle Supreme had finally advanced another step, reaching mid-level Supreme. However, geniuses kept emerging among the human race, with more and more talents catching up. Now there was a large batch of newly ascended Saint Venerates in the human race, with over 100 more Supremes. That mid-level Supreme from before, after 15,000 years, was now approaching peak Supreme. These people were born in a good era, with more solid foundations. It was only natural for them to surpass Supreme Hao and the others. This was a sign of the Great World's prosperity and should have been a good thing. Unfortunately, their strong power had given them a desire for authority. This desire grew more obvious as their strength increased. They repeatedly expressed their wish for the human emperor to hand over control. However, the forces led by Heavenly Supreme Hao Supreme disagreed. The two Supremes wouldn't sit idly by either. They were also secretly nurturing batch after batch of geniuses, replenishing their own forces to contend with them. The Great World was no longer as united as before. When Lin Moya returned, he didn't alert anyone but went directly to find the human emperor. The human emperor had two heavenly venerate level revived ones in hand. If anything happened, he could suppress it for now, so there was no problem. Over the past 500 days, Lin Moyo had collected a large number of origin crystals, but he couldn't fuse them. Since forcibly fusing spells before, Infinite Fusion, had once again fallen silent, entering a dormant state, and hadn't awakened yet. In this state, he couldn't fuse origin crystals. Lin Moya didn't know how to speed up Infinite Fusion's recovery. The soul power provided by the World Tree seemed to have little effect. After much thought, only high-grade spiritual materials would have an effect. But high-grade spiritual materials were not easy to find. He had already asked Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate to look for them, but there had been no news so far. Now Lin Moyo could only collect low-grade origin crystals first, waiting for Infinite Fusion to recover. 600 days later, Lin Moyo had gathered the materials needed for the third 7th grade origin. Infinite Fusion was still the same, still sleeping. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate swam over, reeking of alcohol. Lin Moyo asked, "Senior, how did it go?" Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate shook his head. "I asked the administrators of several nearby sea areas, but none of them have high-grade spiritual materials." Lin Moya's eye showed slight disappointment. It seemed high-grade spiritual materials were not easy to find. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate changed the subject. "However, I heard about something else. This World Sea Decree is about to come out. It said that high-grade spiritual materials might appear there. Wait a bit longer. If it really doesn't work out, you can ask the king. The king definitely has some. As long as you can achieve good results, you might be able to exchange for one." Lin Moya nodded. "How long until the World Sea Decree comes out?" Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate said, "The timing of the World Sea Decree is never fixed. It generally appears once every 800 to 1000 years. The last time it appeared was 898 years ago." Lin Moya nodded. "Then I'll wait a bit longer." Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate was somewhat puzzled. Spiritual materials are generally used to nurture spirit tools and formation spirits. "What do you want them for?" Lin Moya casually replied, "To brew wine." Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate snorted, "Get lost. If you don't want to say it, then don't." Lin Moya laughed heartily, tossing him 2 jars of wine. Only then did Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate leave, satisfied. The hunting continued. Lin Moya didn't stop for a moment, never slacking off. Another 100 or so days passed. Suddenly, a strange aura came from afar, like streaks of light, sweeping across vast areas of the sea along the clouds in the sky. Beams of light fell from the sky, shining into the world sea, illuminating it brightly. For a moment, Lin Moyo had the illusion of seeing the sun through the clouds. Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate appeared immediately. "Get ready, the World Sea Decree is about to arrive." Chapter 2429. Chapter 2429, 2429. Chapter 2429, The Suspension of the World Conflict. The light band is a sign that the Realm Sea Order is about to arrive. When the light band covers the entire Realm Sea, the Realm Sea Order will arrive. At that time, some wonderful things will happen in the entire Realm Sea. Lin Moyo did not need to prepare anything. He let Yu Qingguo and Yuzhi return to their rule worlds and also recalled all the undead legions. Lin Moyo asked, "What exactly is the Realm Sea Order?" Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign said, "It is said that before the Realm Sea Order became the Realm Sea Order, it was an extremely powerful world treasure. I don't know where the king got it from, but it can control various worlds. The king refined it, integrating his supreme power, and it finally became the Realm Sea Order. Just watch, it will definitely surprise you." Lin Moya nodded and watched quietly. From the light band covering the sky, Lin Moya could feel a powerful and terrifying force. The person who cast the light band possessed supreme power and was extremely terrifying. This was a huge gap in the level of power, making people feel powerless. Is this the king of the Realm Sea? So strong. Lin Moya sighed in his heart. However, compared to the existence in the small world, the king of the Realm Sea seemed to be much weaker. The light band quickly covered the entire Realm Sea. Then, beams of light fell accurately into the Realm Sea world. For a moment, the wind and waves calmed down, the Realm Sea world stopped moving, and the Realm Sea no longer churned, as if time had stopped. Then, a huge token emerged from the light band. The token looked very ancient, with a strange pattern engraved on it that Lin Moyo had never seen before. "This is the Realm Sea Order. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign said in a low voice. Lin Moya nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the Realm Sea Order without blinking. When the Realm Sea Order appeared, a mysterious and powerful aura was revealed. This aura was majestic, powerful, and lofty. It gave people the feeling that the owner of the Realm Sea Order was overlooking the entire Realm Sea. Then, a deep voice sounded from the Realm Sea Order. From the moment the Realm Sea Order appears, the world conflict is suspended. The holder of the Realm Sea Order can activate it within one day and go to the designated location. All water domain rulers are responsible for all matters in their water domains during the effective period of the Realm Sea Order. The Sea Tribe Army is dispatched to temporarily seal the Realm Sea until the Realm Sea Order ends. During this period, all intruders will be killed without mercy. The last three words, killed without mercy, carried a hint of killing intent, making people shudder. It also showed the domineering spirit of the King of the Realm Sea. During the activation of the Realm Sea Order, even if a Dao Sovereign came, he would fight to the death. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign laughed. Don't worry, once the Realm Sea Order is activated, the entire Realm Sea will be like a hedgehog. No one dares to come in. Once, a Dao Sovereign tried to force his way in and was killed by the king himself. But you still need to be careful about your world. So much time has passed in your world, and the number of strong people is increasing. And your realm has not improved. If a Heavenly Sovereign is born in it. Now, there are already peak supremes in the great world. In terms of realm alone, they are no weaker than Lin Moyo. If a Heavenly Sovereign appears, it might reverse kill Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled. Don't worry, even if there is a mid-level Heavenly Sovereign, I will kill him. I will handle the matters in the great world when I return. From peak supreme to Heavenly Sovereign is not an easy task. Moreover, the human emperor has given him 2 Heavenly Sovereign level resurrected beings, so there is no need to worry for now. When he returns, he will see the situation. If it doesn't work out, he can only kill them. Lin Moya did not want to kill the humans in the great world, but if necessary, he would not hesitate. He flew to the side of the Realm Sea Order, reached out, and grasped it, activating it at the same time. The Realm Sea Order shone brightly, enveloping Lin Moyo. Then, the space twisted, and the Realm Sea Order took Lin Moyo away. At the same time, in the vast Realm Sea, one world ruler after another activated the Realm Sea Order and disappeared. They were all Heavenly Sovereigns, ranging from low to mid to high levels. Among them, mid-level Heavenly Sovereigns were the majority, high-level Heavenly Sovereigns were few, and low-level Heavenly Sovereigns were the least. Among the Supremes, Lin Moyo was the only one. His existence was only one more than the Dao Sovereign because there was no Dao Sovereign. The space twisted, and Lin Moyo felt as if he had experienced a not-so-short teleportation. Through the space rules, Lin Moyo could feel the changes in space. This also showed that the Realm Sea was very vast, and he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. When the teleportation ended, the scene in front of him quickly recovered. Lin Moyo found himself on a huge square. The top of the square was very high, at least 10,000 meters. Above 10,000 meters was the Realm Sea, floating above. The square was very dry, without a drop of water. An invisible force held the water of the Realm Sea firmly, preventing it from falling. Around the square stood countless huge stone pillars. The square was extremely vast, and these stone pillars extended into the distance, difficult to count. The stone pillars were carved with lifelike images of various fish, shrimp, crabs, and other creatures. These are all creatures from the Realm Sea. There are countless creatures in the Realm Sea. If they are all recorded on these stone pillars, the scale is indeed amazing. Lin Moyo walked among the stone pillars and saw many Realm Sea creatures he had never seen before. Waves of space fluctuations came, and more people were teleported over, making the originally cold square lively. The newcomers were not only humans but also many non-human beings. Although they had transformed into human forms, they still retained many beast characteristics. These people were from the demon race, like the thunder-like purple-striped tigers. There were various clans within the demon race, with the lion, wolf, tiger, and leopard clans being the most famous. Besides these, there were also the bear clan, elephant clan, and others. Although the demon race had internal conflicts, they were quite united when facing external threats. After teleporting over, they immediately formed groups. Humans did the same, grouping together regardless of whether they knew each other. Lin Moyo observed and found that there seemed to be some hostility between the demon race and the human race, and the two races were not friendly. I don't know if this is an isolated case or a general racial issue. Humans not only have internal conflicts but also external enemies. It's quite complicated. Lin Moyo also walked over slowly, preparing to join the human group. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. A member of the demon race laughed. Are you humans out of people? You even brought a supreme. Other members of the demon race immediately jeered. It seems that the humans are really done for, not even having a heavenly sovereign. I wonder which sea area this supreme came from. Is the human race in that sea area so miserable? Lin Moyo ignored them. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign had said that during the activation of the Realm Sea Order, one could not act rashly, or they would be punished. Since he couldn't act, he could only engage in verbal sparring, which was meaningless. If it were outside, such people would be directly killed. At this moment, someone from the human race said in a low voice, our human race has a supreme, which means that in that sea area, the demon race's heavenly sovereigns are not as good as our human race's supremes. Exactly, you should think about it. A supreme can become a world ruler. What does that mean? It means he is a super genius. Do you have any supremes in the demon race who dare to come to the world conflict and be selected to participate in the Realm Sea Order? Do you have any? When it comes to verbal sparring, humans are never afraid. Moreover, they were right. A supreme coming to the realm sea to participate in the world conflict meant what? It meant that this supreme was extraordinary in both background and strength. Ordinary supremes wouldn't dare to come, as they would just be cannon fodder. No one present was a fool. They all realized this and greeted Lin Moyo without any airs of a heavenly sovereign. Chapter 2430. Chapter 2430, 2430. Chapter 2430, Lu Feng Trading Company, Lu Fenjao. Someone greeted Lin Moyo with a smile. Young friend, come over here, join us. Don't worry, young friend, with us here, those demon brats won't dare to harm you. It seemed they truly believed Lin Moyo was a genius with a powerful background. The heavenly venerates among the human race were very friendly towards Lin Moyo. After all, those participating in world contests in the world sea were mostly heavenly venerates. There were almost no supremes like Lin Moyo. This also meant that Lin Moyo indeed had a strong background. Not just anyone could obtain a source realm. The most crucial point was that Lin Moyo could be recommended by the administrator of his own sea area to participate in the world sea decree, which could only mean one of two things. First, there were no powerful worlds in that sea area, and Lin Moyo was just lucky. Second, Lin Moyo was indeed very strong, capable of fighting across realms. Although he was only a peak supreme, his strength was comparable to that of a heavenly venerate. Such individuals were rare, but they had appeared on the origin continent before. Many people instinctively felt that Lin Moyo was one of those geniuses with a powerful background and extraordinary strength. Most of the heavenly venerates among the human race were willing to be friendly towards such a genius. However, there were also a few who couldn't stand Lin Moyo, out of jealousy. No matter what realm one reached, jealousy always existed. Those who could truly see things clearly were few and far between. Lin Moyo felt various gazes upon him. His extremely powerful spiritual sense allowed him to clearly distinguish the meaning behind each gaze and label each person accordingly. Even if the intentions were good, it was only on the surface. After all, they didn't know each other, which was normal. If they were overly enthusiastic, it would be suspicious. Just like the demon race, some clever demons had already developed a killing intent towards Lin Moyo. They didn't want to see geniuses appearing among the human race, especially those with powerful backgrounds and abundant resources, which made them even more displeased. Their gazes became sharper, as if they could attack Lin Moyo at any moment. Most demons were not good at hiding their emotions, and their killing intent was easily sensed by others. Lin Moyo didn't care about the demons' gazes. He remained calm and composed, walking unhurriedly towards the human side. His behavior made some people even more certain of Lin Moyo's identity. Such demeanor couldn't be faked by an ordinary genius. Although he was a supreme, he was not inferior to a heavenly venerate at all. Lin Moyo approached the group, cupped his fists, and greeted, "Greetings, seniors." He was polite and showed no arrogance. The heavenly venerates were also courteous in return, not putting on airs. A mid-level heavenly venerate smiled warmly. "May I ask for your esteemed name, young friend?" Lin Moyo did not hide anything. "Junior Lin Moyo." The surname Lin? The heavenly venerates began to ponder which powerful family or sect on the origin continent had a genius disciple with the surname Lin. The origin continent was vast, filled with countless families and sects. There were many prominent families with the surname Lin. If he was a disciple of a major sect, there were even more possibilities. For a moment, they couldn't associate Lin Moyo with any specific family. However, they didn't press further. Continuing to ask would be impolite. A heavenly venerate suddenly frowned. "Young friend Lin, I observe that your bone age seems to be just over 2,000 years. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lin Moyo. If Lin Moyo was truly just over 2,000 years old, it would be terrifying. Lin Moyo had long forgotten his exact age. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. Since pacifying the Great World and defeating the Battle Realm, he had spent most of his time in the World Sea. Although nearly 100,000 years had passed in the Great World, it had only been a few years for him. Roughly estimating, he was probably not even 2,000 years old. Lin Moyo nodded slightly. "Senior, you have keen eyes." This was an admission, and everyone gasped. Regardless of his background, Lin Moyo's reputation as a super genius was now solidified. Indeed, a top-tier genius. A peak supreme at just over 2,000 years old. How many such geniuses have there been on the origin continent throughout history? When I was 2,000 years old, I had just reached Saint Venerate, still far from supreme. Reaching Saint Venerate at 2,000 years old is already an incredible achievement. Most people only reach the other shore at that age. The heavenly venerates of the human race discussed among themselves, some with envy, some with admiration, and some with jealousy. "I am Yun Hengzhen, an elder of the Nine Heavens Tower. If you have time, young friend, you are welcome to visit the Nine Heavens Tower. I am Wu Yu from the Liang sect. I am Yang Ming from the Star Pavilion. You are welcome to visit any time." Many heavenly venerates expressed goodwill towards Lin Moyo. Even if they couldn't befriend such a top-tier genius, they at least didn't want to offend him. At 2,000 years old, he had reached peak supreme. In a few thousand years, he might become a peak heavenly venerate. Becoming a Dao venerate in the future was almost a certainty. At this moment, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and a graceful woman approached Lin Moyo. She was extremely beautiful, elegant yet not overly seductive, exuding a mature charm while retaining a youthful brightness. Lin Moyo respectfully stood up. This was a high-level heavenly venerate. Among the many heavenly venerates, high-level ones were few, and female heavenly venerates were even rarer. The woman smiled gently at Lin Moyo. "Greetings, young friend Lin. I am Lu Fenjao of the Lu Feng Trading Company. If you ever need anything from the Lu Feng Trading Company, feel free to contact me." Lu Fengjao smiled warmly, elegant yet charming, as she handed a jade token to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo had heard from Shui Ji Heavenly Venerate that there was a powerful force called the Lufeng Trading Company on the Origin continent. If he wanted to buy anything, he could go to them. The Lufeng Trading Company was a very powerful force on the Origin continent, stronger than most families and sects. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Lufeng Trading Company here. Lin Moyo accepted the jade token. Thank you, Senior Lu. If I need anything, I will seek your help. Lu Fengjao laughed softly. I hope to be of assistance to you in the future. She walked away gracefully, without any pretense, the entire process natural and unforced. She didn't need to curry favor. With the strength of the Lufeng Trading Company, they were already more powerful than most sects and families. When she mentioned her name, many Heavenly Venerates showed expressions of surprise. Clearly, Lu Fengjao was well known, and many Heavenly Venerates recognized her. Lin Moya sensed that the killing intent from the demon race had intensified. Their conversation had evidently been overheard by the demons, whose killing intent was blatant and undisguised. Lin Moya remained vigilant. After all, those were Heavenly Venerates, and he had to be cautious. The teleportation continued, and the numbers of both the demon race and the human race kept increasing. Lin Moya thought to himself, it seems the Origin continent is primarily dominated by these two races. In just half a day, the numbers of the demon race and the human race had exceeded 10,000, but no other races were seen. Finally, after half a day, a peculiar aura accompanied the teleportation. Lin Moya was slightly startled. It's the aura of the dragon race. In the next second, a dragon's roar echoed across the plaza, and a Heavenly Venerate level divine dragon appeared. Following the dragon's roar, several more divine dragons appeared. The dragon race quickly gathered together. Although there were only 10 divine dragons, their presence was not inferior to that of the demon race and the human race. The dragon race's combat power was unrivaled within the same realm. They could fight across realms, and it was common for a low-level Heavenly Venerate dragon to defeat a mid-level Heavenly Venerate. No one was surprised by the appearance of the dragon race. It seemed they had expected it. Immediately after, a sharp cry echoed across the plaza, causing everyone to frown. Lin Moya was shocked. The insect race, they came too. Chapter 2431. Chapter 2431, 2431. Chapter 2431, The 7 Major Races of the Origin Continent. The 10 divine dragons raised their scales in alarm, watching vigilantly ahead. A giant insect hive over 1,000 meters tall appeared on the plaza, occupying a large area. The hive was like a honeycomb, with countless insects ready to burst out at any moment. Lin Moyo frowned. Insect Mother, a Heavenly Venerate level Insect Mother. Lin Moyo had seen similar insect races before, which the dragon race called Insect Mothers. Each Insect Mother was an independent army, able to produce countless insect warriors. The insect warriors produced by an Insect Mother were only one realm lower than itself. A low-level Heavenly Venerate Insect Mother could produce countless low-level Supreme Insect Warriors. This Insect Mother before them was a mid-level Heavenly Venerate, capable of producing countless mid-level Supreme Insect Warriors. Although Supremes weren't much, facing an endless horde of mid-level Supremes would give even a Heavenly Venerate a headache. The Dragon race and Insect race were mortal enemies. As soon as the Insect race appeared, the Divine Dragons stared at them intently, as if ready to attack at any moment. The Insect Mother also stared at the Dragon race, continuously emitting sharp, unpleasant roars. The hive-like nest began to open, with insect warriors inside ready to rush out at any time. Lin Moya knew that if it weren't for the World Sea Decree, if this wasn't the territory of the World Sea King, they would have already started fighting. How did the insect race come here too? The insect race rarely comes to the World Sea to participate in world contests. This is really rare. The sea area where the insect race is located is really unlucky. Encountering them, it's good if you can keep your life. Indeed, the insect race is cruel. They destroy all worlds they encounter, leaving no living beings behind, even killing the world masters. Not just that, in the sea area where the insect race is located, even the world sea creatures can't survive. Probably only the sea area administrator can stay alive. In the words of the Heavenly Venerates, the insect race meant destruction and death. Wherever the insect race passed, nothing could grow, and all life was exterminated. Space distorted again, and a second insect mother appeared, followed by a third, a fourth. A total of 5 insect mothers came, including 4 mid-level Heavenly Venerates and 1 high-level Heavenly Venerate. A high-level Heavenly Venerate could produce high-level Supreme Insect Warriors in almost endless numbers. Combined with the insect mother's main body, even other high-level Heavenly Venerates would have to retreat when faced with this. After the insect race arrived, the teleportation didn't stop. A large tree appeared on the plaza, towering several thousand meters high, covered in thick vines that almost touched the top of the plaza. After appearing, the tree rapidly shrank until it was only 10 meters tall. Then, various flowers and plants appeared, all with different forms, but all were plants. A Heavenly Venerate among the humans said, "The 100 Grass Alliance has arrived too. Now everyone is here." There used to be a Buddhist race, but unfortunately, they brought about their own destruction. The World Sea has nothing to do with them now. Indeed, those Buddhist fellows really went crazy. I really don't know what they were thinking. Those people were never normal to begin with. Listening to the discussions of the Heavenly Venerates, Lin Moya learned that these plant-based Heavenly Venerates belonged to a force called the 100 Grass Alliance. Although not considered very strong, they weren't weak either. Besides them, there was also the Buddhist race. However, due to certain reasons, the Buddhist race could no longer enter the World Sea or participate in world contests, so they couldn't come here. Human race, demon race, dragon race, insect race, 100 grass alliance, sea race, plus the Buddhist race. A total of 7 major races, along with some miscellaneous small races. This should be the structure of the origin continent. Among the 7 races, the dragon race and insect race are mortal enemies. They will try to kill each other at any opportunity. The human race and demon race are hostile, but not mortal enemies. They won't fight to the death as soon as they meet. Like the human race, the demon race is not completely united internally and has its own conflicts and contradictions. I'm not very clear about the 100 grass alliance and sea race. The insect race should be united internally, while the dragon race also has internal conflicts. It seems that neither the human race nor the demon race has hostility towards the dragon race and 100 grass alliance. The Buddhist race is a system of its own, and I don't know about their internal situation. Lin Moyo quickly analyzed the situation of each race. What he found most interesting was that in his own great world, it seemed all 7 major races of the origin continent could be found. He wondered how the great world had evolved in such a way. It was truly miraculous. The 100 grass alliance was the last to arrive, and after that, no one else came. One day later, the stone pillars on the plaza lit up with various colors of light, then shot up 10,000 zhang into the sky, illuminating the entire plaza in a dazzling display. Amidst the myriad colors of light, a black shadow slowly emerged. An immense pressure swept across the entire area. Lin Moyo felt himself suddenly sink. What powerful pressure! Lin Moyo had seen the Tao Venerate of the 7-colored sect before. When Wei Xian Tao Venerate used time reversal, he had unleashed powerful energy. But the pressure at that time was far inferior to what he felt now. The difference between the two was vast and incomparable. From this, it was clear that even among Tao Venerates, there were huge differences. Lin Moyo looked at the black shadow. Is this the king of the world sea? After the black shadow appeared, all the light gathered towards it, finally forming a colorful ethereal image. The ethereal image gradually became solid, eventually transforming to look exactly like a human. Is the world sea king human? Lin Moyo immediately rejected this idea. His intuition told him it wasn't so. He noticed that whether it was the demon race, dragon race, or even the insect race, when they looked at the ethereal image, they all seemed to see it as an elder of their own race, with a hint of admiration. Lin Moyo immediately realized that this ethereal image was unusual. Everyone saw a different image. When humans looked at it, it appeared human. When the demon race looked at it, it appeared as a demon, and when the dragon race looked at it, it became a divine dragon. No matter which race looked at it, what they saw was the appearance of their own race. Instinctively, they would regard it as an elder of their own race. Lin Moyo instantly understood all this, his gaze becoming clear, truly powerful indeed. At the same time, his gaze swept through the crowd, wanting to see if anyone else was unaffected. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Young friend, you are indeed extraordinary to be able to see through the essence. Lin Moyo found Lu Fenjiao among the humans. Their gazes met in the air, and Lu Fenjiao smiled at him. Like himself, Lu Fenjiao's gaze remained clear, unaffected by the colorful light. Not just her, but the other high-level heavenly venerates were also the same. High-level heavenly venerates were indeed different from mid-level ones. Many mid-level heavenly venerates were affected. The World Sea King's deep voice rang out. For this World Sea decree, you will all go to a special space. Your task is to go to the depths of this special space and bring back some special fish bones. The more special fish bones you bring back, the richer the rewards will be. That special space is dangerous. Please be careful. If there's danger, you can activate the World Sea Decree, which will protect your safety. Once the World Sea Decree is activated, you will lose the qualification for this exploration. As he spoke, the colors in the void intertwined to form the shapes of various fish bones. These fish bones were strange and varied, with all kinds of shapes. However, they had one thing in common. There was a peculiar pattern drawn on the fish bones. Lin Moyo memorized this pattern firmly. This World Sea Decree was just an exploration mission. The task seemed simple, but Lin Moyo felt it wouldn't be that easy. Someone asked, respected World Sea King, besides the fish bones, what else is in that special space? Chapter 2432. Chapter 2432, 2432. Chapter 2432. Play this game slowly. Light and shadows intertwined, and the voice of the King of the World Sea resounded again. There are many things in the special space. It is said that there might even be high-grade origin there. Whether you can obtain it depends on your luck. Luck. Lin Moyo understood in his heart that it probably depended on strength. That special space would definitely not be safe. Lin Moyo suddenly asked, may I ask if there are high-grade spiritual materials inside? The shadow looked over, its gaze seemingly substantial as it fell on Lin Moyo. It seemed very interested in Lin Moyo, looking at him for a while before slowly saying, high-grade spiritual materials, there might be some. Lin Moyo asked again, besides the fish bones, how will other things we obtain be accounted for? This was a question many people wanted to ask. The King of the World Sea replied, besides the fish bones, all other gains can be handled by yourselves. I will not interfere. Everyone showed joy on their faces. Besides the fish bones, all other gains could be kept for themselves. If they were lucky, they might obtain many good things. If they got a piece of high-grade origin, they would be rich. Moreover, obtaining the fish bones could also be exchanged for rewards from the King of the World Sea. Many people showed excitement and began to get a bit enthusiastic. People die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Lin Moyo remained calm in his heart. There is another meaning in his words. He doesn't care about other things, not even high-grade origin. But if someone obtains the fish bones and doesn't hand them over, he will kill them. What is the origin of these fish bones that makes them more important than high-grade origin? These people are too excited. They must be influenced by the king of the world sea, their emotions stirred up, losing their usual calmness. This is the method of the king of the world sea? Influencing the emotions of heavenly venerates without them realizing it. At this moment, Lu Fengjiao's voice sounded in his ear again, that world should be very dangerous. Young friend Lin, be careful. If there is danger, you can use the jade token to call for help. I will come as quickly as possible. Lu Fengjiao was showing goodwill. She thought that although Lin Moyo was a genius, he was still just a peak supreme, and no matter how talented, his strength was limited. If there was danger, and she could help, she could form a good relationship. In fact, this was also a gamble, betting on Lin Moyo's background and future. Lin Moyo understood Lu Fengjiao's thoughts and smiled. Thank you, Senior Lu. I will be careful. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out, Respected king, can we kill in there? The king of the world sea quickly responded, yes. This answer made some people with ulterior motives develop other thoughts. Killing was allowed there. If the dragon race and insect race encountered each other, it would be a fight to the death. Some members of the demon race set their sights on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo immediately felt several gazes filled with killing intent, naked and undisguised. Lin Moyo did not respond to this. If they really encountered each other, it would be their bad luck. What surprised Lin Moyo the most was that some of the killing intent came from the human race. Someone in the human race wanted to kill him. Lin Moyo found it somewhat amusing. The internal complexity of the human race was indeed beyond imagination. The most troublesome part was that one of the faint killing intents came from a high-level heavenly venerate. That high-level heavenly venerate had previously smiled at him, looking like a kind elder watching a younger generation. But secretly, there was killing intent spreading. Come on, it's not that easy to kill me. Even if you are a high-level heavenly venerate, I'll make you shed a layer of skin. Lin Moyo steeled his heart. Whoever wanted to kill him had to be prepared to be counter-killed. Moments later, the king of the world sea asked in a deep voice, any more questions? No one asked any more questions, so the king of the world sea continued, good, please get ready. The plaza roared, and the glow enveloped the plaza, turning it into a ball of light that quickly sank. The sinking speed of the plaza was very fast, crossing a long distance in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyo felt the changes in the world sea. We've already gone beyond 500,000 meters. Where is that special space? The space below 500,000 meters in the world sea was a place even heavenly venerates dared not enter, but now they were going in openly and grandly. Vaguely, Lin Moyo sensed a giant creature outside the plaza, sinking together with it. Although he couldn't see the creature's appearance clearly, Lin Moyo guessed one possibility: this creature was sent by the king of the world sea to protect them. It was even possible that this creature was the king of the world sea himself. With it escorting them, the plaza encountered no danger. Finally, the plaza stopped deep in the world sea. By now, they had descended an unknown distance. Lin Moyo estimated it to be over 1,000,000 meters. The colorful glow changed above the plaza, and the space became distorted. A special passage appeared in the air, leading to the special space mentioned by the king of the world sea. The voice of the king of the world sea sounded, everyone, please set off immediately. Without hesitation, countless people flew up simultaneously, rushing into the passage. Lin Moyo also slowly rose, following the crowd. At this moment, Lu Fengjiao's voice sounded in his ear again, young friend Lin, be careful. The demon race wants to kill you. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, I know. Not only did the demon race want to kill him, but there were also a few people in the human race who wanted to kill him. Just before entering the passage, Lin Moyo suddenly felt several marks appear on his body. A smile appeared on his lips. He hadn't gone looking for them, but they had come to him. Leaving marks meant they could find him, and through these marks, he could judge the strength of the opponents. A total of 382 marks. Quite a few people want to kill me. But why are you joining in the fun? Among the 382 marks, one came from that high-level heavenly venerate in the human race. His marking technique was very secretive. If Lin Moyo's spiritual sense hadn't been strong enough, he might not have sensed it. Lin Moyo pretended not to notice and followed the group into the special space. His vision blurred, and Lin Moyo experienced a teleportation. During this teleportation, even heavenly venerates would lose their sense of direction and could only follow the teleportation. Lin Moyo could roughly sense the direction of the teleportation through the law of space. He would be sent to another world, and the location was not fixed. It was imaginable that most people would scatter. But one thing was the same, everyone would only reach the edge of the special space. To find the fish bones, they would have to go deeper. What kind of special space is this? Why doesn't the king of the world see come himself but sends us heavenly venerates instead? If there are restrictions, there are so many heavenly venerates in the world sea, why not send them? Lin Moyo pondered these questions while igniting the world-burning fire. Many marks were erased. Lin Moyo wasn't foolish. With so many people marking him, how could he fight them all? Of course, he didn't erase all the marks. He left 5 marks. All 5 marks came from low-level heavenly venerates of the demon race. He left their marks to let them find him, so he could kill them in return. Since they wanted to kill him, they had to pay the price. Lin Moyo's eyes revealed a dangerous glint. No rush, I'll play this game with you slowly. Chapter 2433. Chapter 2433, 2433. Chapter 2433, can you tell me why? As his vision cleared, a group of people had entered the special space. Several members of the demon race immediately sensed that the marks they had left on Lin Moyo had disappeared. They didn't know that Lin Moyo had removed the marks. In their view, a mere supreme like Lin Moyo wouldn't even be able to detect the marks, let alone remove them. They assumed it was an issue with the teleportation or the special space that caused the marks to disappear. You're lucky. Don't let me catch you. If I catch you, I'll eat you alive. Some demons gritted their teeth, cursing Lin Moyo in their hearts. However, a few demon heavenly venerates noticed that the marks they had left on Lin Moyo were still there and immediately flew towards his direction. They wore cruel smiles, already imagining the scene of torturing Lin Moyo to death. In another part of the special space, a high-level supreme from the human race had a slightly gloomy expression. The mark disappeared. It seems this kid is quite lucky. Is it because of this space? Hope you can survive. Don't let me catch you alone. He didn't believe Lin Moyo had the ability to remove the mark he left and also attributed it to the special space. He began to survey the special space, looking for a direction. Lin Moyo was also surveying the special space. His intuition told him that this space was not safe. The king of the world sea calls it a special space. What exactly is special about it? There are mountains and water here. It looks no different from an ordinary world. Lin Moyo stood on a high mountain, gazing into the distance. He didn't fly up. Being new to this place, it was better to be cautious. Who knew what might happen if he flew up? It was better to be safe. With his extensive experience in exploring various secret realms, Lin Moyo had developed a keen sense for danger. In the distance, the sky seemed to have a huge tear, with a waterfall pouring down, hitting the ground. Lin Moyo could vaguely see what seemed to be a lake on the ground. This space is leaking. Lin Moyo thought to himself. This reminded him of the past great world, which had many gaps where the waters of the world sea would pour in. The scene was somewhat similar to what he was seeing now. Combining this with the location of this space, Lin Moyo felt his guess was probably correct. This space, like the past great world, had gaps, allowing the waters of the world sea to pour in. And with the waters of the world sea, there might also be creatures from the world sea entering. Given that this place was deep within the world sea, the creatures here would be extremely powerful, likely at the heavenly venerate level. I don't know how many years these gaps have existed, nor how many creatures from the world sea have entered. Where they went is also unknown. But this alone doesn't make it special. There must be other reasons. What exactly are they? Lin Moyo stood still like a statue, using his intuition to sense his surroundings. He didn't even use the Eye of the Undead. He had suffered losses in the rule world of the great strength Heavenly Venerate before. Although he wasn't afraid of Heavenly Venerates now, it was better to be cautious. Under his intuition, he didn't sense any major issues. Lin Moyo's mind moved, and the Lichen Brocade appeared beside him. The Lichen Brocade activated its stealth ability and disappeared without a trace, flying forward. The Lichen Brocade continuously transmitted what it saw and felt back to Lin Moyo, giving him a sense of being there himself. The space here is very solid and cannot be broken through. The space gate is temporarily restricted, making teleportation more difficult and slower than usual. Power is also somewhat suppressed, but fortunately, it's not too severe. At least 70% of normal power remains. Lin Moyo could feel that this suppression came from the inherent rules of this space. These rules were very advanced. Although he was affected, he couldn't detect them without taking action. Let's try the power of time and space. Lin Moyo's mind moved, and the power of time and space flowed through him, causing the space to slowly distort and fold. The entire process was very slow. Although the power of time and space could still be used, it was greatly affected. Finally, Lin Moyo entered another layer of time and space. It looked like he was still in the same place, but he was actually in a different time and space. The power of time and space can still be used. That's good news. Being able to use the power of time and space was good news for Lin Moyo. The Lichen Brocade's speed was suppressed, and it took some time to reach the waterfall. Through the Lichen Brocade's vision, Lin Moyo saw a lake. There was indeed a lake, but it was different from what he had imagined. The lake was actually suspended in midair, forming a hemispherical water mass. Around the lake, water continuously overflowed, falling into a bottomless pit. What a peculiar sight! Lin Moyo thought to himself. He had the Lichen Brocade follow the overflowing water into the bottomless pit. The Lichen Brocade immediately flew downwards, and the vision became increasingly dark. The Lichen Brocade didn't mind the darkness and could see clearly even without light. Shortly after entering the pit, a faint light appeared ahead. Little blue-green glowing lights flew up from the pit, dancing like small insects. But in the next second, Lin Moyo's expression changed drastically. These glowing lights flew straight towards the Lichen Brocade, having detected it. As they got closer, Lin Moyo saw clearly that these glowing lights were not like small insects, they were the insects themselves emitting the light. Without thinking, the Lichen Brocade immediately retreated at high speed. But the insects were faster, catching up in the blink of an eye. One insect landed on the Lichen Brocade and exploded. The massive impact blasted the Lichen Brocade away. The Great Dao protection activated automatically, shielding the Lichen Brocade from the blow, but it was still severely injured, with half its body destroyed. What great power! Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed. The explosive force penetrated the Great Dao protection and still managed to severely injure the Lichen Brocade. The power of this explosion had reached the level of a mid-level heavenly venerate. Such an unremarkable little insect could unleash an attack equivalent to a mid-level heavenly venerate, which was truly shocking. Unfortunately, their attack method was self-destruction. After self-destructing, not even a trace of their bodies was left. Otherwise, Lin Moyo would have wanted to collect some and turn them into revived ones. Then he could use them to blow up anyone he didn't like. The Lich in Brocade was severely injured but managed to escape due to the explosion's force. Lin Moyo immediately recalled the Lich in Brocade. The insects lost their target and flew around randomly for a while before disappearing. Lin Moyo finally realized the danger of this world. If even a small insect was like this, there must be more dangers elsewhere. Just as he was about to try again, he suddenly looked to his left. A lizard-like demon was rapidly approaching. That was fast. Lin Moyo sensed the aura of the approaching demon, matching one of the marks he had deliberately left. It was a low-level heavenly venerate from the lizard branch of the demon race. The lizard branch hated humans and often clashed with them. Among the many demons, this one had shown the most hostility towards him. Unfortunately, it was just a low-level heavenly venerate. Coming here was just delivering itself to him. Lin Moyo was curious the demon had flown all the way here without encountering any danger. It seemed to have good luck, but now, its luck was about to run out. The lizard heavenly venerate stopped 1,000 meters away from Lin Moyo, a cold smile on its face. Its long, thin tongue flicked in and out. I've heard that the blood of human geniuses is delicious. Today, I can have a good taste. Seeing no trace of fear on Lin Moya's face, the lizard heavenly venerate was displeased. Boy, aren't you afraid of death? Lin Moya shook his head lightly. I find it strange. You demons hate humans, yet you take on human forms. Can you tell me why? Chapter 2434. Chapter 2434, 2434. Chapter 2434, The Segmented Space. The lizard heavenly venerate tilted his head, looking at Lin Moyo as if he were an idiot. Lin Moyo immediately realized he had asked the wrong question. The question he asked was probably common knowledge on the origin continent, something everyone knew. Otherwise, the lizard heavenly venerate wouldn't have shown such an expression. Anyone who could become a heavenly venerate wouldn't be a fool, and the lizard heavenly venerate was no exception. Suddenly, the lizard heavenly venerate seemed to realize something and shouted loudly, I get it now. You have no background at all, and you're not some genius. You're just... Lin Moya suddenly interrupted him. The bone hell appeared and enveloped the lizard heavenly venerate. Countless hellish spirits flew out, surrounding the lizard heavenly venerate. The eye of the undead in the sky gazed down, and waves of terrifying soul impacts bombarded the lizard heavenly venerate. The lizard heavenly venerate let out a miserable scream as his soul was impacted. Even as a heavenly venerate, he felt intense pain. A brilliant light erupted from his body, and a piece of armor automatically appeared, its immense power scattering all the hellish spirits. Naturally, a heavenly venerate couldn't be trapped by the bone hell. Lin Moya never intended to trap him, he just wanted to buy a little time, even if it was just 1 or 2 seconds. The undying flame burned fiercely, and 100 skeleton kings flew out in response, charging into the bone hell to replace the hellish spirits, instantly completing the encirclement of the lizard heavenly venerate. By the time the lizard heavenly venerate recovered from the soul impact, all he could see were skeleton kings. The skeleton kings didn't give him any chance to react, simultaneously raising their bone swords. The rule world appeared, filled with white bones and boiling laws. In the rule world, the white bones transformed into countless sharp swords, which, along with the bone swords of the skeleton kings, struck the lizard heavenly venerate. Spell, White Bone God Slash. The white bone rules attacked the soul, while the skeleton king's swords destroyed the body. 100 skeleton kings struck simultaneously, and the lizard heavenly venerate didn't even have time to groan before exploding on the spot. Lin Moya frowned, not dead. He felt the lizard heavenly venerate's aura disappear for a moment, then reappear. A beam of light suddenly shot out, piercing through the encirclement of the skeleton kings and flying hundreds of miles away, revealing the lizard heavenly venerate's figure. At the place where the lizard heavenly venerate had originally died, there was something resembling a substitute puppet, already shattered. This treasure had saved the lizard heavenly venerate's life once. The escaped lizard heavenly venerate looked panicked and terrified. He didn't dare look back and flew away into the distance. If it weren't for the restrictions of this space, the lizard heavenly venerate might have escaped even further. Lin Moya sneered, you can't escape. With a snap of his fingers, another 100 skeleton kings appeared. The skeleton kings simultaneously swung their bone swords, slashing out again. The lizard heavenly venerate had been marked by the bone hell. It didn't matter if he escaped hundreds or thousands of miles, it was useless. The lizard heavenly venerate felt death approaching and immediately took out the World Sea Decree, trying to activate it, but he was a step too late. The white sword light shone again on the lizard heavenly venerate, and his expression turned pale as his consciousness plunged into endless darkness. His body and soul exploded simultaneously, turning into ashes. The skeleton kings flew over and brought back some remaining fragments of flesh. The World Sea Decree disappeared when he died, its whereabouts unknown. Fortunately, there's still some flesh left. Better than nothing, Lin Moya chuckled inwardly and waved his hand, collecting the skeleton kings. Then Kujun appeared beside him, and Lin Moya realized he still didn't understand the origin continent well enough. Some questions could be asked of Kujun, who would surely know. Tell me, why do those demons take human form? As a revived one, Kujun answered without hesitation, because the human race has the Tao body. Demons who want to walk the great Tao must eventually take human form. The higher their realm, the more perfect their human form becomes. Demons above the Tao venerate level are almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Lin Moya continued to ask, what about the dragon race and the insect race? Kojun replied, the dragon race also has the Tao body, so they don't need to take human form. However, some dragons do take human form to travel in human territories. As for the insect race, I don't know. This question was indeed common knowledge, known to almost all cultivators on the origin continent. No wonder the lizard Heavenly Venerate had realized something was off. Lin Moya thought he should have Kujun explain all the common knowledge to him. Following Lin Moya's instructions, Kujun quickly explained some common knowledge. Unfortunately, as a revived one, Kujun's memory was incomplete, and some memories were lost. While Kujun was explaining, Lin Moya sent out a batch of skeleton generals to begin exploring this special space. He himself remained in place, not in a hurry. After all, the king of the world sea hadn't specified a time limit. Moreover, the king had only mentioned that the special fish bones were in the depths of this space, without specifying a location. Without knowing whether this space was round or flat, it was impossible to determine what depths meant. If this space was round, the waterfall he had seen earlier might lead directly to the depths, and he would need to find a way to enter the pit. If it was flat, he would need to find the correct direction. There was also the possibility that this world was irregular, which would be troublesome. The skeleton generals flew in all directions, and Lin Moya believed he would soon get an answer. This world was vast. Even after flying for a while, the skeleton generals found nothing. There were many mountains and rivers, lush green trees in the mountains, and moss and other plants in the water, making the world seem full of life. After flying far away, the skeleton generals activated their undead vision, but there wasn't a single soul fire in sight. With over 10,000 people entering, the fact that the skeleton generals hadn't encountered anyone yet indicated the vastness of this world. The people who entered were scattered everywhere. The lizard Heavenly Venerate finding Lin Moya so quickly was just good luck. Suddenly, a skeleton general crashed into an invisible wall and was forcefully bounced back. Lin Moya immediately connected his vision and saw nothing through the undead vision of the skeleton general. Returning to the place where it had been bounced back, the skeleton general encountered an invisible barrier. Soon, more skeleton generals encountered invisible barriers and were bounced back. As more skeleton generals encountered barriers, Lin Moya finally understood the size and shape of the area he was in. It was as if he had entered a dome, and the shape of the dome was irregular, with edges and corners. The approximate diameter was several million miles. Compared to the vastness of the Great World, which spanned billions of miles and hundreds of thousands of light-years, this was relatively small. However, given the suppressed speed and difficulty in using space laws here, a range of several million miles wasn't small. Lin Moya fell into deep thought. This special space can't be just this small. If this special space is divided into countless areas of varying sizes and shapes, it would make sense. I've seen similar environments before. One of the inheritances left by the Saint Rune Heavenly Venerate was in a similar situation. From what I can see now, I must go through that big pit to enter other areas. Lin Moya sent out more skeleton generals to continue the search, while he himself flew towards the waterfall. In the space he was currently in, apart from the waterfall leaking from the sky, there was nothing unusual. If his guess was correct, the people who entered were divided into different areas. Some might be in the same area, like himself and the lizard Heavenly Venerate, but most were likely separated. As he got closer to the waterfall, Lin Moya felt the strong aura of the World Sea. The aura of the World Sea emanated from the waterfall but was confined to a certain range by a mysterious force. After a careful search, Lin Moya was 90% sure that the waterfall was the key to leaving this space. Chapter 2435. Chapter 2435, 2435. Chapter 2435, Two Paths, both difficult. Standing in front of the waterfall, looking at the bottomless pit, Lin Moya did not immediately enter. The skeleton generals were still searching, and Lin Moya wanted to make a final confirmation if there were any other paths besides the one in front of him. The pit was not safe, and if possible, he didn't want to go in. Earlier, the brocade lich had nearly been killed. Those little insects in the pit were terrifying. The skeleton generals searched every corner thoroughly, entering deep mountains and old forests, diving into lakes, digging 3 feet into the ground, but found nothing. It seems there's only this one path left. The insects in the pit are not easy to deal with, but we have to try. Lin Moya's mind moved, and a batch of skeleton generals charged into the pit. As they went deeper, the pit became darker and darker until all light disappeared. Soon, tiny blue-green glowing lights appeared. Lin Moya frowned slightly. Not living beings. The eye of the undead remained open, and in its view, these little insects had no soul fire. Having no soul fire meant these insects were not living beings. If they weren't living beings, then what were they? A skeleton general swung its sword, unleashing white bone sword energy that illuminated the pit. For a moment, the pit seemed to become a world of white bones. The sword energy engulfed the little insects, but contrary to Lin Moya's expectations, it didn't cause an explosion. The little insects ignored the sword energy, passing through it with their unique blue-green glow, and landed directly on the skeleton general. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the skeleton general was instantly shattered. The number of insects was astonishing. They passed through the sword energy at incredible speed, quickly finding their targets. Explosions continued non-stop, and countless skeleton generals were blown to pieces. Although the explosive power was strong, it was extremely concentrated. One insect was just enough to kill one skeleton general, very precise. The undying undead ability took effect, and the skeleton generals quickly revived and regenerated. Lin Moya was grateful that he had upgraded the undying undead to the origin level, allowing it to still function after leaving the great world. The sword energy actually had no effect. These insects have no souls and ignore sword energy. What exactly are they? Lin Moya summoned more skeleton generals to replace the previous batch and continue deeper. They had barely advanced when another batch of insects flew out, ignoring the sword energy and landing accurately on each skeleton general. Amidst the explosions, the skeleton generals were once again shattered, then quickly revived. The undying undead could revive skeleton generals 6 times within 60 seconds. As long as the timing was right, these skeleton generals wouldn't truly die. Lin Moya divided the skeleton generals into 6 groups, alternating them to explore deeper. This way, he could ensure the skeleton generals wouldn't truly die. For now, he couldn't find a way to deal with the insects, so he could only use this suicidal method to explore. As they went deeper, there were more and more insects, seemingly endless. Moreover, the frequency and number of insects appearing increased, and even using 6 groups of skeleton generals in rotation was barely enough. Lin Moyo frowned deeply, pondering a solution. This method of mine is definitely not right. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to pass through this passage at all. Even a high-level heavenly venerate probably couldn't do it. There must be another way. But in the pit, besides the insects, there was only the World Sea waterfall pouring down from above. Lin Moya suddenly realized that these insects indeed never entered the waterfall. Could it be that the waterfall is the correct path? Lin Moyo thought to himself. He had considered this before, but when approaching the waterfall, he had felt a sense of unease. Now he tried sending skeleton generals into the waterfall. The moment they entered the waterfall, Lin Moyo lost control of the skeleton generals. The waterfall contained immense power, directly sweeping the skeleton generals towards the deepest part. At the same time, waves of enormous force struck the skeleton generals like heavy hammers. The skeleton generals only lasted a few seconds before being shattered on the spot. The damage from the World Sea ignored Lin Moya's innate ability to connect, and all the damage was borne by this single skeleton general. Not only was the innate ability blocked, even the undying undead lost its effect. When the skeleton general shattered, it was truly dead. Lin Moyo immediately sensed that the number of skeleton generals had decreased by 1. The World Sea water here comes from below 500,000 meters, possibly even reaching 1,000,000 meters. The deeper in the World Sea, the stronger the power it contains. The impact force has already exceeded the limit that a Supreme can withstand. Even low-level heavenly venerates probably couldn't last long. If the waterfall is the correct path, then this path is equally dangerous. Or perhaps both paths are correct, just with different approaches. Lin Moyo had a guess in his heart, feeling that both paths were actually correct. Going through the pit meant finding a way to deal with the insects, while going through the waterfall meant being able to withstand its impact force, and it was unknown how long this impact force would last. There were 2 choices, and everyone could choose based on their own situation. The only common point was that neither path was easy. After careful consideration, Lin Moya decided to choose the path through the pit. Compared to the waterfall, this path was more suitable for him. Moreover, Lin Moya was very curious about the origin of these insects. The skeleton generals continued to advance in batches. Although the speed was not fast, they were still making progress. When 6 batches weren't enough, they could be divided into 12 batches, 24 batches. There were plenty of skeleton generals, so there was no fear of running out of rotations. Lin Moyo also followed the team into the pit, gradually going deeper. After advancing an unknown distance, the number of insects continued to increase. Now the skeleton generals were divided into 24 batches, encountering a batch of insects almost every 2 or 3 seconds. Amidst the continuous explosions, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Lin Moya's mouth. He had finally figured out how to break through this situation. Deep in the World Sea, a plaza was glowing brightly. The formation in the plaza kept the World Sea water out. Outside the plaza, there was a huge figure covering half of it. Anyone who approached would be mercilessly killed by it. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the empty plaza. A World Sea decree appeared on the plaza and was then taken away by a force. The World Sea decree was originally carried by each heavenly venerate. Now that the decree had returned without the heavenly venerate, it meant this heavenly venerate had died. Gradually, people began to appear on the plaza, holding World Sea decrees, with shocked expressions. When they realized they had returned, their faces showed expressions of wild joy. Some also had dejected looks, standing motionless. Everyone's emotions were different, but without exception, they had all narrowly escaped death, almost dying in that special space. If it weren't for relying on the World Sea decree at the last moment, they wouldn't have been able to return at all. Only now did they realize that the special space wasn't just a bit dangerous, it was extremely dangerous. As time passed, more and more people returned, and more World Sea decrees came back. They finally realized that being able to escape back was fortunate. Those whose World Sea decrees returned alone had already died there. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger at every step, with danger and opportunity coexisting. All heavenly venerates knew this point. Dying halfway was a common occurrence. Chapter 2436. Chapter 2436, 2436. Chapter 2436, Killing Oneself. Lin Moya merged the laws of time and space, combining them into the power of time-space. Under the suppression of this special space, either space or time power alone would be restricted if used separately. Fortunately, after merging them together, although the effect of the time-space power was greatly reduced, it could still be used. The skeleton generals now also carried the power of time-space. Under Lin Moya's will, they also used the time-space power to enter another layer of time-space. In an instant, the insects lost their targets and flew around chaotically in the void. A smile curved Lin Moya's lips. It worked as expected. These insects had no souls, ignored attacks on the physical plane, and could accurately lock onto the skeleton generals. So the only way was to avoid their lock-on. Lin Moyo had thought of several methods, including using the bone hell to devour them, but their self-destruct power was too great, the bone hell probably couldn't withstand it. Finally, he decided to try using the power of time-space to avoid them, and it proved effective on the first attempt. The power of timespace allowed the skeleton generals to enter another layer of timespace, causing the insects to lose their targets. The insects flew around randomly in the void, passing through the bodies of the skeleton generals. Although they overlapped, because they weren't in the same timespace, they essentially didn't collide. The power of timespace is truly marvelous. Lin Moya manipulated the power of timespace, flying downward together with the skeleton generals. Without the insects obstructing them, their speed increased significantly. Lin Moya remained vigilant. In this place, no one knew what might happen. After flying for a long distance, light finally appeared in their vision. Seeing the long-awaited dawn in the darkness, Lin Moya sighed lightly. We've finally reached the exit. The light grew stronger, gradually filling their entire field of view. At the same time, the blue-green phosphorescence became increasingly dense, with the number of insects reaching its peak. In every inch of space here, there were dozens or hundreds of insects flying around. The number of insects in the entire space was incalculable. As they flew, the insects made no sound at all. Despite their wings clearly vibrating, it was eerily silent. What is this? In the area where the insects were most densely concentrated, Lin Moya saw a stone. This stone was floating in the void, oval-shaped, with a diameter of about 1 meter. It also emitted a blue-green light, even more vivid than the insects. Light points constantly flew out from this stone, turning into small insects. So this is the source of the insects. No wonder the insects have no souls, they're just light points emitted from this stone. If the light points are already so powerful, how strong must this stone be? Lin Moya wanted to obtain this stone. He felt it was an extraordinary object. A skeleton general reached out its hand, passing right through the stone. Under the influence of the timespace power, the skeleton general couldn't touch the stone. Lin Moya found himself in a dilemma. In the timespace power state, he couldn't obtain the stone. If he removed the timespace power, these insects would immediately swarm over and self-destruct. Although he had many skeleton generals, there were also countless insects here. Moreover, Lin Moya wasn't sure if the insect's self-destruction would trigger other reactions from the stone. But if he gave up now, Lin Moya felt somewhat reluctant. He knew this stone must be an extraordinary object. Even if it wasn't a powerful magical treasure, it was at least a heavenly venerate level material. Whatever it was, it would be excellent for summoning elemental liches. Lin Moya calculated in his mind, there are probably about 100 million insects here. If I use the skeleton generals to lure them away, I might have a chance. Thinking of this, he immediately acted. Lin Moya retreated from this area and released more skeleton generals. The skeleton generals densely filled the entire pit. Then Lin Moya returned to the stone side and removed the time-space power from the skeleton generals. A light sound echoed through space as over 100 million skeleton generals simultaneously removed their time-space power and descended into the physical world. Countless insects, like wolves that had been starving for 3 days and nights suddenly smelling blood, frantically rushed towards the skeleton generals. Even at this moment, the insects maintained good formation. Each skeleton general was allocated one insect. With no crowding or fighting, everyone got their share. After the self-destruct sounds began, they didn't stop. Countless skeleton generals were blown to pieces, with shattered white bones scattered throughout the pit. Seeing all the surrounding insects flying towards the skeleton generals, Lin Moya steeled his heart and removed the time-space power, pressing his hand against the stone while frantically pouring his soul power into it. If it was a magical treasure, he would refine it. If it was a material, he would imprint his mark on it. Boom! A huge sound exploded in his ears, and Lin Moya's whole body shook violently. A sense of rejection transmitted from the stone. It didn't like Lin Moya's soul power. A special will burst forth from the stone, and Lin Moya instantly knew what this stone was. It's actually a spiritual material. The king of the world sea wasn't wrong, there really are spiritual materials here. Lin Moya hadn't expected to encounter a spiritual material so soon after entering. The spiritual materials he had searched for in vain before were now right in front of him. This material had very strong spirituality, as if it was about to develop intelligence. It strongly disliked being controlled by Lin Moya and instinctively wanted to resist. The stone shook, scattering countless light points that turned into insects flying towards Lin Moya. At this point, Lin Moya couldn't possibly give up. The brocade lich appeared, using great Dao protection. The undying golden body activated, with flames igniting all over his body. At the same time, his soul power surged wildly, accelerating the refinement process. Lin Moya decided to face it head-on, to see who was faster. The insects landed on Lin Moya and exploded violently. Lin Moya let out a muffled groan, his body trembling. The enormous power passed through his body and fell onto every member of the undead army. So that's how it works. After personally experiencing the explosion, Lin Moya finally understood how the insects attacked. The insects themselves had no attack power, but they could detonate their own laws. In other words, the skeleton generals were attacking themselves. Lin Moya felt that just now, part of his own laws had been detonated by the insects, directly attacking himself. This type of attack was equivalent to self-harm. Most defense methods would be ineffective. The skeleton generals seemed to explode, but in reality, the explosive power was concentrated only on themselves, not affecting others. Moreover, the power was just enough to kill themselves. The world is full of wonders. Once he understood what was happening, he immediately thought of a countermeasure. Lin Moya actively dispersed all his laws. For a moment, his body was completely empty, with only his blood chi still roaring, without a trace of law power. When the second insect landed on Lin Moya and exploded with a bang. This time, Lin Moya didn't move at all. He no longer had any laws for the insects to trigger. Once there were no laws, the insect's attack power was almost non-existent. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Lin Moyo intensified his efforts to refine the stone. The stone resisted more fiercely, but Lin Moyo held on tightly, not letting it escape. Finally, his soul power left an imprint on the stone, and this spiritual material became Lin Moya's possession. The vibration stopped, all light was retracted, and the insects no longer attacked. Streams of information flowed in, and Lin Moya finally knew exactly what this stone was. Chapter 2437. Chapter 2437, 2437. Chapter 2437, Are you coming to die? There are countless living beings in the world sea. Besides various schools of fish, there are also shrimp, crabs, insects, snakes, and all kinds of other creatures. Deep in the world sea, there is a special creature called the stone insect. Stone insects are extremely rare, only occasionally found in the world sea at depths exceeding 500,000 meters. Stone insects are very peculiar. After they die, they turn into a stone, which is their corpse. Then all their consciousness merges into their own corpse, waiting to be reborn with awareness, essentially reviving themselves. During this period, the stone is like a spiritual material. To protect themselves, stone insects scatter countless insects. These insects exist between the virtual and real, can ignore most attacks, and can trigger the enemy's own laws to attack. This is also a way for stone insects to protect themselves. Once successfully reborn, the stone insect can undergo a division, splitting into a new stone insect, turning one into two. It is through this cycle of death and rebirth that stone insects have managed to multiply and survive until now. Unfortunately, this time it encountered Lin Moyo, and after its death, it couldn't wait for rebirth. Lin Moyo obtained a spiritual material, placing it into his rule world. Lin Moyo brought the stone insect in front of Infinite Fusion, asking, "Do you want it?" Infinite Fusion had no reaction, seemingly in deep sleep. Lin Moyo pushed the stone closer, directly touching Infinite Fusion. A suction force appeared, and the sleeping Infinite Fusion firmly absorbed the stone insect. Watching the stone insect being sucked in, Lin Moyo chuckled, even asleep, it doesn't forget to eat. He could feel that after absorbing the stone insect, Infinite Fusion's aura began to recover rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to recover, and might even become stronger than before. It really does need spiritual materials. Lin Moyo knew his guess wasn't wrong. Spiritual materials could indeed help Infinite Fusion recover its power and even strengthen it. Spiritual materials were its food, and it was very picky. Each time it ate, it needed something better than the last time. Now, even if given a low-grade spiritual material, it wouldn't eat it. Withdrawing his consciousness from the rule world, Lin Moyo saw that the pit was now empty, with no more blue-green insects. All he could hear was the sound of the waterfall pouring down. Lin Moyo looked towards the exit ahead. The waterfall rushed out from this exit, and Lin Moyo followed the trajectory of the waterfall, bursting out from the exit. The world changed from dark to bright, becoming clear. Lin Moyo found himself standing high in the sky. The waterfall fell tens of thousands of meters, like heavenly water crashing into a vast ocean. Below him was a vast expanse of water. Looking into the distance, the ocean seemed endless. In the ocean, he could faintly see some islands in the distance. The ocean surged, with waves crashing. When Lin Moyo saw the ocean, he realized it wasn't safe. The water flowing in the ocean was from the world sea, and from the depths of the world sea at that, which was extremely dangerous in itself. Not to mention that there might be other dangers lurking in the ocean. The waterfall flowed in from the world sea, and over so many years, some creatures must have been brought in. These creatures would not be easy to deal with. This world is divided into many areas, and different areas should have different levels. If where we first entered was the outermost layer, then we should have entered one layer now. Lin Moyo instinctively checked the marks on his body. Of the 5 marks he had left, only 2 remained now. Besides the lizard heavenly venerate he had killed, 2 other heavenly venerates had also died. Lin Moyo was about to resume his old job of sending skeleton generals to explore the space when suddenly he looked to the distance. In the distance, beyond his sight, he sensed strong auras approaching. Activating his undead vision, he saw 2 soul fires. From the intensity of the soul fires, he could tell they were both mid-level heavenly venerates. The soul fires were constantly colliding. The 2 mid-level heavenly venerates were fighting. Lin Moyo didn't want to get involved. No matter who was fighting, it had nothing to do with him whether they lived or died. He sent out over 10,000 skeleton generals, dispersing them in all directions. Lin Moyo didn't need to do anything, just wait quietly. The skeleton generals planned to first explore the edges of the space, then enter the ocean to search for potential dangers. Lin Moyo didn't want to meddle in others' affairs, but one of the fighting heavenly venerates suddenly flew towards him, clearly having discovered him. Lin Moyo frowned but didn't leave. He wanted to see what the other party intended. They could fight all they wanted as long as they didn't provoke him. He didn't care if they fought until the sky fell. But if they involved him, Lin Moyo wouldn't be polite. The 2 soul fires approached rapidly, and Lin Moyo finally saw clearly. The one in front was a demon, while the one chasing behind was actually a huge flying fish. It's him. The mid-level heavenly venerate demon belonged to the leopard clan. This clan wasn't slow, but obviously his speed was no match for the flying fish. Shaking it off seemed difficult. Looking at him, he was already injured in many places, and his aura was not as strong as at his peak. Lin Moyo remembered him. He had been very loud before, showing hostility towards humans. He was one of those who had placed a mark on Lin Moyo. At that time, this mid-level heavenly venerate demon had been imposing, his whole body radiating dazzling light, as if each hair was like an arrow, a deadly weapon. But now, his fur was disheveled, much of it cut off, exposing his skin. Obviously, he was no match for the flying fish and was in a very sorry state. The flying fish was over 1,000 meters long, with 2 pairs of huge wings. The wings were as thin as cicada wings but extremely sharp, reflecting a metallic luster. The flying fish flapped its wings, launching attacks that cut space, leaving fissures. The leopard heavenly venerate let out a strange cry, immediately accelerating and changing direction, dodging the attacks. Lin Moyo was inwardly shocked. The flying fish's attacks were very powerful. This space was extremely solid, and it was difficult to create fissures. Clearly, this flying fish's attack power was top tier even among mid-level heavenly venerates. However, Lin Moyo also noticed that the flying fish had many wounds as well. This flying fish, though its attack power is strong, its defense is average. It's just that its body is huge, so these injuries are just flesh wounds to it. Its attacks are too powerful, the leopard heavenly venerate can't block them, so he can't change his form and can only rely on agility to cope. Unfortunately, he's also outmatched in agility. It seems this guy is coming over to divert trouble to me. Lin Moyo quickly analyzed the other party's intentions clearly. The other party was coming with ill intentions. Lin Moyo became vigilant. Heavenly venerates all had secret techniques. No heavenly venerate was truly easy to deal with. He couldn't be careless just because he had killed heavenly venerates before. When the leopard heavenly venerate saw Lin Moyo, he showed a look of joy, but more of cruelty. It's actually you. I was just worried about not finding you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself. Lin Moyo sneered, I was looking for you too. The leopard heavenly venerate laughed loudly, looking for me? Looking for me to die. Lin Moyo smiled and said, you'd better worry about yourself. You can barely protect yourself now. The leopard heavenly venerate's face changed, and suddenly his whole body shone brilliantly as he let out an angry roar. Lin Moyo's rule world shook, and the world tree rustled, stabilizing the rule world. This roar contained an extremely strong soul impact, causing Lin Moyo to be momentarily dazed. Taking advantage of Lin Moyo's daze, the leopard heavenly venerate threw something at him. By the time Lin Moyo came to his senses, the object was already in front of his eyes. The flying fish that had been chasing the leopard heavenly venerate suddenly changed direction, charging towards Lin Moyo. So this is his method of diverting trouble. As soon as this thought arose, the leopard heavenly venerate let out another roar, impacting Lin Moyo's soul again. Although the daze only lasted for a moment, in the current situation, a moment's daze could be fatal. Chapter 2438. Chapter 2438, 2438. Chapter 2438, really? No. The leopard heavenly venerate kept harassing, launching soul impacts at Lin Moyo again and again. This kind of attack was troublesome. Though not very powerful, it could make the soul fall into a momentary daze each time. In actual combat, it might not be very useful. But for harassment, its effect was quite strong. Even the battle-hardened Lin Moyo was annoyed for a moment. Killing intent rose in his heart. You're asking for death. Seeing the flying fish about to arrive, Lin Moyo inwardly roared angrily, and the brocade lich instantly appeared. The brocade lich grabbed the thing thrown by the leopard heavenly venerate, activated brocade night travel, and disappeared without a trace. The flying fish suddenly lost its target, pausing in mid-air for half a second before changing direction and continuing to chase after the leopard heavenly venerate. The leopard heavenly venerate was stunned, not understanding why the flying fish was chasing him again. Something's wrong, where's that thing? The leopard heavenly venerate suddenly noticed that the thing he had thrown was gone. His gaze intertwined with Lin Moyo's in the void, and the leopard heavenly venerate's heart suddenly sank, realizing something was amiss. This brat is up to something. The leopard heavenly venerate was alarmed, guessing that Lin Moyo was behind it, but not knowing how he did it. The flying fish was now swooping towards him, its speed terrifyingly fast, and he had to flee for his life again. Lin Moyo naturally knew what was going on. After getting the thing, the brocade lich had activated brocade night travel and flown towards the leopard heavenly venerate. Though the flying fish couldn't see it, it could sense the location of the thing, so it naturally chased after it. Through the brocade lich's vision, Lin Moyo finally saw clearly what this thing was. A fish bone. His mouth twitched slightly. It was actually a fishbone, with a special pattern on it, exactly the fishbone the World Sea King had asked them to find. So he had obtained a fishbone, and the flying fish wasn't actually chasing the leopard heavenly venerate, but tracking the fishbone. Indeed, these fishbones aren't so easy to get. After activating brocade night travel, the brocade lich's speed was extremely fast, quickly catching up to the leopard heavenly venerate. The leopard heavenly venerate was unaware of the brocade lich's arrival. The flying fish was tracking the fishbone, but to him, it seemed to be chasing after himself. Lin Moyo's gaze turned cold. Now, it's my turn. With a light tap of his finger, the bone hell appeared, enveloping the leopard heavenly venerate. The sudden appearance of a hell before his eyes made the leopard heavenly venerate's face change drastically. Then, the eye of the undead gazed over, and soul impacts fell upon the leopard heavenly venerate. The leopard heavenly venerate let out a miserable scream, his soul racked with waves of pain, and his speed suddenly slowed. The leopard heavenly venerate looked at Lin Moyo through the pain, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Lin Moyo sneered, I can use soul attacks too. His whole body burst with brilliant light, transforming into a giant leopard that instantly tore apart the bone hell. Against a mid-level heavenly venerate, the supreme-level bone hell could only harass, far from enough to stop him. Lin Moyo hadn't expected to hurt him. The bone hell being torn apart was normal. This delay allowed the flying fish to get closer. The leopard Heavenly Venerate had no choice but to temporarily suppress his anger and continue fleeing. Lin Moya's lips curled into a smile. That was just the appetizer. Now it's time for the main course. The bone hell was indeed just an appetizer. Besides delivering a soul impact, it was mainly to complete the marking. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers, and flames engulfed the heavens and earth. Over 100 skeleton kings appeared in the void, locking onto the leopard Heavenly Venerate and simultaneously raising their bone swords, their movements perfectly synchronized. The rule world appeared behind the skeleton kings, white bones everywhere, fierce and terrifying. Spell, White Bone God Slash. The leopard Heavenly Venerate suddenly felt danger descending and turned his head to see the skeleton kings standing in the void beside Lin Moyo. A full 100 low-level Heavenly Venerates, swinging their swords at him. Not good. The leopard Heavenly Venerate let out a strange cry, but sword light had already flashed on his body, his soul once again impacted. White Bone Laws rushed into his rule world, launching a fierce attack on his rule world. The attack drilled from the rule world into his soul, causing him unbearable pain. His body simultaneously endured 100 White Bone God Slashes, blasting holes all over. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and countless drops of Heavenly Venerate blood rained down from the sky. The blood fell to the ground, boiling and burning like lava. A Heavenly Venerate's blood alone was enough to kill a Supreme, but now it was flowing out as if it cost nothing. The Brocade Lich moved, quickly flying to the leopard Heavenly Venerate's wounds and stuffing the fish bone inside. Because his soul was under attack from the White Bone Laws, the leopard Heavenly Venerate didn't even notice the Brocade Lich's actions. By the time he struggled out of the intense pain, the flying fish had already arrived. The flying fish flapped its wings, slashing out countless attacks. Each attack shook space, creating countless fissures. Numerous laws were annihilated under the flying fish's attacks. The leopard Heavenly Venerate let out a strange cry and fled again, dragging his wounded body. He was truly scared now. Lin Moya's methods were too bizarre. He felt that if he kept playing along, he would die. Lin Moya chuckled lightly. It's not over yet. Buddhist chants rang out as the Buddhist Lich flew forth. In the eternal Buddhist kingdom, 1,000,000 believers turned to ash, sacrificing themselves to the Buddha. Lin Moya flicked out 10 drops of ancestral water, falling onto the Buddhist Lich. The Buddhist Lich's aura instantly surpassed Peak Supreme, stepping into the Heavenly Venerate realm. Spell, Fate's Great Tao. The Fate's Great Tao appeared, locking onto the leopard Heavenly Venerate's future fate. The leopard Heavenly Venerate's hair stood on end, feeling danger descending from the depths of his soul, even more dangerous than before. What did he do? What did he do? The leopard Heavenly Venerate roared inwardly, but with the flying fish chasing closely behind, he could do nothing, not even having time to look back. The Buddhist Lich raised its fist, fusing the power of 1,000,000 believers and 10 drops of ancestral water, launching an attack through the Fate's Great Tao towards the future leopard Heavenly Venerate. Whether by coincidence or design, the Buddhist Lich's attack timing was perfect, hitting the leopard Heavenly Venerate at his weakest moment. Lin Moya vaguely saw the scene in the Fate's Great Tao. At some point in the future, the leopard Heavenly Venerate was severely injured, on the verge of death. Given time, with a mid-level Heavenly Venerate's abilities, he could still recover. Unfortunately, the Buddhist Lich's fatal blow descended, completely extinguishing the leopard Heavenly Venerate's hope. One punch fell, and the leopard Heavenly Venerate in the Fate's Great Tao was shattered to pieces. The damage traveled along the Fate's Great Tao, descending upon the present in an incomprehensible manner. The fleeing leopard Heavenly Venerate suddenly let out a miserable scream, countless wounds bursting open on his body, blood raining down like a downpour. His soul was also severely injured. Some of the wounds on his body were caused by the soul injury. This was the terror of void power. One didn't even know where the attack came from, killing enemies invisibly. His vision darkened, nearly fainting on the spot, his whole body falling from the sky. At this moment, another burst of pain came as the flying fish's attack arrived. Its wings sliced through the leopard Heavenly Venerate's body like sharp blades, cutting him in two. Blood mixed with internal organs fell from the wound, along with the fish bone. The flying fish immediately turned, no longer paying attention to the leopard Heavenly Venerate, directly chasing after the fish bone. Half of the leopard Heavenly Venerate's body crashed down from the sky, landing on an island. His physical body and soul were both severely injured, on the verge of death. Lin Moyo came before him, expressionless, looking down at him from above. You're about to die. Pity, I don't even know your name. Do you have any last words you want me to take back? I'll give you this chance. The leopard Heavenly Venerate seemed to know his fate as well, his voice trembling. Really? No. Lin Moya's cold voice shattered his last hope as the Skeleton Kings simultaneously raised their bone swords, not only killing the person but also crushing their spirit. Chapter 2439. Chapter 2439, 2439. Chapter 2439. Not planning to let any of them go, the leopard Heavenly Venerate's half-body, along with his soul, was chopped into paste, truly scattered to ashes. Lin Moyo collected the other half of the body, turning it into his weapon. The leopard Heavenly Venerate also had a storage treasure, a bracelet, which wasn't damaged in the attack. Lin Moya took that as well, planning to examine its contents later. The ocean exploded with a roar, raising a 10,000-meter water column. The Brocade Lich burst out of the ocean holding the fish bone, with the flying fish in hot pursuit, countless attacks sweeping across the sky. The Brocade Lich held the fish bone, wrapped in the Great Tao, activating Great Tao protection to barely withstand the flying fish's attacks, but it couldn't hold out for long. Earlier when the fish bone fell, Lin Moyo had the Brocade Lich chase after it, getting to it before the flying fish could. Having finally found a fish bone, How could he easily give it up? This time, Lin Moya chose to take everything, not just the fish bone. He wasn't planning to let the flying fish go either. He had his own considerations. That high-level heavenly venerate from the human race harbored killing intent towards him. If they encountered each other, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Before that, he needed to make more preparations. The corpse of a mid-level heavenly venerate would naturally be the best weapon. The brocade lich was in a somewhat sorry state under the flying fish's pursuit. The difference in strength between them was too great. Even with great Dao protection, it could only hold out for a short while. Lin Moya snapped his fingers, unleashing a sea of fire. From the sea of fire, 400 skeleton kings emerged simultaneously, like a terrifying army. Adding to the 100 skeleton kings from before, this was the first time Lin Moya had summoned all 500 skeleton kings. The more skeleton kings there were, the stronger they became as they amplified each other. 500 skeleton kings could increase their combat power by at least twofold, almost reaching the limit of low-level heavenly venerates. Although still some distance from mid-level heavenly venerates, when quality wasn't enough, quantity would have to make up for it. Appearing alongside the skeleton kings was Kujun. Strike! Lin Moya's mind moved, and 100 skeleton kings raised their swords simultaneously, locking onto the flying fish. Spell, Whitebone God Slash. The rule world appeared, white bones transforming into countless sharp blades, slashing out a terrifying strike. The sword light exploded on the flying fish, blasting off large chunks of flesh. At the same time, its soul was attacked by the white bone laws, dense wounds appearing on its body, many scales bursting. Even its wings developed spider web-like cracks. The flying fish screamed incessantly, turning its head to look at Lin Moyo. Its eyes were filled with bloodthirst, but in the next second, it still continued chasing after the brocade lich. Although it had been attacked, it still prioritized the fish bone. This scene made Lin Moyo wonder, was the fish bone really that important? The Worldsea King needed the fish bone, and even the flying fish valued it so highly. What use did this fish bone have? What secrets did it hold inside? Though curious in his heart, the Skeleton King's swords didn't stop. Another 100 Skeleton Kings raised their swords, slashing down again with another 100 simultaneous white bone god slashes. The flying fish screamed again, letting out a sharp cry. This time the wound was even more severe than before. A huge gash appeared on its body, blood gushing out frantically, dyeing the ocean red. The flying fish looked over angrily, its eyes bloodshot, its killing intent even stronger than before. Lin Moyo could see it was hesitating, unsure whether to continue chasing the fish bone or turn back to kill him. The brocade lich kept its distance with the fish bone, always maintaining a certain distance from Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo vaguely felt like he was back in a game fighting a boss. This fighting style was similar to the kiting tactics he used before, attracting aggro from two sides, making the boss unsure which to focus on. The flying fish turned again, once more locking onto the fish bone. Just as it turned, the third batch of skeleton kings raised their bone swords. Suddenly, the flying fish's wings vibrated intensely, its speed reaching the extreme in an instant. It appeared above Lin Moyo as if teleporting, its wings vibrating, attacks falling like raindrops. Space cracked in many places, the attacks like sharp blades cutting through heaven and earth. The island Lin Moyo was on was instantly cut to pieces, sinking with a rumble. Countless dust particles rose to the sky. The skeleton kings used their swords as shields, blocking in front of Lin Moyo, charging towards the flying fish. Kujun stood in front of Lin Moyo, blocking most of the attacks for him. As a revived one, Kujun didn't fear death or injury. His body developed countless wounds under the attacks, but no blood flowed from them. This attack is truly strong. Not bad, not bad. With you, many things will be easier to handle. Lin Moya's eyes brightened. In terms of pure attack power, the flying fish's attacks were top tier among mid-level heavenly venerates. Even peak supremes might not be able to withstand its attacks. Although its attack method was simple, the most crucial point was that it was practical. Especially after becoming a revived one, its attacks would become even more powerful. An attacker with powerful strikes who didn't fear death, one could imagine how terrifying that would be. The skeleton kings had already reached the flying fish, 500 skeleton kings surrounding it completely. The flying fish attacked frantically, slashing out countless invisible blades. The skeleton kings couldn't block them at all suffering injuries. For a moment, white bones rained down. The skeleton king's bones were cut apart, becoming incomplete. However, this didn't affect the skeleton king's combat power. As long as they could still wield their swords, the skeleton king's fighting strength wouldn't be diminished. Sword light exploded frantically, wound after wound appearing on the flying fish's body. White bone god slashes fell on the flying fish again and again, carrying white bone laws, attacking both flesh and soul simultaneously. Kujun also joined the battle. As a mid-level heavenly venerate, his attack power surpassed the skeleton kings. He alone was worth dozens of skeleton kings. With Kujun's containment, the pressure on the skeleton kings was obviously reduced. The flying fish was deeply trapped in the encirclement, seemingly unable to break free. But Lin Moyo felt it still wasn't secure enough. He snapped his fingers again, and the Dragon Rider Legion entered the battle. 100 billion dragon riders forming 1,000 legions filled the sky, surrounding the flying fish in countless layers. The flying fish was completely trapped in the encirclement, with no possibility of breaking free. Under the Legion commander's orders, the Dragon Rider Legion continuously launched charging attacks against the flying fish, ramming it and making it scream incessantly. The death dragon breath spewed out, roasting the flying fish. Whether it was effective or not, the main point was harassment. The white bone battle formation was deployed, white bone laws gathering into a sea, instantly turning the world into a realm of white bones. Endless attacks continuously eroded the flying fish's vitality. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the flying fish's life came to an end, forcibly ground to death by Lin Moya's human wave tactics. This is like ants eating an elephant, Lin Moya said with a smile, flicking out the undying flame. Origin level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The just-deceased flying fish was immediately revived in the flames. Its aura was even stronger than when it was alive, almost touching the realm of high-level heavenly venerate. The flying fish's attack ability was extremely strong, though its defense was weak. Lin Moya felt that after becoming a revived one, its attack power could now threaten even high-level heavenly venerates. As for defense, because it was a revived one and didn't fear death, this shortcoming was largely mitigated. Moreover, it would self-destruct before dying. The power of its self-destruction was probably difficult even for high-level heavenly venerates to withstand. Lin Moya put away the undead army and leapt onto the flying fish. With such a powerful fighter, his actions in this special space would be much more convenient. Chapter 2440. Chapter 2440, 2440. Chapter 2440, The Home of the Flying Fish, Origin Crystals. The skeleton generals were still exploring this space. This space was obviously larger than the previous one, so the exploration would take some time. The brocade lich brought the fish bone back and handed it to Lin Moya. The fish bone felt warm to the touch, like top-quality jade. Just by touching it, one could feel its extraordinary nature. The fish bone had a beautiful pattern on it, which looked like a rune but wasn't exactly a rune. Lin Moya had never seen this pattern before. From the pattern, he felt a mysterious and powerful force. This force was like a law, but not exactly a law. Its existence surpassed Lin Moya's understanding. Lin Moya could feel its grandeur and power, but he couldn't truly touch it. This is not my power, I shouldn't covet it. Lin Moya felt a sense of awe. The king of the worlds, he dared to let them search for the fish bones and wasn't afraid of them keeping the bones for themselves, so he must have a way to control them. Facing someone who might be more terrifying than an ordinary Dao Venerate, Lin Moya didn't dare to gamble. Standing on the flying fish, Lin Moya asked softly, "Are there any other fish bones here?" The flying fish wasn't very intelligent. Although it was powerful, it only had some simple instincts. It seemed to not quite understand Lin Moya's question and looked very confused. Lin Moya waved the fish bone in front of the flying fish. "This, are there more?" This time, the flying fish seemed to understand. It first shook its head, then nodded. Shaking its head and then nodding, did it mean yes or no? After asking a few more questions, the answers were still ambiguous. Lin Moya thought for a moment and roughly understood the flying fish's meaning. There were no more fish bones in this space, but there were more in other places. Just as Lin Moya was inquiring, a skeleton general suddenly lost contact. The skeleton general wasn't dead, it had just lost contact. Lin Moya immediately rushed to the location where the skeleton general lost contact. He stood on the flying fish, letting it carry him. Soon, he arrived at the location and saw a slightly distorted space. Through the space laws, Lin Moya could roughly sense that this space had formed a passage leading elsewhere. There must be a powerful force that divided this special space into many small spaces. These small spaces are not completely disconnected but are linked together in some special way. And the fish bones the king of the world sea is looking for are distributed among these spaces. Lin Moya wanted to go through, but he knew that once he went through, he might not be able to return. So before going through, he needed to search the space thoroughly to see if there was anything he might have missed. He wasn't in a hurry, the king of the world sea hadn't set a time limit. More skeleton generals flew out, conducting a carpet search of the entire space. They didn't miss a single island. The skeleton generals even entered the ocean to search. The ocean was made of water from the world sea, and it came from a depth of 1,000,000 meters, containing immense power. The skeleton generals couldn't last more than 10 seconds before shattering. Lin Moya had to summon the skeleton kings to replace the skeleton generals for the search. They searched inch by inch, almost digging 3 feet into the ground. Soon, a skeleton king found a cave at the bottom of the ocean. The cave started from the seabed and was deep and long. Lin Moya had the flying fish take him into the ocean. The undying golden body was fully activated, turning Lin Moya into a fiery figure, resisting the impact. The impact of the world sea water was too strong, the undying golden body couldn't hold out for long. The most troublesome part was that the impact of the world sea water seemed to contain some special rules, ignoring damage transfer and connection. All the impact couldn't be transferred to the undead army and had to be borne by Lin Moya alone. Lin Moya released the revived thorn fish. The peak supreme level thorn fish only lasted 5 seconds before exploding. The world sea water didn't care that they were fish, the result of insufficient strength was death. Arriving at the cave entrance, Lin Moya didn't enter. Just by looking, he knew that the cave belonged to the flying fish beneath him. Lin Moya imagined the whole process. The flying fish usually lived in the cave, guarding the fish bone until it was taken away. Lin Moya asked, "Is this your home?" This time, the flying fish seemed to understand and nodded vigorously. Lin Moya asked again, "Is there anything else inside?" The flying fish nodded again, then shook its head. It seemed there were things inside, but nothing important. Lin Moya asked, "Are there any other fish besides you here?" This time, the flying fish seemed to understand and only shook its head. Lin Moya said, "Go inside and bring everything out." He had the flying fish fetch the items while he left the ocean. The undying golden body had reached its limit, staying any longer would cause it to shatter. Lin Moya stood in midair, watching the surging ocean. This won't work. If other spaces also have such oceans, I won't be able to explore them. It seems I need to get more revived beings like the flying fish to replace the skeleton generals for exploration. Lin Moya thought to himself and had an idea. In the future, whenever he encountered fish like heavenly venerates here, he would try to kill them and turn them into revived beings. Moments later, the flying fish flew out of the ocean, opened its mouth, and spat out everything it had brought from its home. Several familiar auras hit Lin Moya's face, and his eyes lit up. Origin crystals. Among the items the flying fish brought back were several origin crystals, and they weren't low-grade, they were all 4th-grade origin crystals, more than 10 in total. This was an unexpected surprise. He hadn't expected to find origin crystals here. The king of the world sea was right. Besides fish bones, there are other treasures in this special space. And these treasures can be kept for personal use. It seemed that in the eyes of the flying fish, only the fish bones were the most precious. Other things, including the origin crystals, were of no use to it. Lin Moya collected the origin crystals and examined the remaining items, finding nothing of value or use to him. Let's go. Having searched this space thoroughly, Lin Moya stood on the flying fish and headed towards the passage. After a brief teleportation, Lin Moya found himself in another ocean, with the previously lost skeleton general not far away. This space was similar to the previous one, also composed of an ocean and islands. The water sparkled, and the sea surged. Though the world looked the same, Lin Moya felt a difference. In this ocean, there were more than one living being. The eye of the undead scanned the area, revealing many soul fires. These soul fires were scattered throughout the ocean, numbering at least in the millions. These soul fires weren't very strong, only at the low-level Heavenly Venerate level, slightly stronger than the Skeleton Generals but not as strong as the Dragon Rider Legion or the Skeleton Kings. Lin Moya's gaze swept through the void and saw a group of soul fires gathered in the distance, seemingly doing something. Lin Moya immediately had the Brocade Lich go ahead to investigate. The Brocade Lich moved swiftly and silently, arriving there quickly. Through the Brocade Lich's vision, Lin Moya finally saw what was happening, and his expression changed slightly. Let's go. He instructed the flying fish to move immediately. Chapter 2441. Chapter 2441, 2441. Chapter 2441, 2 dead mid-level celestial sovereigns. On an island, 2 disfigured corpses lay on the ground. Blood stained the island, and the blood of the celestial sovereigns, containing immense power, carved out large blood paths on the island, flowing towards the ocean. Countless small fish, each the size of a fist and with 2 legs, were gnawing at the corpses. Their teeth were extremely sharp, tearing off pieces of flesh with each bite. Although they didn't eat quickly, if the 2 corpses could still feel, this would undoubtedly be the most terrifying punishment. Lin Moya saw this scene through the eyes of the brocade-clad witch and immediately rushed over. The flying fish, carrying the powerful pressure of a mid-level celestial sovereign, swept down, scaring the 2-legged fish away in a panic. Humans and demons. Although the 2 corpses were disfigured, their identities could still be discerned. One was a human celestial sovereign, and the other was a demon celestial sovereign. Judging from the aura left by the corpses, both were mid-level celestial sovereigns. The flying fish scared away the 2-legged fish, and Lin Moya descended from the sky, flicking out a ball of undying flame that landed on the demon celestial sovereign's corpse. Original level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. The flesh on the corpse quickly regenerated, and the dispersed soul began to reassemble according to some rule. In the blink of an eye, the demon celestial sovereign was resurrected, kneeling respectfully before Lin Moya. From his appearance, he seemed to be a celestial sovereign of the Grey Wolf lineage among the demons. Lin Moya asked, "What is your name? Explain what happened before you died here." The demon celestial sovereign immediately responded, "My name is Han Feng. I discovered traces of fish bones and origin crystals here, along with a human celestial sovereign. We fought over the fish bones and origin crystals, resulting in mutual destruction, and we both died here." Lin Moya found this strange. When mid-level celestial sovereigns fight, they may get injured, but killing each other is not easy. If one side is losing, they would definitely escape. If their strengths are similar, they would likely stop at the right moment. Only mortal enemies would fight to the death. Moreover, they would rather die in battle than use the Realm Sea token. Lin Moya felt something was off. He flicked out the undying flame again, resurrecting the human celestial sovereign. The human celestial sovereign was named Exin, and his description was similar to Han Feng's. Lin Moya asked, "What were you both thinking at that time?" Both replied in unison, "We just wanted to kill each other." The uniformity of their answers made Lin Moya feel even more uneasy. He realized that something might have influenced their minds and emotions, turning their fight into a deathmatch, resulting in mutual destruction. The most crucial point was that their memories stopped at the moment they were severely injured. They didn't even know who killed them. Lin Moya asked, "Where is the fish bone you found?" Both pointed in the same direction, over there, on an island. Lin Moya looked in the direction they pointed and saw the island. It wasn't far, and it was larger than the other islands. On the island, there was a small mountain, and at the top, a fish bone stood upright like a sword, clearly visible. According to their descriptions, there were also many origin crystals beside the fish bone. These were not low-level origin crystals but 4th and 5th level origin crystals. Lin Moya looked at the fish bone, frowning slightly, sensing something was wrong. He sent a skeleton general to retrieve the fish bone while he watched from a distance. The skeleton general quickly approached, but when it was a kilometer away from the island, an invisible force descended, impacting the skeleton general's soul. The skeleton general, seemingly unaffected, continued flying towards the fish bone. However, Lin Moya felt this invisible force, which could influence one's mind. He guessed that this was why Exin and Han Feng fought to the death, influenced by this invisible force. The force was subtle, and if not for his keen senses, he might not have detected it. Unfortunately, the skeleton general had no thoughts of its own, so its soul was not affected. Lin Moya murmured, "Deception is ineffective, let's see how you respond." When the skeleton general was only 100 meters away, it suddenly couldn't get any closer, as if blocked by a force. The fishbone then lit up, causing a spatial ripple, and the skeleton general was shattered with a bang. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. When the fishbone lit up, the pattern on it was very conspicuous, and a mysterious and powerful force burst out, leaving the skeleton general defenseless. The flying fish had instinctively valued the fishbone but couldn't utilize its power. However, the unknown entity here could. We have trouble. Lin Moya quickly pondered his next move and asked, "How did you two get here?" They explained their arrival. Han Feng found a stone, and after breaking it, he arrived here. Xin entered a lake, found a vortex, and came here through it. They hadn't found a way forward yet. Lin Moya temporarily set aside the fishbone and sent the skeleton general to find any passage to other spaces. Meanwhile, he targeted the two-legged fish, thinking of finding creatures to explore the ocean. These two-legged fish seemed suitable, not very strong but able to survive in this ocean. Importantly, there were enough of them to replace the skeleton general. Lin Moya summoned the skeleton king and had Kujun, Xin, and Han Feng hunt the two-legged fish together. He aimed to create an army of resurrected two-legged fish. He instructed them to avoid the island with the fishbone for now. A large-scale hunt began in this space. The two-legged fish were numerous but scattered, unable to resist the skeleton king's slaughter. Under the bone sword, the two-legged fish were quickly killed, and their bodies brought back to Lin Moya. Lin Moya found that the two-legged fish were not very powerful and had a single attack method, spitting the two sharp teeth in their mouths like arrows. After spitting out the teeth, they could immediately grow new ones, seemingly endless. The teeth were quite powerful, comparable to low-level celestial sovereigns. A skeleton general would be killed in 2 hits. However, no matter how they resisted, they couldn't withstand the attacks of the Skeleton King and the 3 mid-level celestial sovereigns. Lin Moya ignited a blazing flame, turning the two-legged fish into resurrected beings under his command. Although they lacked intelligence, it didn't matter as long as they could follow orders. The resurrected two-legged fish were released again, forming groups to attack other two-legged fish. A self-slaughter feast of the two-legged fish began. Chapter 2442. Chapter 2442, 2442. Chapter 2442, The Army of Resurrected Two-Legged Flying Fish. With the addition of the resurrected army, the efficiency of slaughtering the two-legged small fish increased further. As the number of resurrected beings grew, the efficiency continued to accelerate. Lin Moya found it strange how these unintelligent two-legged small fish could ascend to the celestial sovereign level. They had no rule world, no understanding of laws, only some instincts, yet they possessed the combat power of celestial sovereigns. The previous flying fish were the same, with combat power reaching mid-level celestial sovereign, yet still without intelligence. This situation was very unusual. Normally, upon reaching the celestial sovereign level, some intelligence would awaken. Moreover, without a rule world or understanding of laws, how did they become celestial sovereigns? Lin Moya had been pondering this question since entering the Realm Sea but had not found an answer. The spiny fish in the Realm Sea were similar, lacking intelligence but reaching the peak supreme level. Some spiny fish even nurtured origin crystals within their bodies. How this was achieved was baffling, completely defying his common sense. Unable to understand, Lin Moya could only console himself. Perhaps this is the wonder of the origin continent. More and more two-legged small fish became resurrected beings, and efficiency kept improving. A day later, the skeleton general had explored this space thoroughly. There was no way to other spaces in the void above the ocean. Except for the island with the fishbone, the other islands had nothing special. Since that was the case, only 2 places remained, the island with the fishbone and the ocean itself. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. In just one day, 1/3 of the two-legged small fish had become resurrected beings, numbering over 3 million. At this rate, in a little over a day, all the two-legged small fish in this space would become resurrected beings. At that time, sending them to explore the ocean would take at most 1 or 2 days to explore it thoroughly. A day later, almost all the two-legged small fish had become resurrected beings. The army of resurrected beings purely composed of them reached tens of millions. An army of tens of millions of low-level celestial sovereigns was enough to destroy ordinary sect forces on the origin continent. Throughout the process, the island with the fishbone remained motionless. It had no intention of stopping Lin Moya, and the deaths of these two-legged small fish had nothing to do with it. Lin Moya also did not provoke it. You leave me alone, and I won't bother you. Until all the two-legged small fish in the ocean became his own, Lin Moya began to have them search the ocean's world. 2 days later, over 10 million two-legged small fish had explored the ocean thoroughly. There was nothing in the ocean, no exit to other spaces. Now, Lin Moya faced only 2 choices, go to the island with the fishbone or use the Realm Sea token to leave. In fact, Lin Moya could indeed choose to leave. He had already gained a lot this time. An army of resurrected beings composed of tens of millions of low-level celestial sovereigns, including 3 mid-level celestial sovereign resurrected beings like the flying fish, a dozen 4th-level origins, and a fishbone. The gains seemed substantial, but Lin Moya did not want to give up just yet. He approached the island cautiously, with his soul guarded and the Calamity Staff firmly in hand. To deal with soul attacks, the Calamity Staff was the last line of defense. When he was a kilometer away from the island, an invisible force swept out, entering Lin Moya's rule world and reaching his soul. His soul momentarily lost focus, and a strong desire to fight surged from deep within. His soul began to lose control, and Lin Moya had only one thought, to fight. The world tree shook violently, shedding clear energy onto his soul. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal roared, spewing dragon breath onto his soul. Earth-colored light blossomed on his soul body, and the defense once blessed by the calamity staff on his soul body automatically activated. His soul jolted awake, and he was extremely shocked. This attack ignored the rule world and directly reached the soul. If it weren't for his multiple means, he might have been lost. What a strange attack. What kind of power is this? This attack was indefensible, and even mid-level celestial sovereigns would be unknowingly bewitched, becoming battle-crazed lunatics. EXIN and Han Feng were like this, influenced by this invisible force, ultimately injuring each other severely. However, the final blow that killed them was from an unknown attack. Lin Moya continued to approach, getting closer to the island. When he was 500 meters away, a strong source aura hit him. At the top of the mountain, there were over 20 origin crystals, including 6 or 7 fifth-level origin crystals. Most importantly, among the origin crystals was a peculiar piece of metal. The metal emitted a hazy mist, constantly changing shapes. Upon seeing the metal, Lin Moya realized it was a spiritual material favored by infinite fusion. Sure enough, the next second, infinite fusion buzzed and vibrated. It seemed to smell the fragrance of food, waking up from its slumber. Lin Moya could feel it hadn't fully recovered the stone bug it absorbed earlier wasn't enough for complete recovery. Infinite fusion flew to his soul, circling around. Lin Moya smiled, want it. Infinite fusion bobbed up and down, as if saying, yes, yes. It was like a child asking for a treat, and Lin Moya couldn't refuse. Okay, I'll find a way to get it for you. Lin Moya promised, infinite fusion. Originally, he could leave without getting the fishbone or even the origin crystals. But with infinite fusion involved, Lin Moya felt he had to fulfill this little guy's request. After all, infinite fusion had done a lot for him, and he couldn't let it down. Lin Moya continued to approach the island, stopping 150 meters away. Another 50 meters forward was where the skeleton general was killed. He knew he would face another attack. Time and space converged, forming a force that enveloped him. Prepared, Lin Moya continued to fly forward. Soon, at 100 meters away, he encountered an invisible wall blocking his path. The fishbone lit up, emitting dazzling light, and a force surged from the fishbone, stirring the space. Lin Moya was ready. The force of time and space activated, and the fishbone's power passed through him without causing harm. Though he stood there, he was not in that spacetime. When the space returned to normal, Lin Moya also returned to the present spacetime, with the flying fish appearing beside him. The flying fish flapped its wings, emitting a sharp cry, launching countless attacks on the invisible wall. The wall took shape under the flying fish's attack, like a dome covering the island. With a sound like glass shattering, the invisible wall broke. The fishbone lit up again, and space attacks descended once more. Lin Moya immediately retracted the flying fish and entered another spacetime. The attack failed again, and the island shook violently, raising huge waves. Chapter 2443. Chapter 2443, 2443. Chapter 2443, The Scarlet Enchantment Coral. Amidst the rumbling, the island came to life. In an instant, countless scarlet water arrows shot forth. Lin Moya's face changed drastically as he quickly retreated, using the power of time and space to keep himself in another dimension. The number of scarlet water arrows was too many, and their speed was astonishingly fast. Lin Moya was pierced by the water arrows before he could react. The dimension was shattered, and his undying golden body was broken on the spot, causing Lin Moya to stumble back into the present world. These scarlet water arrows had broken through the dimensional barrier, forcibly pulling him out. The immense power of the water arrows severely damaged the undead army. Fortunately, with the significant effect of damage transfer, Lin Moya endured the first wave of attacks and retreated over 100 miles. The island shook violently, countless rocks rolled down, revealing the true face of the island. The water of the realm sea emitted a red glow, not blood red, but a brilliant red. A stunningly beautiful red coral appeared in Lin Moya's sight. This red color penetrated the soul, carrying an inexplicable attraction that would captivate anyone at first glance. Lin Moya stood 100 miles away, in his rule world, where the world tree swayed wildly, scattering boundless clear energy. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal also emitted dragon roars, helping Lin Moya resist the enchanting power. With the combined efforts of both, and Lin Moya's firm Dao heart, his soul remained clear and unaffected. Han Feng, EXIN, and Kujun appeared simultaneously beside Lin Moya. Lin Moya asked in a low voice, "Do you know what this is?" Kujun did not answer. As a mid-level celestial sovereign of the Luo Zi sect, he did not know. Han Feng also did not know, but fortunately, EXIN provided the answer. This is the Scarlet Enchantment Coral, a material from the Realm Sea that can be used to refine pills and artifacts. Many of the artifacts of the Wan Se sect are made from the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. Lin Moya listened to the answer, realizing it was a material used for refining pills and artifacts. Clearly, the Scarlet Enchantment Coral before him was not simple. It had awakened some intelligence and was no longer an ordinary material. Moreover, it had absorbed the power of origin crystals and fish bones, making it extremely powerful. The origin crystals, fish bones, and spiritual materials were all embedded within the coral. To obtain them, the coral had to be shattered. Lin Moya looked at the Scarlet Enchantment Coral, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Its strength should still be within the range of a mid-level celestial sovereign, but with the power of the fish bones, it can affect the soul and kill invisibly. From this perspective, its terrifying degree even surpasses that of a high-level celestial sovereign. However, it has no effect on the undead army and can be dealt with. Moreover, the Scarlet Enchantment Coral itself is a material that can be used to summon an elemental lich. Lin Moya's thoughts surged, deciding to deal with the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. Not only for the fish bones and spiritual materials, but Lin Moyo also wanted to use the Scarlet Enchantment Coral to summon an elemental lich. As Lin Moyo was contemplating, space rippled, and a powerful attack came head-on. The Scarlet Enchantment Coral vibrated all over, launching a strong attack. The power of time and space converged, and Lin Moyo quickly entered another dimension to avoid the attack. Kojun and the other two were not so lucky. The space ripples struck them directly, sending them flying like cannonballs. The Scarlet Enchantment Coral then emitted a dazzling red light, illuminating a large area of the realm sea. Amidst the booming sound, countless water arrows burst from the realm sea. Here it comes again. Lin Moyo muttered. The Scarlet Enchantment Coral's attack method was exactly the same as before. However, this time, Lin Moyo was 100 miles away and no longer as passive as before. He retreated again to widen the distance, and the shadows around him flickered as the Dragon Cavalry Corps moved out. The bone rule gathered into a sea, covering the core and forming a bone shield to block the water arrows. The water arrows were extremely powerful, pushing the Dragon Cavalry Corps back step by step, but they barely managed to hold on. The undying flames burned fiercely, and 500 skeleton kings emerged in response. Lin Moyo pointed at the Scarlet Enchantment Coral, and the bone hell instantly enveloped the coral. The hellish spirits pounced on the coral, biting it. The gap between Supreme and Celestial Sovereign was too large, and the hellish spirits bit with difficulty. However, they ignored the difficulty and gnawed madly. The Scarlet Enchantment Coral trembled again, the fish bones glowed, space rippled, and the bone hell was shattered on the spot. Marking complete, kill. The bone hell completed its mission gloriously, marking the target for Lin Moyo. The Skeleton Kings swung their swords simultaneously, white bone/god. The rule world rose, bone shadows appeared, and the intense sword light exploded on the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. The coral shattered, and the massive Scarlet Enchantment Coral was blasted into countless fragments by the sword. The Scarlet Enchantment Coral was completely enraged. Its bright red body began to move, evolving into thousands of giant whips that lashed out. Lin Moyo retreated again, and the Dragon Cavalry Corps and Skeleton Kings also retreated. The whips lashed into the realm sea, causing it to explode and shoot out countless water arrows again. The coral kept lashing, and the water arrows rained down like a storm. The Skeleton Kings swung their bone swords, forming an impenetrable defense to block the water arrows. The immense impact force pushed them back continuously. The Dragon Cavalry Corps was in a similar situation, facing the overwhelming water arrow attack. They could only defend and could not break through. Lin Moyo's mind moved, and Kojun and the other two mid-level Celestial Sovereigns charged against the flow, breaking through the water arrow blockade and attacking the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. As mid-level Celestial Sovereigns, their strength was much greater than that of the Skeleton Kings. The flying fish appeared, instantly rushing to the front of the three to clear the way. The flying fish's wings vibrated, launching countless attacks, shattering all the incoming water arrows. The Scarlet Enchantment Coral evolved countless scarlet whips to lash out, but the flying fish's wings vibrated more intensely, cutting all the whips. As a resurrected being, the flying fish was stronger than before, with its attack power truly reaching the peak of mid-level Celestial Sovereign. In terms of pure attack, it surpassed the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. The fish bones within the Scarlet Enchantment Coral kept vibrating, disturbing the space, while the coral itself emitted enchanting light, trying to influence the flying fish and Kojun and the other two. Unfortunately, as resurrected beings, their consciousness only followed Lin Moyo's orders and had no thoughts of their own, so they were not affected. The stars of the resurrection spell shone brightly, and the flying fish and others instantly entered another dimension, avoiding the spatial impact. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the water arrow blockade and reached the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. Kojun and the other two immediately launched a fierce attack on the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. The flying fish's massive body crashed into the coral like an arrow, creating a hole. It rushed in, vibrating its wings, and in an instant, the hole expanded several times. The Scarlet Enchantment Coral suffered severe damage, and the newly intelligent creature retaliated furiously. The ocean boiled, and the aftermath of the battle swept across tens of thousands of miles of ocean, sending towering water columns into the sky. If the ocean were not composed of the realm sea's water, it would have evaporated long ago. If this battle took place in the Great World, all the star systems within 100 light-years would be doomed. The destructive power of a Celestial Sovereign battle was unimaginable. The four mid-level Celestial Sovereign resurrected beings surrounded and attacked the Scarlet Enchantment Coral, gradually gaining the upper hand. The Skeleton Kings swung their bone swords again, unleashing the second white bone/god. Another large piece of coral was shattered, and the Scarlet Enchantment Coral's frantic resistance was futile. The Dragon Cavalry Corps finally no longer needed to block the water arrows and charged forward to join the battle. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was under control. Chapter 2444. Chapter 2444, 2444. Chapter 2444, Star Enchantment Lich and the Underwater Vortex. After persisting for more than 10 minutes, the Scarlet Enchantment Coral was finally shattered. The last trace of its intelligence was also obliterated, and the Scarlet Enchantment Coral completely perished. Kojun and the other two returned, bringing back the fish bone, origin crystals, and spiritual materials. Additionally, they brought back a piece of Scarlet Enchantment Coral slightly larger than a palm. This was the main body of the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. What they had seen before were just its evolved forms. The main body of the Scarlet Enchantment Coral emitted the aura of a Celestial Sovereign, with a high grade comparable to the treasure robe of the brocade-clad witch. Lin Moyo stored the spiritual materials in his rule world, and, Infinite Fusion, immediately flew over and swallowed the spiritual materials in one gulp. It then returned to its place, contentedly digesting the materials. This little guy would eat anything, regardless of whether it was easy to digest. Lin Moya knew that once it digested and absorbed these materials, it would likely recover completely. This time, there were more than 20 origin crystals, including 6 fifth-level origin crystals. Although these origin crystals were not world-class origins like those in the Great World, their quality was still good, comparable to what Lin Moya himself could fuse. The fish bone, though different in shape from the previous one, was equally smooth and jade-like. Lin Moya still couldn't understand the patterns on it, but he had already witnessed its power. When activated, the fish bone could stir space, repelling or even killing nearby beings. However, it was clear that the Scarlet Enchantment Coral had only utilized a negligible fraction of the fishbone's power, possibly less than 1,000th. Lin Moya could sense that the power contained within the fishbone was incredibly strong and terrifying. If fully unleashed, it could definitely kill a celestial sovereign instantly. After all, this was something even the King of the Realm Sea desired, so it couldn't be a simple item. Lin Moya didn't bother to study it further and simply put the fishbone away. Finally, his attention fell on the Scarlet Enchantment Coral. The piece of Scarlet Enchantment Coral, slightly larger than a palm, emitted a dazzling red glow. This light carried a strong allure, capable of evoking the most primal desires within a person. Anyone below the Celestial Sovereign level would fall into an illusion just by looking at it. After gaining intelligence, the Scarlet Enchantment Coral could further influence people's minds, generating inappropriate thoughts. This reminded Lin Moya of the Star River Lich he had once summoned, whose ability was to create illusions and trap enemies. However, the Star River Lich's ability was not as potent as the Scarlet Enchantment Coral's. Its illusions were too deliberate and could be resisted by a strong Dao heart. In contrast, the Scarlet Enchantment Coral directly influenced the soul, appearing as if there were no illusions, but in reality, it was more terrifying than any illusion. Lin Moya summoned the Star River Lich, which he hadn't used in years, and placed the Scarlet Enchantment Coral before it. Can you absorb it? The characteristic of an elemental lich is that it can absorb high-grade materials to grow. The Buddha Kingdom Lich had already proven this by absorbing the Golden Lotus and growing to the Peak Supreme level. The Star River Lich had also contributed in the past, and if it could absorb and grow, Lin Moya didn't want to summon a new elemental lich. The Star River Lich, with a confused look, flew to the Scarlet Enchantment Coral and stuck to it. Its entire body began to glow, and the Scarlet Enchantment Coral gradually melted in the light, merging with it. It can indeed. Lin Moya smiled, feeling a bit excited. I wonder what it will become. At this moment, a massive vortex appeared in the ocean, drawing in the waters of the Realm Sea at an astonishing speed. The water level was rapidly dropping. The vortex appeared precisely where the Scarlet Enchantment Coral had been. When the Scarlet Enchantment Coral was alive, the island it had evolved blocked this gap. Now that it was dead, the gap was exposed. The vortex siphoned the Realm Sea's water at a rapid pace. At this rate, the entire ocean would disappear within a day. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He watched the vortex calmly, waiting for the ocean to disappear. The Star River Lich absorbed the Scarlet Enchantment Coral, its entire body cloaked in a layer of bright red, transforming into a beautiful red doll. Its aura grew stronger, quickly breaking through to the Supreme level. It then continued to ascend, breaking through to the Peak Supreme level. But this was not its limit. After staying at the Peak Supreme level for a few hours, its aura grew stronger again. Accompanied by a blinding red light, it broke through the Supreme level, reaching the low-level Celestial Sovereign level, matching the level of the brocade-clad witch. This indicated that the Scarlet Enchantment Coral's level was not much different from Kujun's treasure robe. In the Celestial Sovereign realm, it could be considered mid-tier. The newly born Lich, clad in a red robe, circled around Lin Moya, looking very happy. It was only palm-sized, appearing extremely cute. Lin Moya also received its information simultaneously. Star Enchantment Lich. Realm, low-level Celestial Sovereign. Grade, perfect. Growth limit, none. Spells, Star Enchantment, Illusion of the Great Tao. Star Enchantment can influence the soul, evoking the most primal desires, trapping people in illusions from which they cannot extricate themselves. The illusion can be controlled by the Master's will. Illusion of the Great Tao utilizes the power of the Great Tao to trap the soul in an endless illusion. If unable to escape, the soul will be trapped to death. The effect of the illusion of the Great Tao is influenced by various conditions and can affect up to high-level celestial sovereigns. The Star River Lich had changed its name to Star Enchantment Lich. Its realm had reached the low-level celestial sovereign, possessing two abilities. Star Enchantment was an illusion spell that directly influenced the soul, not only evoking desires but also creating soul-level illusions that the master could control. The illusion of the Great Tao was even more formidable, forcibly dragging the opponent's soul into an illusion. Once inside, escaping would be difficult. Though it appeared to be an illusion spell, it was actually a lethal technique, killing invisibly and extremely terrifying. However, this spell was also influenced by various factors, such as the opponent's soul realm, artifacts, and Dao heart. Currently, the highest level it could affect was high-level celestial sovereigns. In Lin Moya's view, the Star Enchantment Lich was already very powerful. His spells were truly formidable, with no useless spells. The elemental lich he hadn't used in years now demonstrated astonishing power. Lin Moya put away the Star Enchantment Lich and continued watching the vortex. The ocean had already dropped by more than half, and in a little more than half a day, the ocean in this space would be completely drained. The vortex was huge, leading to an unknown destination. Lin Moya planned to wait until the ocean was completely drained before deciding whether to go down. If it was too dangerous below, he might choose to give up. His recent experiences had all indicated that this special space was very dangerous. Low-level celestial sovereigns could die at any moment, and mid-level celestial sovereigns could also die if they were not careful. The Realm Sea token might not necessarily save his life, so caution was paramount. Half a day later, the ocean was finally drained, revealing the pitch-black ground beneath. Lin Moya was seeing the ground beneath the Realm Sea for the first time. The water of the Realm Sea contained immense power, and under its impact, the ground appeared very solid. After the water was drained, the ground began to tremble, and countless cracks appeared on the seemingly solid black ground. Powerful suction forces emerged from the cracks. Along with the cracks, massive suction forces twisted the space, causing cracks to appear. These space cracks, carrying immense power, were terrifyingly deadly upon contact. Not good. Lin Moya's soul sent out a danger warning. He took out the Realm Sea token, ready to leave. The Realm Sea token activated, emitting a ball of light. Just as the light ball formed, the entire space shattered in an instant, tearing Lin Moya's body and the newly formed light ball to pieces. Chapter 2445. Chapter 2445, 2445. Chapter 2445, Crabs, Strange Fish, and a Dangerous World. Purple light flickered, and Lin Moya's shattered body was restored to its original state. After being resurrected, Lin Moya was still in shock. His newly acquired talent had saved him once again. Reflecting on the recent experience was truly unbearable. The feeling of being torn to pieces without any resistance was extremely unpleasant. Lin Moya realized that the Realm Sea token could not absolutely guarantee his safety. Under the force just now, even the light ball of the Realm Sea token was torn to pieces. Looking around, Lin Moya found himself amidst a cluster of reefs, with the faint sound of the ocean in the distance. The Realm Sea token was not far from him, and Lin Moya immediately picked it up. Holding the Realm Sea token, Lin Moya's eyes flickered. This place is too dangerous, I should go back. I already have 2 fish bones in hand. Returning now would still be a success, and I can exchange them for some treasures. I have obtained spiritual materials and origin crystals. This trip is not a loss. After much consideration, Lin Moya decided to return first. He did not want to get involved in this muddy water. No matter what good things might be ahead, they were not something he should touch for now. Lin Moya activated the Realm Sea token, intending to return. However, the Realm Sea token did not work. There was no response. Lin Moya's face turned grim. The Realm Sea token has already been activated once and needs some time before it can be used again. He had just activated the Realm Sea token, and now he needed to wait a while before it could be activated again. The exact waiting time was uncertain. Lin Moya sensed the recovery speed of the Realm Sea token and calculated that it would take about 10 days for it to be usable again. With a bit of helplessness, he thought, no choice, since I'm here, I might as well stay. This space had a faint oppressive feeling, making him feel unsafe, so he decided to stay put. He planned to wait for 10 days and then leave using the Realm Sea token. Although cultivators should be brave and forge ahead, they should not do so blindly, or they would face death and destruction. True cultivators must understand when to advance and when to retreat. Advancing when necessary, even at the risk of life and death, is essential. However, when it is time to retreat, one must not hesitate, as a wrong choice could also lead to death and destruction. Lin Moya did not know if his choice was right or wrong, but he trusted his soul, which told him this place was very dangerous. Lin Moya concealed his aura and blended into the chaotic reefs, becoming as still as one of them. The sound of waves echoed, and suddenly, the sound of crawling reached his ears. Following the sound, Lin Moya saw the source, large crabs. The crabs had peculiar patterns on their bodies, somewhat similar to the patterns on the fish bones but much fainter and weaker. These crabs were about a meter in size, with a pair of huge pincers. The pincers gleamed sharply, and if a reef blocked their path, they would either smash it with their pincers or crush it into pieces. Regardless of the method, the crabs never changed direction. For them, detours did not exist. The reefs here had endured countless years of the Realm Sea's impact and were extremely sturdy. However, in front of the crab's pincers, they were no stronger than tofu. Lin Moya could imagine that if those pincers landed on him, he would fare no better than the reefs. Seeing the crabs getting closer, Lin Moya felt a bit helpless. Some things could not be avoided just by wanting to. Just as he was about to take action, the reef exploded, and several scaly strange fish rushed out from beneath the reef, attacking the crabs. The strange fish had a claw under their belly, which was strong enough to grab the crabs and stuff them into their mouths. The sharp teeth crushed the crabs like cookies. The pincers of the crabs, which Lin Moya had thought were incredibly powerful, clashed with the strange fish's scales, producing metallic sounds but failing to break the scales. The strength of these scales was beyond imagination. The crabs were not entirely powerless. Lin Moya noticed that the thinnest of the crab's 10 legs was incredibly sharp, capable of piercing the strange fish's scales. The crabs quickly reacted to the ambush and began to fight the strange fish. The terrifying power of their battle sent many reefs flying. Lin Moya took the opportunity to hide his aura and, along with the flying reefs, moved away from the dangerous area. Whether it was the strange fish or the crabs, he could not afford to provoke them. They were like powerful lords, each one no weaker than a high-level celestial sovereign. Watching a group of high-level celestial sovereigns fighting to the death, Lin Moya, a peak supreme, would be courting death if he joined in. Lin Moya stayed far away, sensing that this space seemed unusual. Although the battle between the two sides was intense, the aftermath was always contained within a 10,000-meter radius. There was an invisible force in this space that suppressed their destructive power. Lin Moya had noticed this since he first entered. The suppression was weak at first but grew stronger as he delved deeper. Based on his observations, if this space were circular, he was now closer to the center than before. The closer to the center, the stronger the space's suppression. Lin Moyo originally planned to quietly wait out the 10 days, but it seemed difficult now. He silently released the brocade-clad witch, activating the brocade night walk to observe the space. The brocade-clad witch ascended to 1,000 meters high. Looking down, Lin Moyo realized that he was on a peninsula. Beyond the peninsula was an endless continent, and he was on the edge of this continent. Beyond the continent was an endless ocean, the ocean being the realm sea, surging and roaring. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past the brocade-clad witch, severing their connection, and the brocade-clad witch died in the wind. Lin Moyo was stunned. The brocade-clad witch was dead. How did it die? Lin Moyo could not understand. It was just a gust of wind, and the brocade-clad witch died. Lin Moyo could not comprehend how it died. There was no sign of an attack. Opening the eye of the undead, Lin Moyo looked at the sky but saw nothing. Not seeing danger did not mean there was no danger. The death of the brocade-clad witch was a fact, and it did not even have a chance to use the protection of the Great Tao. Such a sudden death made Lin Moyo even more cautious. My feeling was right. This space is extremely dangerous, and some dangers are unpredictable. Fortunately, the brocade-clad witch will not truly die and can be resurrected soon. There are still 9 days left. Once I get through these 9 days, I will leave immediately. He could not stay here for long. Every minute longer could lead to unforeseen dangers. Even with his newly acquired talent, Lin Moyo was not sure he could survive. Under the eye of the undead, Lin Moyo saw the strange fish and crabs still fiercely fighting, their powerful souls clashing constantly. Suddenly, he saw several soul fires hidden on the other side of the battlefield. There were 5 soul fires in total, representing 5 people. 4 were mid-level celestial sovereigns, and 1 was a high-level celestial sovereign. Someone else is hiding there like me. It seems they have been here for a while, which means they might have already noticed my presence. Lin Moyo did not know who they were or if they had discovered him, but he knew he could not take the risk. Although he could leave, the continent behind him was also unsafe. Compared to facing unknown dangers, it was better to stay here. At this moment, a strange fish was killed, and its body exploded before death, releasing a surge of origin energy, and an origin crystal fell out. Chapter 2446. Chapter 2446, 2446. Chapter 2446, Kill all the Lin family geniuses. Lin Moyo saw clearly that what fell out was actually a 5th-level origin crystal. He knew that on the origin continent, the value of a 5th-level origin crystal was already quite high. Celestial sovereigns often fought fiercely over a single 5th-level origin crystal. These people must be here for the origin crystals, he thought. If they know that strange fish drop origin crystals upon death, they must have witnessed such battles more than once, which also means they must have discovered me long ago. Regardless of whether they have hostile intentions, I must strike first to gain the upper hand, Lin Moyo decided after some thought. The battle between the crabs and the strange fish lasted for more than half an hour and finally ended with the victory of the strange fish. The crabs quickly retreated back to the realm sea, and the strange fish pursued them, also entering the realm sea. As they left, Lin Moyo shot out. The few mid-level celestial sovereigns hiding on the opposite side also moved. They rushed towards the origin crystal, which was not Lin Moyo's target. Lin Moyo's goal was the flesh and blood left behind by the strange fish and the crabs during the battle. The 4 mid-level celestial sovereigns wanted the origin crystal. Lin Moyo finally saw clearly that these 4 mid-level celestial sovereigns were all from the demon race. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to belong to the golden monkey lineage of the demon race. Since their goals were different, Lin Moyo rushed into the battlefield and immediately began collecting the flesh and blood left behind by the strange fish and crabs. During the recent battle, 2 strange fish had died, leaving behind flesh and blood. 10 crabs had died, most of them eaten clean, but a few remnants were left. Lin Moyo moved quickly and collected 5 portions of flesh and blood in total. With these 5 portions of flesh and blood, he felt confident. With these 5 portions of flesh and blood, I can kill even 5 high-level celestial sovereigns, let alone mid-level ones. While he was collecting the flesh and blood, the 4 golden monkey celestial sovereigns also obtained the 5th-level origin crystal. They all smiled at Lin Moyo, but their smiles were filled with killing intent. It's you, what a coincidence. Unexpectedly, the mark we left on you before has disappeared. We thought you were lucky to escape, but we didn't expect to meet you here. Should we say it's our good luck or your bad luck? But since you've survived until now, your luck shouldn't be bad. However, your good luck ends here. The 4 of them spoke one after another, not stopping. Lin Moyo remained calm and composed. Are you done talking? The golden monkey celestial sovereigns laughed loudly, in such a hurry to die. Lin Moyo snorted softly, spread his wings of the undead, and flew away at an astonishing speed. Chase him, he's trying to escape. One of the golden monkey celestial sovereigns roared, and they all pursued Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo fled in the direction where the high-level celestial sovereign was hiding. He recognized this high-level celestial sovereign, who had also marked him before. This person was the only high-level celestial sovereign among the human race who wanted to kill him. Lin Moyo didn't know why this person wanted to kill him, as he didn't know him at all. But regardless, the killing intent was unmistakable. Moreover, the high-level celestial sovereign hadn't acted before, probably wanting to watch the 4 golden monkey celestial sovereigns kill him. If Lin Moyo tried to escape, the high-level celestial sovereign would definitely intervene. Since that was the case, Lin Moyo decided to flee towards his location and force him to come out. Lin Moyo's plan worked. His actions immediately provoked a reaction from the high-level celestial sovereign. The aura of a high-level celestial sovereign surged, blocking Lin Moyo's path. Lin Moyo saw him clearly. It was indeed the one who had marked him before. However, Lin Moyo didn't show it and instead looked delighted. Senior, save me. The four golden monkey celestial sovereigns' expressions changed simultaneously. Damn, it's a high-level celestial sovereign of the human race. Run! The high-level celestial sovereign snorted coldly, and a giant hand descended from the sky, slapping down on the four golden monkey celestial sovereigns. They screamed and scattered in all directions. The giant hand suddenly turned, its speed increasing instantly, and grabbed one of them. With a bang, the golden monkey celestial sovereign was crushed, and his belongings scattered. A light flew out, and the golden monkey celestial sovereign reappeared 100 miles away, having escaped this calamity with the help of a treasure. The giant hand didn't pursue but instead grabbed an origin crystal and brought it back. This origin crystal was the one the golden monkey celestial sovereigns had obtained earlier. The four of them didn't dare to stay and fled quickly. Keeping their lives was already fortunate. They didn't dare to think about the origin crystal anymore. Lin Moya looked at him and praised without hesitation, "Senior, you're mighty. Thank you for saving me. May I know your esteemed name?" After putting away the origin crystal, he said in a deep voice, "I am called Hongguang." Lin Moya immediately called out, "So it's Celestial Sovereign Hongguang. I will remember your kindness in saving me. If I have the chance in the future, I will repay you." Hongguang's eyes narrowed slightly, watching Lin Moya's expression closely. He said in a low voice, "You've never heard of me?" Lin Moya replied, "This is the first time I've heard of you, senior." Hongguang frowned, "You're not from the Lin family of Duanya City in the southern continent." Lin Moya shook his head, "Duanya City Lin family? I'm not from there." Hongguang's gaze swept over Lin Moya, as if trying to determine if he was telling the truth. Lin Moya appeared calm, but his mind was racing. Lin Moya thought that Hongguang might want to kill him because of his surname. Perhaps Hongguang had a grudge against the Lin family of Duanya City and wanted to kill him upon hearing his surname. Hongguang said, "The Lin family of Duanya City is a large family with influence across most of the southern continent, with countless branches. I heard that 1,000 years ago, the Lin family produced an extraordinary genius. I don't know if it's you, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But you have the surname Lin and are a top genius." As he spoke, his killing intent gradually rose. Lin Moya knew that Hongguang intended to kill him just in case. He was now certain that Hongguang had a deep-seated grudge against the Lin family of Duanya City. This was why he wanted to kill every top genius with the surname Lin he encountered. For Hongguang, there was nothing wrong with this approach. Lin Moya said softly, "Senior, I'm really not from the Lin family." Hongguang shook his head lightly, "It doesn't matter anymore. If you have any last words, say them now." His killing intent had been aroused and could no longer be changed. Lin Moya sighed, "Senior, with your strength, you can see through causality and know that I am not from the Lin family." Hongguang replied, "To avoid being hunted, I severed all causality long ago." Lin Moya's heart sank. Severing all causality meant there was no way out. Lin Moya stopped trying to persuade him and sighed, "Senior, I know you have a grudge against the Lin family and want to kill all geniuses with the surname Lin, but have you ever thought that you can't kill them all?" Hongguang said, "The origin continent is vast, and there are many geniuses with the surname Lin. All I can do is kill everyone I see. Only then will my Dao heart be smooth, and I will have a chance to destroy the Lin family in the future." Lin Moya sighed, "You won't have that chance." As he spoke, he extended his hand, and the bone hell automatically appeared, enveloping Hongguang. Since he had to fight, he would strike first. The flying fish followed the bone hell, attacking Hongguang together. Hongguang said, "It's useless." He lightly slapped his hand, and the bone hell shattered, sending the flying fish into the ocean. Chapter 2447. Chapter 2447, 2447. Chapter 2447, almost capsized again. Lin Moyo had witnessed the power of a high-level celestial sovereign. Previously, he thought the crabs and strange fish were already strong enough, but compared to celestial sovereign Hongguang, they were far inferior. From Hongguang's actions, it was clear that he was a very cautious person. Despite coveting the origin crystals and having the power to suppress the strange fish and crabs, he did not take action, preferring to watch them kill each other. If he had acted, he might have obtained more origin crystals. He had also discovered Lin Moyo long ago but did not act, waiting for the 4 golden monkey celestial sovereigns to kill Lin Moyo. He wanted to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, until Lin Moyo forced him out, leaving him no choice but to act. Hongguang had a deep hatred for the Lin family, willing to kill mistakenly rather than let anyone go. Hongguang said, "Don't waste your efforts. If you have no last words, then die." Lin Moyo sighed, "Alright, then let's die." A broken crab leg appeared in his hand and turned to ash with a flick. Spell, corpse explosion. Boom. With a loud noise, Hongguang's face changed drastically, and he was blasted away by a powerful force. His rule world automatically activated, sharing the damage for him. Hongguang's rule world was very eerie, as if countless wrong souls were wailing within, creating a ghostly howl. "Lin family, you destroyed my entire clan, you will die a horrible death. Lin family of Duanya City, I won't spare you even as a ghost. I swear to become the fiercest evil spirit and take revenge on your Lin family." The screams echoed, and waves of resentment surged into Lin Moya's soul world. The world tree scattered clear energy, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal emitted dragon roars, helping Lin Moya resist the soul impact. "Bastard!" Hongguang roared, shaking the heavens. Lin Moya's sudden attack had not been easy for him to endure. He was not dead, his strength was too great, and with the help of his rule world, he had blocked the attack. Lin Moyo had anticipated this and was not surprised. The star enchantment lich flew out, and a drop of ancestral water fell on it. In an instant, red light covered the sky, and the red robe on the star enchantment lich turned into a large red cloak, enveloping the surroundings. Hong Guan roared, "Ancestral water, you actually have ancestral water, you are indeed from the Lin family. Die!" He roared and charged, countless giant palms tearing through space and shredding Lin Moya to pieces. After killing Lin Moya, Hong Guan laughed maniacally, "Die, die, all Lin family members must die, no matter which Lin family you belong to, all with the surname Lin must die." He looked insane, completely mad. Suddenly, he saw Lin Moya, who had clearly been killed, reappear not far away. He attacked again, tearing Lin Moya to pieces. But Lin Moya still did not die, no matter how many times he was killed. "Impossible, impossible. Why can't you die, why can't you die?" Hong Guan became increasingly frantic, like a madman. Lin Moya stood on a distant reef, watching the crazed Hong Guan and sighed, "He's truly gone mad. I don't know how you reached the high-level celestial sovereign, your Dao heart has long collapsed. Your rule world is full of resentment, and your soul has long been covered by it. For you, the path of cultivation has come to an end. What a pity." Hong Guan, influenced by the star enchantment lich, fell into an illusion, seeing and feeling only hallucinations. Originally, the star enchantment lich's ability, even with the illusion of the great Dao and ancestral water, could not truly trap a high-level celestial sovereign in an illusion. But Hong Guan, tormented by resentment daily, had a soul filled with it, leaving little rationality. As a result, the star enchantment lich's illusion of the great Dao could trap him in an inescapable illusion. Lin Moya pointed at Hong Guan, and a piece of strange fish flesh turned to ash. Boom! With an explosion, Hong Guan was blasted away again, his rule world continuing to share the damage. However, this time, it was much worse than before, with numerous cracks appearing in his rule world. Hong Guan was injured but became even more frenzied, showing no signs of clarity. In his eyes, Lin Moya had used some despicable means to injure him. Really hard to kill. But this is good. The harder you are to kill, the stronger you will be as a resurrected being. Boom! Lin Moya took out the remaining 3 pieces of flesh and detonated them all at once. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions almost simultaneously shattered the rule world, and black resentment surged out, dispersing around. Hong Guan finally quieted down, lying on the ground with eyes full of unwillingness. Before dying, he regained some rationality. His entire body was blasted beyond recognition, not only his flesh but also his soul. His breath was extremely weak, and he murmured, "Lin family, how did you do it?" Lin Moya shook his head. "First of all, I am not from the Lin family you mentioned, I have no connection with the Lin family of the origin continent." Hong Guan clearly did not believe, gritting his teeth, "Your surname is Lin." Lin Moya said, "Believe it or not, now you are dying, do you have any last words? Maybe I can help you fulfill them when I go to the origin continent someday." Hong Guan looked at Lin Moya and trembled, "None." Lin Moya frowned, "If you don't want to say, that's fine, let me send you off." Hong Guan sneered, "You are not qualified to send me off." As he spoke, a powerful force surged from his body, and the power of origin turned into flames, burning his soul. Self-destruction. Lin Moya shouted angrily and quickly retreated. He retreated fast, but the power of self-destruction was faster. With a roar, Hong Guan's body exploded, shattering into pieces. Lin Moya was also blown to pieces in the self-destruction, along with the newly emerged star enchantment lich. Purple light flickered, and Lin Moya resurrected with new life. "Really troublesome, I didn't expect him to self-destruct before dying. Fortunately, I have the talent of new life, otherwise, I would have died." High-level celestial sovereigns can't be underestimated. Someone like Hong Guan will always find a way to take others down with them. Lin Moya admitted that he had been careless, thinking that with the rule world destroyed, Hong Guan had no strength to fight back, not expecting him to have the power of origin to detonate. He released a ball of undying flame on the ground. Although Hong Guan's body was gone, there was still a lot of blood scattered around. In the undying flame, the blood gathered and began to regenerate. Flesh regrow, and the soul reformed. Lin Moya watched. The mysterious master said that when the undying golden body is refined to the extreme, one can regenerate from a drop of blood, making it very hard to kill. I wonder if the undying golden body at the celestial sovereign level is enough. If it has this ability, it would be much safer. Hong Guan regenerated from a drop of blood in the undying flame, becoming a resurrected being. He looked at Lin Moya with a complex expression, seemingly wanting to struggle, but under the suppression of the spell, his eyes gradually became devout, and finally, he knelt respectfully before Lin Moya. Lin Moya looked at him, the flames of gossip burning brightly. "Tell me, what exactly happened between you and the Lin family of Duanya City?" Chapter 2448. Chapter 2448, 2448. Chapter 2448, A Dangerous World. Hong Guan Celestial Sovereign's real name was Qing Hong Guan, a regular member of the Qing family in Duanya City. Years ago, the Qing family unexpectedly acquired a treasure, and the Lin family found out and came to forcefully buy it. The Lin family of Duanya City was very powerful, and the Qing family had no choice but to comply and sell the treasure to the Lin family. In the origin continent, the law of the jungle is starkly evident, where everything is dictated by power. Originally, the matter ended there. Although the Qing family lost the treasure, they received some compensation and had to swallow their pride due to their weaker position. However, on the night of the transaction, the Lin family returned and massacred the entire Qing family. At that time, Qing Hong Guan was not at home and narrowly escaped. He was just a minor supreme and didn't dare return to the Qing family, fearing that the Lin family might have left someone behind to eliminate any survivors. Using a karmic treasure he had obtained during an adventure, he severed all ties with the Lin family, breaking his bloodline connection so the Lin family couldn't track him through it. This made him safe, but it also meant he couldn't identify who was connected to the Lin family through karma. Given that there were many people with the surname Lin, he decided that all geniuses with the surname Lin were his enemies. Later, he became a celestial sovereign and secretly returned to the Qing family, only to find it still desolate. It seemed that out of fear of the Lin family, no one dared to occupy the former Qing family territory. The Qing family grounds were filled with resentment and restless spirits. Qing Hongguang absorbed all this resentment into his rule world and began his path of revenge. Over the years, he killed many cultivators with the surname Lin, regardless of whether they were from the Lin family, as long as they had the surname Lin and showed significant cultivation talent. His principle was to kill rather than let any go. Lin Moya sighed after hearing this. The principle of better to kill mistakenly than let go made it hard to say who was right or wrong. However, he knew that Qing Hongguang was trapped in his obsession, and without a significant opportunity, he would never break through to Dao Sovereign. Without reaching Dao Sovereign, seeking revenge against the Lin family was a fantasy. Even if he became a Dao Sovereign, it would be difficult to contend with a behemoth like the Lin family. The Lin family, standing strong for millions of years, had unimaginable foundations and likely had Dao Sovereigns among them. Lin Moya said, "Alright, you don't need to seek revenge anymore. The feud between the Lin and Qing families ends here. As you said, the Lin family is so domineering that they might be destroyed by someone someday. They are strong, but not the strongest." Indeed, the feud had ended. Qing Hongguang had become a resurrected being, now Lin Moya's subordinate, and could no longer seek revenge against the Lin family. The Lin family had many enemies, and it was possible they might be wiped out someday. Karma is a complex matter, and who can truly understand it? For Lin Moya, this battle was over, and it was time to reap the rewards. Qing Hongguang's storage ring became Lin Moya's spoils. After examining it, Lin Moya couldn't help but smile. As a high-level celestial sovereign, Qing Hongguang had many valuable items. There were over 100 origin crystals, mostly first and second level, with a few fourth and fifth level ones. Besides that, there were various materials, though they seemed ordinary. Most importantly, there were 2 fish bones. Qing Hongguang had obtained 2 fish bones, which wasn't surprising given his strength, but now they became Lin Moya's spoils. Lin Moya didn't find the Realm Sea token in the storage ring. He recalled that the Realm Sea token seemed to have disappeared when Qing Hongguang died. From Qing Hongguang's account, Lin Moya understood the situation in this space. The sky here had a peculiar wind that could kill invisibly. Even Qing Hongguang would be injured if touched by this wind. Therefore, flying was not an option here. The land also seemed dangerous, but neither Qing Hongguang nor Lin Moya had explored it much due to their short time here. Lin Moya's decision remained unchanged. He still didn't want to explore and decided to wait here until the Realm Sea token recovered, then leave. As the sky gradually darkened, resembling nightfall, the sound of waves grew more urgent. Lin Moya noticed the waves changing, becoming more rapid and powerful. Boom! With a roar, a huge wave crashed onto the reef, shattering it instantly. Lin Moya's expression changed slightly. The power of the waves had increased significantly. One wave shattered countless reefs. The force was comparable to a high-level celestial sovereign's strike. Something's wrong. If the waves were always this powerful, the reefs would have been flattened long ago. But there are still many reefs here. Looking at the scattered reefs, Lin Moya felt something was off. Moments later, another roar sounded, and a towering wave, tens of thousands of meters high, rose from the ocean, covering the sky as it approached. Damn! Lin Moya exclaimed and ran inland without hesitation. The wave carried countless rocks, falling like rain. Lin Moya finally understood why there were so many reefs. The waves shattered some and brought new ones. He didn't want to test his body's strength with the reefs, so he chose to flee. He quickly escaped tens of thousands of meters inland, away from the shore, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The wave crashed down, bringing rocks that smashed onto the shore. The ground shook, and the roaring continued. An invisible shockwave swept across Lin Moya at an astonishing speed. Lin Moya had no resistance and was sent flying. His undying golden body shattered like paper, and he felt like he had been hit by an ancient beast, his body uncontrollably thrown back. He struggled to stabilize himself, but the force was too great, making it difficult to control his body. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew through his body. His flesh turned to powder in the breeze. The breeze blew into his rule world, trying to extinguish it. The world tree swayed wildly, supporting the rule world. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal also emitted dragon breath, providing power to the rule world. Fortunately, the breeze was brief, lasting only 2 seconds before disappearing. Amidst the powder, purple light flickered, and Lin Moya's body reformed, resurrecting once again. That was terrifying. Lin Moya quickly put on his clothes and continued retreating. Rocks fell like meteors, accompanied by the waves, and the shockwaves came one after another. He felt the danger even high-level supremes would struggle in this situation. They might be directly crushed to death. The breeze from the sky was even more terrifying. A light blow almost killed him. Lin Moya, still shaken, moved further from the shore. The shore was no longer safe. With less than 9 days left, he needed to find a safe place. He had moved 10,000 meters inland, now on a vast grassland. The grass varied in height, some over a meter tall, others less than a palm's height. Looking into the distance, he could vaguely see mountains and forests. The surroundings were somewhat empty, and Lin Moya instinctively felt that such an open area was unsafe. But going elsewhere also posed risks. As soon as this thought arose, his soul warned him of imminent danger. A powerful aura came from the sky, and a black dot appeared in the distance, rapidly enlarging in his vision. A high-level celestial sovereign eagle. But this eagle looked strange. Lin Moya thought, quickly crouching and hiding in a patch of grass half a person's height. Chapter 2449. Chapter 2449, 2449. Chapter 2449, Can't Afford to Provoke, Better to Hide. A massive eagle circled in the sky, looking very peculiar to Lin Moyo. It was clearly an eagle but had fish scales. It had wings and sharp claws, but also a fish tail. It looked like a combination of a fish and an eagle, so Lin Moyo aptly named it the fish eagle. The fish eagle ignored the deadly breeze in the sky, continuously circling and occasionally letting out sharp cries. It seemed to be searching for something, and Lin Moyo knew it was looking for prey, though he was not its target. Lin Moyo cautiously used the eye of the undead to take a quick glance. Judging by the intensity of its soul fire, the fish eagle was even stronger than Xinghongguang. It could fly in the sky, ignoring the deadly breeze, giving it a significant advantage. Even Xinghongguang would stand little chance against it. Lin Moyo only took a quick look, not daring to stare for fear of attracting its attention. He then used the eye of the undead to scan the surroundings and finally saw a soul fire not far away. This soul fire was slightly weaker than the fish eagle's, but still had the strength of a high-level celestial sovereign. Crucially, this soul fire was only 100 meters away, practically right next to him. Looking further, he saw many similar soul fires scattered around. This grassland was indeed unsafe, filled with dangers everywhere. The fish eagle circled for a while and finally locked onto a target. With a piercing scream, it flapped its wings, which expanded infinitely like giant fans, stirring up a boundless wind. The wind seemed to lift the entire grassland, sending countless blades of grass into the sky. Tornadoes formed automatically, transforming the green grassland into a chaotic mess. Lin Moyo felt a bit fortunate that the fish eagle's target was far from him, otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand it. The powerful wind felt like sharp blades cutting into his body, and even his undying golden body was not very effective against such an attack. Lin Moyo knew that if he collided head-on with the tornado, he would be torn to pieces. Roars echoed in his ears, and through the eye of the undead, he saw countless high-level celestial sovereigns suddenly erupting from the grassland. Giant pythons emerged, each with 8 pairs of small wings on their backs and 8 pairs of sharp claws beneath them. Although they looked like pythons, they had fish mouths and tails, as if everything in this world was related to the realm sea. The fish-shaped pythons shot out like arrows, attacking the fish eagle in groups of 20. Lin Moyo suddenly understood that not only did the fish eagle want to hunt them, but they also wanted to hunt the fish eagle. This was a two-way hunt, and it was hard to say who the prey was. The fish eagle screamed and soared into the sky, leaving only an afterimage, which was torn apart by the pythons. The fish eagle dodged the attack and continued to circle high above, stirring up more wind. It flew higher than the pythons could reach, as they could only fall back after a certain height, unable to stay airborne. Lin Moyo guessed that the deadly breeze posed a threat to the pythons. The pythons spewed out a foul yellow gas, forming a thick yellow fog that obscured the fish eagle's vision. Lin Moyo noticed that the fog was highly toxic, quickly corroding the grassland into liquid. The fish eagle used the wind to disperse the fog while continuously screaming. More black dots appeared in the distant sky, rapidly approaching with the wind. Each black dot was a fish eagle. The original hunt was quickly turning into a massive battle. Lin Moyo knew that with many pythons still hidden in the grassland, the scale of this battle could expand to cover the entire grassland, making it impossible for him to hide. Go, I must leave. Lin Moyo had only one thought: to get away from this dangerous place. If it were a small-scale battle, he might have stayed to watch and possibly take advantage. But now, he knew he couldn't stay. The battle could engulf the entire grassland, and he had to leave. However, with his strength, leaving quietly was nearly impossible. If he were noticed, the consequences would be dire. Even if the brocade-clad which were still around, using the Great Tao's protection would be futile. I need to find an opportunity. Lin Moyo's eyes became sharp as he searched for a chance to escape. The arrival of the fish eagles marked the start of the battle, with countless tornadoes forming on the grassland, connecting heaven and earth in a terrifying display. The storm raged, tearing the grassland apart. The pythons and fish eagles clashed, killing each other. Through the eye of the undead, Lin Moyo saw more pythons awakening, silently approaching to deliver a fatal blow to the fish eagles. The fish eagles also noticed this and screamed in alarm. Taking advantage of the fierce battle, Lin Moyo made his move. Go! Xinghongguang appeared beside him, enveloping Lin Moyo in an invisible force and taking him away. As a high-level celestial sovereign, Xinghongguang was much faster than Lin Moyo, and his protection ensured Lin Moyo's safety. They moved quickly across the grassland, trying not to attract attention. Lin Moyo hoped not to be noticed by the pythons and fish eagles, as even Xinghongguang might not be able to protect him then. They skirted the battlefield, avoiding hidden pythons, and gradually moved away from the grassland. The distant mountains and forests grew larger in their view, and Lin Moyo felt relieved as he moved further from the battlefield. However, he did not dare to relax. Suddenly, a sharp cry from the sky made Lin Moyo's hair stand on end. He felt he was being targeted. A fish eagle swooped down from high above, heading straight for him. Its wings flapped, sending countless wind blades like sharp knives towards him. The grassland ahead exploded, revealing a giant python blocking Lin Moyo's path. The python opened its mouth, ready to spew yellow fog. Lin Moyo ordered Xinghongguang, ignore them, go. At the same time, he summoned the Star Enchantment Lich, activating the illusion of the Great Tao. The python's eyes glazed over. It had locked onto Lin Moyo but suddenly turned to attack the fish eagle, spewing yellow fog. The Star Enchantment Lich had influenced its mind, making it ignore Lin Moyo and attack the fish eagle instead. The fish eagle screamed, using the wind to disperse the fog. The next moment, the python leaped up to fight the fish eagle. The fish eagle shifted its focus from Lin Moyo to the python, engaging in a fierce battle. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Moyo had Cheng Hongguang speed up, using the Eye of the Undead to avoid hidden pythons and leave the grassland. The battle between the fish eagles and pythons continued, expanding to cover the entire grassland. After several detours, Lin Moyo finally left the grassland safely. He encountered more pythons along the way, but the Star Enchantment Lich managed to neutralize them. These pythons were powerful but lacked intelligence, relying more on instinct, making them susceptible to the Star Enchantment Lich's influence. As he moved away from the battlefield, Lin Moyo felt increasingly puzzled. These high-level celestial sovereigns had only weak intelligence, which was highly unusual. Moreover, they had no rule world, relying purely on strength to reach the high-level celestial sovereign realm. Lin Moyo occasionally wondered if the rule world was truly necessary. Perhaps there were multiple paths in cultivation. Chapter 2450. Chapter 2450, 2450. Chapter 2450, Gaining some benefits, a peculiar sound. On the grassland, poisonous fog spread, and fierce winds swept through. The fish eagles and giant pythons fought to the point of madness. If it weren't for the unique nature of this space, a battle between high-level celestial sovereigns in the great world would be enough to destroy countless star systems. Watching the distant battle, Lin Moyo pondered. The essence of cultivation is to make oneself stronger, and there are countless paths to becoming stronger. Understanding laws and evolving a rule world is just one path. There should be many other paths to take. The monsters in this space, the powerful beings in the realm see, they lack wisdom, do not understand laws, and have no rule world, yet they can still be very strong. This indicates that they have a path to becoming strong. The question is, how far can this path go? Can it lead to becoming a Dao sovereign? Lin Moyo felt a bit of interest in their path. If given the chance, he wanted to explore the root of their strength. What exactly made them so powerful? Lin Moyo watched the battle from afar, hiding his aura. Behind him was a high mountain, dense with forests, exuding a powerful aura. Lin Moyo did not dare to be careless. This mountain was equally dangerous. The fish eagles came from the mountain, indicating it was their stronghold. Besides fish eagles, there must be many other dangers. Lin Moyo did not plan to enter immediately. If unnecessary, he didn't even want to go in. He continued to watch the battle on the grassland, hoping to see the final outcome. If he was lucky, he might gain some benefits. The strange fish by the coast dropped origin crystals, so the fish eagles and giant pythons might drop them too. The battle lasted for half a day, with casualties on both sides. Lin Moyo counted carefully, about 8 fish eagles and over 10 pythons had died. However, the pythons outnumbered the fish eagles, so the losses were not significant. As Lin Moyo expected, origin crystals did drop, but they quickly disappeared into the grassland, making them unattainable. Even the corpses were swallowed by the grassland, making it hard for him to obtain them. If he wanted the corpses, he had to find another way. The origin crystals from the fish eagles and pythons were 5th level, but Lin Moyo was more interested in their corpses. He could obtain 5th level origin crystals with some effort, but a high-level celestial sovereign's corpse was a valuable life-saving card for him. Faced with this huge temptation, Lin Moyo's mind raced, devising a plan. Soon, a method emerged in his mind. The Star Enchantment Lich and Cheng Hongguang working together might create an opportunity. Lin Moyo activated the Eye of the Undead, looking at the dense forest behind him. He saw many powerful souls hidden in the forest, each representing a high-level celestial sovereign. These souls were not stationary, some moved around the forest. The number of souls was in the thousands, making Lin Moyo feel like he had left a tiger's den only to enter a wolf's lair. Bracing himself, Lin Moyo found a relatively safe spot amidst the danger and concealed his aura as much as possible. Following his plan, he sent out the Star Enchantment Lich and Cheng Hongguang. Cheng Hongguang moved away, hiding at the edge of the grassland. The Star Enchantment Lich, using its small body, advanced along the grass, with Lin Moyo directing it through the Eye of the Undead. Soon, the Star Enchantment Lich entered the battlefield, targeting a heavily injured python and casting the illusion of the Great Tao. This spell had a unique advantage: it was silent and almost undetectable. It directly affected the soul, influencing the python's consciousness. The python, lacking wisdom, was easily affected by the illusion. The heavily injured python suddenly turned and began to move away from the battlefield, appearing to flee for its life. Its behavior did not attract the attention of other pythons. Only Lin Moyo knew that in the python's vision, it was chasing a fish eagle that had fallen and could no longer fly. The fish eagle was crawling on the grass, barely alive, and the python wanted to catch and eat it. Gradually, the python moved away from the battlefield, reaching Cheng Hongguang's hiding spot. Cheng Hongguang launched a sudden attack, delivering a fatal blow. The already heavily injured python, deep in the illusion, was killed instantly by Cheng Hongguang's sudden attack. Cheng Hongguang then used a pre-prepared ancient containment talisman to store the corpse. The entire process, from the sudden attack to storing the corpse, took less than 2 seconds. After finishing, Cheng Hongguang immediately changed his position and moved away. The Star Enchantment Lich, using the grass as cover, stealthily returned to the battlefield to repeat the process. The next target was a similarly injured fish eagle. The fish eagle saw an illusion of a heavily injured python fleeing and immediately chased after it, only to be killed by the hidden Cheng Hongguang. Time and again, Lin Moyo's actions became more skilled, and the number of corpses in his possession increased. In less than an hour, he had 5 corpses, 3 pythons and 2 fish eagles. However, Lin Moyo knew when to stop and did not continue. With 5 corpses in hand, he no longer feared ordinary high-level celestial sovereigns. He could see that the battle was nearing its end and would soon be over. Both sides would likely end in a draw. He knew that similar battles had probably occurred many times before, with no definitive outcome. Thud! A peculiar sound rang out, like the clinking of jade, not loud but instantly spreading across the entire grassland. The sound carried a unique power, causing Lin Moya's soul to tremble slightly. When the sound rang out, the battle between the fish-eagles and pythons suddenly stopped, abruptly and without warning. The pythons retreated into the grassland, disappearing underground. The fish-eagles quickly returned to the mountain, leaving the area clean. Lin Moya was stunned. This sound is strange. Thud! The knocking sound rang out again, causing Lin Moya's soul to tremble once more. He suddenly felt that his soul had strengthened slightly after hearing the sound. The magical knocking sound seemed to enhance the soul. Lin Moya couldn't help but want to listen more, as his soul hadn't strengthened in a long time. His soul had always surpassed his cultivation level, but now his soul and cultivation level were both at the peak supreme level. However, his soul was now growing stronger again, seemingly about to surpass his cultivation level once more. The knocking sound continued, carrying a unique rhythm, and Lin Moya enjoyed listening to it. What is this? The eye of the undead remained active, and he suddenly noticed something unusual. Under the grassland, soul fires began to appear. These soul fires were very weak, like newborns, not even reaching the super divine level. But as the soul fires appeared, accompanied by the knocking sound, they began to grow stronger rapidly. In just 10 knocks, the souls broke through to the super divine level. The soul fires continued to grow stronger, and the grass on the damaged grassland also began to grow wildly, quickly restoring the grassland to its original state. The knocking sound became more intense, and the soul fires grew stronger. Chapter 2451. Chapter 2451, 2451. Chapter 2451, The Fairness of Karma in the Heavenly Tao. Lin Moya's soul also grew stronger with the knocking sound, and he felt that his soul might be about to break through. I'm about to break through to the Celestial Sovereign level. With my soul reaching the Celestial Sovereign level, it will pave the way for my advancement. Such a breakthrough seems too easy. I didn't expect to break through here. But, why do I feel something is wrong? Lin Moya vaguely sensed something was amiss. This breakthrough came too easily. Transitioning from Supreme to Celestial Sovereign is a significant hurdle, and only 1 in 1,000 can succeed. In the great world, there were many Supremes, but Celestial Sovereigns were few and far between. He felt that although his soul was becoming stronger, something seemed to be disappearing. The World Tree and the 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal showed no reaction, as if they hadn't sensed any danger. Something's wrong, definitely wrong. There must be something wrong. Lin Moya forced himself to calm down, and various scenarios flashed through his mind. He thought of everything that had happened since entering this special space. Thunder and lightning flashed in his soul, countless bolts of lightning appeared and disappeared with his will. Crack! Lin Moya instantly became clear-headed. No, this thing is harmful. He realized the danger. Although the creatures here were powerful, they lacked wisdom, having only some instincts. Lin Moya's gaze turned cold. I know the reason. These sounds can strengthen the soul but erase wisdom, leaving only instincts. Trading the foundation for a higher realm is like drinking poison to quench thirst, putting the cart before the horse. Lin Moya suddenly looked up towards the mountain peak. Using his vision to the extreme, he vaguely saw a huge phantom at the top of the mountain. The sound came from this phantom. In his perception, the knocking sound accumulated together, like a hand continuously elevating the soul's height. As the knocking sound accumulated, the hand's power grew stronger, pushing the soul upwards. While elevating the soul, it also affected wisdom. Whatever it is, get out of my soul. Lin Moya roared in anger, his soul surged wildly, and the World Tree and the 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal also erupted. The 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal spewed dragon breath, purifying his soul. Strange substances were expelled from his soul, and Lin Moya felt his recently elevated soul realm quickly fall back to its original state. As his realm fell, his soul became purer, and his thoughts grew clearer. The greatest function of the 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal is to purify the soul. With the Dragon Soul Crystal, although it cannot elevate the cultivation realm, it can make the soul purer. Lin Moya knew that the purer the soul, the more beneficial it is for future development. Especially after reaching the Celestial Sovereign Realm, having the Dragon Soul Crystal makes a significant difference. However, obtaining a Dragon Soul Crystal is not easy even among the dragon race. Not every divine dragon can produce one. The Dragon Soul Crystal is highly valuable, and Lin Moya's 10-colored Dragon Soul Crystal is unprecedented. At this moment, Lin Moya finally experienced the wonders of the Dragon Soul Crystal firsthand. His soul was purified by the dragon breath, without a trace of impurity, even purer than before. His thoughts were clearer than ever, and Lin Moya understood the cause and effect. He realized why the creatures here were so powerful yet lacked wisdom. Their strength came from the knocking sound, but their wisdom was lost because of it. Gain and loss are inevitable. This is the Tao. The Tao is fair, following the law of cause and effect, and there can be no gain without loss. Lin Moya gave up his gains and stopped paying the price. The knocking sound continued, but Lin Moya chose to climb the mountain at this moment. He quickly ran towards the mountain peak without any hesitation. He discovered that while the knocking sound continued, all creatures fell into a peculiar state, akin to sleep, ignoring external matters. Lin Moya took this opportunity to sprint towards the mountain peak. With the Eye of the Undead activated, he avoided the creatures. Although they wouldn't attack him now, it was better not to touch them, just in case. Lin Moya also noticed several soul fires moving quickly, each representing a celestial sovereign. It seems I'm not the only smart one. Lin Moya thought to himself. Although he didn't know who they were, they must be people holding Realm C tokens like him. Lin Moya never considered himself unique. He believed there were many as smart as him. Climbing towards the mountain peak, his speed was fast, but some were faster. As Lin Moya was halfway up, dragon roars suddenly erupted from the mountain top. The dragon roars were filled with anger, indicating that the dragons were very agitated. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. The dragons are fighting. Who are the dragons fighting? Those who entered here were either humans, demons, insects, or members of the 100 Herbs Alliance. In the face of interests, anyone could be an enemy. Soon, a sharp, unpleasant sound came from the mountain top, and Lin Moya immediately knew who the dragons were fighting, the insect race. The dragons and the insect race were engaged in a fierce battle at the mountain top. The battle was extremely intense, with dragon roars and countless boulders rolling down the mountain. The boulders crushed many trees, which would usually provoke the creatures in the forest. But now, with the knocking sound continuing, these creatures remained in a peculiar state, showing no signs of waking up. Crucially, the damaged flowers, plants, and trees were also rapidly recovering with the knocking sound. Lin Moya quickened his pace up the mountain, unsure when the knocking sound would stop. He wanted to reach the top before it ceased. As he got closer to the peak, the knocking sound became more intense, creating an inexplicable pressure on him. I'm not the only one climbing, there are other celestial sovereigns. The dragons and the insect race are already at the top, fighting each other. Besides their deep-seated hatred, there must be other reasons. The knocking sound comes from the top, and these people must have guessed that there is an extraordinary treasure at the top, which they all want. If one can control this treasure and use it in their world, they will gain a significant advantage in the world competition. Lin Moya quickly analyzed, deducing the treasure's function from initial observations. He believed the other celestial sovereigns could also deduce the treasure's function, so they wanted it too. Of course, whether they could obtain it depended on their strength. As Lin Moya reached 2/3 of the way up, the knocking sound began to slow down. It's about to stop. Lin Moya looked towards the mountain top. Once the knocking sound stopped, the creatures in the forest would wake up, and he would be surrounded. He saw other celestial sovereigns also speeding up, realizing the same thing. However, the space's restrictions made it difficult to increase speed. Some even used secret techniques to accelerate. Lin Moya's mind moved, and the wings of the undead spread out, carrying him in a low flight towards the mountain top. Each celestial sovereign used their means to speed up the climb. The knocking sound grew slower and lighter, and its influence quickly diminished. Suddenly, a scream echoed. A mid-level celestial sovereign at the back was suddenly attacked, and a soul fire was extinguished on the spot. Chapter 2452. Chapter 2452, 2452. Chapter 2452, Lin Moya's flattery. Upon hearing the screams, Lin Moya's expression changed. The wings of the undead flapped rapidly, accelerating his speed. His soul power was consumed without regard for cost. As long as there was enough soul power, the speed of the wings of the undead could continuously increase without limit. Unfortunately, the space laws here could not be utilized, otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Another scream echoed. The creatures in the dense forest were awakening, and they seemed to reject all foreign entities. A celestial sovereign was attacked and flew into the air. A gentle breeze blew past, and his body, along with his soul, was silently shattered. The breeze in the air was even more terrifying than the creatures in the forest. Some activated the Realm C token and left under its protection. The screams were like a death knell, urging those in the forest to move quickly or face death. Lin Moya scanned the forest. Everyone was desperately rushing. He wasn't the fastest, only in the middle of the pack. I should be able to make it. Lin Moya calculated. Based on the current situation, he should be able to reach the mountain top before the knocking sound stopped. This mountain was peculiar. Only by entering it could one realize its vastness. From the outside, the peak was visible, but once inside, it was a different space altogether. The height of the forest was unimaginable. Otherwise, with the speed of Lin Moya and the other celestial sovereigns, they would have reached the top long ago. The knocking sound was slowing down, and more people activated the Realm C token to return. Suddenly, the knocking sound ceased. Lin Moya's face changed drastically. According to his calculations, the knocking sound should have lasted at least another minute. Why did it suddenly stop? This minute was a matter of life and death for him. He felt soul fires rising around him, and several powerful wills locked onto him. These forest creatures, driven by instinctive brutality, exuded a wave of emotionless killing intent. Without hesitation, Lin Moya unleashed the undying flames, summoning several skeleton kings. Preemptive strikes were crucial, and the skeleton kings charged at the creatures. The rule world rose, and the Bone/God was unleashed. Lin Moya completed a series of operations in an instant, successfully drawing the creatures' attention. The creatures immediately attacked the skeleton kings, killing them on the spot. Lin Moya knew that the skeleton kings, being low-level celestial sovereigns, couldn't withstand the creatures' attacks. Their purpose was to buy him time. In an instant, dozens of skeleton kings were killed, revealing the true forms of the creatures. Some were common creatures like wolves and dogs but covered in fish scales. There were also mantises with fish scales and even rats taller than humans but with crab-like lower bodies. Each creature was unique but related to the Realm C. Lin Moya's mind raced, and the skeleton generals flew out. With the skeleton kings present, the skeleton generals inherited their spells, wielding the Bone/God. Although the Bone/God cast by the skeleton generals wasn't very powerful, it had the advantage of being unavoidable and numerous. The creatures were once again drawn to the skeleton generals and began attacking them. Lin Moya commanded the skeleton generals to spread out, delaying as much time as possible while he continued to ascend. The skeleton generals loyally executed the orders, continuously attacking the creatures. Lin Moya seized the opportunity to move, quickly covering the remaining distance and finally reaching the mountain top. The peak was enveloped in a peculiar aura, and Lin Moya knew that the forest creatures wouldn't follow him here. Indeed, as soon as Lin Moya reached the peak, all sense of danger receded like a tide. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. I made it. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and a gentle, pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Lin Moya smiled. Greetings, Senior Lu. Lu Fenjiao chuckled, meeting his fate. No need to call me senior if you don't mind, just call me sister. Lin Moya didn't hesitate. Thank you, Sister Fenjiao. With a change in address, their relationship became much closer. Lu Fenjiao laughed. Lin Xiaodai, you're quite interesting. To reach here, you must be very capable. Lin Moya replied, I was just lucky, unlike you, sister, who got here by strength. Lu Fenjiao laughed heartily. I didn't expect Lin Xiaodai to be so good at flattery, but I like it. Lin Moya knew she didn't genuinely enjoy flattery. High-level celestial sovereigns had firm Dao hearts mere flattery meant nothing. She was just giving him face because he had reached here as a supreme. Lu Fenjiao saw him in a new light because of this. Lin Moya looked around. The platform was vast, and the space had expanded countless times. There was wind at the peak, howling, but it wasn't the deadly breeze. On the other side of the platform, Lin Moya saw several dragons. There had been 10 dragons initially, but now only 7 remained. The whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. On another side where the insect race members 5 had come, but only 3 remained, with 2 missing. The dragons glared at the insect race with hatred but didn't make a move. Their battle had stopped the moment the knocking sound ceased. Lin Moya whispered, Sister Fenjiao, do you know what's going on? Lu Fenjiao shook her head. I just got here too, so I'm not sure. But I guess it has something to do with the altar in the center. In the center of the platform stood an altar. It seemed empty, but Lin Moya knew it couldn't be that simple. He had seen a phantom at the mountain top from the foot of the mountain, likely caused by the altar. More people crossed the forest and entered the platform. These people had their means to avoid the forest creatures. Those who made it here were all strong. They looked at Lin Moya with surprise, whether human or demon. They couldn't understand how a peak supreme had made it here. The dangers along the way were enough to kill Lin Moya. At the same time, they became wary, knowing Lin Moya must have unknown means to reach here. The humans looked at him with complex expressions, a mix of envy and jealousy. The demons, however, showed blatant killing intent. The dragons focused on the insect race, ignoring Lin Moya. Lin Moya wondered, why hasn't anyone from the 100 Herbs Alliance come? Lu Fenjiao casually replied, they're not suited for this place. I guess they've already returned. They were just here for show. Lin Moya frowned. If that's the case, why did they participate in the Realm Sea Token event? Lu Fenjiao laughed. You don't understand. The content of the Realm Sea Token event varies. Sometimes, it doesn't require traveling. When that's the case, the 100 Herbs Alliance can exert great power, even the dragons avoid them. Lin Moya smiled. Sister Fenjiao, have you participated in the Realm Sea Token event before? Lu Fenjiao shook her head. This is my first time, but our Chamber of Commerce has information on the Realm Sea Token. If you need it, you can buy it. She then whispered, Lin Xiaodai, be careful. The demons have their eyes on you. Lin Moya smiled. With Sister Fenjiao here, they can't do anything to me. Lu Fenjiao was amused. Lin Xiaodai, you have a sweet mouth. I like hearing it, so say more in the future. Chapter 2453. Chapter 2453, 2453. Chapter 2453, The Altar, The Wind of the Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya could tell that even among the high-level celestial sovereigns, the delicate-looking Lu Fenjiao was top tier. The Chen Hongguan he killed earlier was not as powerful as Lu Fenjiao. Moreover, Lu Fenjiao came from the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, a major force on the Origin continent, and surely possessed many powerful artifacts. For high-level celestial sovereigns, possessing 1 or 2 powerful artifacts could drastically change their combat capabilities. Chen Hongguan, who was poor and lacked decent artifacts, was not much of a threat among high-level celestial sovereigns. With Lu Fenjiao present, Lin Moya thought it was wise to flatter her and borrow her influence. Lu Fenjiao gracefully stepped in front of Lin Moya, smiling, friends from the demon race, if anyone wants to challenge me, feel free to step forward. In fact, I am quite eager to experience the secret techniques of my demon friends. She added, holding a jade bead in her hand. The bead emitted an astonishing aura, with a radiant glow, clearly an extraordinary treasure. The demon celestial sovereigns recognized its value, and one of them growled, a top-grade artifact for celestial sovereigns. Their eyes flickered, but they turned away, not daring to confront Lu Fenjiao. Seeing their gritted teeth and helpless expressions, Lin Moya realized that top-grade artifacts for celestial sovereigns were extremely rare. Even those with strong backgrounds couldn't easily produce such high-grade artifacts, otherwise, Lu Fenjiao wouldn't be able to intimidate them. Finally, a celestial sovereign from the three-colored lion clan said in a deep voice, you can only protect him for a while. What will you do during the world competition? Lu Fenjiao smiled, that's none of your concern. The world competition has its own rules. Here, with me around, you all better behave. The jade bead in her hand activated with her words, emitting a beautiful light and a powerful pressure that swept across the area. This pressure was incredibly strong, only slightly weaker than that of a Dao sovereign. Lin Moya felt that the jade bead was not an ordinary artifact, it was almost at the level of a Dao sovereign's artifact. Who exactly is Lu Fenjiao, and why is she suddenly so protective of me? Lin Moya wondered. He didn't believe his flattery had worked. Lu Fenjiao must have her own reasons for protecting him, though he didn't know what they were. Faced with Lu Fenjiao's dominance, the demon celestial sovereigns chose to retreat temporarily. They feared not Lu Fenjiao herself, but the artifact in her hand. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce was wealthy, and who knew if they had more such artifacts? The forest became quiet, indicating that everyone who was supposed to arrive had arrived. There were 7 dragons, with 2 high-level celestial sovereigns. The insect race had 3 members, one of whom was a high-level celestial sovereign. The demon race had 21 members, with 7 high-level celestial sovereigns. The human race had 22 members, also with 7 high-level celestial sovereigns. Lin Moya was the only supreme, making him the most unique. At this moment, a high-level celestial sovereign from the human race walked towards the altar. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Everyone knew the altar was extraordinary, but no one could say exactly why. He approached the altar, and nothing happened. In front of him were 18 steps leading to the altar. As he stepped onto the first step, a gentle breeze blew, causing his face to change drastically, and he quickly retreated. But he was a step too slow. The breeze blew over his body. A scream echoed as half of his body turned to dust, blood splattering everywhere. He quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, his body glowing brightly as his injuries rapidly healed. Within seconds, the blown-away half of his body was restored. He changed into clean clothes, looking calm as if nothing had happened. However, Lin Moya could see from his eyes that he was terrified and was just pretending to be calm. With his example, everyone knew the altar was not to be approached. Lu Fengjao whispered, "Only the dragons and the insect race might know how to approach the altar. They arrived before us." Lin Moya nodded. When the knocking sound started, the dragons and the insect race fought fiercely, and when it stopped, they stopped too. "I guess we can only approach the altar when the knocking sound is present. And only then can we fight without attracting attacks from the forest creatures." Lu Fengjiao's eyes brightened. "Lin Xiaodai, your analysis matches mine." Lin Moyo asked, "Sister Fengjao, when did you arrive in this space? How many times have you heard the knocking sound?" Lu Fengjao replied, "I arrived a few days ago and have only heard it once." Lin Moya said, "The sound seems to enhance the soul but erases wisdom." Lu Fengjao nodded, "Yes, but as long as one's Dao heart is firm, they won't be affected." High-level celestial sovereigns generally had firm Dao hearts and were not easily influenced. Lin Moyo was also unaffected, which made Lu Fengjao regard him more highly. Lin Moyo pondered, "It seems we can only wait for the knocking sound to reappear. But since the dragons and the insect race are waiting here, I feel the next knocking sound won't be far off." Lu Fengjao laughed, "Lin Xiaodai, you think just like me. Let's wait then." Lin Moya thought, whether she means it or not, I'll take it as she says. Lin Moya quietly asked, "Sister Fengjao, do you know what that breeze was? Why is it so terrifying?" Lu Fengjao whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be the wind of the Dao." The wind of the Dao. Lin Moyo had never heard of this term. Lu Fengjao explained, "The wind of the Dao is blown by a Dao sovereign using the power of the great Dao, possessing destructive power. But this wind of the Dao is unusually terrifying, not just an ordinary wind of the Dao. If it were just an ordinary wind of the Dao, the dragon's power could block it for a short time." Lu Fengjiao's explanation was convincing, and Lin Moya chose to believe her. The wind of the Dao blown by a Dao sovereign was indeed terrifying. Lin Moya thought of his elemental lich, which could also use the power of the great Dao, but its power was far inferior to that of a Dao sovereign. If he could obtain a material or artifact at the Dao sovereign level, summoning the elemental lich and using the power of the great Dao would significantly enhance its power. Lu Fengjao looked at the altar and muttered, "I wonder if I can withstand the wind of the Dao." Lin Moya was startled by her casual remark, realizing that Lu Fengjiao's strength might be beyond his imagination. She first thought the dragon couldn't withstand it but considered that she might, indicating her confidence in surpassing the dragon. In the same realm, dragons were nearly invincible, so Lu Fengjiao's confidence suggested she had formidable hidden cards. The wealth of the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and Lu Fengjiao's status within it were beyond imagination. At this moment, another high-level celestial sovereign from the demon race approached the altar. He was humanoid but had a curved horn on his forehead, belonging to the iron armor lineage of the demon race. His true form was similar to a rhinoceros, known for its top-tier defense among the demon race. He roared towards the sky, revealing his true form covered in iron armor. He maximized his defense and cautiously stepped onto the first step. A gentle breeze blew, and the iron armor sparkled, making a metallic clashing sound. He blocked it. Everyone was surprised, not expecting him to block the breeze. The demon celestial sovereigns were delighted. However, Lin Moya noticed a hint of disdain in Lu Fengjiao's eyes, shared by the high-level celestial sovereign from the dragon race. Chapter 2454. Chapter 2454, 2454. Chapter 2454, The Lady Kills but Doesn't Bury. The gentle breeze continuously struck the iron armor, making a clinking sound. Iron Foam was very cautious and did not continue upward but instead adapted to the breeze. Lu Fengjiao whispered, "His name is Iron Foam. He holds a significant position within his clan and is quite powerful, but unfortunately, he's not very bright." Lin Moya chuckled, "How can someone at the high-level celestial sovereign not be bright?" Lu Fengjiao laughed, "The demon race's cultivation differs from ours. Some of their abilities come from bloodline inheritance. The iron armor lineage seems to have some issues with their bloodline inheritance, making them not very smart." Lin Moya thought of the previous knocking sound, which could elevate one's realm but erase wisdom. If the bloodline inheritance brought many benefits to the iron armor lineage, it might also come with some drawbacks. Lu Fengjiao continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the difficulty of this altar increases the higher you go. He won't make it far." Lin Moya agreed. Although Iron Foam's defense was strong, it was at most comparable to the dragon race. If the dragons couldn't make it up, neither could he. If he could, the dragons would already be on the altar. To Lin Moyu, Iron Feng's attempt was pointless. As Lu Fengjiao said, he wasn't very bright. After adapting for a while, Iron Feng took another step, stepping onto the second step. The clinking sound became more intense, and Iron Feng's body shook but remained stable. After adapting for a while longer, he took a third step. Instantly, his face changed dramatically, and his iron armor silently turned to powder, followed by his body. He retreated frantically, even more miserably than the previous high-level celestial sovereign from the human race. By the time he retreated, half of his body was gone, with blood and internal organs spilling everywhere. The blood of a celestial sovereign contained immense power, enough to crush stars, but on the mountain top, it was quickly absorbed by the ground. He took out a pill and consumed it, beginning to recover. Physical injuries were not a big deal for a celestial sovereign and could be easily repaired, but the newly regenerated body would take some time to reach its previous level. Iron Feng's failure was expected by many and came as no surprise. However, everyone became more cautious of the altar, pondering how to ascend it. Lin Moyo looked at the ground thoughtfully. Lu Fengjiao noticed his unusual behavior. Did you discover something? Lin Moya said, the ground's absorption of blood seems odd. Odd. Lu Fengjiao hadn't observed as closely as Lin Moyo and hadn't noticed anything unusual. The blood of the previous human celestial sovereign and now Iron Feng was quickly absorbed by the ground. During this brief process, some patterns appeared on the ground. Lin Moyo compared the patterns from both times and felt they looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered where he had seen similar patterns on one of the fish bones he had obtained. Each fish bone had unique patterns, and Lin Moya now had 4 fish bones, each with different patterns. Although the 4 patterns looked different, some parts were similar. Lin Moya took out a fish bone and, looking at its pattern, was 100% sure that the ground beneath the altar had patterns similar to those on the fish bones. This could lead to many deductions. Suddenly, he felt many eyes on him. Both the demon and human races were looking at him. Most of the gazes were filled with greed, and some with envy. Lin Moya realized that some people present might not have obtained any fish bones. Lu Fengjiao whispered, "What are you doing? Haven't you heard the saying don't flaunt your wealth?" Lin Moya didn't put the fish bone away as she suggested but said, "It's just a fish bone, no big deal." Lu Fengjiao held her head. Fish bones can be exchanged with the king of the realm sea for rewards. The king has countless treasures, making fish bones very valuable. Lin Moya said, "They've already seen it, putting it away now is too late. Besides, with Sister Fengjiao here, they won't dare to rob me." Lu Fengjiao was exasperated. "Even if I want to protect you, with so many people here, I might not be able to. If things get bad, you should activate the Realm Sea token and leave. It's not safe here anymore." Lin Moya shook his head. "I used the Realm Sea token once before, and due to some accident, it's still recovering and can't be used temporarily. Besides, Sister Fengjiao won't let anything happen to me. If it comes to it, I'll give the fish bone to Sister Fengjiao. I believe they won't dare to rob her." Lu Fengjiao's eyes widened. "Don't joke around." Lin Moya smiled. "I'm not joking." He then tossed the fish bone to Lu Fengjiao. She caught it, realizing he wasn't joking. Her expression grew complex. The fish bone was extremely valuable, and he just gave it away like that? Lin Moya knew that holding onto the fish bone was like holding a hot potato, making him a target. In Lu Fengjiao's hands, it was a different story. With her status and strength, anyone trying to rob her would have to think twice. Moreover, Lin Moyo had his own plans. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce seemed very powerful on the origin continent. Lu Fengjiao's status within the chamber was likely significant. Building a good relationship with her might help him in the future when he set foot on the origin continent. Giving her the fish bone was an investment. Most importantly, he believed Lu Fengjiao wouldn't let him suffer a loss. As expected, after giving the fish bone to Lu Fengjiao, many people's attention shifted away from him. Lu Fengjiao glared, "What, do you want to rob me?" Her high-level celestial sovereign aura burst forth, causing many to avoid her gaze. She put the fish bone away and snorted, "If you want to rob, go ahead. I kill but don't bury." Seeing Lu Fengjiao's strong stance, Lin Moya saw a bit of Lin Mohan's shadow in her. Such women were not to be trifled with. Lin Moya said, "Sister Fengjiao, will you accompany me for a walk?" Lu Fengjiao whispered, "Did you discover something?" Lin Moya said, "I'm not sure yet, I need to check." Lu Fengjiao readily agreed, "You go, I'll follow." Lin Moya walked to the edge of the altar, with Lu Fengjiao following like a guardian. His actions drew everyone's attention again. What's he doing? Does he want to ascend the altar? A mere peak supreme, lucky to get here, now wants to climb the altar. Does he not know his limits? He doesn't even know how he'll die. Everyone wanted to see Lin Moyo make a fool of himself, to see how he would die. Unfortunately, Lin Moyo had no intention of climbing the altar. He stopped at the steps, crouched down, and gently touched the edge of the step. A drop of his blood fell onto the step. Chapter 2455. Chapter 2455, 2455. Chapter 2455, Dao Patterns, The Origin of the Altar. Lin Moya chose a very special angle, right in the blind spot of most people's vision. Moreover, with Lu Fengjiao by his side, she blocked the last bit of view. No one saw what Lin Moya was doing. What others saw was just Lin Moya squatting by the altar, not knowing what he was doing. Lu Fengjiao saw all of Lin Moya's actions, but she also didn't understand what he was doing. For some reason, Lu Fengjiao had an inexplicable sense of trust in Lin Moyo. This trust was unrelated to their realms and came more from her sixth sense. She felt that Lin Moyo must have discovered something. Lin Moya saw his essence blood being absorbed, and the patterns appeared again for a moment before disappearing. Unlike the previous two people, who only bled when injured, Lin Moya's essence blood contained a part of his soul. For a cultivator, the amount of essence blood is limited and not easily expended. But for Lin Moyu, he had as much essence blood as he needed and wasn't afraid of using it. Seeing that his essence blood indeed had some effect, Lin Moya continued to squeeze out essence blood, letting it drip continuously onto the steps. Gradually, he felt a mysterious connection forming between himself and the altar. The scene in his vision changed magically. It was as if he was high in the sky, looking down at the altar. A man in a black daoist robe appeared in his sight. He stood at the mountain top, waving his hand, and the altar formed accordingly. After the altar was formed, he painted in the air, sketching countless patterns that formed a mysterious diagram. The diagram was too complex, seemingly like runes but beyond runes. Lin Moya's soul trembled as he could barely remember part of it. The diagram was completed in an instant, and the man pointed to the sky, shouting, "Wind, come." With a light shout, a fierce wind arose, layer upon layer, with varying speeds. He then took out an item and threw it into the altar. Lin Moya saw that the item was a fishbone, shaped like a sword, likely the spine of a large fish. The fishbone also had complex patterns engraved on it, echoing the patterns on the altar. As the fishbone was inserted into the altar, the previously drawn patterns glowed and stirred up a massive wind. The wind blew on the fishbone, producing a thumping sound. Lin Moya's soul trembled again, feeling his soul level rapidly ascending, almost reaching the celestial sovereign level. "Stop!" Lin Moya lightly shouted in his heart. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal roared, and the scene before his eyes disappeared instantly. Lin Moya's body trembled, and he woke up suddenly. Lu Fenjiao asked, "What happened?" She had seen Lin Moya suddenly freeze and didn't know what had happened, but she didn't disturb him. Lin Moya, with a hint of shock in his eyes, transmitted his voice, "I think I know what the altar is about." Lu Fenjiao's beautiful eyes widened, "Explain in detail." Lin Moya recounted what he had seen, and after listening, Lu Fenjiao couldn't help but frown. She whispered, "I've always felt that this altar was strange, but I couldn't figure out what was wrong." Lin Moya asked, "I think the problem might be with that sword-shaped fishbone, and the altar is just a tool to hold the fishbone." "Sister Fenjiao, do you know what the patterns on the fishbone are?" Lu Fenjiao looked at Lin Moya, seemingly scrutinizing something, her eyes slightly complex. Lin Moya knew that what he said would make her think of something, so he directly said, "Sister Fenjiao, there's no need to think too much. I indeed do not come from a prominent family, so I don't understand many things. If he came from a prominent family with family inheritance, he should be able to recognize the patterns on the fishbone." Lu Fenjiao wasn't stupid through his words, she naturally guessed that he had no family inheritance. Lu Fenjiao lightly shook her head, "I'm a bit surprised that you could get here without family inheritance. Your foundation and luck must be very deep. These patterns are called Dao patterns, belonging to Dao sovereigns. Specifically, you'll understand when you reach the Dao sovereign realm. Just remember, don't study these patterns before reaching Dao sovereign. It's meaningless. If you're unlucky, it might even backfire, causing more harm than good." Dao patterns, the patterns of Dao sovereigns. Lin Moya remembered this. No wonder he couldn't understand them before. They belonged to Dao sovereigns. This meant that the person who created this altar and drew the patterns was also a Dao sovereign. But why did he do this? A Dao sovereign wouldn't be bored enough to come here and create an altar for no reason. There must be a reason. The altar would emit knocking sounds periodically, spreading across the entire continent and into the ocean. During the knocking sounds, many creatures' cultivation would rapidly increase, reaching high-level celestial sovereign. The price they paid was losing their wisdom, becoming beasts acting on instinct. But this didn't matter. They were beasts to begin with, so the price was nothing to them. Lin Moya didn't continue to explore the root cause. He left the altar, quietly waiting for the next activation of the altar. After the previous scene, Lin Moya knew that the altar would activate periodically. Moreover, after absorbing his essence blood, the altar had a mysterious connection with him, and something might happen when it activated again. Time passed by the second, and everyone remained silent. Besides Lin Moya, everyone present was a celestial sovereign. For celestial sovereigns, a single meditation session could last hundreds or thousands of years. A few days were nothing to them. The mountaintop became very quiet, with occasional sounds from the forest below, where animals fought, causing significant commotion. The entire mountain seemed to tremble, but it was special and unaffected. On the sixth day, a force began to grow and spread from the altar. Lin Moya, maintaining a mysterious connection with the altar, was the first to sense it activating. "It's coming." As the altar began to activate, everyone felt their bodies sink, as if an invisible hand was pressing down on them. At the same time, they felt their connection with the outside world being cut off, unable to sense anything outside. Someone suddenly shouted, "Not good, the Realm C token is ineffective." In an instant, everyone turned pale and took out their Realm C tokens, finding them dim and indeed ineffective. Lin Moya also took out his Realm C token, finding it had stopped recovering. An invisible force had locked the Realm C token, rendering it useless. Lin Moya looked at the dragons, who showed no surprise, clearly knowing what was happening, having experienced it before. Since that was the case, he didn't need to worry and just watched. After all, he couldn't use the Realm C token before, and now it was the same. The altar's activation intensified, and everyone felt increasingly heavy. Soon, a fishbone appeared in the altar, a sword-shaped fishbone. Half of the fishbone was inserted into the altar, with the other half exposed. At the moment the fishbone appeared, a thumping sound echoed, spreading across the world. Simultaneously, the space at the mountain top expanded rapidly, at least 10,000 times, becoming extremely vast. Fierce winds arose, like clouds and mist, layer upon layer. Kill! The dragons roared and immediately attacked the insect race. The insect race seemed prepared and didn't show weakness, with countless flying insects emerging from their nest. Chapter 2456. Chapter 2456, 2456. Chapter 2456, I'll go first. The wind blew against the fish bone, producing a knocking sound. Amidst the sound, everyone's souls trembled. In Lin Moya's soul world, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal breathed dragon breath, purifying his soul and keeping it pure. The forest became completely silent, and all living beings fell into a strange state, as if they were asleep. The dragon and insect races almost simultaneously began to fight, clashing fiercely. At this moment, no matter how intense the battle was, it would not affect the forest. With the knocking sound, all the fierce winds were swept away by the fish bone. At this moment, someone realized they could ascend the altar. All the celestial sovereigns acted simultaneously, rushing towards the altar. The wind swirled in the sky, and they did not dare to fly or even jump too high, so they could only run on the ground. Lu Fengjao whispered, Lin Xiaodai, it might get chaotic soon. I might not be able to protect you, so be careful. She was being honest, no one knew what would happen next. In the chaos, she couldn't guarantee Lin Moya's safety. Lin Moya smiled, don't worry, Sister Fengjao, I'll be fine. You be careful too. Lu Fengjao nodded slightly, then let's go. The two of them ran towards the altar, but they were a step late. By the time they moved, someone had already reached the edge of the altar. Ready, he stepped onto the altar steps. The previous gentle breeze did not appear, and the person showed a joyful expression, it's safe. After the altar activated, the fish bone swept away the wind, and there was no more downwind on the steps. He continued upward with joy. Seeing that he was fine, the other celestial sovereigns couldn't wait to step onto the steps. Everyone rushed towards the altar, as if whoever reached it first would gain the greatest benefit. Lin Moya was not in a hurry, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. Moreover, the state of these celestial sovereigns was a bit strange, as if they were affected by something. Looking at Lu Fengjao, her eyes also showed some inexplicable changes, as if she was a bit anxious. Lin Moya's heart sank. This altar affects people's minds. The state of the celestial sovereigns was definitely abnormal, they shouldn't be so eager. Because of his previous experience, Lin Moya was not affected. The first person to step onto the steps quickly reached 1/3 of the way up. When he stepped onto the 7th step, his body suddenly tilted, and half of his body turned to powder. He fell with a scream, quickly taking out a pill and swallowing it to reshape his body. His appearance made everyone freeze on the spot. Suddenly, those who were rushing slowed down. Someone shouted, be careful, this altar is strange, it can confuse the mind. Finally, a high-level celestial sovereign realized something was wrong and shouted, shocking everyone. Most of the celestial sovereigns woke up with this shout, but a few still couldn't stay calm. From this, one could see the soul realm of each person. Lu Fengjiao's delicate body trembled, her eyes became clear, and she quickly took out a jade bead and activated it. The jade bead glowed, enveloping her. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. The means of a Dao sovereign are indeed terrifying, I was unknowingly affected. Lin Moyu also smiled, yes, Dao sovereigns are indeed terrifying. Lu Fengjiao was suddenly surprised, you weren't affected. Lin Moya said softly, I'm fine. Lu Fengjiao couldn't help but look at Lin Moyu again. She felt that this little brother always surprised her. Although he didn't have the background of the origin continent, with his talent, he would surely achieve great things once he entered the origin continent. Lu Fengjiao had no doubt that Lin Moya would become a Dao sovereign in the future, and not an ordinary one. Her thoughts quickly turned, and Lin Moya's status in her heart rose again. The two of them came to the edge of the altar. The 18 steps were not high, but they seemed like a chasm, blocking everyone. Dozens of celestial sovereigns stood in different positions, looking at the fishbone on the altar, so close yet unreachable. Lu Fengjiao also looked at the fishbone and transmitted her voice. The Dao patterns on it are not simple, they are not from an ordinary Dao sovereign. With her vast knowledge, she immediately recognized that the Dao patterns on the fishbone were extraordinary. Even among Dao sovereigns, there were different levels, and the Dao patterns on the fishbone were not from an ordinary Dao sovereign. At this time, a celestial sovereign took out a puppet to explore the way and see what was going on. The puppet stepped onto the 7th step and was instantly blown to powder by an invisible breeze. After a while, he took out a second puppet. This time, the puppet successfully stepped onto the 7th step but turned to powder on the 8th step. Using puppets to explore the way made many celestial sovereigns' eyes light up, and they immediately followed suit. Although puppets were not cheap, it was better than risking their lives. Lin Moyu and Lu Fengjiao stepped onto the steps together. Now the situation was such that there was no need to rush, everyone was taking turns exploring. Only when it was confirmed safe would they dare to continue upward. When Lin Moya stepped onto the steps, he paused for a moment and smiled. When they reached the 7th step, Lin Moya suddenly said, Sister Fengjiao, I'll go first. Then, under Lu Fengjiao's shocked gaze, Lin Moya walked up step by step. The 8th step, the 9th step. Lin Moya walked as if on flat ground, ignoring the danger. The celestial sovereigns were astonished. He can go up. Is it safe now? Immediately, someone followed. There was no danger on the 8th step, then the 9th step. The first celestial sovereign to go up screamed and retreated again. The Dao wind was still there, still deadly. Some celestial sovereigns didn't believe it and tested with puppets, finding they couldn't go up. But Lin Moya walked up without danger, quickly reaching the 15th step, almost at the top. Why is he fine? How did he do it? What did he do in front of the altar before? He must have done something. Everyone looked at Lu Fengjao with unfriendly eyes, as if questioning her. Lu Fengjao snorted coldly, "What are you looking at? Want to spar with me?" A sword hum sounded, and she took out a sharp sword with a Dao pattern on it, a Dao sovereign level artifact. With a Dao sovereign level artifact in hand, Lu Fengjiao's aura became extremely fierce. With the jade bead for protection and the sword to slay enemies, Lu Fengjao feared no celestial sovereign. Dao sovereign level artifact. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is indeed wealthy, taking out a Dao sovereign level artifact so easily. What is her status in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce to have a Dao sovereign level artifact? Everyone quickly turned their heads, pretending nothing had happened. Their cowardice was evident. Lu Fengjao looked at Lin Moyo, who had already reached the top, with a complex expression. "How did you discover it?" At that time, Lin Moyo had done it right under her nose, squeezing out some essence blood and dripping it onto the altar, then telling her about it. She never expected Lin Moyo could ignore the danger and go straight to the altar. She increasingly felt Lin Moyo was extraordinary, surpassing the geniuses she had seen before. It seems I need to win him over more. Lu Fengjao thought to herself about how to win over Lin Moyo. Chapter 2457. Chapter 2457, 2457. Chapter 2457, Suicidal Refinement. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Moyo ascended the altar, step by step, approaching the fish bone. The fierce wind howled around him but did not harm him in the slightest. Is this the Dao wind? He thought. It's really strong. Lin Moyo could feel the terrifying power contained within the wind. This power came from the great Dao, invoked by a Dao sovereign. Vaguely, within the fierce wind in the air, it seemed as if a great Dao was emerging. These Dao winds were unstoppable for high-level celestial sovereigns. Lin Moyo knew very well why he could ignore the Dao wind's attacks. He also knew that the Dao sovereign who created this altar had already fallen. Previously, when he dripped his essence blood into the altar, it contained his soul. In fact, this was a process of refinement. Among the methods of refining magical treasures, there is one called blood recognition. This method has many limitations. The stronger the treasure, the more essence blood is required. Unintentionally, Lin Moyo treated the altar as a magical treasure and used his essence blood to complete the initial refinement. Although he still couldn't control the altar, he could avoid its attacks. Thus, Lin Moyo stepped onto the altar unharmed, directly facing the fishbone. The fishbone, shaped like a sword, looked extremely sharp. The wind collided with it, producing a knocking sound. Just as Lin Moyo was about to approach the fishbone, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, accompanied by a dragon's roar echoing in the soul world. The dragons had launched an attack on him. Lin Moyo was not surprised. Although the dragons and the insect race were fighting fiercely, they were always watching the altar. Previously, no one could ascend the altar, so they were not in a hurry. But now, seeing Lin Moyo on the altar, about to obtain the fishbone, they naturally took action. The dragons had countless secret techniques, capable of attacking him even without stepping onto the altar. Lin Moyo knew he couldn't defeat those celestial sovereign-level dragons, but he wasn't afraid of their long-range attacks. The lightning strike was weakened layer by layer by the Dao wind, and by the time it reached Lin Moyo, its power was greatly reduced, equivalent to a low-level celestial sovereign's attack. Lin Moyo calmly accepted it, with all the damage shared by the undead army, leaving him unharmed. The dragon was stunned and roared in frustration. One high-level celestial sovereign dragon took out a magical treasure resembling cotton, enveloped in lightning, crackling continuously. In the next second, the treasure flew above Lin Moyo's head, resisting the Dao wind, transforming into a thundercloud with a dragon faintly visible within. The thundercloud appeared in the Dao wind but was not blown away, demonstrating immense power. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this treasure was also a Dao sovereign-level artifact, capable of withstanding the Dao wind. He's finished. The dragon's wealth is no less than the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. It's not surprising they have a Dao sovereign-level artifact. With a Dao sovereign-level artifact, even if he can ignore the altar, he can't escape the dragon's attack. This ignorant kid is dead for sure. All the celestial sovereigns watched Lin Moyo as if enjoying a joke. At this moment, except for Lu Fengjao, no one wanted Lin Moyo to survive. Lu Fengjao also became extremely nervous. Just a moment ago, she was thinking about how to increase her stakes to win over Lin Moyo, and the next moment, he was about to die. But now she had no solution. Although she had many magical treasures, none seemed capable of saving Lin Moyo. Thunder roared, and bolts of lightning fell like raindrops, striking Lin Moyo. The lightning was too fast, locking onto Lin Moyo tightly, making it unavoidable. Lin Moyo tried to enter another dimension, but facing a Dao sovereign-level artifact's attack, his power of spacetime was too weak. The Dao wind could weaken the lightning attacks, each attack equivalent to a low-level celestial sovereign's, but with so many, he couldn't withstand them all. Lin Moyo's heart stirred, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal emitted a loud dragon roar, echoing through the soul world and the heavens. Simultaneously, a unique dragon aura rose from Lin Moyo's body. In an instant, the scene became deathly silent, and everyone felt even the wind had quieted. A celestial sovereign couldn't believe it. How does he have a dragon's aura? A pure dragon aura, no different from a divine dragon. A human with such pure dragon aura, does he have a dragon soul crystal? Having a dragon soul crystal means being recognized by the dragons. Without active aggression, no dragon can attack the dragon soul crystal holder. Indeed, as soon as Lin Moyo revealed the dragon soul crystal's aura, the thundercloud above his head vanished instantly. The dragon's voice echoed, "You have a dragon soul crystal, you are recognized by our dragon race." The implication was clear, they would not attack him anymore. Lin Moyo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fight the dragons, and even if he did, now was not the time. Using the Dragon Soul Crystal to avoid this conflict was a win-win situation. Thank you, Senior. Lin Moya responded loudly. Lu Fenjiao was overjoyed. He even has a Dragon Soul Crystal. Being recognized by the dragons, I need to increase my stakes further. The dragon manipulated the Thundercloud artifact, directing it towards the insect race. Bolts of lightning fell, and without the Dao Wind's interference outside the altar, the lightning's power was immense. The insect race also used their trump cards, spewing out numerous strange insects towards the Thundercloud. These insects had strong defenses, withstanding the lightning and charging into the Thundercloud, then exploding. The Thundercloud trembled and weakened significantly. The two races, having fought for countless years, knew each other's methods well and had countermeasures, resulting in a stalemate. Accompanied by the howling Dao Wind, Lin Moya reached the fishbone and grasped it. He tried to pull it out but couldn't. The fishbone was integrated with the entire altar, immovable. Not even high-level celestial sovereigns could pull it out. Lin Moya pondered, recalling the scenes he had seen before. He knew the entire process of the altar's formation and every pattern on it. After a moment, he had an answer. To obtain the fishbone, one must control the entire altar. To control the altar, one must refine it. The altar was designed as a magical treasure that could be refined. But with his current strength, fully refining it was extremely difficult. There's only one way to try. What is the purpose of this altar? Why did that Dao Sovereign create it? Unfortunately, that Dao Sovereign is dead, and I can only find the answer myself. Lin Moya's hand slid across the fishbone, creating a cut. He grasped the fishbone, and his essence blood flowed out like it was free, pouring into the entire altar through the fishbone. In a short time, losing a large amount of essence blood, Lin Moya's aura weakened rapidly, and his soul became lethargic. Essence blood contained his power, laws, soul, and more. Most importantly, it contained his soul. Each drop of essence blood was like splitting a small part of his soul. Losing too much would cause his soul to collapse. What's this kid doing? Is he committing suicide? How could he be committing suicide? Could there be a problem with the fishbone? It's possible. What if the fishbone is draining his life? The celestial sovereigns watched Lin Moya's abnormal state and considered another possibility. Lin Moya's condition was too dire, looking like a dead man. Lu Fenjiao became worried again. She had just been happy for Lin Moya, and now this happened. She gritted her teeth. What are you doing? Chapter 2458. Chapter 2458, 2458. Chapter 2458, The Sky is Falling. As a large amount of essence blood was absorbed by the fishbone and then channeled into the altar, the connection between Lin Moya and the altar was rapidly strengthening. However, refining it was not that simple. He had only completed a small part of the process. All his essence blood was exhausted, and Lin Moya looked like a withered tree, on the verge of death. Despite this, Lin Moya felt quite good because he had confirmed that his method was indeed effective. One round of essence blood wasn't enough, but there could be a second round. After sending all his essence blood into the fishbone, Lin Moya died on the spot under everyone's gaze. His breath disappeared entirely, and his presence faded. The celestial sovereigns were stunned. Is he really dead? He got all his life force sucked out by the fishbone. This is hilarious. What a huge joke. We thought he was some kind of genius, but he died so pathetically. Your human geniuses are really funny, playing themselves to death. Lu Fenjiao was also stunned on the spot. Did he really die just like that? No way. From the looks of it, you didn't seem like someone with a short life. How did you just die like that? While they were discussing, purple light suddenly flickered on Lin Moya's body. The previously dead Lin Moya suddenly revived, becoming completely intact in an instant. He's alive again. What's going on? He was clearly dead. How is he alive again? Could it be some kind of fake death technique? Lin Moya's sudden revival shocked everyone. Lu Fenjiao also showed delight. I knew it, you wouldn't die so easily. Lin Moya always gave her the feeling of being confident and in control, no matter what he did, always having his own rhythm. She had seen such people before, the elders in the Dao sovereign realm within the Chamber of Commerce. This was why she held Lin Moya in high regard. Now, Lin Moya did not disappoint her. Lu Fenjiao was convinced that as long as Lin Moya didn't die, he would definitely become a Dao sovereign in the future. Such a person should be invested in while they are still in their early stages. The earlier the investment, the greater the future returns. While Lu Fenjiao was contemplating, Lin Moya began his performance again. His posture was exactly the same as before, and he once again became withered, his breath rapidly declining. He looked like he was about to die again. Lu Fenjiao couldn't help but sweat for Lin Moya. She really couldn't figure out what Lin Moya was doing. The celestial sovereigns were even more puzzled, wondering, what's going on with him? What else could it be? He must have been sucked dry and then revived through some secret technique, living a second life. Even if he lives, he can't escape the fishbone and will still be sucked dry. If he can't escape the fishbone, what use is reviving several times? He'll die sooner or later. Some celestial sovereigns thought they had seen through the truth, each with a cold smile, waiting to see Lin Moya die. Lin Moya's previous actions had almost slapped them in the face. They were celestial sovereigns, yet they were outdone by a supreme. Where could they put their face? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Moya died again. He looked like a withered tree, his breath dissipating. This time, no celestial sovereign spoke. 2 seconds later, accompanied by a burst of purple light, Lin Moya revived again. The revived Lin Moya still maintained the same posture, his breath weakening again. It seemed he still couldn't escape the fishbone and was destined to be sucked dry. A celestial sovereign sneered, "It's useless. No matter how many times you revive, you will still die. A supreme is just a supreme. Facing Tao patterns, there is no resistance. There's no chance. Just wait quietly for death." The celestial sovereigns were almost certain that Lin Moya would die sooner or later and couldn't survive. After all, the fish bone had Tao patterns, and not just ordinary Tao patterns. Even they, as celestial sovereigns, were nothing in front of Tao patterns, let alone a supreme. While they were speculating, a violent wind arose, and the knocking sound became unprecedentedly intense, like thunder in their ears. The altar began to shake violently, and the celestial sovereigns' faces changed drastically. What's happening? Is the altar going to collapse? What did this kid do to cause this? The celestial sovereigns exclaimed continuously but didn't dare to fly away. The Tao wind in the sky was deadly. They each activated their laws to protect themselves, watching the changes. In the urgent knocking sound, the violent wind surged towards the fishbone at an astonishing speed. The wind in the sky swirled into a tornado, rushing into the fishbone. Countless complex Tao patterns appeared under the entire altar, merging with the fishbone, activating the entire altar. The terrifying aura of a Tao sovereign realm burst out from the altar, spreading in the air. The aura of a Tao sovereign pressed down on the celestial sovereigns, making it hard for them to breathe. The violent wind howled, completely covering the position of the fishbone, and Lin Moya disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, with a loud bang, the altar exploded. Screams rang out, and terrifying power surged, impacting every celestial sovereign. The power of the Tao patterns was incredibly strong, carrying a soul impact. Several celestial sovereigns were severely injured and lost consciousness on the spot. All their defenses were useless against the impact of the Tao patterns. Even Lu Fenjiao, protected by the jade bead, groaned, suffering some impact. This was just the beginning. Another terrifying force swept down from the sky, as if a Tao sovereign had personally struck, hitting everyone's rule world and directly reaching their souls. Including the divine dragons, everyone lost consciousness at the same time, falling into a coma. The forest exploded, and all the creatures in the forest, one by one, exploded and died. Blood splattered the forest, which also collapsed. Not only the forest, but the giant pythons on the distant grassland also exploded, without exception. Then the terrifying force swept into the ocean world, and the creatures in the ocean also exploded one after another. The forest collapsed, the ground cracked, and a huge gap appeared at the bottom of the ocean. Everything was sinking, and the world was collapsing. Only Lin Moyu, in the midst of the violent wind, holding the fish bone, remained conscious. He saw this scene and was extremely shocked. He had just completely refined the altar, not expecting it to explode on the spot. What happened next was completely beyond his expectations and out of his control. The altar exploded, the forest collapsed, and then the entire grassland, earth, and ocean collapsed. All the celestial sovereigns lost consciousness and sank with the collapse. Lin Moya's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? Suddenly, he looked up, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. Then the water of the ocean world rushed down from the cracks, forming countless waterfalls. The cracks expanded rapidly, and countless rocks rolled down with the ocean water. The sky is falling. Lin Moyo muttered in his heart, feeling a bit helpless. It is often said that when the sky falls, tall people will hold it up, but now all the celestial sovereigns were unreliable, and he became the tallest person. Should he hold it up? With what? Hold up nothing. Lin Moyo held the fish bone and flew down desperately. No matter where the sky and earth collapsed, he could only follow. With the collapsing earth, Lin Moya rushed into the ocean and quickly passed through the bottom of the ocean. He didn't know how long he flew, but he felt like he had passed through a layer of the world's barrier, and his vision suddenly opened up. He found himself in a world purely composed of the ocean. If he didn't know where he was, he would have thought he had entered the ocean world. Chapter 2459. Chapter 2459, 2459. Chapter 2459, The Death of a Tao Sovereign Fish. The world before Lin Moya's eyes, no matter how he looked at it or felt it, was indistinguishable from the realm sea. He could hardly see any traces of human activity. If his memory wasn't faulty, he would have thought he had returned to the realm sea. The answer to the fishbone altar should be here, Lin Moya thought to himself, taking out the realm sea token for a look. The token was still sealed, meaning he couldn't leave this place using it. This was true for him and presumably for everyone else as well. The realm sea token was no longer functional, so to leave, they had to find another way, or they would be trapped here forever. Moreover, it was uncertain whether this world was dangerous. He dispatched a large number of skeleton generals to explore in all directions. At this point, he could no longer be conservative. The only path forward was to explore and find answers. He believed that the king of the realm sea, who sent them here, wouldn't send them to their deaths. The king must know some secrets about this special space but hadn't told them. It was certain that the king of the realm sea wanted the fish bones, and the more, the better. Especially the sword-shaped fish bone in his hand, which was worth several ordinary fish bones. Since that was the case, there must be a way to return, otherwise, it would be meaningless. Lin Moya trusted his judgment. He believed that as long as he found the answer, he could leave. If he couldn't find it, the outcome would be uncertain. The king of the realm sea, high and mighty, wouldn't care about their lives. In the king's eyes, all of them together might not be worth a single fishbone. After a while, the skeleton generals made some discoveries, and Lin Moya immediately went over. Lu Fenjiao was floating in the ocean, drifting with the waves of the realm sea. She was unconscious, protected by the jade bead, enduring the continuous impacts of the realm sea. The skeleton generals found her, and Lin Moya quickly arrived, scanning her to confirm she wasn't injured. Lin Moya used the soul voice, sending his voice directly into Lu Fenjiao's rule world and soul. Sister Fenjao, wake up. After 3 calls, Lu Fenjao's eyebrows twitched, showing signs of waking up. A few seconds later, she slowly opened her eyes and let out a soft groan. Her eyes were filled with vigilance, but she relaxed upon seeing Lin Moyo. How long was I unconscious? Lu Fenjao asked weakly. Less than an hour, Lin Moyo replied. Lu Fenjao slowly floated up, looking around with a puzzled expression. Are we back in the Realm Sea? No, this isn't the Realm Sea, Lin Moyo explained, recounting the collapse of the previous space. Only then did Lu Fenjao realize they had entered another space. She sensed the surrounding aura and dove into the ocean to feel it, sighing, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought we were back in the Realm Sea. It's exactly the same. Indeed, it's exactly the same, but this isn't the Realm Sea, Lin Moyo confirmed. The identical environment created a strong illusion, making it hard to distinguish reality. Lu Fenjao suddenly asked, how did you find me? Lin Moyo smiled, just lucky, I guess. I found you by accident. Lu Fenjao looked at him strangely, not believing it was just luck. She knew Lin Moyo must have some unknown methods. She glanced at the sword-shaped fish bone in Lin Moyo's hand. Is that the fish bone from the altar? Yes, it's thanks to this fish bone that I survived the collapse. I think we'll need it to solve the mystery here, Lin Moyo said. This fish bone is extraordinary, much stronger than the one you gave me. Be careful, others might covet it, Lu Fenjao warned. Lin Moyo was unconcerned. With you here, Sister Fenjao, I'm not afraid at all. Lu Fenjao rolled her eyes. No need for flattery. Lin Moyo laughed. He wasn't lying among all the fallen celestial sovereigns. He had found Lu Fenjao first. If that wasn't luck, what was it? I wonder where the others went, Lu Fenjao mused. Lin Moyo shook his head. I don't know yet. Before he could finish, he suddenly turned to look into the distance. What's wrong? Lu Fenjao asked. I found something. Follow me, Lin Moyo said, flying forward with Lu Fenjao following curiously. There was no downwind here, only an ocean identical to the Realm Sea. Lin Moyo had used the Eye of the Undead earlier and saw no soul fires, indicating no other living beings in this world. He had dispatched over 1 million skeleton generals to explore in all directions, and they were now completely dispersed. The fallen celestial sovereigns were scattered far and wide. Besides finding Lu Fenjao by luck, he hadn't found anyone else. From this, it could be inferred that after the altar collapsed, everyone scattered and drifted far apart. Whether they were dead or alive was unknown. As they flew, Lu Fenjao asked curiously, what did you find? A fish, Lin Moyo replied. A fish. Lu Fenjao was puzzled but soon understood. It was indeed a fish, a gigantic fish, like a continent, floating slowly in the ocean. The fish was so large that it was visible from a great distance. Lin Moyo swore it was the largest fish he had ever seen, far bigger than the whale general he had seen before. It looked like a whale but was covered in thick scales. Each scale was like an island, constantly shaking with the waves, creating endless splashes. Even the well-traveled Lu Fenjao was shocked. How can there be such a large fish? I've never seen such a large fish either, Lin Moyo said. The size of creatures in the Realm Sea couldn't be compared to those in the Great World. In the Great World, supremes could grow infinitely large, even reaching tens of light years, because the laws of the Great World didn't limit size. But in the Realm Sea, there were many restrictions. Lin Moyo had tried his best, but his size was only about 10,000 meters. According to Waterstop Celestial Sovereign, only celestial sovereigns could exceed 10,000 meters, with a maximum of 1 million meters. Dao sovereigns could exceed 1 million meters. This fish was not just 1 million meters, it was billions of meters long. They could barely see its outline from a great distance. If they got closer, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. If we determine its realm by its size, what realm would this fish be? Lin Moyo asked. Above 1 million meters is Dao Sovereign, but I don't know the upper limit for Dao Sovereigns, Lu Fenjao replied. They were sure this was a Dao Sovereign level fish. Lin Moyo frowned, using the Eye of the Undead to see that the fish was not alive. It seems to be dead, he said softly. Lu Fenjao agreed. I don't sense any life force, but it could be in a deep sleep. Without the Eye of the Undead, Lu Fenjao couldn't directly see the soul, so she considered the possibility of the fish being in a deep sleep. But Lin Moyo knew it was dead. Suddenly, the scales on the fish began to glow, and patterns emerged. The fish's mouth slowly opened with a deep sound, and countless waters of the Realm Sea rushed in. Chapter 2460. Chapter 2460, 2460. Chapter 2460, someone wants to revive this fish. The sudden movement startled both Lin Moyo and Lu Fenjao. Just moments ago, they both agreed that the giant fish was dead, but now, it suddenly moved. The fish's mouth opened, emitting a low growl, and an endless stream of Realm Sea water poured into its enormous mouth. Lin Moyo and Lu Fenjao exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Lu Fenjao whispered, it was clearly dead. Lin Moyo was even more certain that the fish was indeed dead. But what was happening now? He whispered, it must be dead. The current movements are probably related to the Dao patterns on its scales. Lu Fenjao asked, you mean the Dao patterns are controlling it? Lin Moyo replied, I can't be sure if the Dao patterns are controlling it, but they are definitely related. Lu Fenjao observed carefully. Although she didn't understand Dao patterns, she could see that Lin Moyo was right. She asked, do you understand Dao patterns? Lin Moyo shook his head, I don't, it's just a feeling. Lu Fenjao was speechless. She had some understanding of Dao patterns due to her family's inheritance and her own cultivation level. Yet Lin Moyo, without any background or high cultivation level, could also see it. She couldn't help but think, is this talent? More and more Realm Sea water was being swallowed by the giant fish, forming a terrifying vortex. The The vortex grew stronger, drawing in more and more realm seawater. Moments later, countless scales on the fish's back suddenly spread open, and a large amount of realm sea water gushed out. The water that entered the fish's mouth circulated through its massive body and then was expelled. Lu Fengjiao wondered, what exactly is it doing? Lin Moya replied solemnly, it's refining the realm seawater. The water it swallows is refined and then expelled without its original power. Realm sea water is different from ordinary water, it contains immense power. Anyone entering the realm sea would endure the impact of this water. The realm sea water is impartial, affecting even the creatures living within it. This makes it so that only celestial sovereign level beings can survive below 50,000 meters in the realm sea. The deeper the realm sea, the stronger the power contained in its water. This power is what allows realm sea creatures to produce origin crystals, as the origin power comes from the realm seawater. The giant fish was refining the realm seawater, extracting its power. The power contained a lot of origin power, which the fish was refining. But why would a dead fish refine realm seawater? What purpose did it serve? At this moment, Lin Moya suddenly saw a high-level celestial sovereign from the demon race drifting along with the realm seawater. He was clearly still unconscious and was swallowed by the giant fish along with the water. Lin Moya saw it clearly with the eye of the undead, watching the demon's soul fire enter the fish's mouth and quickly extinguish. The demon's celestial sovereign died silently after being swallowed by the fish. Lu Fengjiao also saw this. Although she didn't have the eye of the undead, her celestial sovereign senses told her what had happened. Her expression grew serious. A high-level celestial sovereign had just died like that. If it were her, she wouldn't fare any better. Even with a Dao sovereign level artifact, she had no confidence in surviving. Feeling a fatal threat, Lu Fengjiao whispered, what should we do? Lin Moya shook his head, no rush, let's observe a bit more. He wanted to wait for the skeleton generals to fully explore this space and see if there was anything else besides the giant fish. Lu Fengjiao had no choice but to follow Lin Moya's lead and wait quietly. 3 hours later, the Dao patterns on the fish gradually dimmed, and its mouth slowly closed. Moments later, the scales on its back closed, and the fish became still again. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. During these 3 hours, Lin Moyo had been studying the Dao patterns. He discovered that although Dao patterns were different from runes and more complex, they had some similarities. Dao patterns seemed to be an upgraded version of runes, a higher level existence. Combining the Dao patterns on the fish with the runes he knew, Lin Moyo had an incredible guess. But it was just a guess, not a certainty. Now that the Dao patterns had receded and the fish was still, Lin Moyo whispered, I'm going over to take a look. Lu Fengjiao frowned, look at what? The Dao patterns. Saying this, Lin Moya flew over, and Lu Fengjiao hesitated for a few seconds before following. A light flew from Lu Fengjiao, enveloping Lin Moyo. She had expanded the protection range of the jade bead to cover both of them. Lin Moya smiled, thank you, Sister Fengjiao. Lu Fengjiao asked, can you understand the Dao patterns? Lin Moya shook his head, I can't, but I feel they are somewhat similar to runes. Maybe I can discover something. Lu Fengjiao was surprised, you understand runes? Lin Moya nodded, a little. Lu Fengjiao looked at Lin Moya like he was a monster. You've only been cultivating for 2,000 years, and you even understand runes. I really don't know how you cultivate. Lin Moya humbly replied, I only understand a little, it's nothing. Lu Fengjiao didn't believe him at all. From his demeanor, it didn't seem like he only understood a little. They approached the giant fish and saw the Dao patterns engraved on its scales. The Dao patterns on the scales were different from those on the fish bone. The patterns on the fish bone seemed natural and integrated, while those on the scales looked engraved and lacked that feeling. With just one glance, Lin Moya confirmed that someone had engraved the Dao patterns on the scales. He immediately thought of the person who built the altar. The Dao patterns on the scales were strikingly similar to those on the altar, likely made by the same person. Recalling everything that had happened since entering this special space, Lin Moya carefully reviewed every detail, not missing anything. Gradually, the events connected, and he arrived at a highly probable conclusion. Lin Moya muttered to himself, he wants to revive the fish. Lu Fengjiao didn't hear clearly, what did you say? Lin Moya whispered, I speculate that all these arrangements are to revive this giant fish. Lu Fengjiao was shocked, revive it? How is that possible? It's clearly dead. Lin Moya replied, nothing is impossible. Perhaps a Dao sovereign has that ability. Reversing fate and resurrecting the dead seemed like a fantasy to Lu Fengjiao, but to Lin Moya, who had the power of resurrection, it wasn't impossible. Lu Fengjiao still found it hard to believe, could you be mistaken? Lin Moya said, it's hard to say. I'm just saying it's possible. But that's not important. What's important is how we find a way out and leave here. If my guess is correct, and a Dao sovereign set all this up, it has nothing to do with us. That's something for Dao sovereigns to worry about. Lu Fengjiao agreed, then let's not worry about it and focus on finding a way out. Lin Moya nodded slightly. The arrangements of a Dao sovereign were indeed beyond his reach. Boom! Suddenly, the sky exploded, and a black shadow swooped down. Sharp cries filled the air, followed by piercing sounds that resonated with their souls. Lu Fengjiao's face changed dramatically, the insect race. Chapter 2461. Chapter 2461, 2461. Chapter 2461, you really are crazy. The sudden appearance of the insect race startled both Lu Fengjiao and Lin Moyo. Even Lin Moyo, who had been using the eye of the undead to scan the area, hadn't detected any other living beings. He hadn't expected the insect race to be able to evade the eye of the undead, proving just how cunning this race was. Within the black cloud were countless, seemingly endless insects, impossible to count. There were 3 insect mothers among them, 1 high-level celestial sovereign and 2 mid-level celestial sovereigns. The high-level celestial sovereign insect mother could produce countless high-level supreme insects, while the mid-level celestial sovereign insect mothers could produce mid-level supreme insects. These insects could combine to form formations, enhancing their realms by 1 or 2 minor levels. Additionally, the insect mothers could create some special insects. When cooperating, the combat power of the insect race was enough to rival the dragon race of the same realm. If humans encountered insect mothers of the same realm, they would generally be no match unless they possessed extremely powerful artifacts. Even Lu Fangio felt a headache when facing insect mothers of the same realm, as they gave her the feeling of being unkillable. Countless insects swarmed towards them, their numbers overwhelming. In terms of strength, they were only mid-level and high-level supremes, not too threatening. However, their sheer numbers were enough to make one's scalp tingle. Moreover, the insect mothers could produce them endlessly, making them impossible to kill off completely. At this moment, the 3 insect mothers screamed simultaneously, creating some extremely special insects. These insects exploded, transforming into an invisible force that enveloped the swarm. Immediately, all the insects' strength increased by a notch. Mid-level supremes became high-level supremes, and high-level supremes became peak supremes. Lu Fengeo's face changed, gripping her Dao sovereign-level sword tightly. She whispered, "I'll take you and break through." Her first thought was to break through rather than kill the insect mothers. She knew very well that killing the insect race was extremely difficult. Even with her Dao sovereign-level artifact, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. However, breaking through wasn't difficult. The insect mothers were strong, but the swarm wasn't, and supremes couldn't stop her. Lin Moya remained calm. "No need, I'll deal with them." With a light touch of his finger, an endless mist rose in the sky. In an instant, the bone hell appeared, enveloping a large area and directly swallowing the insect race. Within the bone hell, hellish spirits pounced on the swarm, biting indiscriminately. Hellfire spewed out, and 10 suns scattered infinite flames. The eye of the undead gazed upon them, carrying a terrifying soul impact. The insects screamed and froze, their auras rapidly weakening. The previous enhancement was wiped out by the eye of the undead. The blooming of the red spider lily further weakened the insects, reducing their speed and strength significantly. Although the number of insects was vast, the hellish spirits in the bone hell were also numerous. With millions of hellish spirits fighting the insects, Lin Moya wasn't worried about the bone hell losing. The bone hell couldn't handle celestial sovereigns, but it was invincible among supremes, no matter how many insects there were. Lin Moya was never afraid of being outnumbered. Even without the bone hell, he had plenty of ways to deal with these insects. Lu Fengeo was stunned. "Is this your spell?" Lin Moya smiled. "It's not very strong, but it's perfect for dealing with these insects." Lu Fengeo was astonished. "Not strong? You're only a peak supreme, and this spell is enough to dominate among supremes." Lin Moya laughed. "Indeed, but it's a pity it can't handle celestial sovereigns." Lu Fengeo said, "Be content, it's already impressive. Let's take this chance to leave." Lin Moya asked curiously, "Why leave? Why not kill the 3 insect mothers?" Lu Fengeo couldn't believe it. "Are you crazy? You want to kill the insect mothers? Why not? If they can come to kill me, why can't I kill them?" Lin Moya's words puzzled Lu Fengeo. It seemed she had never considered killing the insect mothers from the start. Was there a special reason? Lu Fengeo explained, "It's not that we can't kill them, it's just too difficult. What you're seeing is only the first form of the insect mothers. They have a second form and an ultimate form. In their first form, they only produce insects and aren't very powerful themselves. In their second form, also known as the combat form, they have the strength to rival dragons of the same realm. As for their ultimate form, their combat power reaches its peak. It's said that a peak celestial sovereign insect mother in its ultimate form once severely injured a Dao sovereign of the demon race." Lin Moya finally understood why Lu Fengeo hadn't thought of killing the insect mothers. It indeed seemed challenging. However, he was very interested in the insect mothers. If he could turn them into resurrected beings and transform them into their ultimate form, they might not just severely injure a Dao sovereign but could even kill one. Moreover, resurrected beings would self-destruct before death. If the insects produced by the insect mothers could also self-destruct, the scene would be thrilling. Seeing that Lin Moya had no intention of leaving, Lu Fengeo asked, "What do you want to do?" Lin Moya replied, "I want to try killing them." Lu Fengeo shivered. "Don't even think about it. If that high-level celestial sovereign insect mother enters its ultimate form, even I can only protect myself." Lin Moya said, "Then don't let it enter its ultimate form. Can you handle the 2 mid-level celestial sovereign insect mothers?" Lu Fengeo looked at Lin Moya as if he were crazy. But seeing his determined gaze, she said, "Killing them won't be easy, but holding them off isn't hard." Lin Moya said, "Good, leave those 2 to you. I'll handle the high-level celestial sovereign." With that, Lin Moya flew straight towards the insect mothers. Lu Fengeo called out to him, but he didn't listen. Helpless, she stomped her foot and followed. She thought to herself, "Fine, I'll go crazy with him. Let him see reality. If things go south, I'll take him and break through. It should be fine." Lu Fengeo was confident in her strength. Even if she couldn't defeat the ultimate form of the insect mother, she could protect herself and break through with Lin Moya. Seeing the 2 of them charging, the 3 insect mothers screamed and produced more insects. The total number of insects had an upper limit. After a batch was killed by the bone hell, they produced a new batch. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the bone hell instantly expanded, covering all the insects and the insect mothers. Hellish spirits pounced on the insect mothers, who screamed and produced more insects. But against the bone hell, the insects were clearly outmatched. The insect mothers' screams suddenly changed, becoming more intense, and their bodies began to transform. Their previously nest-like bodies grew dense scales, sprouted 4 pairs of sharp legs, each emitting a sharp aura that cut countless cracks in the air. The insect mothers now had a metallic sheen, their bodies transformed from bloated to sharp, resembling mantises. As the insect mothers transformed, the insects they produced returned and merged with their respective mothers. Lu Fengjao whispered, "This is their second form, also known as the combat form. Be careful." Lin Moya nodded, "Proceed as planned." Lu Fengjao snorted, "You really are crazy." Chapter 2462. Chapter 2462, 2462. Chapter 2462. You too, I take one. Lu Fengjiao's words made Lin Moya slightly stunned. He thought of Antares, who had once said the same thing about him. A bright smile appeared on his face. "It's been a long time since someone said that to me. It's nice. Then I'll trouble Sister Fengjao to go crazy with me this time," Lin Moya said. Lu Fengjao snorted and said no more. Her battle intent surged as she locked onto the 2 mid-level celestial sovereign insect mothers. The 3 insect mothers entered their second form simultaneously, unleashing terrifying power that instantly tore apart the bone hell. Sharp auras rampaged through the air, cutting countless cracks. The insect race's cultivation path was different from others. They had no rule world but possessed extremely strong combat power. Their path of enhancement was contrary to the other races of the origin continent. Some had studied the insect race but never reached a definitive conclusion. The bone hell was torn apart, having completed its mission by marking the 3 insect mothers. "Attack!" Lin Moya shouted softly. Without hesitation, Lu Fengjao charged at the 2 insect mothers she had locked onto. Her sword unleashed a torrent of sword energy, sweeping through the air. The insect mothers screamed, swinging their sharp legs like blades to clash with Lu Fengjiao's sword energy. Lu Fengjiao's sword was a Dao sovereign level artifact, incredibly powerful. However, her own cultivation wasn't enough to fully wield the power of a Dao sovereign level artifact, making her only slightly stronger than a high-level celestial sovereign. Fighting 2 mid-level celestial sovereign insect mothers was still manageable. After a frontal collision, the 2 insect mothers were slashed away, their hard bodies covered in countless wounds. Boom! An explosion suddenly rang out as the high-level celestial sovereign insect mother screamed, its body suddenly exploding. The explosions continued, with 4 consecutive blasts following. The high-level celestial sovereign insect mother was blown to pieces, dying on the spot. Lu Fengjao looked at Lin Moya in shock. What happened? A high-level celestial sovereign insect mother had been instantly killed. She had no idea what spell Lin Moya had used to cause such terrifying damage. Lin Moya beckoned, and the corpse of the high-level celestial sovereign insect mother flew into his hand, which he immediately stored away. Lin Moya smiled, just as I expected. No matter how strong the insect mother is, it's still a high-level celestial sovereign. Using the corpses of the fish eagle and the giant python, both high-level celestial sovereigns, to perform corpse explosion, the insect mother couldn't withstand it. No matter how strong its vitality, being blown up 4 times in a row means certain death. If it were Qing Hongguang, 1 explosion would suffice to kill him. The insect mother's vitality is already strong enough. I actually think 3 explosions would have been enough. The 4th was just for insurance. Lu Fengjao looked at Lin Moya. How did you do it? Lin Moya smiled. It's just one of my spells. Let's continue fighting, we're not done yet. Only then did Lu Fengjao realize she was still in battle, having been distracted by Lin Moya's actions. Lin Moya's strength was beyond her comprehension. She couldn't understand how a peak supreme could kill a high-level celestial sovereign, crossing a major realm and 3 minor realms. Moreover, the target was an insect mother, known for being extremely difficult to kill. Lu Fengjao attacked the 2 insect mothers again. They screamed, causing space to tremble, and their powerful force sent Lu Fengjao flying back. They transformed again, entering their ultimate form. Lin Moya watched with curiosity, wanting to see how strong the ultimate form of the insect mothers was, as Lu Fengjao had described. The 2 insect mothers began to grow, expanding from over 10 meters to 1,000 meters. They grew pairs of sharp legs, from 6 pairs to 10 pairs, then 20 pairs. They eventually had 50 pairs of sharp legs, dancing in the air. This looks like a centipede, Lin Moya thought. The ultimate form of the insect mothers resembled a centipede. With 50 sharp legs flying in the air, their aura reached the peak of mid-level celestial sovereign, just a step away from high-level celestial sovereign. Their sharp legs were comparable to celestial sovereign-level artifacts, making them capable of injuring high-level celestial sovereigns. Lu Fengjao shouted and attacked again, her Dao sovereign-level sword slashing out countless sword energies. The insect mothers fought back with their sharp legs. Despite the size difference, Lu Fengjao had the upper hand in strength. The battle was intense, with countless cracks appearing in the air, making it hard to determine the winner. Lin Moya saw clearly that Lu Fengjao, with her artifact and protective jade bead, was aggressively suppressing the insect mothers. However, winning wouldn't be easy. Without her Dao sovereign level sword and jade bead, she could handle 1 insect mother but would likely lose against 2. The insect race's combat power is indeed strong, no wonder they can contend with the dragon race. It seems I need to help her to end this quickly. Should I use corpse explosion or let Qing Hongguang handle it? Lin Moya had 2 options, both viable. He wasn't in a hurry, letting Lu Fengjao enjoy the fight first. Sea and land. Lu Fenjiao shouted, casting a spell. Her rule world appeared behind her, a bustling world filled with countless merchant ships and tall buildings. Swords flew out from her rule world, filling the sky. Thousands of swords flew through the air, unstoppable. Whether in the Realm Sea or the Origin continent, they could traverse freely. The two insect mothers were engulfed by the sea of swords, screaming as their massive bodies were pierced, their sharp legs breaking under the sword energy, nearly tearing them apart. This powerful strike severely injured the insect mothers. However, countless insects flew out from the insect mothers, quickly healing their wounds and restoring their sharp legs. In the blink of an eye, the insect mothers were back to normal, their aura unchanged. They charged at Lu Fenjiao, fearless of injury and death. They swung their sharp legs and spewed countless dark green liquid. The liquid exploded in the air, forming dense fog. The fog was highly corrosive, weakening Lu Fenjiao's protective jade bead. She had to avoid the fog, feeling constrained. Lin Moya nodded slightly. Their regenerative ability is strong, and the fog's corrosiveness is powerful. Lu Fenjiao grew increasingly frustrated, gritting her teeth. They're so troublesome. She had always known the insect mothers were difficult to deal with, but fighting them firsthand was even harder than she had heard. Thinking of how easily Lin Moyo had dealt with his opponent, while she struggled with weaker ones, made her even more annoyed. Amidst her frustration, Lin Moya's voice came from afar, "Need help?" Lu Fenjiao snorted, "No need." She took out a pair of scissors, throwing them into the air, and pointed her sword at one of the insect mothers, shouting, "Bind." The scissors shot out a beam of light, wrapping around the insect mother like a rope, immobilizing it. Lu Fenjiao shouted again, "Cut." The scissors enlarged, appearing on the insect mother, and cut down. Snap! With a crisp sound, the insect mother was cut in half, its body and soul severed together. Lin Moya's eyes gleamed. This artifact is powerful. The artifact was indeed strong, a Dao Sovereign level artifact, but using it consumed a lot of energy. After one use, Lu Fenjiao's energy plummeted. She took a pill to restore some energy and pointed her sword at the last insect mother. It screamed, spewing countless green liquid, forming a toxic fog that forced Lu Fenjiao to retreat. The insect mother suddenly screamed and fled with the toxic fog. Chapter 2463. Chapter 2463, 2463. Chapter 2463, Are we being used as sacrifices? The insect race isn't foolish. Seeing that they can't win, why wouldn't they flee? They are fearless, but that doesn't mean they are suicidal, trying to escape. Lu Fenjiao saw this and immediately wanted to pursue. At this moment, Lin Moya's voice rang out, "No need to chase, it can't escape." Lin Moya collected the corpse of the insect mother that Lu Fenjiao had killed and calmly walked to her side. Lu Fenjiao raised an eyebrow, "Why not chase?" Lin Moya replied, "The dragon race has arrived and has already targeted it." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the distance, turning the sky into a sea of lightning. Lu Fenjiao recognized the dragon race's artifact. The dragon race and the insect race are mortal enemies. There's no way they would let the insect mother escape. Seeing this, she stopped pursuing. Without high-level celestial sovereigns, the insect race couldn't escape the dragon race's hunt. With the help of the pill, Lu Fenjiao's breath gradually stabilized. "Now you can tell me why you wanted to kill the insect race." Lin Moya smiled slightly, "Sister Fenjiao, please allow me to keep a little secret. Perhaps you will know in the future, but not now." As he spoke, he flicked a law of immortality onto Lu Fenjiao. The power of life swept over her like a gentle breeze, quickly restoring her previous consumption, almost as effective as the pill. Lu Fenjiao was slightly shocked. The law of life. Lin Moya neither confirmed nor denied, something like that. Lu Fenjiao said, "Impossible, your previous spells didn't use the law of life." Lin Moya replied, "Can I comprehend multiple laws at the same time?" Lu Fenjiao's eyes widened. "Of course, you can comprehend multiple laws, but how long have you been cultivating? Comprehending so many laws and reaching such a high level, how did you do it?" Lin Moya spread his hands, "I just did it, it's not that hard." Lu Fenjiao was speechless. "Not that hard? Are you kidding? It's extremely difficult. Maybe this is what a genius is." Lu Fenjiao didn't want to say anything more. She considered herself a genius, outstanding in the Chamber of Commerce, but compared to Lin Moyu, she felt like an idiot. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Lu Fenjiao didn't want to ask any more questions. Asking more would shatter her Dao heart. In the distance, amidst the lightning and thunder, the insect mother was finally killed. The divine dragon collected the artifact and flew over. One of the high-level divine dragons searched the surroundings, noticing the green toxic fog left by the insect race, indicating a battle had taken place here. Because Lin Moyo possessed the Dragon Soul Crystal, the divine dragons were polite to him. "Human friend, have you seen the other two insect mothers?" Lin Moyo replied, "They've been killed." The divine dragons were slightly stunned. "Killed?" Those were high-level celestial sovereign insect mothers. Lin Moya took out the two insect mother corpses. "It's them, right?" The divine dragons were visibly shocked. They knew very well how difficult it was to kill high-level celestial sovereign insect mothers. The high-level divine dragon still found it hard to believe, but the corpses were right in front of him, so he had to believe it. As a divine dragon, he was proud and shouldn't have asked, but curiosity got the better of him. "May I ask, how did you kill them?" Lin Moya glanced at Lu Fenjiao, indicating that she did it. After all, he was only a peak supreme. Claiming he did it would be unbelievable. Even if they believed him, how could he explain it? So, Lin Moya straightforwardly attributed it to Lu Fenjiao. While looking at her, Lin Moya didn't forget to wink. Lu Fenjiao was both amused and annoyed, thinking, "Now you know to hide your strength, but you were so crazy just now." Fine, for the sake of the fishbone, I'll help you this time. Lu Fengjiao said, I used this to kill them. She took out the scissor artifact. The divine dragon's eyes widened. The soul-cutting scissors. You're from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lu Fengjiao put away the scissors. It's just a replica, but I am indeed from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the soul-cutting scissors, the divine dragons believed her. Lin Moyo observed their shocked expressions, realizing that the soul-cutting scissors artifact was very famous. The artifact dispelled the divine dragon's doubts. Lin Moyo asked, Senior, have you discovered anything? The leading high-level divine dragon said, I am Aole. You have the dragon soul crystal, no need to call me Senior. The dragon race doesn't easily reveal their names. Aole was willing to tell Lin Moyo his name because Lin Moyo had the dragon soul crystal, and Lu Fengjiao's status and strength qualified her to know his name. Aole said, we haven't discovered much. When the space collapsed, we fell into a brief coma. After waking up, we came here. Lu Fengjiao explained, the dragon race has a secret method to locate the center of a world or space. Such a secret method indeed exists. No wonder they found the altar so quickly. The insect race probably has a similar method to find it quickly. Aole asked, Lin Xiao, have you discovered anything? Lin Moya didn't hide anything and recounted the whale swallowing the sea and his speculations. Now, Lin Moya was thinking about how to leave this place. If he couldn't figure it out alone, he might as well borrow others' brains. Maybe with more people, they could find some clues. Aole looked serious. You mean someone wants to revive this Dao Sovereign level whale? Lin Moya nodded slightly. It's just my speculation, not confirmed. The divine dragons pondered, observing the whale and considering the possibility in Lin Moya's words. Lu Fengjiao said, the dragon race has a long heritage and knows many things we don't. Their understanding of the realm sea far surpasses other races. Lin Moya understood Lu Fengjiao's meaning. I hope they have an answer. The divine dragons whispered among themselves, seemingly discussing something. After a moment, Aole spoke, we thought of a legend. It is said that a very powerful Dao sovereign once appeared in the realm sea. At that time, the sea tribe in the realm sea had a conflict with a mysterious force. The battle was intense, and the Dao sovereigns of the sea tribe also participated. After the war, the sea tribe suffered great losses, and a Dao sovereign might have fallen. Lu Fengjiao looked puzzled, indicating she hadn't heard of such a conflict. Aole noticed her expression and explained, this conflict occurred in the deepest part of the realm sea. We only know a little about it. Lin Moyo asked, do you mean the king of the realm sea wants to revive it? Aole said, it's possible. Using the Dao pattern fish bone to enhance the strength of the creatures in this space, then using the altar to harvest their life force and origin as sacrifices, combined with the power of the realm sea water, it's not impossible. Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. Is it possible that we are also sacrifices? Aole's expression turned serious. He hadn't considered this, but Lin Moya's words made sense. Lin Moya continued to ponder, your analysis is somewhat reasonable, but there are also inconsistencies. Compared to the numerous creatures in this space, we are just a drop in the bucket. Using us as sacrifices doesn't make much sense. He suddenly stopped, thinking of a possibility. To revive a dead being, besides using a large number of creatures as sacrifices, wouldn't it also require souls, intelligent souls? Chapter 2464. Chapter 2464, 2464. Chapter 2464, The Origin Shuttle, The Heavenly God Sect. The previously confusing parts suddenly became clear. Lin Moya realized that their existence was to provide intelligence for the revival of the whale. Due to the Dao pattern fishbones, the creatures in this space were all quite powerful, with high-level celestial sovereigns being common. However, these high-level celestial sovereigns lacked wisdom. Using them as sacrifices could provide immense life force for the whale but couldn't provide intelligence. Revival involves not just the physical body but also the soul. Soul revival might require intelligence. Lin Moya didn't understand the specific process, as it was too advanced for a small supreme like him. However, he could infer some clues. Previously, the fish bones knocking forcibly elevated his soul realm while erasing his intelligence. These intelligences might not have been erased but could have been transformed into sacrifices through some method. Who could understand the methods of a Dao sovereign? Lin Moya couldn't comprehend Dao patterns and didn't know what abilities they contained. Looking at the fish bone in his hand and the enormous whale, Lin Moya suddenly thought of a possibility. Could there be more than one altar? If we were divided into different spaces, and these spaces corresponded to different altars, there might be more than one sword-shaped fish bone. Those mid-level and low-level celestial sovereigns might not withstand the fish bones knocking, losing their intelligence and ultimately becoming the sacrifices needed for the whale's revival. More than 10,000 people entered, but only a few dozen reached the altar. Some of the dragon and insect races didn't make it, and none from the 100 Herbs Alliance arrived. Previously, he thought the 100 Herbs Alliance members were unsuited for this environment. Now, it seemed there might be more than one altar. His words led the divine dragons into another discussion, and they found Lin Moya's words reasonable. Lu Fengjiao looked at Lin Moya with a strange expression. How did you analyze all this? Lin Moya smiled. Maybe my thoughts are more complex, so I naturally analyzed it. Lu Fengjiao didn't believe Lin Moya's explanation. What should we do next? Lin Moya replied without hesitation, wait. If there are other altars, let's see their situation and whether they collapse like ours. Also, the people who came here with us should be waking up soon. Lu Fengjiao acknowledged with an O, realizing that with Lin Moya around, she didn't need to think. This guy seemed like a freak, thinking much more thoroughly than she did. After some discussion, the dragon race seemed to reach the same conclusion as Lin Moya. Wait, For now, waiting was the only option. The surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of waves crashing in their ears. Lin Moya suddenly asked softly, "Sister Fenjao, I have something, can you help me take a look?" Lu Fenjao curiously asked, "What is it?" Lin Moya took out an object resembling a cone, about the size of a palm, with a sharp front and an oval back. He had obtained this from Baikaiaxia, who had found it in an ancient box during an adventure. Along with it was a pearl containing the method to use the power of faith. Lin Moyo had judged that this object was either from the ancient human era or from the realm sea. He had asked the human emperor and the sky dragon, but neither knew what it was. Later, he asked Water-Stop Celestial Sovereign, who also didn't know. Thinking that Lu Fenjao was from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, the largest trading force on the origin continent, she might recognize it. Lu Fenjao took the cone, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Where did you get this?" Lin Moya knew she had recognized it. "I got it by chance during an adventure." By chance? Lu Fenjao's tone was slightly strange. "You should have also gotten a pearl with it, right?" Lin Moya was slightly startled. "How did you know?" Lu Fenjao suddenly laughed. "Just kidding. This is called an origin shuttle, driven by origin crystals, capable of traversing worlds at high speed. Some people use it as a means of transportation. Your origin shuttle should be at the celestial sovereign level, driven by first to third level origin crystals, corresponding to low, mid, and high level celestial sovereign speeds. However, your origin shuttle is broken and needs repair. When you reach the origin continent, find a large city and a master refiner of the 5th level or above to repair it." It turned out to be a means of transportation, which was quite unexpected. This also meant that the origin shuttle and the pearl containing the power of faith came from the origin continent. Lu Fenjao continued, "Many years ago, a sect called the Heavenly God Sect appeared on the origin continent. They had a unique cultivation method that could gather a peculiar power called the power of faith. This power is magical and strong, enhancing spells and cultivation. The Heavenly God Sect quickly produced many celestial sovereigns and later Dao sovereigns. But as the Heavenly God Sect grew, they needed more followers and occupied more territory, eventually provoking a major force. You can guess the outcome." Lin Moya naturally guessed. The Heavenly God Sect was destroyed. Lu Fenjao smiled. "Correct, they were destroyed." Lin Moya continued, "I guess that major force not only destroyed the Heavenly God Sect but also wanted their method of cultivating the power of faith." "Smart, that's exactly what happened," Lu Fenjao praised. Lin Moya thought for a moment and continued, "I guess that major force didn't fully obtain the Heavenly God Sect's cultivation method. Even if they did, it wasn't complete. The Heavenly God Sect must have made preparations to prevent their legacy from being cut off." Lu Fenjao's eyes brightened. "You guessed right again. The Heavenly God Sect created many pearls, embedding the power of faith's method within them, and scattered them along with many origin shuttles. Among thousands of pearls, only one fully records the method of using the power of faith, while the others only contain basic methods, of little value." Lin Moyo asked, "I guess the Heavenly God Sect announced this to the world, attracting more forces to compete. That major force probably didn't get the true legacy either." Lu Fenjao stared at Lin Moyo. "How did you figure all this out?" Lin Moyo said, "It's simple. Although the Heavenly God Sect wasn't a match for the major force, they had Dao sovereigns and wouldn't be easily destroyed. They must have had backup plans. By attracting more competitors, they created chaos, hiding their true legacy. I suspect that none of the pearls they released are genuine. Their true legacy must be hidden somewhere." Lu Fenjao was speechless because Lin Moya's guesses were almost entirely correct. His analysis matched what her family's elders had deduced, but they had vast intelligence support, while Lin Moyo had nothing. She found Lin Moya's analytical ability truly frightening. As they chatted, the sea suddenly trembled, and the world roared. In the distance, the sky collapsed. Chapter 2465. Chapter 2465, 2465. Chapter 2465, so we are all just tools. The sky collapsed, and huge holes appeared in the high altitude. The waters of the realm sea, mixed with countless rocks, fell from the sky. Not only rocks but even entire islands fell down as well. They plunged into the vast ocean, creating huge splashes before quickly sinking and disappearing. Lin Moyo keenly observed that, besides the rocks, some cultivators were also being swept down with the waters of the realm sea. They were carried away by the splashes and quickly disappeared. These cultivators were either humans or demons, and every one of them was unconscious. He also noticed that there were origin crystals mixed in with the rocks, falling into the ocean. The collapses were not limited to one place. The skeleton generals exploring the space transmitted information that many places were collapsing. The sky looked like a torn sack, full of holes. Lin Moyo originally wanted to save some of the humans, but he found that the skeleton generals couldn't get close. The waters of the realm sea formed a peculiar force field, blocking all the skeleton generals outside. This situation was different from what he had encountered with the altar before. In the distance, a divine dragon fell with the waters of the realm sea. Aole let out a dragon roar and flew over. However, he was heavily repelled before he could get close, unable to approach. Aole was visibly anxious, trying repeatedly but to no avail. He watched helplessly as his companions fell into the ocean and disappeared. He also tried diving into the ocean but found nothing after a search. Lu Fenjao asked cautiously, "Why is this happening?" This situation seemed different from their previous experience. When they fell from the collapsing altar, they were all fine. 7 divine dragons and 3 insect mothers, none were missing. But this time, those who fell were unconscious and then disappeared into the ocean. This strange situation made Lu Fenjao wary. Lin Moya looked at the holes in the sky and then at the sword-shaped fishbone in his hand. This time is different from ours. Lu Fenjiao asked, what's different? Lin Moya explained, I triggered the Dao patterns in the altar, which can be considered as prematurely activating the altar or even destroying its original function. They should have waited until the altar was fully activated, allowing its power to reach its peak, which is why they are more affected. As he spoke, Lin Moya stared unblinkingly at a nearby hole, vaguely seeing a sword-shaped fishbone above it. In the distance, he saw members of the 100 Herbs Alliance also falling from the sky. They were all large and varied in shape, but without exception, they were all unconscious. Finally, the skeleton generals made a new discovery. The people who had fallen with them finally appeared. This space was so vast that Lin Moya had the skeleton generals explore for a long time without finding the boundary. Besides Lu Fenjiao, the insect race, and the dragon race, he hadn't seen anyone else. Finding Lu Fenjiao was already extremely lucky. Now, seeing people from the same altar confirmed that the outcome of their altar was different due to his actions. At this moment, Lu Fenjiao exclaimed, pointing at the whale, it's moving again. The Dao patterns on the whale were rapidly lighting up. Lin Moya felt uneasy and shouted, let's retreat. Without hesitation, they moved far away, putting over 1,000 kilometers between them and the whale. The Dao patterns on the whale fully lit up, and its massive mouth opened, emitting a deep sound. Instantly, a terrifying suction appeared, drawing a large amount of seawater into the whale's mouth. The waterfalls falling from the sky also rushed into the whale's mouth. However, this time was different from before. The waterfalls turned into water dragons, carrying immense power, entering the whale's mouth. The suction swept through the entire space, pulling everything towards it, no matter the distance. Lin Moya saw many cultivators falling with the waterfalls, being sucked into the whale's mouth and dying instantly. If he hadn't accidentally activated the altar early, he might have ended up like them. Lin Moya's expression grew serious. The King of the Realm Sea's intention with the Realm Sea token this time is to take our lives. Fenjiao, were the previous Realm Sea tokens safe? Lu Fenjiao rolled her eyes. Do you think I know everything? Information about the Realm Sea token is rarely shared. But it said that the casualties from the Realm Sea token were not heavy. I don't know what's different this time. Lin Moya murmured, it's indeed strange. If we all die here, offending so many people at once, the King of the Realm Sea would have to consider the consequences. What's really going on? Did I misjudge? The soul fires had indeed disappeared, leading Lin Moya to instinctively think they were dead. But were they really dead? Lu Fenjiao's words made Lin Moya uncertain. After all, those who came to participate in the Realm Sea token event were all powerful and influential. Even if the King of the Realm Sea was powerful, offending so many at once would have consequences. The waters of the Realm Sea were rapidly refined inside the whale, turning into ordinary water and flowing out from its back. The people it swallowed never reappeared. Moments later, the waterfalls were finally swallowed clean, and more than half of the Realm Sea water in the ocean was refined, greatly weakening its aura. The whale's body emitted an indescribable, immensely powerful aura. At this moment, the whale's devouring continued, and the suction grew even stronger. From the holes in the sky, sword-shaped fish bones flew out, heading towards the whale. The sword-shaped fish bone in Lin Moya's hand also buzzed, breaking free and flying towards the whale. The fish bones grew larger as they approached the whale, becoming incredibly massive. Lin Moya suddenly realized, I understand now. These fish bones are the whale's spine. For many creatures, the spine is the core of the body. While the physical body may not be crucial, it is not entirely unimportant. Especially for Dao sovereigns, the physical body is a vital component. Dao patterns appear on the bones, significantly enhancing a Dao sovereign's combat power. After the physical body is destroyed and the flesh is reshaped, it takes a long time for the Dao patterns to recover. For this whale to revive, the spine containing Dao patterns is essential. Compared to the spine, other bones are less important. There were 18 sword-shaped fish bones in total, connecting end to end, becoming incredibly large, matching the whale's size. The fish bones combined, emitting a terrifying aura, and an invisible force swept through the space. The fish bones slowly sank and merged with the whale. Lin Moya fully understood the situation. Lu Fenjiao noticed his expression and asked, did you figure something out? Lin Moya didn't hide anything. After the whale died, its bones scattered across different spaces. Our task was to collect these bones and gather them in various altars. When the altars collapsed, we fell here with the fish bones. The sword-shaped fish bones in the altars are the whale's spine, and the other fish bones we collected are from other parts of its body. During the whale's revival, it will devour the people who fall in, along with the fish bones they collected. Lu Fenjiao's expression changed, so the King of the Realm Sea used us as tools. Lin Moya said, pretty much. But now I doubt those people are really dead. Killing us all wouldn't benefit the King of the Realm Sea. Suddenly, Lin Moya's eyes narrowed as he saw a soul fire forming inside the whale. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens, and the entire space completely collapsed. Chapter 2466. Chapter 2466, 2466. Chapter 2466, and he feels like she's going to die. The enormous spine fused into the whale's body, and the whale immediately emitted a powerful aura. This aura far surpassed that of an ordinary Dao sovereign, much stronger than the whale general Lin Moya had encountered before. Although both were Dao sovereign whales, their auras were incomparable. The whale let out a howl, causing the entire space to tremble continuously. Thunderous sounds echoed in their ears, and the entire space quaked. An even more massive suction force appeared, but it did not affect Lin Moya and the others. The skeleton generals scattered in the distance were suddenly squeezed by a tremendous force, forcing them to retreat. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed, this space is shrinking. Lu Fengjiao's face changed. How can this be? Is it planning to swallow the entire space? Lin Moya replied, it's not impossible. I even suspect that this space originally belonged to it. Lu Fenjiao was incredulous, that can't be. Lin Moya said, although I've never seen a Dao Sovereign's rule world, I feel that nothing is impossible. Lu Fenjiao asked, if it swallows the entire space, does that mean it will kill us too? Lin Moya shook his head, it doesn't necessarily have to kill us. As I said before, the King of the Realm Sea has no reason to kill us. Lu Fenjiao was completely confused by Lin Moya. Not killing them but swallowing them seemed contradictory to her. However, Lin Moya didn't find it contradictory, he trusted his judgment. Lu Fenjiao asked, what should we do now? Lin Moya shook his head, facing a Dao Sovereign, do you have any countermeasures? For example, using the soul-cutting scissors to kill it again. Lu Fenjiao rolled her eyes, if it were the genuine soul-cutting scissors wielded by a Dao Sovereign, there might be a chance. The implication was clear, she couldn't do it. Lin Moya shrugged, then there's nothing we can do, all we can do now is wait. Lu Fenjiao glared at Lin Moya, wait again? Is there no other way? Lin Moya said, I'm just a supreme. If even you, Sister Fenjiao, have no solution, what can I do? Who knows? Lu Fenjiao huffed. Lin Moya's previous actions had nothing to do with his realm. Now, Lu Fenjiao was skeptical of Lin Moya's words. When he said there was no way, it didn't necessarily mean there was no way. Lin Moya helplessly indicated that if she didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. This time, there really was no good solution. Facing a Dao Sovereign, Lin Moya couldn't think of any countermeasures. Even if he used Resurrection of the Dead to turn the whale into a resurrected being, could his resurrection spell control a Dao Sovereign? With the abilities of a Dao Sovereign, even a moment of loss of control would mean his death. So, Lin Moya dismissed this idea from the start. Besides Resurrection of the Dead, none of his other methods would work. Unless he had a Dao Sovereign level corpse, which might be useful, but looking at the whale's aura, he decided against it. The gap between Dao Sovereigns was also significant. Lin Moya said, don't worry, trust me, we won't die. Reflecting on their previous experiences, Lin Moya trusted his judgment that the whale didn't intend to kill them. He recalled all the skeleton generals and waited patiently. The space was rapidly shrinking, faster and faster. Most of the people who fell with them from the altar were still unconscious and were swallowed by the whale. Only a few had woken up but couldn't find their way and were now being drawn here by the shrinking space. In just half a day, the space had shrunk by millions of times. All the conscious people were gathered together, Lin Moya, Lu Fenjiao, 7 divine dragons, and 8 high-level celestial sovereigns. Among them were 5 demon celestial sovereigns and 3 human celestial sovereigns. At this moment, except for Lin Moya and Lu Fenjiao, everyone else was panicking and uneasy. Facing such a situation, it was natural to be terrified. Some even thought of attacking the whale, but the whale's Dao Sovereign aura was so oppressive that they couldn't move. The gap between celestial sovereigns and Dao Sovereigns was too vast. If the whale were alive, it wouldn't need to lift a finger, its aura alone could crush them. Lu Fenjiao bit her silver teeth and whispered, when it was alive, it must have been an extremely powerful Dao Sovereign. Lin Moya agreed, you're right. Lu Fenjiao gritted her teeth, do you have any tricks? Hurry up, I feel like I'm going to die. Lin Moya's eyes were confident, I really have no tricks left. Trust me, we won't die. Lu Fenjiao looked at Lin Moya's confident demeanor, alright, I'll trust you one more time. With a dull roar, the remaining space was swallowed by the whale, taking Lin Moya and the others with it. Lin Moya felt as if he were undergoing a long transmission, with a mysterious force scanning him inside and out, leaving no secrets. This force scanned his physical body and then began to invade his soul world. In his rule world, the world tree radiated light, resisting the force. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal breathed dragon breath, helping the world tree purify all foreign forces. Lin Moya had lost control of his physical body, which fell into a dormant state, but his soul remained exceptionally clear. Trying to probe my soul? Not that easy. His physical body could be examined freely, as there were no secrets within it. But his soul world was different. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal alone couldn't be revealed to anyone. This was Lin Moya's forbidden area, intruders would die. Lin Moya grasped the calamity staff, ready for battle. Fortunately, the force retreated like a tide after encountering resistance from the world tree and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal. Lin Moya quickly understood what was happening. Those who were swallowed must undergo both physical and soul searches. If they were unconscious, their souls would also be dormant, and their rule world wouldn't resist, allowing the search to be completed easily. But since he was conscious, his rule world naturally resisted, and the force retreated after probing. Searching someone's soul is a grave offense. If the person knew, it would be a fight to the death. This indicated that the whale didn't want to offend them to death and wouldn't kill them. The search was likely to check for fish bones. Lin Moya speculated that the King of the Realm Sea wanted to know how many fish bones were brought back. He had said before that fish bones couldn't be taken away. The 3 fish bones in his storage space were still there. Lin Moya decided to see what the King of the Realm Sea would do next before deciding whether to hand over the fish bones. A powerful pressure swept over them like a mountain, and everyone realized that the King of the Realm Sea had arrived. Chapter 2467. Chapter 2467, 2467. Chapter 2467, What's the use of soul transmission? A black shadow appeared in the sky, and the phantom of the King of the Realm Sea appeared above everyone's heads. His appearance was unclear, but it was evident that he was very powerful and terrifying. The King of the Realm Sea had many Dao Sovereigns under his command, and the fact that these Dao Sovereigns bowed to him indicated his immense strength. The principle of the strong rule applied in every corner of the origin continent. The conscious individuals present bowed to the king of the realm sea. Even the proud dragons had to lower their heads. The disparity in strength was too great to be compensated by status. The voice of the king of the realm sea slowly resounded. Congratulations on returning safely. Please hand over the fish bones you have collected, and I will give you corresponding rewards. Lin Moyo immediately realized that his guess was correct. The king of the realm sea already knew how many fish bones each person had. He did not take them by force but allowed them to be handed over voluntarily. This approach gave everyone face and ensured that no fish bones were missed. Lin Moyo looked at the distant unconscious people lying on the ground. They were indeed not dead, but Lin Moyo instinctively felt that there was a difference between these unconscious individuals and those who were awake like himself. Activating the eye of the undead and observing closely, he gradually discovered some differences. The soul fires of the unconscious people seem to have been injured. Their souls are wounded. Strange, how did their souls get injured? Before they were swallowed by the whale, their souls were not injured. This means the injuries occurred after being swallowed. And we, the conscious ones, do not seem to be injured. Lin Moyo couldn't figure out what had happened, but there was no time to think deeply. The few conscious individuals began to take out their fish bones. Almost everyone had obtained a fish bone, and each had only one. Only Lu Fenjiao had 2 fish bones, one of which was given by Lin Moyo. Lu Fenjiao looked somewhat smug, having more fish bones than anyone else. The fish bones flew out of their hands and were collected by the king of the realm sea. After everyone handed over their fish bones, Lin Moyo also took out his fish bones. He chose not to hide them, unsure if his storage space could evade the king of the realm sea's search. For safety, he decided to hand them over. The fish bones were not currently useful to him, and it wasn't worth risking his life for them. 3 differently shaped fish bones appeared in his hand. Lu Fenjiao's beautiful eyes widened. You have so many. She then realized why Lin Moyo had been so generous in giving her a fish bone. It turned out he had 4 fish bones, giving her 1 and keeping 3. Her earlier smugness vanished instantly. As Lin Moyo took out the 3 fish bones, he felt a gaze fall upon him. The gaze was tangible, carrying an indescribable weight, pressing down on him. Lin Moyo seemed to hear a soft hum, as if the king of the realm sea was surprised. He can't detect my storage space. With just a small reaction, Lin Moyo immediately realized that even the king of the realm sea couldn't probe his storage space. This was why the king was surprised when he took out the fish bones. Perhaps the king had thought he didn't have any fish bones. Obtaining fish bones wasn't easy, and not having any was normal. An invisible force descended, and the 3 fish bones with Dao patterns slowly rose into the air, collected by the king of the realm sea. Simultaneously, several gems fell from the sky, each exuding a strong aura of origin. These are origin crystals. No, they aren't origin crystals, but the aura isn't fake. At first glance, Lin Moyo thought they were origin crystals, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were different. They resembled world crystals but were still distinct. Among the crowd, Lu Fenjiao, with the broadest knowledge, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "World gems." Others also recognized these gems, becoming excited. Lin Moyo didn't know what world gems were, but from everyone's expressions, he could tell they weren't ordinary items. Otherwise, someone as accustomed to good things as Lu Fenjiao wouldn't be so excited. Lin Moyo transmitted his voice to Lu Fenjiao. What are world gems? Lu Fenjiao replied, they are valuable treasures. I'll explain later. The voice of the king of the realm sea echoed, these are your rewards. These world gems are of excellent quality and extremely precious. I hope they will be of help to you. As he spoke, the world gems flew towards everyone. Except for Lu Fenjiao and Lin Moyo, each person received 1 gem. Lu Fenjiao received 2, and Lin Moyo received 3. Lin Moyo felt the envious and jealous gazes of others, including the 2 high-level divine dragons. The king of the realm sea's voice sounded again, now, please swear a soul oath not to reveal today's events. Though the king of the realm sea seemed to be asking, his tone was firm, essentially a command. Anyone who dared not swear would not leave safely. Naturally, no one dared to defy him, and they all swore soul oaths. Lin Moyo followed suit, swearing not to reveal today's events. Throughout the process, no one dared to fake it. With a Dao sovereign watching overhead, doing so would be courting death. After the oaths were made, the king of the realm sea said softly, please rest aside. Once the others awaken, we will return together. An invisible force enveloped the area, and the king of the realm sea moved to another region where the unconscious individuals were. It was clear that the treatment of the conscious and unconscious would differ. Lin Moyo wanted to see the difference between the 2 groups. At this moment, a high-level human celestial sovereign approached Lin Moyo and bowed slightly. I am Xiong Borong. Lin Xiao, would you be willing to sell a world gem? Name your price. His words were polite, treating Lin Moyo as an equal. Before Lin Moyo could respond, Lu Fenjiao intervened, not for sale. Xiong Tianzun, don't try to take advantage. Xiong Tianzun smiled, I will offer a fair price. Lu Fenjiao replied, fine, 1 world level 6th grade origin crystal for 1 gem. Xiong Tianzun smiled bitterly, Fenjiao fairy, that's too much. Lu Fenjiao retorted, you and I both know the value of these high-quality world gems. 1 world level 6th grade origin crystal isn't too much. Xiong Tianzun sighed and left without further argument. Lin Moyo was shocked, realizing the high value of the world gems, comparable to world level 6th grade origin crystals. These were only slightly less valuable than world level 7th grade origin crystals and could even surpass ordinary 7th grade origin crystals. Lu Fenjiao blocked Xiong Tianzun and handed Lin Moyo a jade token. Drop your blood on it, essence blood. Chapter 2468. Chapter 2468, 2468. Chapter 2468, Depriving Intelligence, Terrifying Means. Lu Fengjiao was not polite at all, and Lin Moya didn't mind. He directly squeezed out a drop of essence blood onto the jade token. The jade token immediately emitted a brilliant light, and Lin Moya felt a connection forming between himself and the jade token. With a soft sound, the jade token split into two. Lu Fengjiao handed half of the jade token to Lin Moya. From now on, you are a high-level member of the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. This half of the jade token is your identification. Whenever you come to the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce, just show this half of the jade token, and you can get a 20% discount on purchases. The fish bone you gave me will be converted into origin crystals and stored in your member account when I return. Auntie always does business fairly and justly, never taking advantage of anyone. Lu Fengjiao's voice was not low, and everyone present could hear it. She was making it clear to others that there was no way to take advantage of Lin Moya. Several celestial sovereigns who had been harboring small thoughts immediately abandoned their ideas. With the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce involved, it was difficult to take advantage of Lin Moya. At this moment, Lu Fengjiao handed another jade token to Lin Moya and transmitted her voice. The uses of the world gem are all recorded inside. Take a look yourself. If you really want to sell the world gem, remember to find me. When you arrive at the origin continent, you can find me at the Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, his sister Fengjiao's world about to advance to the 7th level. Most celestial sovereigns participate in the world competition for the 7th level world origin. Before reaching the 7th level, few would voluntarily end it. Lu Fengjiao said, I was still a bit short, but now with the world gem, it should be fine. I might return to the origin continent soon. When you see me again, Auntie might already be a Dao sovereign. By then, Auntie will cover you, and you can do whatever you want. Lin Moya was speechless. This young lady who called herself Auntie seemed too excited, but Lin Moya still followed her words. Then congratulations to Sister Fengjiao in advance. When I come to the origin continent, I'll rely on you. Lu Fengjiao took it all in stride. Just come, I'll take care of your food and lodging. She was indeed double standard, ruthless to enemies but generous to her own people. However, Lin Moya appreciated and liked this kind of double standard. In the distance, a peculiar sound was heard, and Lin Moya's soul slightly trembled. He saw those unconscious people waking up one by one. After they woke up, their eyes seemed a bit dazed before returning to normal. The king of the realm sea appeared above them, and the same process repeated. Those people also took out fish bones in exchange for rewards. However, their rewards were not world gems but origin crystals. Each fish bone could be exchanged for a 5th level origin crystal. These were not ordinary 5th level origin crystals but high quality ones, similar to the origin fire Lin Moya had obtained before. Although these origins were not as valuable as world level origins, they were still quite valuable. From everyone's expressions, it was clear that they were quite satisfied with such rewards. Something's wrong. Lin Moya observed their every move and felt something was off. Their every word and action, every small expression, seemed to carry a hint of dullness. No one who can become a celestial sovereign is a fool. They are all smart people. Regardless of their personality, the liveliness in their eyes and demeanor is unmatched by ordinary people. But now, that liveliness was gone from these people. Although it was a small change, Lin Moya keenly captured it. He immediately realized what was happening. Their intelligence has weakened. He thought of the whale. To revive, it needed not only immense life force to restore its body but also to restore its soul. Not just the soul itself but also intelligence. The king of the realm sea used a very special method to deprive these celestial sovereigns of part of their intelligence. The deprivation was minimal, so much so that they couldn't even feel it, at most thinking their souls had suffered some insignificant damage. This minor damage wouldn't affect their realm or cultivation. They were still as powerful as before. But Lin Moya knew their foundation had been damaged, making it almost impossible for them to advance further. Unless they had some extraordinary opportunity, they would never become Dao sovereigns. They would remain celestial sovereigns forever. For a celestial sovereign, being unable to advance to Dao sovereign for life is a despairing thought. Soon, their souls would recover, and no one would notice what had happened. A chill rose from the depths of Lin Moya's soul. He never expected it to be like this. The king of the realm sea didn't kill them, but what he did was even more terrifying than killing them. If he hadn't prematurely destroyed the altar, he might have ended up like these people, unconscious and deprived of part of his intelligence without even realizing it. Lin Moya wasn't sure if his new life talent would have worked if this had happened to him. The means of a Dao sovereign are indeed terrifying. Destroying someone's future without them even knowing. Lin Moya sighed in his heart, grateful to have avoided this disaster. At this moment, Lu Fengjiao's voice came to his ear. What are you looking at? Lin Moya replied, I'm looking at their rewards, which are different from ours. Lu Fengjiao said, yes, they only got 5th level origins. Although not bad, they can't compare to world gems. I don't know why, but they seem quite happy. Lin Moya naturally wouldn't reveal his discovery. If he did, he might not live long. No longer paying attention to them, Lin Moya took the jade token given by Lu Fengjiao and checked its contents. During the world competition, many treasures are used for the competition. World gems are one of them, with great and simple uses. Their biggest use is to promote the realm sea world. To advance, the realm sea world needs to devour the origins of other worlds. Many strange fish in the realm sea possess origins, filled with impurities. After being refined by the realm sea world, they can enhance it to some extent. If the realm sea world is injured, it can also use them for recovery, as long as the injury isn't too severe. But if the injury is too severe or if the Realm Sea world wants to advance, they become useless. It must devour other Realm Sea worlds or directly use world-level origins. Another method is using world gems. World gems are a special type of world-level origin, not for cultivation or fusion with spells but for advancing the Realm Sea world. The higher the level of the Realm Sea world, the more world gems are needed, and the higher the quality required. According to Lu Fangio, the world gems they received were high quality, capable of advancing a 6th level world to a 7th level world. A weak 6th level world needs only 3 such world gems to advance to the 7th level. Lu Fangio's 6th level world was already strong, needing only 1 gem. Xion Tinzun's 6th level world might not be strong enough, needing more than 1 gem, which is why he wanted to buy one from Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo didn't know the stage of his Realm Sea world, but with 3 world gems, it was certainly enough. No wonder the celestial sovereigns envied him. World gems were highly coveted treasures. A rumbling sound came from the square, and the ground trembled slightly. Lin Moyo felt the square rising, leaving the depths of the Realm Sea. They were going back. Chapter 2469. Chapter 2469, 2469. Chapter 2469. You are very smart, and your luck is strong. Everyone who participated in the Realm Sea token event seemed satisfied. Although there were casualties, the number was not high, and no one paid much attention to the deceased. On the Origin continent and in the Realm Sea world, countless people die every day. Most of those who become celestial sovereigns have fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood and are accustomed to such things. Especially in the Realm Sea world competition, the number of dead beings is countless. If such things could affect their Dao hearts, they would not be qualified to become celestial sovereigns. Lu Fangio sighed in relief. Finally, we're going back. She was also very happy. After returning, she planned to use the world gems to elevate her world to the 7th level, then harvest the 7th level world origin. After some more preparation, she could use the 7th level world origin to advance to Dao Sovereign. At this moment, Lin Moyo was not as optimistic as others. The chill in his soul had not dissipated, and the methods of the King of the Realm Sea made him feel uneasy. Until he truly left, Lin Moyo's heart could not be at peace. However, on the surface, Lin Moyo appeared nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. He even seemed a bit excited like the others. Lin Moyo suddenly asked, Sister Fengeo, what do you plan to do with the beings in your Realm Sea world after it reaches the 7th level? Lu Fengeo chuckled, there are no beings in my world. Lin Moyo was taken aback, no beings. Lu Fengeo explained, I considered this issue from the beginning. The beings inside are hard to manage, so I chose another method. There are no beings inside. I placed many puppets inside. When it's time to fight, I let the puppets do it. And my puppets are made using technological artifacts. They can be mass-produced. When it's time to fight, I just send them in. Using technological artifacts to create puppets to replace living beings meant there was no issue of managing beings after the Realm Sea world reached the 7th level. Most high-level celestial sovereigns usually harvest origins and perform world-destroying actions. Lu Fengeo clearly didn't want to do that, so she chose another path. Lu Fengeo transmitted her voice, actually, performing world-destroying actions isn't a good thing. Sometimes it involves karmic entanglements. Too much karma can bring unexpected troubles and weaken one's luck. For future considerations, it's better not to perform world-destroying actions. Lin Moyo knew that Lu Fengeo was saying this for his benefit. He nodded, I understand. I'll be careful and see if there's another way. Lu Fengeo acknowledged, of course, if you must perform world-destroying actions, do it cleanly and cut off all karma as much as possible. Lin Moyo nodded to show he understood and then asked, are technological artifacts common on the Origin continent? Lu Fengeo replied, not too many. They are created by cultivators who believe in technology. They are indeed quite magical. Lin Moyo curiously asked, can you tell me more? Lu Fengeo shook her head, it's too complex. You have to go to the Origin continent and learn for yourself to understand. If you want to know, you can come to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and buy some related information. But let me warn you, it's not cheap. Even as a high-level member, you only get a 20% discount. Be prepared with enough money. Lin Moyo nodded, I'll prepare the money. By money, he meant Origin crystals. Lu Fengeo, at her core, was a businesswoman. Being fair and just in business didn't conflict with being loyal and righteous. After a while, the square finally stopped rising. Lin Moyo could feel that they had returned to their previous position, not far from the surface of the Realm Sea. The phantom of the King of the Realm Sea reappeared. Everyone, use the Realm Sea token to return to your world. His words were like a command. Beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping everyone. The Realm Sea token was automatically activated, forming a light sphere around each person. The Realm Sea token brought them here, and now it would take them back. Lu Fengeo stood in the light, smiling brightly at Lin Moyo, remember to come find me. Auntie will take care of you. Lin Moyo waved back, wishing Sister Fengeo a smooth advancement to Dao Sovereign in advance. As his words fell, Lu Fengeo disappeared. The beams of light quickly carried everyone away, returning them to their Realm Sea worlds. However, Lin Moyo's expression grew serious because he hadn't left. Although he was enveloped in light like the others, the Realm Sea token hadn't taken him away. Lin Moyo had a bad feeling. Could it be that my storage space has aroused the King of the Realm Sea's curiosity? Or does he know that I discovered what he did? As he speculated wildly, the phantom of the King of the Realm Sea reappeared in the sky. Two beams of light, like eyes, fell on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo felt a heavy pressure, the gaze of a Dao Sovereign weighing on him. You are quite special. A deep, heavy voice sounded in Lin Moyo's ears. His soul trembled, but he forced himself to remain calm. You kept me here. Do you have any instructions? The king of the realm sea spoke softly. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to settle scores, even if you discovered my secret. Lin Moya smiled bitterly. Despite his caution, he couldn't hide from a Dao sovereign. However, he didn't sense any killing intent from the king of the realm sea, indicating there was room for negotiation. Lin Moya tried to remain calm and humble. What do you want me to do? Should I swear another soul oath? The king of the realm sea seemed to be scrutinizing Lin Moya, his gaze penetrating. Lin Moya felt as if he were being seen through. Fortunately, the scrutiny stopped without further action. You are very smart. Among the people I've met, there are few like you. Smart people often live longer, and they tend to have better luck. Lin Moya humbly replied, you flatter me. In my world, there's a saying, a lifetime of wisdom can be undone by a moment of folly. Sometimes, being too smart isn't a good thing, it can lead to disaster. The king of the realm sea chuckled, not for you. I haven't finished. Your luck is also very strong, among the strongest I've seen. Though you are only a supreme, your luck rivals that of some Dao sovereigns. This suggests that you are highly likely to become a Dao sovereign in the future, and not an ordinary one. The king of the realm sea's words seemed to explain why he wouldn't kill Lin Moya. It was because Lin Moya was both smart and had strong luck. Lin Moya understood the underlying message. The king had something he wanted Lin Moya to do. Lin Moya smiled. If you have something to say, just say it. I will do my best. The king of the realm sea said, you don't have the ability now. You need to become a Dao sovereign first. I just need a promise from you. When you become a Dao sovereign, don't refuse when I come to you. Of course, I won't send you to your death. I will give you a reward that will make all Dao sovereigns envious. Lin Moya thought to himself, he's already making promises. He knew that whatever the king of the realm sea wanted him to do wouldn't be simple, but for now, he had no right to refuse. Outwardly, he showed interest, a reward that will make all Dao sovereigns envious? Are you sure it's not dangerous? He looked tempted but also appropriately hesitant. At this moment, Lin Moya's years of acting skills were put to the test. Chapter 2470. Chapter 2470, 2470. Chapter 2470, The Great Dao Struggle, I Walk Alone. After repeatedly receiving assurances from the King of the Realm Sea, Lin Moya finally confirmed that the task the king wanted him to undertake was not entirely without danger. In other words, it was dangerous for others but manageable for him. The reason was that he was smart enough and had strong luck. The combination of these factors made the King of the Realm Sea believe that Lin Moya could accomplish the task. Lin Moya discreetly asked why the King of the Realm Sea didn't go himself. With so many Dao sovereigns in the Sea tribe, why not send them? The answer he received was both amusing and frustrating. The King of the Realm Sea's answer was simple, not suitable. There was no detailed explanation, but this answer was sufficient. The three words could imply many things, not suitable in terms of intelligence, luck, or even race. Anything was possible, and only time would tell. Under these circumstances, Lin Moya had only one choice, to agree to the King of the Realm Sea's request. Moreover, during their conversation, Lin Moya discovered that although the King of the Realm Sea's methods were ruthless, he still valued fairness. For example, in this situation, as long as one could stay conscious and not fall into a coma, the king wouldn't forcefully take action. Otherwise, with his power, he could have easily stripped away intelligence or even altered memories. But he didn't do that, so Lin Moya felt that the King of the Realm Sea was fair to some extent. Such a person was not entirely impossible to deal with. After agreeing to the King of the Realm Sea's request, Lin Moya made a new soul oath not to disclose anything that happened today. The King of the Realm Sea then had Lin Moya leave a soul imprint on the square, promising to find him through this imprint in the future. As Lin Moya's realm increased, the soul imprint would also change. Even when Lin Moya reached the Dao Sovereign realm, the king would know. Before parting, Lin Moya suddenly asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. He had wanted to ask Lu Fenjiao before but later realized she probably wouldn't know the answer. Perhaps the King of the Realm Sea, with his vast knowledge, would have an answer. Lin Moya wanted to know if there was a way for the human emperor and old star to advance further. Xiao Zhantian had sacrificed a lot for the human race in the great world. Later, through a technological artifact, his soul and magical body were separated, guarding the human race for countless years. Although they gained immortality, they couldn't advance further. Lin Moya had tried various methods, all to no avail. When he posed the question, the King of the Realm Sea provided three methods. The first method was to find a suitable technological artifact to enhance their realms, but the extent of the enhancement depended on the artifact's level. The second method was to fully control the world and merge the two, essentially resurrecting Xiao Zhantian. The third method was to let them reincarnate, but this required Lin Moya to control the world and reach the Dao Sovereign realm. They could then reincarnate in the origin continent, retaining their memories and living anew. Each method had its pros and cons, allowing Lin Moya to choose freely. The first method had many limitations, and technological artifacts were hard to find. The second method involved merging two individuals with independent consciousnesses, requiring a choice of dominance. The third method seemed the best but required Lin Moya to reach the Dao Sovereign realm first. Although none of these methods could be implemented immediately, the King of the Realm Sea had at least provided options, leaving the choice to Lin Moya. Perhaps still hoping Lin Moya would work for him after becoming a Dao Sovereign, the King of the Realm Sea was very accommodating, answering almost all his questions. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Moya asked several key questions, including one that had troubled him for a long time, and received answers. Through this Q&A, Lin Moya gained a better understanding of the King of the Realm Sea's temperament. Finally, accompanied by the light of the Realm Sea token, Lin Moya left the Sea Tribe Square. The square became quiet, and the phantom of the King of the Realm Sea chuckled. This little guy is interesting. I hope he won't disappoint me in the future. This time was very successful. The old whale can finally be revived. In a peculiar space over 1,000,000 meters deep in the realm sea, low, muffled roars echoed continuously. The surrounding sea creatures fled upon hearing the sound, not daring to approach. In the peculiar space, it seemed a terrifying creature was awakening. Since the start of the Realm Sea token event, the Great World had been shrouded in light. The sea around the Great World was calm, without a single ripple. Waterstop Celestial Sovereign had been watching quietly near the Great World since the start of the Realm Sea token event. As long as the light remained, it meant Lin Moya was safe. He had experienced the Realm Sea token many times and knew that if the light disappeared and the person didn't return, it meant that person was dead. On this day, the light suddenly vanished. Waterstop Celestial Sovereign opened his eyes wide and saw Lin Moya appear out of thin air. He breathed a long sigh of relief and swam over. You brat, you're finally back. Lin Moya looked at Waterstop Celestial Sovereign and smiled brightly. You've been waiting all this time. Seeing Waterstop Celestial Sovereign as soon as he returned, Lin Moya knew he had been waiting all along, feeling a bit touched. Waterstop Celestial Sovereign snorted. Who's waiting? I was just looking for a place to sleep and happened to sleep here. Lin Moya didn't expose him. How long was I gone? Whether in the Sea Tribe Square or that peculiar space, Lin Moya felt that time was somewhat chaotic. He knew the timelines there were different but couldn't determine the exact difference. Waterstop Celestial Sovereign said, about 200 days. 200 days in the Realm Sea equated to over 5,000 years in the Great World. Lin Moya smiled. That's not too long. Waterstop Celestial Sovereign snorted. Not too long? A Celestial Sovereign has appeared in your world. That Celestial Sovereign seems restless, wanting to become the World Lord, but he hasn't succeeded yet. Lin Moya raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Is that so? 5,000 years is indeed not short. A lot can happen. He remembered that before participating in the Realm Sea token event, some cultivators were close to reaching peak supreme. With a bit of luck, becoming a Celestial Sovereign after 5,000 years wasn't impossible. After all, the Great World had recovered, and various rare materials were being nurtured. With a strong origin, the cultivation speed of the beings inside had greatly increased. Waterstop Celestial Sovereign asked, what do you plan to do? Lin Moya smiled. The Great Tao struggle. I walk alone. He wasn't a saint. Although they were all human, if someone wanted to take his position, they had to be killed. The Great Tao struggle meant the World Lord could only be him. No matter who it was, anyone who tried to take his position had to die. Waterstop Celestial Sovereign laughed. The Great Tao struggle, well said. Such people deserve to be killed. Chapter 2471. Chapter 2471, 2471. Chapter 2471, New Celestial Lord, Human Emperor injured. The atmosphere in the Great World became somewhat unusual. As soon as Lin Moya entered, he sensed the change. A Celestial Lord had appeared in the world, someone who, like himself, had made contact with the Great World's origin. Celestial Lords were qualified to make contact with the Great World's origin. However, to become the master of the world, just being a low-level Celestial Lord was not enough. Back then, there were so many Celestial Lords in the Great World, yet none of them had become the master of the Great World. It was only because he had saved the Great World that he received special care from it and gained recognition. Otherwise, as a mere supreme being, he would have been nothing in a 6th-level world. Lin Moya opened a spacetime gate and silently arrived at the core of the Great World, stepping into the origin. Scanning the Great World with his gaze, he couldn't help but sneer. This Celestial Lord isn't doing anything substantial. There was still only one divine path in the Great World, the one he had built. This divine path led directly to the Great World's origin, and those who could become supreme beings through this path were a bit stronger than those who used other divine paths. Now, it was the only divine path. Normally, a Celestial Lord would have the ability to build divine paths, and the Great World now had enough resources, but that Celestial Lord hadn't done so. Lin Moya came before the origin and said softly, let me see what you've done. He communicated with the Great World's origin, wanting to know exactly what had happened in the Great World during this time. The Great World's origin sensed Lin Moya and expressed a joyful aura. Lin Moya knew he was the only one recognized by the Great World's origin. If it were someone else, the Great World's origin wouldn't be so polite. Through the Great World's origin, Lin Moya finally saw the newly ascended Celestial Lord. He was a very handsome young man who didn't seem to have been cultivating for very long, clearly a genius. However, his eyes were somewhat gloomy, as if he had many ulterior motives. Lin Moya didn't like him. It wasn't that he disliked his gloominess, but the malice that flowed from the depths of his eyes. Lin Moya's soul was extremely sensitive, especially in the Great World, where this sensitivity reached its peak. Lin Moya didn't need to make contact to know the general situation of this person. Lin Moya learned that this new Celestial Lord was called Sherding Tian, and he had only been cultivating for just over 10,000 years. When he went to participate in the Sea of Realms decree, Sherding Tian had just entered the Supreme Being realm. More than 5,000 years later, he had transformed from a Supreme Being into a Celestial Lord. This talent could be said to be quite astonishing. Sherding Tian came before the Great World's origin with a strong posture, vainly hoping to become the world's master, but was mercilessly rejected by the Great World's origin. The Great World's origin didn't recognize him at all. A mere low-level Celestial Lord was nothing. Sherding Tian seemed to know he couldn't provoke the Great World's origin and didn't insist. However, from his gloomy eyes, it could be seen that he was not resigned. Lin Moya said softly, although his talent is good, his thoughts are not pure. This kind of person would do anything for his own cultivation path. He walked the path of ruthlessness, which was not the same as Lin Moya's path. Lin Moya observed Sherdingtian's entire life through the great world's origin. From a young age, Sherdingtian had shown strong cultivation talent, while also revealing his selfish personality. Once during an adventure, he watched his companion die without lifting a finger to help, even though he had the ability, just because of a magical treasure his companion had. There was once someone who liked him, but for the sake of his own path, he was willing to give the person he liked as a gift to someone else. Similar things happened quite a few times. Lin Moya realized something was wrong with the human emperor. In the 5,000 years since he left, many changes had occurred in the great world. The appearance of a low-level celestial lord like Sherdingtian was just one of them. An even bigger issue was that the human emperor had lost control over the great world. Lin Moya found it strange. He had clearly given the human emperor two low-level celestial lord revenants, so why would this happen? If the human emperor could still control the human race, many dramatic events would be difficult to occur. Lin Moya checked the human emperor's situation again, and sure enough, there was a problem with the human emperor. The next second, Lin Moya left the great world's origin and appeared directly in the core area where the human emperor was located. Here, there was not only the human emperor but also many human supreme beings. Lin Moya knew most of these supreme beings. They were all veterans who had participated in the 100 Races War. These veterans were once transcendents, later became holy lords, and now most had become supreme beings. Unfortunately, due to the circumstances of that era, they had taken the wrong path. After reaching the supreme being realm, it was very difficult for them to progress further. Those with good luck and talent had reached the high-level supreme being realm. Those with worse luck had stopped at the low-level supreme being realm. They gathered together like a battle formation, protecting the human emperor. With their strength, they originally shouldn't have been able to defend, but fortunately, they had some descendants. These descendants had good talent and hadn't taken the wrong path, so they still had a chance. Lin Moya saw several peak supreme beings with solid foundations who had the potential to break through to the celestial lord realm. The human emperor was indeed injured. Once, he was like a fixed star, guarding this place, guarding the entire human territory for a full 100,000 years. But now, his radiance was no longer brilliant, even somewhat dim. This fixed star had shattered by a third, nearly collapsing. The human emperor's true body had been damaged, causing the human emperor network to be severely damaged as well. The power of the human emperor network had become very weak. Killing intent rose in Lin Moya's eyes. To attack the human emperor who had guarded the human race for over 100,000 years was unforgivable. Lin Moya revealed his form, and his appearance immediately alerted those present. Someone recognized Lin Moya and immediately exclaimed, "It's Supreme Lord Lin! Supreme Lord Lin has returned! Supreme Lord Lin has returned!" The cheers grew louder and louder, echoing through space. Lin Moya's return seemed like a shot of adrenaline injected into everyone's souls. Especially those who had fought alongside Lin Moya had blind confidence in him. It seemed that as long as Lin Moya arrived, any problem could be solved. Many people flew over when they heard the commotion, seeing this legendary figure Lin Moya. Many of them were descendants of various Supreme Beings' families, who had grown up hearing legends about Lin Moya. Now that they finally saw him in person, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Lin Moya was still a peak Supreme Being. They knew how vast the gap was between a Supreme Being and a Celestial Lord. No matter how powerful a peak Supreme Being was, they were still just a Supreme Being and couldn't be compared to a Celestial Lord. Master! Amidst the joyful cries, Little Mist flew over like a bolt of lightning, directly hanging onto Lin Moya. After many years, Little Mist was still the same Little Mist, with no changes in personality or appearance. The only thing that had changed was her realm. Little Mist had already reached the peak Supreme Being realm. Judging solely by realm, she was no longer inferior to Lin Moya. After Little Mist, several other familiar faces rushed over. Lin Moya bowed slightly to the newcomers: Supreme Lord Hao, Supreme Lord Tian, Supreme Lord Zhan. The former veteran holy lords had all become supreme beings. However, their cultivation progress was difficult. Only Supreme Lord Tian and Supreme Lord Hao had become high-level supreme beings. Others like Supreme Lord Zhan had only reached the mid-level supreme being realm and found it hard to advance further. Seeing that his old acquaintances were still around, the killing intent in Lin Moya's heart also subsided somewhat. Supreme Lord Hao came before Lin Moya, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing into a rare smile. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Supreme Lord Tian seemed somewhat excited. "We've finally waited for you to return." In their eyes, as long as Lin Moya came back, any trouble could be resolved. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Chapter 2472. Chapter 2472, 2472. Chapter 2472, I am the rules of the great world. Many things happened to the human race in the great world over these years. Due to the recovery of the origin, all things evolved, and geniuses emerged in large numbers. The great world ushered in another golden age. The older generation, due to inherent reasons, gradually fell behind and couldn't keep up with the times. The new generation rose rapidly, their strength beginning to surpass the older generation, becoming the new pillars of society. With power, they wanted to possess even greater authority. This kind of situation had already shown signs 10,000 years ago. But at that time, there was still the great god Lin Moya keeping things in check, so even if those people had some thoughts, they didn't dare to act recklessly. At that time, the old and new forces could still maintain a certain balance. Lin Moya gave 2 low-level celestial lord revenants to the human emperor, which maintained this balance for several thousand years. Until the recent 1,000 years or so, when a celestial lord was born among the new forces, the balance was completely broken. The new forces became aggressive, wanting greater power, especially wanting the human emperor to give up control over the entire human race. The human emperor had managed the human race for over 100,000 years and had become the foundation of the human race. This point could not be changed. Naturally, intense conflicts erupted between the two sides. Fortunately, there were also geniuses in the old Force families, and with the revenants left behind by Lin Moyo, they could still resist. The strength of the two revenants surpassed that of the celestial lord of the new forces. Later, they discovered that it was the human emperor controlling these two celestial lords, while the human emperor was only a half-step supreme being. In a sneak attack, the human emperor was severely injured and fell into a deep sleep. Without anyone to control them, the two celestial lord revenants also became inactive. At the time, Lin Moya's order to them was to obey the human emperor's commands. No one else could command them. Lin Moya could understand the power struggle. Sometimes Lin Moya would think that some small conflicts could stimulate people's motivation and make this world more prosperous, but he didn't expect things would develop to this extent. Fortunately, the human emperor was only severely injured and asleep, not truly dead. Lin Moya lowered his gaze. This matter was my oversight. I didn't expect things would develop to this point. If he had left a few more revenants at that time, or if the revenants could also obey others' commands, this wouldn't have happened. He had always thought the human emperor had enough ability to command the overall situation, but forgot that he was only a half-step supreme being. Facing a sudden attack from a celestial lord, he might not even have had time to react. Also, he didn't expect that the opposing celestial lord would be so shameless. A dignified celestial lord actually doing such sneaky things. Besides this, there was also the Sea of Realms decree, which made him leave for too long. Otherwise, he would have discovered this situation early on and could have directly intervened. Supreme Lord Hao said, "We're at a disadvantage. After all, they now have a celestial lord, and we're no match. We can only hold out here. The two you left behind are still guarding the human emperor for now. Perhaps it's also because of your existence that they don't dare to deliver the final blow." Cold intent rose in Lin Moya's eyes. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Trouble you all to make a list of those involved in this matter over the years. I'll have a chat with them one by one. Supreme Lord Tian raised an eyebrow. How do you plan to chat? Lin Moya said, "Kill those who should be killed, bury those who should be buried." Few words, but harsh enough. Supreme Lord Hao said, "But the other side is a celestial lord of the great world." He wasn't worried that Lin Moya couldn't defeat the other party, but rather that the other party was a celestial lord that the great world had finally produced. It seemed a bit of a waste to just kill them. Lin Moya said coldly, "A dog that can't be tamed, why keep it for the new year? Moreover, I want to tell everyone that in this world, no matter what realm you reach, you must follow the rules. Those who don't follow the rules, kill them as they appear." At this moment, Lin Moya's mindset had undergone a huge change. He was no longer the junior who needed everyone's support. Now, he was the strong one who saved this world and would become the master of this world in the future. His rules were the rules of this world. After examining the human emperor's injuries, he found that the human emperor's true body had suffered some damage. Lin Moya didn't have the ability to repair technological artifacts, but fortunately, this artifact that the human emperor had obtained was very powerful and had the characteristic of self-repair. He used the power of life to stabilize the human emperor's soul, then refined several portions of origin for the human emperor to absorb, speeding up his recovery. After Lin Moya's series of operations, it wouldn't be long before the human emperor could recover. Supreme Lord Hao prepared the list, and Lin Moya looked it over, saying in a flat tone, "Quite a few people. 1 celestial lord, 6 peak supreme beings, and adding up the high, middle, and low-level supreme beings, there are hundreds. Involving 32 great families, from both the 4 Directions Star region and the Divine City Star region. Not bad, not bad. Quite bold." Supreme Lord Tian asked, "How many do you plan to kill?" Lin Moya said, "Not one will be left above the supreme being level. As for these families, they will never produce supreme beings again. If you're going to do it thoroughly, to ensure there are no future troubles. Kill these supreme beings, then seal off the path to supreme being for these families. In the future, anyone with the bloodline of these 32 families will never be able to ascend to supreme being." Lin Moyo had this ability. The divine path was built by him, so he could naturally control it. Doing this was also to tell everyone in the entire great world to behave and obey. Lin Moyo looked at Supreme Lord Hao and the others. "Seniors, do you want to come with me?" Supreme Lord Hao and the others looked at each other, then nodded, "All right." Over these years, they had also suffered no small amount of grievances. Now it was time for a reckoning. On the edge of the Divine City Star region, in what was once empty space, many stars had appeared. These stars were all self-evolved by the great world in recent tens of thousands of years. The closer to the core, the stronger the origin power, and the more resources evolved. Here, hundreds of giant palaces floated in space, forming a triangle. The palace at the top was extremely luxurious, called the Celestial Lord Palace by the world. Naturally, only a celestial lord could live inside. This was the first celestial lord born in the great world since ancient times, revered and worshipped by the world. Shi Dingtian, self-proclaimed as the realm-controlling celestial lord. The intention behind this name was obvious. He wanted to control this world. Below the celestial lord palace were the palaces belonging to the supreme beings. Their positions differed according to their realm levels. All these palaces emitted powerful auras, making them difficult to look at directly. Opposite them was the Divine City Star region. All the arrays of the Divine City Star region had been activated, countless stars shining brightly. Red Star Supreme Being's 10,000 stars great array had been moved here to defend the Divine City Star region. At the same time, Munaner's Soul City was also here. The entire Divine City Star region was in a defensive state. In the current situation of the Great World, the old generation forces represented by the human Emperor Star Elder only had the Divine City Star region left. The Four Directions Star region had already been controlled by the 32 families. The current situation was very unfavorable to them. Even if they used all their strength, it would be difficult to resist the realm-controlling Celestial Lord. If it weren't for the fear of Lin Moyo, who had disappeared for many years, that newly ascended Celestial Lord might have already slaughtered Star Elder and the others. Lin Moyo arrived here with Supreme Lord Hao and the others, and he saw Star Elder and the rest. Star Elder, long time no see. Lin Moyo smiled. Star Elder looked displeased. You little brat finally came back. Where on earth did you go? Gone for so many years, making this old man unable to even fish in peace. Lin Moyo smiled. After today, you can continue fishing in peace. Star Elder snorted lightly. I hope so. Mu Nana revealed herself. Are you confident? Lin Moyo smiled lightly. It's just a celestial lord. Chapter 2473. Chapter 2473, 2473. Chapter 2473, Seeing is Believing. Hundreds of luxurious palaces of various sizes, like a vast army, oppressed the Divine City Star region. Although the Zhong Divine City Star region was large, it was inferior to these palaces in both momentum and strength. In the Heavenly Sovereign Hall, which seemed to sit on the ninth heaven, Sherding Tian suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a strange aura, as if danger was approaching. His gaze turned into a sharp light, reaching the origin of the Great World. Suddenly, he found that he could no longer see the origin of the Great World. A barrier had appeared between him and the origin of the Great World. What's going on? Sherding Tian thought for a moment and seemed to understand what was happening. There was only one person capable of shielding his connection with the origin of the Great World. His gaze penetrated the palace, looking towards the Divine City Star region, and through the myriad star formation, he saw Lin Moyo. He had seen Lin Moyo once by chance. From childhood to adulthood, he had grown up listening to Lin Moyo's stories. In this world, Lin Moyo's existence was a legend. You finally came back. It seems that you didn't fare well in the Realm Sea. After so long, you are still only at the peak supreme level. You were too impatient. You should have cultivated to the Heavenly Sovereign Realm before going to the Realm Sea. You took the wrong path, and you will pay the price for it. This world will be mine sooner or later. You have no chance. Seeing that Lin Moyo was only at the peak supreme level, Sherding Tian felt relieved. He was very clear about the gap between the peak supreme and the Heavenly Sovereign. No matter how powerful Lin Moyo was, he was still just a supreme and could not surpass him. Just as Sherding Tian was looking at Lin Moyo also turned his head and smiled at Sherding Tian. The smile was cold, carrying a killing intent, making Sherding Tian feel a chill down his spine. He wants to kill me. Sherding Tian was startled, but immediately dismissed the thought and mocked himself for being scared by a supreme. He got up and flew out of the Heavenly Sovereign Hall, releasing a powerful pressure. In an instant, all the palaces roared collectively, and one by one, powerful supremes flew out of the palaces. My lord, what happened? The supremes asked one after another. Sherding Tian rarely moved, and when he did, something big was bound to happen. Sherding Tian looked towards the Divine City Star region. He is back. He is back? The supremes were first stunned, then suddenly shocked. They all guessed who Sherding Tian was referring to. Most of them had grown up listening to Lin Moyo's legends, but few had actually seen him. Unexpectedly, they could now see the legendary figure. Their eyes followed Sherding Tian's gaze and finally saw the legendary figure. Lin Moyo flew out from the Divine City Star region, alone, at a moderate speed, looking very ordinary. His aura was not concealed, and the peak supreme level aura was fully displayed. He wore a plain long robe, looking equally ordinary. Apart from his youth, there was nothing special about him. Everyone had the same thought in their minds, seeing is believing. The legendary figure was so ordinary, which was really disappointing. Is he really Lin Moyo? I don't see anything extraordinary. He is still only a peak supreme. That generation is really not good, too weak. After cultivating for so long, he still hasn't reached the Heavenly Sovereign level. It seems he has no hope of reaching it in this lifetime. A legend is just a legend, exaggerated. Several supremes were talking loudly, feeling that Lin Moyo was not as strong as the legend, not even as strong as themselves. Now the Great World was stable, and few supremes had the qualification to break the world barrier and go to the Realm Sea. Only a few supremes who had been to the Realm Sea knew that the time flow in the Realm Sea was completely different from the Great World. Especially Sherding Tian, who had left the Great World and truly seen the Realm Sea, knew that the time ratio between the Realm Sea and the Great World was as high as 10,000 times. Lin Moyo had been in the Realm Sea, but only a few years had passed. In such a short time, it was almost impossible for Lin Moyo to break through to the Heavenly Sovereign level. Therefore, Sherding Tian felt that Lin Moyo had taken the wrong path and should not have gone to the Realm Sea so early. He should have at least reached the Heavenly Sovereign level before going to the Realm Sea, but in that case, he would have no chance. Sherding Tian looked at Lin Moyo and muttered to himself, perhaps this is fate. This world will belong to me in the future. Your era is over. Lin Moyo came alone and stopped thousands of miles away from Sherding Tian. Lin Moyo's voice spread to everyone's ears. I give you two choices. One is to abolish your cultivation and go back to your respective families. The other is that I will kill you and then destroy your families. The voice was crisp and emotionless, but it sounded like a joke to these people. Someone laughed loudly. Haha, are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? Although you are very powerful in the legend, no matter how powerful, you are only a peak supreme. Facing a heavenly sovereign, you will still die. A legendary figure, but the legend is exaggerated. You are no exception. Someone laughed at Lin Moya's arrogance, and some people were already preparing to take action. Sherding Tian said to the people behind him, go and kill him. Behind him were 6 peak supremes. He decided to test Lin Moya's strength. After all, he was a legendary figure, and he thought it was better to be cautious. Moreover, Lin Moyo gave him a very dangerous feeling, extremely dangerous. The 6 peak supremes received the order and flew towards Lin Moyo. They all took out their magic weapons, and the powerful aura shook the great world. Under the aura of the peak supremes, countless cracks appeared in the starry sky, and the entire starry sky trembled. Lin Moyo looked at the starry sky and sighed. Compared to the outside realm sea, the space of the great world was too fragile. The supreme realm alone was enough to destroy the space with its aura, while outside, it took a high-level heavenly sovereign to barely create some space cracks. Stronger space meant stronger power and greater bearing capacity. If a Dao sovereign came to the great world now, the aura of the Dao sovereign realm alone would be enough to completely destroy the great world. The creatures in the great world would be like ants in front of a Dao sovereign. The 6 people crossed thousands of miles in an instant and appeared in front of Lin Moyo. One by one, rule worlds emerged, and the power of the peak supremes caused the space to collapse. A series of attacks instantly engulfed Lin Moyo, the starry sky exploded, and the spells illuminated a large part of the starry sky. The people in the Divine City Star region saw the scene and sweated for Lin Moyo. Only a few people like Munanar believed in Lin Moyo and were not worried at all. On Sherding Tian's side, the Supremes were extremely excited. Die! What legendary figure, no matter how strong you are still a Supreme. You will die just the same. A legend is just a legend, not to be taken seriously. The legend of the great world ends today. Suddenly, their words stopped. Lin Moyo leisurely flew out from the attacks. The attacks fell on him, but he was unscathed. A peculiar Dao wrapped around him, blocking all attacks for Lin Moyo. The reborn Dao protected him, and the attacks of mere Supremes were directly ignored. He is unharmed. Sherding Tian was shocked. Although the attacks of the 6 peak supremes were not very strong, even he could not take them so easily. For a moment, he could not see through Lin Moyo's methods. Lin Moyo moved as if in an uninhabited land. A faint light flashed around him, and the star charm which passed by in a flash. The next second, the 6 peak supremes suddenly changed targets and attacked their companions fiercely. Chapter 2474. Chapter 2474, 2474. Chapter 2474, You are the weakest celestial lord I've killed. The 6 supreme beings suddenly began killing each other, shocking everyone. Sherding Tian felt another chill run through him. He still couldn't understand Lin Moyo's methods. Lin Moyo completely ignored the 6 people who were killing each other. He looked at Sherding Tian with a smile and said, Can't figure it out. Don't worry, I'll give you another chance. At this moment, starlight bloomed beside Lin Moyo. The starlight was exceptionally beautiful, like a dream. Star Charm Lich had used its spell, Star Charm. In an instant, the hundreds of supreme beings behind Sherding Tian simultaneously froze, their gazes becoming unfocused. The next second, they suddenly attacked, launching fierce assaults on the supreme beings nearest to them. A massive melee erupted in space. All the supreme beings seemed to have gone mad, frantically attacking their companions. No matter how good their relationships had been before, they now fought like mortal enemies, showing no mercy. To deal with these people who weren't even celestial lords, Star Charm Lich didn't even need to use the great way of illusion. Star Charm alone was enough. Simultaneously influencing hundreds of supreme beings, controlling their souls, and creating illusions was effortless for Star Charm Lich. The chill had now spread from the depths of Sherding Tian's soul to every corner of his body. He suddenly realized that he didn't understand Lin Moyo at all. This man, who appeared to be only a peak supreme being, had methods far more terrifying than he could imagine. Lin Moyo smiled and said, Scared? This is just the beginning. How can you be so scared already? You're a celestial lord, how can you be afraid of me, a mere supreme being? Lin Moyo seemed to be kindly reminding him, but every word that fell on Sherding Tian's ears had a different effect. He was indeed somewhat scared, even a bit cowardly, but he also knew that he was a celestial lord, and Lin Moyo was only a supreme being. If he suddenly attacked, perhaps he would have a chance. Lin Moyo smiled and said, What, thinking of launching a sneak attack on me, just like you did to the human emperor? This sentence completely destroyed Sherding Tian's thoughts. Lin Moyo smiled and said, You can try if you want. Maybe you really do have a chance? After all, you're a celestial lord, and I'm just a supreme being. Sherding Tian's whole body trembled slightly. In his perception, Lin Moyo had become incredibly terrifying. This kind of person was not someone he could deal with. His eyes were full of gloom as he pondered how to deal with Lin Moyo. As for his subordinates who were killing each other, he felt nothing. Those guys could die for all he cared. The key was how he himself could survive, or even how to kill Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo sighed and said, It seems I overestimated you. Someone like you who was selfish and willing to give away the woman you love, how could you have such courage? Sherding Tian's whole body shook, as if his face had been slapped hard. He blurted out, What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Moya smiled and said, no need to deny it. You know what I'm talking about. At this moment, Sherding Tian was like a hedgehog with its quills raised. The aura of his entire body surged wildly. The aura of the Celestial Lord realm was like an abyss, like the sea. The space completely collapsed, and several nearby supreme beings were directly pulverized by his aura. He was thoroughly enraged. The only fig leaf in the depths of his heart had been mercilessly torn away by Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo, protected by the great way of the brocade robelich, still ignored his aura impact and said, finally angry? In your life, you haven't been angry many times, right? Including this time, it probably hasn't been more than 5 times. Sherding Tian's voice turned cold, you're deliberately provoking me. Lin Moya nodded, yes, I'm doing it on purpose. I want to see how strong a celestial lord of the great world really is. Unfortunately, you're too weak. You're the weakest celestial lord I've killed. Sherding Tian paused slightly. He was sure he hadn't misheard. Lin Moyo had actually said that he was the weakest celestial lord he had killed. Lin Moya smiled and said, don't believe it? It's okay, you'll understand soon. As he spoke, Lin Moya snapped his fingers, and a ball of undying flame exploded. A skull throne emerged from the flames. A skeleton king slowly stood up, emanating the aura of a low-level celestial lord, not at all inferior to Sherding Tian. Sherding Tian stared at the skeleton king. Is this your trump card? Lin Moya chuckled lightly, it doesn't even count as a trump card. You're not worth me using a trump card. The skeleton king suddenly raised its bone sword and slashed towards Sherding Tian. Spell, Divine Bone Slash. A world full of bones rose up behind the skeleton king. Inside, bones were like the sea, countless bones turned into swords, accompanying this slash towards Sherding Tian. In an instant, Sherding Tian's hair stood on end, and a sense of danger exploded from the depths of his soul. Sherding Tian quickly retreated, wanting to avoid this slash from the skeleton king. Lin Moya shook his head, it's useless. You can't avoid this slash. Divine Bone Slash couldn't be dodged, it could only be endured head-on. At the same time, it ignored most defensive treasures, and moreover, Sherding Tian didn't have any defensive treasures. Lin Moya was right. Sherding Tian was indeed the weakest celestial lord he had seen, without exception. Celestial lords from the origin continent would at least have some treasures for protection. But Sherding Tian had become a celestial lord in the great world without even a single treasure. He was pitifully weak. Among low-level celestial lords, Lin Moyo only needed one skeleton king to completely dominate him. The sword light flashed, and Sherding Tian immediately let out a miserable scream. A bloody mist exploded from his chest, revealing a hole that went straight through. At the same time, countless wounds burst open all over his body from head to toe. His physical body was severely injured by the skeleton king's slash, and his soul was also damaged by the bone law. His physical body faithfully reflected the condition of his soul. With just one slash, Sherding Tian was critically injured. If another slash came, he would likely die on the spot. At this moment, Sherding Tian was in a state of panic, with fear rising to an unprecedented level in his heart. How can he be so strong? He's clearly only a peak supreme being, how can he be so strong? I'm no match for him. I must escape. If I don't escape, I'll surely die. Power poured in from the world of rules, stimulating his potential and healing his injuries. Lin Moya's voice came, you want to escape now, right? But I don't think you have that chance. His voice sounded like a demon's whisper in Sherding Tian's ears, incredibly terrifying. No matter what Lin Moya said, he turned to flee. But suddenly, he felt the great world's origin descend, and at the same time, he lost control of his soul. The great world's origin appeared in his vision, and his power was rapidly weakening. The great world's origin was taking back his origin power, and his realm was falling from the celestial lord realm. He had become a celestial lord relying on the great world's origin, and the divine path he had walked was the one Lin Moyo had constructed. Lin Moyo had great authority over both the great world's origin and that divine path. Now, Lin Moyo was taking back his power. Sherding Tian cried out in terror, what have you done? Why is this happening? Lin Moya said softly, I'm just taking back what doesn't belong to you. Sherding Tian's aura gradually weakened. He felt that he was about to fall from the celestial lord throne and return to being a supreme being. Fear overcame all other emotions. He begged Lin Moyo, Supreme Being Lin, please spare me. I'll do whatever you say in the future. I'll be your most loyal subordinate. I apologize for my past mistakes. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Please spare me. Lin Moya sighed lightly, what use do I have for a celestial lord without backbone like you? And do you know what your biggest mistake was? Your biggest mistake was laying hands on the human emperor. Just for this alone, you, including all the supreme beings from the 32 families, deserve to die. Chapter 2475. Chapter 2475, 2475. Chapter 2475, you're a celestial lord, you'll get special treatment. Lin Moya's voice was cold, filled with killing intent. Sherding Tian suddenly remembered something often overlooked in the legends about Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was not only powerful in battle, but also ruthless in his methods. Back then, he had killed hundreds of other races and countless living beings, leaving no survivors. The number of lives Lin Moyo had taken alone exceeded the combined total of all others. Unfortunately, in the legends, most people forgot this point and only remembered Lin Moya's combat prowess. This was an incredibly cold and merciless person, yet he was also full of affection for the human race. Sherding Tian cried out, I'm also human. I'm the first celestial lord of this era. Lin Moya shook his head, the great world doesn't need celestial lords like you, and neither do I. I don't like leaving loose ends, I prefer to eliminate the root of the problem. But don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I'll let you watch how your clan is destroyed. The forces you've built up over the years, including your hidden forces, will all crumble before your eyes, bit by bit. Lin Moya's voice grew colder, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Sure Dingtian felt as if all the bones had been sucked out of his body. His aura officially dropped from the Celestial Lord realm to the Supreme Being realm. But this wasn't the end. As his origin power decreased, his strength would continue to fall, eventually unable to maintain even the Supreme Being realm. Everything he had gained from walking Lin Moya's divine path now had to be returned. Sure Dingtian was trapped by an invisible force, unable to make any reaction or move. He could hear constant screams as the Supreme Beings led by him died in their mutual slaughter. All the Supreme Beings were trapped in illusions, completely disregarding defense and only focused on attacking. This great battle would end soon. Sure Dingtian was completely desperate. He never imagined Lin Moya could be this terrifying. Now he finally understood that Lin Moya wouldn't show mercy just because he was human. However, he was still making a final effort. He still didn't want to die. A weak voice kept sounding, "Please, give me one more chance." Lin Moya shook his head, "You're too noisy." A force surged into Sure Dingtian's body, immediately robbing him of the ability to speak. Now he was like a puppet, able only to watch, unable to move or speak. His aura continued to fall, from peak Supreme Being to high-level Supreme Being, then to mid-level Supreme Being, low-level Supreme Being. Finally, as all the origin power left him, Sure Dingtian fell back to the Holy Lord realm. He was completely desperate. The realm he had worked so hard to cultivate was lost in an instant. Although he was still alive, how was this any different from being dead? He knew the only reason he was still alive was because Lin Moya wanted him to live. Lin Moya not only killed people but also crushed their spirits. This was a terrifying demon. He had seen countless people in his life, but none more terrifying than Lin Moya. He had no idea that he had touched Lin Moya's reverse scale. Those who had once fought alongside Lin Moya for the great world were all Lin Moya's reverse scales. Lin Moya was doing this to tell everyone that from now on, they must follow the rules. The mutual slaughter among the Supreme Beings finally ended. The last survivor ended their own life through suicide. But Lin Moya's revenge was just beginning. Flames evolved into a sea of fire, engulfing the starry sky. The Supreme Beings who had just died were resurrected in the sea of fire. In Lin Moya's hands, even death wasn't easy. Even if you died, he could bring you back to life. One by one, the Supreme Beings knelt before Lin Moya, respectful and devout. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "Go, eliminate all the Supreme Beings in your clans, leave no one alive." "Yes, sir." All the Supreme Beings accepted the order and went to kill their own clans. Accompanying them were countless skeleton generals. Each skeleton general was a peak Supreme Being. With them present, this operation would not fail. Sure Dingtian watched this scene, and what was happening before his eyes once again surpassed his imagination. The dead could actually be resurrected. Were these puppets, or something else? It turned out the mutual slaughter hadn't ended, but had just begun. Lin Moya smiled, "Let's go, let's see how your clan is destroyed. Oh, and that hidden force you've built up will also be destroyed." At this moment, Supreme Lord Hao flew over and came to Lin Moya's side. "Doing this, won't it affect too many people?" Lin Moya was unconcerned. "No, this world needs rules. Otherwise, if they can do this today, others might do the same in the future." The human ancestors of the past were too kind-hearted, digging a big pit for future generations, almost causing the great world to be destroyed. I absolutely won't allow such a situation to happen again. When it's time to kill, I won't hesitate. For those 32 clans, I'll only kill the Supreme Beings, and I guarantee that no one related to their clan bloodlines will ever become a Supreme Being again. As for Sure Dingtian's clan, let's just wipe them out, eliminate the root of the problem. Supreme Lord Hao understood Lin Moya's personality. Once he made a decision, he rarely changed it. He didn't try to persuade further, because only a few people could understand the anger in Lin Moya's heart due to the human emperor being injured. In fact, Supreme Lord Hao was also very angry, but he didn't have this ability. Lin Moya had long known the location of Sure Dingtian's clan through the Great World's origin, and he was also clear about the forces Sure Dingtian had secretly cultivated. Lin Moya had seen all of Sure Dingtian's experiences and knew he was an ungrateful wolf that couldn't be tamed. Vicious, selfish, and heartless. For such a person to become a celestial lord was harmful, not beneficial, to the Great World. Lin Moya never expected that after the Great World recovered, the first celestial lord it cultivated would be such a character. A space-time gate opened, and Lin Moya took Sure Dingtian across tens of light years to the White Tiger Star region. Sure Dingtian's clan was in the White Tiger Star region. In the past, the White Tiger Star region was controlled by the Bai family, but later when new forces rose, the Bai family had to hand over the management rights of the White Tiger Star region. The new forces ignored the constraints of the Human Emperor network and treated the White Tiger Star region as their own backyard, taking whatever they wanted from the various clans in the Star region. The Human Emperor network intervened several times, but to no avail. When Lin Moya arrived at the White Tiger Star region again, he could deeply feel a sense of resentment. This resentment came from the various clans in the White Tiger Star region, from countless cultivators. Such a good star region, you've turned it into such a mess. At Lin Moya's command, the skeleton generals directly attacked Sure Dingtian's clan. Facing the attack of the skeleton generals, Sure Dingtian knew his clan had no chance of survival. Lin Moya brought him along, letting him witness firsthand how his clan was destroyed. At the same time, the forces he had secretly built up would also be destroyed. These forces were what he used to counter his clan. He was born into the clan but also guarded against it. If another celestial lord were to be born in the clan, his authority would be weakened. So he also needed his own forces. Unfortunately, before he could use them, he was already dead. In front of Lin Moyo, such forces were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The sound of killing shook the heavens, screams were constant, and the entire Shur clan was collapsing. Shur Dingtian's whole body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes full of fear. Lin Moya smiled like a demon. Very good, I really like the look in your eyes. Don't worry, you'll be the last one alive in the Shur clan. After all, you're a celestial lord, you'll get this special treatment. Shur Dingtian cursed Lin Moyo as a demon in his heart, but he couldn't make any sound. At the same time, in other star regions, the remaining 31 clans were also suffering the slaughter of the skeletons. The supreme beings in the clans were killed, and all who resisted were destroyed under the swords of the skeleton generals. Chapter 2476. Chapter 2476, 2476. Chapter 2476, everything is ready, only the Celestial Lord is missing. The Shur family was annihilated, their forces in the White Tiger Star region uprooted, leaving none alive. Many members of the Shur family didn't even know what had happened, dying inexplicably. To this, Lin Moyo had only one suggestion: in your next life, be born into a better family. There were too many innocent people in this world, and he couldn't manage them all. When the 100 races invaded the human race, how innocent were those ordinary people who died? When the Celestial Lords harvested the 7th level world, how innocent were the living beings inside? Lin Moyo couldn't manage these things, he could only follow his own Dao heart. Everything had to make his Dao heart comfortable. Shur Dingtian's eyes turned from fear to lifelessness. With a heart like dead ashes, his soul was annihilated in despair, his soul scattered. Lin Moya didn't kill him but destroyed his heart, letting him experience true despair. Dying in despair, this kind of death was more terrifying than any physical torture. It was not just destroying the heart but also the soul. The other 31 family's supreme beings had also been cleaned up. This also meant that the new forces that had just been making waves were completely eradicated by Lin Moyo with absolute dominance. No matter where you go, having a strong fist is the hard truth. Without strength, you will be bullied. Lin Moyo felt a familiar aura descending, killing intent dissipating, revealing a bright smile. Human Emperor. The Human Emperor's projection appeared before him. Greetings, Supreme Lin. Thank you for your rescue. The projection was still somewhat weak, the Human Emperor's power had not fully recovered. Lin Moyo waved his hand. Don't be so formal. It's good that you're fine. The Human Emperor smiled. I felt that the Shur family is gone. The Human Emperor had not fully recovered yet, and the Human Emperor network could not completely cover all the major star regions. However, even when the Human Emperor was in hibernation, the Human Emperor network was still recording everything that happened. Once the Human Emperor fully recovered, he would know all the details. Lin Moya said, not only is the Shur family gone, but the supreme beings of the other 31 families have also been killed. From now on, anyone with their bloodline will never become a supreme being. This matter must be made known to everyone. You should know how to handle it. The Human Emperor immediately understood the meaning behind Lin Moya's words. Leave this matter to me. I hope that with this lesson, similar things won't happen again in the future. The human race has already endured much suffering. It's better to live peacefully without more turmoil. Lin Moya laughed. Actually, experiencing some turmoil isn't necessarily bad. Compared to the origin continent, the human race here in the Great World is much more peaceful. Compared to them, the Great World is a pure land. The Human Emperor showed a hint of longing. The origin continent, I really want to see it. Lin Moya said, there will be a chance, I promise. A light shone in the Human Emperor's eyes, then I look forward to it. He knew Lin Moya wouldn't make empty promises. Since he said so, he must have a way. It's just not the time yet, it still needs time. He could afford to wait. Now, the thing he lacked the least was time. As long as this technological artifact wasn't damaged, he wouldn't die. His life was no longer like that of ordinary humans but had become similar to that of Red Star Supreme, long and enduring. While they were talking, the Human Emperor's aura grew a bit stronger. With the origin provided by Lin Moyo, the Human Emperor's recovery speed was fast, and it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. However, the origin could only help him recover, not allow him to advance further. Lin Moyo bid farewell to the Human Emperor and returned to the Great World's origin. He needed to handle some matters on the divine path, sealing off the bloodlines of the 31 families so that no supreme beings would emerge from them again. Moreover, those who married outside the 31 families, their descendants, no matter how many generations, as long as they carried the bloodline of the 31 families, would never become supreme beings. This was their punishment. In Lin Moya's view, not exterminating their entire clans was already merciful. The Human Emperor would make this matter public, and then everyone in the Great World would know. No family would ever marry into the 31 families again. In this world, with abundant resources, who wouldn't want to become a supreme being? No one would joke about their future. Lin Moya set the restrictions on the divine path and returned to the Great World's origin. When I become a celestial lord, I'll help you advance to the 7th level. I won't harvest you. We will be comrades, friends, and life and death partners in the future. The instinctive will of the Great World's origin seemed to understand Lin Moya's words, trembling slightly, sending waves of intimacy. After a conversation with the King of the Sea of Realms, Lin Moya learned how to become the master of the Sea of Realms world. There were many ways to become the master of the Sea of Realms world. In fact, Lin Moya could become the master of the Great World now, but it would require some unconventional means. This was not what Lin Moya wanted. His choice was to coexist with the great world, with the premise that he becomes a celestial lord. Secondly, he needed to have a perfect level rule world. Fortunately, Lin Moya's rule world was very strong, surpassing the perfect level. From the King of the Sea of Realms, Lin Moya learned some knowledge about the rule world. In the origin continent, the perfect level rule world was not the pinnacle, there was indeed another level, the legendary level. However, those who could construct a legendary level rule world were very few. The King of the Sea of Realms referred to the few throughout history, not just the present. Those who reached the legendary level rule world all became figures who shook the ancient and modern worlds. This made Lin Moya realize that he had done something remarkable. Now he just needed to get closer to the great world's origin, and once he became a celestial lord, he could become the new master of the great world. He communicated with the great world's origin with an open heart and full sincerity, and Lin Moya could clearly feel that he was getting closer to the great world's origin. This method was also suggested by the King of the Sea of Realms. The King of the Sea of Realms only mentioned the general method, but Lin Moya understood it immediately. Talking with such a powerful and ancient being as the King of the Sea of Realms benefited Lin Moya greatly. A few casual pointers from him could make Lin Moya suddenly see the light. There were many paths in cultivation, and choosing the one that suited oneself best and could go the furthest was crucial. Lin Moya understood how to walk his future path. After communicating with the great world's origin for a while, Lin Moya left. He now had 3 world gems, which could elevate the great world to the 7th level in a short time. However, now was not the time. When he reached the Celestial Lord realm, it would be time for the great world to advance. While he was communicating with the great world's origin, the human emperor had almost fully recovered. The power of the human emperor network once again enveloped the entire human star region, and that familiar feeling returned. Smart people had already realized that something significant had happened in the human world. Soon after, the human emperor network released a major announcement, shaking the entire human world. The legendary figure had returned, and with absolute dominance, eradicated the 32 families led by Shi Dingtian. Especially the Shi family, where Shi Dingtian belonged, was completely uprooted, leaving none alive. This news spread faster than the speed of light, reaching the entire human race in a very short time. Everyone cheered, especially those families oppressed by the 32 families but dared not speak out, almost adding insult to injury. If the human emperor hadn't re-established order, they might have united to destroy the remaining 31 families. Now, without supreme beings, the 31 families were like toothless tigers, not to be feared. However, they ultimately heeded the human emperor's words and did not act. The human emperor also deliberately released footage of Lin Moya's powerful defeat of Shi Dingtian, showcasing Lin Moya's mysterious and terrifying methods. The human emperor also deliberately concealed Lin Moya's appearance, adding to his mystique. Chapter 2477. Chapter 2477, 2477. Chapter 2477. Quite a few celestial lords must have died. The Human Emperor Network announced Lin Moya's punishment decision for the 31 clans, cutting off their path to becoming supreme beings. Anyone with any blood relation to the 31 clans, even just a tiny bit, would never be able to become a supreme being. Regarding Lin Moya's decision, surprisingly everyone supported it, with almost no opposition. Over the years, the 32 clans led by the Shi family had caused enough suffering for the people of the Four Directions Star region. Even parts of the Divine City Star region were affected. Now this tumor had finally been completely removed. The human race would return to the peaceful order of the past, under the control of the human emperor, with rewards and punishments, everything becoming fair and reasonable. As long as one's talent was outstanding enough, they could rise up, without being suppressed by any forces. The human emperor had no private interests, and most people had been clear about this for countless years. Lin Moya's deeds once again spread throughout the entire human race. Countless belief powers poured in, with billions upon billions of people in the entire human race revering Lin Moya as a deity. This legendary figure once again became a legend, becoming an idol and role model in the hearts of countless cultivators, and also becoming the goal that countless geniuses pursued. Lin Moya accepted the belief power and began to refine it. The method of using belief power came from the celestial god sect of the origin continent. What the human race in the great world had mastered was only a tiny, insignificant part of belief power. The wonders of belief power were far more than this, but unfortunately the celestial god sect had been destroyed. To obtain the complete method of belief power would depend on chance. Lin Moya chatted with Supreme Lord Hao and the others for a while, learning from them about some of the things that had happened in the great world in recent years. Apart from Shi Dingtian, everything else was fine, with no major issues. Lin Moya didn't stay long in the great world. After taking another batch of aged fine wine, he left the great world. For him, the most important thing now was to become a celestial lord. According to his plan, before becoming a celestial lord, he wanted to upgrade all his spells to the origin level, and he wanted to use 7th level origin to upgrade them. Using 7th level origin was the optimal solution Lin Moya arrived at after repeated calculations. The 8th level was too difficult, with a high failure rate for fusion, time-consuming and labor-intensive, not worth it. The 6th level was too weak, especially since he still wanted to fuse with the great world, so using 7th level origin was most suitable. Leaving the great world, he returned to the Sea of Realms. The time he spent in the great world was just a brief moment for the Sea of Realms. Waterstop Celestial Lord was still there, his body emanating the smell of alcohol. Seeing Lin Moya return, Waterstop Celestial Lord squinted his eyes. "Kid, the stock is almost gone." Lin Moya laughed heartily and threw over 10 jars of aged fine wine, totaling 100,000 catties. 100,000 caddies should be enough for this drunkard to drink for a while. Then Lin Moya released Jade Bamboo and Fish Light Soft. During this time, they had been cultivating in his rule world, getting closer and closer to the Nirvana realm. It was estimated that in not too many days, they would be able to step into Nirvana. Waterstop Celestial Lord laughed, bringing family members to cultivate in the Sea of Realms. You're the first one. Lin Moya smiled, everyone's situation is different. I think there's nothing wrong with bringing some family members. Waterstop Celestial Lord laughed heartily, indeed, there's nothing wrong. Men and women paired up, cultivation is not tiring. Jade Bamboo and Fish Light Soft's faces turned slightly red. They knew this old turtle Waterstop had thick skin and often joked after drinking, so they didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar, followed by thunder and lightning. A huge whale rushed out from the dark clouds, flying towards Lin Moyo. Waterstop Celestial Lord's body trembled. Why has General Whale come? Lin Moyo also found it strange. What was General Whale coming for? His agreement with the Sea of Realms King would only take effect after he became a Dao Lord, so there was nothing he could do now. General Whale arrived in front of Lin Moyo and stopped. Waterstop Celestial Lord respectfully said, "Greetings, General Whale." Lin Moyo also bowed to General Whale. General Whale, has the king given any instructions? General Whale opened his mouth, and a box flew out from his mouth, landing in Lin Moya's hands. At the same time, his deep voice sounded, "This is the down payment the king gave you. When you reach Dao Lord, don't forget your promise." Lin Moya thought to himself, it seems the Sea of Realms King doesn't trust me. On the surface, he remained calm and said to General Whale, "I've received this down payment. Please tell the king when you return, Lin will never go back on his word for things he has promised." General Whale slowly nodded, "That's good." After speaking, he slowly turned his huge body and dove back into the dark clouds, leaving amidst thunder and lightning. Waterstop Celestial Lord had a strange expression. "What did you promise the king?" Lin Moya shook his head. "Can't say, I've made a soul oath." Waterstop Celestial Lord was immediately at a loss for words. Since a soul oath had been made, he couldn't ask further. He shifted his target. "Take a look, what's in the box? The king's generosity shouldn't be small." Lin Moyo opened the box, and a strong origin aura rushed out from inside. 9 origin pearls were arranged side by side, shining brightly. These were not ordinary origin obtained from Sea of Realms fish, nor were they premium origin like the origin fire, but true world-class origin. A full 9 5th-level world-class origin pearls. World-class origin was extremely rare. A world like the Tiger Demon Realm could only refine 1 5th-level world-class origin pearl. The 9 origin pearls before him represented 9 worlds similar to the Tiger Demon Realm. Lin Moya took a sharp breath. This is just the down payment. What a grand gesture. At the same time, he also realized that what the Sea of Realms King wanted him to do must be extraordinary, not simple. With such a high down payment, how could it be simple? Moreover, by accepting this down payment, if he dared to go back on his word later, not only would the soul oath not let him off, but the Sea of Realms King would probably personally come to destroy him. Lin Moyo immediately thought of a use for these 9 world-class origin pearls. He could fuse them into 7th-level world-class origin. Even without the Great World, he could use it to become a Dao Lord. But fusing 7th-level origin had a certain failure rate. The stronger the origin, the higher the failure rate. If it failed, the loss would be great. Even if not fused, 5th-level world-class origin could also be used to advance to Celestial Lord. After all, this was world-class origin, very rare. At the Celestial Lord level, ordinary 5th-level origin was enough for them to fight over, let alone world-class 5th-level origin, which was enough for Celestial Lords to fight to the death for. Even if he didn't use it himself, world-class 5th-level origin could be exchanged for many good things. Lin Moyo also thought that if he didn't use it, when Jade Bamboo and others advanced to Celestial Lord, they could use it. After all, in his plan, Jade Bamboo and Fish Light Soft would leave the Great World starting from when they entered the Nirvana realm. Not just them, but later Ning Yi and others would be the same. When they advanced to Supreme Being, they wouldn't be able to rely on the Great World, so they would need external world-class origin support. Now it was perfect. The Sea of Realms King had sent world-class origin, and it was 5th level, enough for him to use. Waterstop Celestial Lord stared with wide eyes, muttering, "Goodness, what kind of deal do you have with the king? This down payment is too generous." Let me guess, quite a few Celestial Lords must have died in this Sea of Realms decree. Those poor fellows. Although the Sea of Realms decree is relatively safe, it's not absolutely safe. Going there without enough strength is just seeking death. Chapter 2478. Chapter 2478, 2478. Chapter 2478, The Starry Sky as a Blanket, The Great World as a Bed. Lin Moya looked at Waterstop Celestial Lord, his eyes slightly narrowed. "You didn't say that back then. I remember you said the Sea of Realms decree was very safe." Waterstop Celestial Lord, with his thick skin, replied, "I said it was safe for you, given your strength." Lin Moya snorted, "Safe, my foot. I almost didn't make it back this time, even though I returned." Lin Moya didn't continue, as saying more would touch upon the soul oath, which he couldn't speak about. Waterstop Celestial Lord showed no guilt. Looking at the 9 world-class 5th-level origins, it seems it wasn't very safe this time. Just these 9 world-class origins mean 9 Celestial Lords have fallen. Lin Moyo asked, "Do you mean these 9 world-class origins all come from the Sea of Realms worlds of the deceased Celestial Lords?" Waterstop Celestial Lord nodded matter-of-factly, "Of course. They died, and the Sea of Realms decree locked onto their worlds. The king naturally could refine their worlds into world-class origins. I estimate this is just a part of it. There should be more who died." Lin Moya thought about it. When he went, there were tens of thousands of people, but far fewer returned. At least hundreds of celestial lords must have died. In this sense, these 9 origin crystals don't seem that precious. For the King of the Sea of Realms, it's just a small effort. Waterstop Celestial Lord asked, what do you plan to do with them? Lin Moya replied, I'll keep them for now, no rush to use them. He already had an idea in mind. These origin crystals should be reserved for Jade Bamboo, Fishlight Soft, and Ning Yi. As for himself, he didn't need them. Using them to fuse spells wasn't appropriate either. World-class origins are indeed powerful, but using them to fuse spells is less effective than using 7th-level ordinary origins. After all, their greatest use isn't here. Lin Moya looked at Waterstop Celestial Lord, do you want one? Waterstop Celestial Lord, rarely embarrassed but still thick-skinned, said bluntly, indeed, I want one. I have a useless grandson. Without much thought, Lin Moya directly threw one to him. World-class 5th-level origins were no longer very useful to Waterstop Celestial Lord unless they were 6th or 7th-level world-class origins. He asked thick-skinnedly just for his grandson. Lin Moya didn't know what realm his grandson was in, but since Waterstop Celestial Lord asked, Lin Moya had no reason to refuse. Waterstop Celestial Lord excitedly caught it. Thanks. From now on, you're old turtle's best brother. This guy proactively stuck to him, his thick skin making Jade Bamboo and Fishlight Soft laugh nonstop. Lin Moya snorted and prepared to put away the origin crystals, but Waterstop Celestial Lord called out, don't put them away. Aren't the 2 sisters about to advance to Nirvana? Let them absorb the origin crystals now to solidify their foundation. Fusing with world-class 5th-level origins can ensure they won't encounter bottlenecks before becoming Celestial Lords. In the future, when they become Saint Lords, they can continue to use the power of world-class 5th-level origins to at least construct a perfect-level rule world. This way, the path to Celestial Lord will be clear. Lin Moya didn't expect that world-class origin crystals could be used this way. Trusting Waterstop Celestial Lord's words, Lin Moya took out 2 5th-level origins and handed them to Jade Bamboo and Fishlight Soft. Waterstop Celestial Lord then taught them how to absorb and utilize the world-class 5th-level origins to gain the most benefits. Under Waterstop Celestial Lord's guidance, the 2 began to cultivate, guiding the origin energy into their bodies and merging it with their souls. Waterstop Celestial Lord said, go handle your own matters. Old Turtle will watch over them here, nothing will happen. Lin Moya nodded and once again leaped into the Sea of Realms, starting his fishing business. A month later, Jade Bamboo and Fishlight Soft simultaneously emitted the aura of advancement, both almost simultaneously embarking on the path to Nirvana. Waterstop Celestial Lord's method had a huge effect. With the protection of origin power, their path to Nirvana was very smooth. It took only 2 days, with almost no obstacles, for them to successfully reach Nirvana. As they reached Nirvana, Lin Moya removed them from the Great World. They were born in the Great World, leaving their marks in the Great World's origin. Lin Moya used his authority to erase their marks. This also meant that Jade Bamboo and Fishlight Soft would no longer have any connection with the Great World. They had never received the Great World's origin, so leaving or not didn't matter to the Great World. Unlike those supreme celestial lords, who, when leaving the Great World, would take a part of the Great World's origin power and also suffer backlash from the Great World, causing harm to both sides. Reaching Nirvana and leaving the Great World, Jade Bamboo and Fishlight Soft looked at the Sea of Realms with a hint of novelty in their eyes. Lin Moya asked, does it feel different? Fishlight Soft replied, it does feel different. When I sensed the rules of the origin continent before, it always felt like something was missing, as if there was a thin veil, making it unclear. But now, I can clearly sense the rules of the origin continent and the fluctuations of space. I feel that in a while, I can use space power in the origin continent. Jade Bamboo added, I have a similar feeling. I didn't know what the rules I comprehended were called before, but now I finally know. The rules I comprehended are called the star rules, but I haven't found my corresponding star yet. The star rules and the stellar rules differ by one word, but their essence is vastly different, completely different things. Lin Moya didn't quite understand what the star rules were. Waterstop Celestial Lord explained, it's normal for you to feel this way. Before, you were beings of the Sea of Realms world. Although you could also operate on the origin continent, there was still a Sea of Realms world in between. Now that you've left the Sea of Realms world, you can be said to have fully integrated into the origin continent, so naturally, things will be clearer. Sister Fish's space rules are very good, but the space on the origin continent is too stable. To truly exert the power of space rules, you need to be at least a high-level celestial lord. As for the star rules, they are special. You need to find your corresponding star during cultivation and gain its recognition to exert their power. There are 28 stars on the origin continent. Take your time to find them, no rush. Jade Bamboo asked, are the star rules powerful? Waterstop Celestial Lord replied, it's hard to say. The 28 stars are different, and it also depends on each person's comprehension. On the origin continent, each rule corresponds to a great way, and ultimately, you need to use the power of the great way. And each great way, it's hard to say which is stronger. It's not that if the rules you comprehend are powerful, you are powerful. Ultimately, it depends on your realm. No matter how powerful the great way you comprehend, a Tao Lord can easily crush a high-level celestial lord. Waterstop Celestial Lord patiently explained, then said, alright, old turtle won't disturb you anymore. I'll come back in a few days. Waterstop Celestial Lord hadn't left these days. Now that the two had reached Nirvana, he needed to find his grandson. Lin Moya laughed, congratulations, you've finally reached Nirvana. Jade Bamboo and Fishlight Soft exchanged glances, their faces slightly red. Husband, we want to try. Try what? Try to see if we can conceive now that our realms are higher. Fishlight Soft also nodded. We are now only one major realm away from husband. Perhaps we can conceive. Lin Moya laughed heartily, waved his hand, and the three disappeared into the sea of realms. The starry sky is a blanket, the great world is a bed. Chapter 2479. Chapter 2479, 2479. Chapter 2479, Luck at its limit, great fortune arrives. Waterstop Celestial Lord returned after being away for a few days. According to him, all the Sea of Realms worlds in the area he oversees were fleeing. After seeing the Great World consecutively swallow several 5th-level worlds, they knew they were no match and fled quickly. No one wanted to collide with the Great World, which directly led to Waterstop Celestial Lord having nothing to do. During the days he was away, Lin Moyo and his two beloved wives continuously strived in the Great World, but unfortunately, the results were not as desired, and there was no further development. Lin Moyo could only sigh, saying that the time had not yet come. Returning to the Sea of Realms, Lin Moyo once again devoted himself to the great fishing enterprise, while Waterstop Celestial Lord continued to guide the two women in cultivation. The cultivation methods of the Origin continent differed slightly from those of the Great World. In this area, Waterstop Celestial Lord had the most authority to speak. Having an experienced teacher like him made Lin Moyo pleased. Moreover, with Waterstop Celestial Lord present, the safety of the two was also guaranteed. Days passed one by one, and Lin Moyo continuously harvested Origin crystals. The Sea of Realms was boundlessly vast, and the immense power contained in its waters was equally limitless. Limitless power nurtured limitless Sea of Realms creatures. No matter how much Lin Moyo hunted and killed, he could never kill them all. Lin Moyo used a first-level Origin as bait, attracting large numbers of strange fish, greatly increasing his hunting efficiency. According to the rules of the Sea of Realms, it was not allowed to use Origin items to attract fish schools. However, the king of the Sea of Realms was the highest authority in the Sea of Realms, and he could decide whether something was permissible or not with a single word. Now that Lin Moyo was valued by the king of the Sea of Realms, as long as he didn't go too far, the king wouldn't interfere. As for Waterstop Celestial Lord, he turned a blind eye to it. Thus, Lin Moya's speed of obtaining Origin crystals doubled compared to before. Lin Moya needed a total of 11 portions of materials to fuse 7th level Origin, which was originally planned to take 2,200 Sea of Realms days. The Sea of Realms decree journey also allowed Lin Moya to obtain several slightly higher level Origin crystals. Adding to the greatly increased efficiency now, it only took 1,000 Sea of Realms days to complete the collection. 1,000 Sea of Realms days translated to over 27,000 years for the Great World. Over these many years, earth-shattering changes were also occurring in the Great World. Supreme beings were becoming more numerous, with people continuously breaking through to peak Supreme Being. Finally, 10,000 years ago, a new Celestial Lord appeared in the Great World. No one expected that the second Celestial Lord would be Little Mist. Lin Moya wasn't surprised at all by this. Little Mist had the blessings of 2 Celestial Lords, and her cultivation path had been smooth sailing. If she hadn't been too playful and lazy to cultivate, she would have become a Celestial Lord much earlier. With Little Mist's breakthrough to the Celestial Lord realm, it was as if the path to Celestial Lord had been opened. In the recent 10,000 years, 3 more Celestial Lords appeared. 2 of these Celestial Lords came from Supreme Lord Hao and Supreme Lord Tion's families, while the other came from the War God Temple. Including Little Mist, in just 10,000 short years, 4 Celestial Lords had successively appeared in the Great World. This was enough to prove that the Great World had recovered to its ancient state. At this time, the Great World could accommodate 10 Celestial Lords. The newly promoted Celestial Lords didn't follow in Shur Dingdian's footsteps. They could be considered proper and respectful of their elders. Although they were now Celestial Lords, they were very respectful towards the older generation like Supreme Lord Hao. They had no objections to the human emperor managing the entire human race, and they themselves were willing to accept the human emperor's management. Although they were Celestial Lords, the privileges and resources they received were not that much. Under the human emperor's arrangement, the Celestial Lords would occasionally give lectures, cultivating more powerful beings for the human race of the Great World. They also didn't harbor any covetous thoughts towards the Great World's origin. Now in the Great World, everyone knew that behind the Great World, there was still a great god. A terrifying figure who appeared to be only a peak Supreme Being, yet could easily slaughter Celestial Lords. Lin Moyo had met the 3 of them once when he returned, frankly stating that he would eventually become the master of the Great World. After he became the world's master, he could let them choose whether to continue staying in the Great World or leave. However, it wasn't possible now. If they left now, it would cause harm to the Great World. Although the harm might not be great, Lin Moyo wouldn't allow it. To this, the 3 didn't object, nor did they make a choice. Celestial Lords had their own thoughts, and Lin Moyo wouldn't restrict their thinking. If they wanted to leave the Great World in the future, Lin Moyo would fulfill their wishes. After a friendly exchange with the Great World's origin, their mutual feelings increased a bit more, and then Lin Moyo left to find Little Mist. Whether as a Supreme Being or a Celestial Lord, Little Mist was as always, directly hanging onto Lin Moyo. Master! Little Mist made a squeaky sound, still nuzzling Lin Moya's cheek like a cat, not at all behaving like a Celestial Lord should. Not far away, Little Ox, who had reached the Supreme Being realm, turned away helplessly, not wanting to look. As Little Mist's mount, having such a silly master was really embarrassing for a cow. Lin Moyo patted Little Mist's head. Alright, I have important business with you this time. Little Mist continued nuzzling. No matter what it is, let Little Mist nuzzle comfortably first. Master hasn't been back for so long. Has it been that long? Lin Moya remembered he had just come back a dozen days ago, but thinking about it, it made sense. A dozen days in the Sea of Realms world was several hundred years in the Great World. Lin Moya knew there was an unbreakable bond between himself and Little Mist. Little Mist was personally reincarnated by him from an artifact spirit to a human, creating a precedent. Her soul was fused with his aura. In the deepest part of Little Mist's soul, in her deepest subconscious, he was her closest person, surpassing even her old master. Since that was the case, he might as well let her nuzzle a bit longer. As Lin Moya felt Little Mist's soft hair, he suddenly thought of the soul primal beast that called him father. He wondered where it had gone, whether the soul primal beast was a member of the demon race, and whether it lived somewhere on the origin continent. Originally, he had wanted to use the soul primal beast as his beacon to enter the Sea of Realms, but later found that the Sea of Realms was too vast for this beacon to be effective. He didn't know if he would see it again after he set foot on the origin continent. Perhaps when it grew up, it would realize that he wasn't really its father. Brushing aside these random thoughts, after Little Mist had nuzzled enough, Lin Moya said, "Little Mist, help me with something." Little Mist's eyes narrowed into crescents. Sure, whatever you say, master." Lin Moya said, "Use your luck rules to boost my luck to the extreme." Little Mist nodded vigorously without thinking. "No problem." Little Mist let out a heavy grunt, and a hazy, illusory rule world rose like a full moon behind her. Luck rules filled Little Mist's rule world. Among the celestial lords, Little Mist's power was the most mysterious. Luck rules were an illusory power, unfathomable, yet Little Mist could control it and affect the real world. Little Mist lightly pointed her finger at Lin Moya and cried out, "Master, you're about to have great fortune." In an instant, Lin Moya felt an invisible force fall upon him, and the sound of a dragon's roar rang in his ears as a golden dragon rose from his body. Immediately after, Lin Moya felt that the luck of the entire great world was stirred, and all the luck of this world came towards him. The golden dragon let out a clear roar, and Little Mist's luck technique directly pushed his luck to the extreme. But this wasn't enough. Lin Moya actively used the luck burst technique, making his luck advance even further. Luck was an upgrade of fortune, but that didn't mean fortune was useless. The luck burst technique, combined with Little Mist's luck rules, pushed Lin Moya even further. Lin Moya felt as if he had broken through another level. The golden giant dragon burst forth with dazzling red light, changing from a golden dragon to a great red divine dragon, truly at the peak of fortune. At this moment, Lin Moya vaguely touched upon the rules of cause and effect. Cause and effect, a step beyond luck. Where there's a cause, there's an effect. He felt that with just a thought, he could determine the effect without needing the cause. Chapter 2480. Chapter 2480, 2480. Chapter 2480, The Law of Cause and Effect, Fusion of Origin. For the first time, Lin Moya truly came into contact with the law of cause and effect. If one were to rank the levels of intangible powers, the law of cause and effect would undoubtedly be at the top. Whether in the Great World or the origin continent, cause and effect have existed since the moment the world was born. The law of cause and effect is mysterious and unfathomable. Throughout history, almost no one has truly understood it. Its existence is even more elusive and difficult to grasp than the laws of time and space. At least with the law of time, one can find traces in the river of time, but the law of cause and effect is almost impossible to trace. Very few people in the river of time have come into contact with the law of cause and effect. Some have touched it, gained a superficial understanding, and even created treasures based on the law of cause and effect. In the Great World, someone once achieved this, which is why treasures like the cause and effect gourd exist. However, they only touched the surface. Otherwise, the Great World would not have nearly been destroyed. Lin Moya didn't know this before. He tried to comprehend the law of cause and effect through the cause and effect gourd, only to find it impossible. The law of cause and effect within the gourd was too thin, almost negligible. Yet, even this tiny bit of the law of cause and effect made the cause and effect gourd a formidable treasure. This alone proves the immense power of the law of cause and effect. Now, Lin Moya truly felt the law of cause and effect. Although it was just a superficial understanding, it far surpassed the cause and effect gourd. Lin Moya even had the illusion that he could determine the effect without considering the cause. For example, he could determine that he would become the master of the great world without needing to know the reason, the process, or why. Once the existence of the effect was determined, he would inevitably become the master of the great world. This ability is truly terrifying. Deep in his soul, Lin Moya felt a profound respect for the law of cause and effect. He imagined that if a Tao Lord mastered the law of cause and effect, facing an enemy, they would only need to determine the effect of the enemy's death. Then, without doing anything, the enemy would die when the time came. There would be no reason, no cause, only the effect. Of course, this ability requires a deep mastery of the law of cause and effect and the use of the power of the Great Way. It's uncertain whether such a Tao Lord exists on the origin continent. A more realistic application, Lin Moya thought, would be determining the effect during an attack. For example, determining that his attack would inevitably hit, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge, no matter what. As long as he launched the attack, it would inevitably hit the enemy. Lin Moya felt this application of the law of cause and effect was more realistic. He thought of Corpse Explosion, which seemed to have this characteristic. Once locked on, once the spell was activated, the opponent couldn't evade. Could it be that Corpse Explosion is also related to the law of cause and effect? Lin Moya felt he might be overthinking it. The illusion brought by the law of cause and effect quickly faded, and in an instant, Lin Moya lost that feeling. Indeed, it was an illusion. I only touched the surface of the law of cause and effect. How could I comprehend it so quickly? But having experienced it once, there will be a second time. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. Little Mist is truly a treasure. Lin Moyo couldn't help but marvel at Little Mist. He felt like he had found a treasure. Even the illusory Mist Celestial Lord probably didn't know that Little Mist could help him comprehend the law of cause and effect. Lin Moyo had already determined that the illusory Mist Celestial Lord had only touched the surface of the law of cause and effect back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left. His body was enveloped in red light, a dazzling red dragon coiling above his head, bringing him great fortune. In the world of rules, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal spewed dragon breath, transforming into a sea of fire to refine the origin. First level, second level, third level, and even fourth level origins were piled up like small mountains. Lin Moyo had prepared 11 portions of materials needed to fuse 7th level origins, including over 100,000 first level origins alone. There were fewer second level origins, but still over 10,000. Refining them was no small task. The flames of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal penetrated every corner, quickly refining the impurities in the origins, making them pure and turning them into crystal clear origin crystals. Perhaps due to his great fortune, the refining speed of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal was not only fast but also more effective than usual. A person's luck affects all aspects of life. This intangible yet real force influences every detail, every moment. Lin Moyo was well aware of this, so from the start of refining the origin crystals, he pushed his luck to the extreme. After refining a large number of origins, Lin Moyo called out to Infinite Fusion, "Stop sleeping, get to work." After devouring 2 spiritual materials, Infinite Fusion had long since recovered. However, this lazy creature had been sleeping ever since it recovered. Eating and sleeping were its true nature. Under Lin Moyo's call, Infinite Fusion lazily spread its mist, enveloping a large number of already refined origins, allowing them to fuse, while its main body didn't even bother to move. Lin Moyo was helpless, but as long as it could fuse, it was fine. After devouring 2 portions of spiritual materials, Infinite Fusion's power seemed to have increased, and its fusion speed was faster than before. In the mist, the origin crystals combined in sets of 3. 3 same-level origin crystals quickly fused into a higher-level origin crystal. First level became second level became third level. The fusion speed was fast, almost catching up with the refining speed of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal was unwilling to be outdone, continuously spewing dragon breath to speed up the refining process. The two competed fiercely, neither willing to yield. Finally, all the origins were refined into origin crystals. At the same time, a large number of origin crystals completed their fusion, continuously increasing in level. Lin Moyo repeatedly used the luck burst technique, maintaining his state of great fortune with the red dragon above his head. Finally, all the origin crystals were fused into 6th-level origins. Over 100,000 origin crystals were ultimately fused into 36th-level origin crystals. Ordinary 6th-level origin crystals couldn't compare to premium-level origin crystals, let alone world-class origin crystals, but they were still valuable enough for celestial lords to fight over. If they reached the 7th level, even high-level celestial lords would fight to the death for them. Hopefully, my luck holds. With a thought, Lin Moyo began to fuse the 7th-level origins. This time, Infinite Fusion couldn't sit still. It personally took action, transforming into an iron pot and swallowing 3 origin crystals. Covering the pot, it sounded like stir-frying. Lin Moyo looked at the iron pot and found it seemed more refined than before. The once rough and irregular iron pot now had some patterns on it. This change confirmed that Infinite Fusion had indeed become stronger. Lin Moyo's soul eyes sparkled. Since it has become stronger, the success rate of fusion should also increase. With Little Mist's luck technique and my luck burst technique, maintaining great fortune, perhaps all 11 portions of origins can be successfully fused. Let's hope so. Keep it up. This encouragement was not only for himself but also for Infinite Fusion. Infinite Fusion let out a low hum in response, no problem. Not only had it become stronger, but it also had more spirit. Chapter 2481. Chapter 2481, 2481. Chapter 2481, Fusion of Origins, Sublimation of Spells. The efforts were not in vain, and with great fortune, Infinite Fusion became stronger, perfectly refining the 10-colored dragon soul crystal. As a result, the success rate of fusing 7th-level origins was maximized. One by one, ordinary 7th-level origins were fused without any failures from start to finish. Infinite Fusion worked tirelessly for half a day, finally completing all the tasks Lin Moyo had assigned. It was clear that it had consumed a lot of energy, as its aura was much weaker than before. It circled around Lin Moyo, asking for a reward. Lin Moyo reached out and patted it, smiling, "You've worked hard, go rest now." Only then did Infinite Fusion return to its domain, once again looking down on all spells from above. What a magical little guy. Lin Moyo chuckled softly, as the surprises and benefits brought by Infinite Fusion came one after another. During his cultivation journey, without this magical spell, it would have been difficult for him to reach his current level. With 11 7th-level origins in hand, his consciousness returned to reality. Xiao Wu, it's done. At this moment, Xiao Wu's pretty face was slightly pale. Gathering the fortune of the entire world for a long time was not an easy task for her. Hearing Lin Moyo's words, Xiao Wu immediately stopped and giggled. "Master, isn't Xiao Wu amazing?" Lin Moyo patted her head. "Xiao Wu has always been amazing." Xiao Wu happily rubbed her head against Lin Moyo's hand. "Master is the most amazing." The simple Xiao Wu followed Lin Moya's words without question, never asking what Lin Moya intended to do. She would do whatever Lin Moya said, regardless of right or wrong. After playing with Xiao Wu for a while, Lin Moya began to fuse the origins. In the world of rules, following Lin Moya's will, one spell star after another lined up. Lin Moya, like a general, reviewed his army. Undying Undead, Damage Transfer, Status Immunity, Physical Resistance, Elemental Resistance, Summon Dragon Knight Legion, Summon Elemental Lich, Bone Hell, Corpse Explosion, Undead Wings, Time Curse. A total of 11 spells, among which Undying Undead, Damage Transfer, and Bone Hell had already been upgraded to Origin level, but they had fused with 5th level origins, not 7th level origins. In Lin Moya's initial plan, they were to fuse with 5th level origins first, to be usable in the Realm C. Subsequent events proved his idea correct. Now, what he needed to do was to fuse all the spells with 7th level origins, laying a solid foundation for his ascension to Heavenly Sovereign. Let's begin. 11 ordinary 7th level origins flew into the spell stars. In an instant, the spell stars radiated brilliant light, and his world of rules roared and trembled, with waves of origin power sweeping out. Although they were just ordinary origins, they were still 7th level origins, and the origin power contained within them was not weak. Especially now, with 11 7th level origins blooming together, the power they unleashed was almost comparable to world-class origins. It's a pity that infinite fusion cannot enhance the level of origins. Lin Moya suddenly had a whimsical thought but immediately dismissed it as daydreaming, too unrealistic. One by one, the spell stars shone brightly, enveloped in rich origin power, undergoing sublimation. Origin power continuously overflowed, spreading throughout the world of rules, which expanded under the influence of origin power. The legendary world of rules was vast from the beginning, like a real starry sky. As Lin Moya grew stronger, the world of rules also expanded continuously. Now, the world of rules was many times larger than when it was first constructed. The world tree also absorbed origin power, becoming more lush. It grew with the world of rules, always occupying half of the world no matter how large the world of rules became. The spiritual flowers on its branches entered the maturity stage again, with some already budding. The world fruits were also gradually maturing, and a peculiar fragrance began to spread in the world of rules. Spiritual flowers could nurture intelligence, and world fruits could grant people a world of rules. For Lin Moya, the greatest use of spiritual flowers and world fruits was for the commanders of the Dragon Knight Legion. Once the commanders gained intelligence, the combat power of their respective legions would greatly increase. And once the commanders had a world of rules, they could store the Dragon Knight Legion in the world of rules and release them when needed, significantly enhancing their flexibility and overall capabilities. Without comparison, there is no harm. Among his 1,000 Dragon Knight legions, 50 commanders had intelligence and a world of rules. Their legion's combat power far surpassed other legions. With 50 intelligent commanders cooperating, their combat power could exceed that of 100 Dragon Knight legions without intelligence. If combined with the Battle Realm, granting the Dragon Knight Legion rapid recovery abilities, their combat power could be further enhanced. Lin Moya mastered the method of refining the Battle Realm, but previously lacked the necessary materials. Now that the Great World had recovered, various materials were evolving and being born, solving the material problem. Once he became a Heavenly Sovereign, he could start refining the Battle Realm, further enhancing the combat power of the Dragon Knight Legion. The world of rules continued to grow stronger, and the world tree was also changing. The light of the spell stars grew stronger, and with a series of grand explosions, purple light entered the vision. Noble auras rose from the spell stars, and each spell star transformed into an origin-level spell, becoming more powerful and noble. They now possessed origin power, meaning they could function effectively even outside the Great World, on the Origin continent. Each spell underwent some changes after ascending to origin level. The cooldown time of Undying Undead increased from 60 seconds to 70 seconds, and the number of resurrections also increased to 7. The longer cooldown time and more resurrections made it hard to say whether the change was good or bad. However, with more resurrections, there was more room for maneuver. Damage transfer, damage reduction increased to 7-fold, further enhancing Lin Moya's defense. Lin Moya knew that it was almost impossible for someone of the same level to kill him. Not to mention the same level, even a low-level Heavenly Sovereign would find it difficult to kill him if he stood still. Physical resistance and elemental resistance underwent significant changes, completely immunizing all damage within the Great World and enhancing resistance to external damage. As for how much it was enhanced, Lin Moya did not know, but it should not be too bad. The key was that with these two spells, Lin Moya could declare himself invincible within the Great World. No attack in the Great World could harm him. The number of summoned Dragon Knight Legion greatly increased, doubling from 10 billion to 20 billion, and the number of legions increased from 1,000 to 2,000. The combat power of the members did not change much, remaining the same as before. This change was similar to the changes in the Skeleton Generals. Summon Elemental Lich underwent some changes. After ascending to Origin level, it required higher grade materials for summoning. Ordinary materials could no longer be used, Origin level materials were needed. The previously summoned liches were still usable, and they could also be sublimated using Origin level materials. Lin Moya realized that Summon Elemental Lich had always been limited, previously only using ordinary materials, but now it could use Origin level materials. Origin level materials were not easy to find. It was not just about infusing some Origin power into materials to make them Origin level. They needed to naturally contain Origin power to be considered Origin level materials. The increased material requirements indicated that the spell had become stronger. Moreover, the upper limit of elemental liches increased from 10 to 20. After so many rounds of sublimation, the upper limit of elemental liches was finally increased. Chapter 2482. Chapter 2482, 2482. Chapter 2482, Let's Do It Again. Skeleton Hell had previously fused with 5th level Origin, already adapting to the Origin continent. Now, fusing with 7th level Origin elevated Skeleton Hell to high level Supreme Being status. Every Hell Fiend inside reached the combat power of a high level Supreme Being. Its coverage expanded from a 500 kilometer radius to 1,000 kilometers, and the number of Hell Fiends increased from 5 million to 10 million. This was 1,000 kilometers on the Origin continent. If placed in the Great World, Lin Moya didn't know how large it would be, at least hundreds of light years. This was the difference between the Origin continent and the Great World. Celestial lords who could act recklessly in the Great World would discover that many of their spells couldn't be used on the Origin continent. Compared to native celestial lords of the Origin continent, celestial lords from Sea of Realms worlds were much weaker and needed a long time to adapt. Waterstop Celestial Lord had said before that those celestial lords who left the Great World might not be living well, and might have even perished. Lin Moya carefully examined each spell. Undead Wings had changed the least. Previously, it could invoke the space laws of the Great World to directly open space gates, but after arriving on the Origin continent, this function was lost. Now upgraded to Origin level, Undead Wings could invoke the Great Way of Space, using it for rapid flight. The more soul power consumed, the faster the speed, still without an upper limit. However, it could no longer open space gates instantly spanning thousands of light years like in the Great World. After reviewing Undead Wings, only 2 spells remained. Lin Moya turned his attention to Time Curse. This spell hadn't been used for a long time, mainly because other spells were too strong, greatly reducing its presence. However, during the upgrade, Lin Moya hadn't forgotten about it. After advancing to Origin level, it could invoke the Great Way of Time, using time power as a blade to curse targets. It could not only directly attack the soul but also make targets fall into a state of time confusion. It combined both attack and curse functions, though its effectiveness remained to be seen. Finally, Lin Moya examined Corpse Explosion, this extremely powerful, even outrageous spell. Corpse Explosion, Origin level detonate corpses or remains, dealing damage equal to 100% of the target's life force when alive to locked on targets. Can attack multiple targets simultaneously. The more targets, the weaker the damage becomes as it's divided. The attack ignores all obstacles and time boundaries. Can control the detonation time, with a maximum duration of 1 year. The spell hadn't changed much, only adding the ability to control the detonation time. Lin Moya drew a sharp breath, exclaiming, "Isn't this the law of cause and effect?" Controlling the detonation time was equivalent to planting a result, which would explode at some point within the next year. However, it still hadn't completely broken free from the cause, which was the corpse. But at least it had touched upon the law of cause and effect. Time, space, life and death, cause and effect, chaos. Lin Moya felt that among his spells, there were too many abnormal ones. Corpse Explosion, Resurrect the Dead, Infinite Fusion, and Skeleton Hell. Which of these had ever been normal? Abnormal is fine, I was never normal to begin with. Lin Moya felt somewhat smug as he looked at the spell stars in his rule world. Purple light enveloped them, with Origin power spreading freely through the rule world, giving rise to a sense of achievement. He knew that even on the Origin continent, not many could upgrade all their spells to Origin level. Moreover, he had fused 7th level Origin. Even if it was only ordinary grade, it was still 7th level Origin. Such a grand gesture was something only top geniuses from major forces could achieve. But they relied on their entire force, on the legacy of their elders. In terms of foundation, he couldn't be compared to them at all. But so what? Elders' legacies could provide for a time, but not forever. Lin Moya was confident that even those geniuses of the Origin continent would eventually only see his back. Except for Infinite Fusion, all spells had fused with ordinary 7th level Origin, becoming Origin level spells. Lin Moya knew his foundation was now extremely solid. The next step was to advance to Celestial Lord. He had advanced to Supreme Being through the Great World's origin, with the power of the Great World's origin engraved in the depths of his soul. Unless he wanted to cut ties with the Great World now, this couldn't be changed. So his advancement to Celestial Lord would still require the Great World's origin. Lin Moya knew clearly in his heart that as long as he wanted to advance to Celestial Lord, the Great World's origin would inevitably provide enough origin power for him. However, Lin Moya didn't want to do it this way. He wanted to advance together with the Great World, just like before, with the Great World nourishing him as it improved. This could greatly increase his intimacy with the Great World. He would become a Celestial Lord and the world's master simultaneously, fusing the Great World with himself. This was his plan. Part of it was his own idea, and part was determined after consulting with the King of the Sea of Realms. Lin Moya sensed his rule world, murmuring to himself, with the World Tree, all spells have reached Origin level, and the Origin power is strong enough. My current rule world meets the standards, but some preparations are still needed. Lin Moya's mind stirred, and the layout of his rule world immediately changed. This was his world, whatever he wanted, a single thought was enough. The entire rule world was divided into 3 layers, each evenly distributed. The bottom layer was the area belonging to Skeleton Hell. Although the rule world was now very large, Skeleton Hell only covered less than 1/10,000th of the area. However, Lin Moya still reserved a large space for it. The second layer, also the core area of the rule world, was where Lin Moya was located. With all the spell stars here, The third layer, the top area, originally had many stars. Now Lin Moya moved them all, concentrating them in the middle area, completely emptying the top area. Only the world tree spanned the entire rule world, its presence visible from bottom to top. Lin Moya spent several days completing the rearrangement of his rule world. After the transformation, Lin Moya saw Little Mist playing nearby. Little Ox stood some distance away, its eyes showing a hint of fear, seemingly afraid to come closer. Lin Moya sensed Little Ox's unusual behavior. "Little Ox, what's wrong?" Little Ox mumbled, "Master, your aura just now was a bit scary." Lin Moya smiled, "How was it scary?" Little Ox shook its head, "Master, the origin power on you just now was terrifyingly dense. Little Ox feels that even those celestial lords couldn't match 1/10,000th of it." Lin Moya roughly understood Little Ox's meaning. When his spells were upgrading earlier, 11 7th level origins exerted their power together, naturally emitting incredibly powerful origin power. Little Ox was only a low-level supreme being, so being frightened was normal. Little Mist glanced at Little Ox, "You're so old, yet still such a coward. How pathetic." Little Mist clearly wasn't scared by Lin Moya's origin power, not afraid at all. She was always happy as long as she was by Lin Moya's side. Lin Moya's aura was all beautiful to her. Lin Moya patted Little Mist's head, "How's Little Mist's recovery? We need to do it again." Little Mist nodded vigorously, "I've long since recovered." The rule world rose, and Little Mist's melodious voice rang out, "Master, you're about to have great fortune." Chapter 2483. Chapter 2483, 2483. Chapter 2483, finally reaching the growth period. Brilliant scarlet light illuminated the starry sky, and a vibrant red divine dragon flew out from Lin Moya's body, circling in the air. Lin Moya once again had great fortune, with all the luck of the great world concentrated on him. Carrying this incredible luck, Lin Moya stepped into the world of the great world's origin. He took out a world gem. As soon as the world gem appeared, the previously quiet great world's origin immediately became active. At this moment, the great world's instinctive consciousness was extremely excited, wanting this world gem. The great world's instinctive consciousness had no wisdom, only knowing what was beneficial to it. Like a newborn baby, not knowing good from bad or right from wrong, only knowing that when it smells milk, it's hungry and wants to eat. It had no idea that after absorbing the world gem and advancing to the 7th level, it could possibly be harvested. At that time, the world would be destroyed, and it would also be refined. Lin Moya spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which contained his power, laws, and soul. At this moment, Lin Moya's mark was imprinted on the world gem. Then he tossed the world gem to the great world's origin, which immediately began to absorb it as if it had obtained a great treasure. The world gem was miraculous, possessing a mysterious power that could directly elevate Sea of Realms worlds. It wasn't ordinary origin power. Cultivators couldn't use it for cultivation or to fuse spells. However, for Sea of Realms worlds, this was a supreme treasure. The mysterious power within the world gem caused the great world's origin to continuously improve, becoming stronger and stronger. The rate of improvement was faster and more intense than absorbing 5th level world origin. As the great world's origin improved itself, it also continuously provided large amounts of origin power back to Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't need to cultivate much. His realm rose steadily as if riding a battleship. With his foundation, he could have advanced to Celestial Lord long ago. But for the sake of his plan, to allow himself to go further, Lin Moya had always been holding himself back. Now he could finally stop suppressing himself and fully absorb the origin power. With great fortune, all the origin power provided by the great world was absorbed without any waste. His soul was filled with the great world's origin power, which also spread throughout his entire rule world. Soon, even the rule world was filled with the great world's origin power. Lin Moya placed all the diffused great world origin power at the top layer of his rule world. Quickly, the top area of the rule world was filled with the great world's origin power, making it almost indistinguishable from being in the great world itself. The entire rule world became more clearly divided, hell at the bottom, Lin Moya's spells and soul in the middle, and the great world's origin at the top. The effect of the world gem was truly excellent. As the great world grew stronger, the origin power it provided in return also increased. Lin Moya's soul finally broke through its limits. Within the purple soul, a ball of origin fire was completely ignited, then rapidly spread throughout the entire soul like a wildfire. The soul seemed to undergo a refinement, with the purple light becoming jade-like, more substantial and no longer ethereal. At this time, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal also spewed dragon breath, making the soul even purer. A noble aura emanated from the soul. The purple soul was like jade, outwardly solid but inwardly ethereal, combining both substance and emptiness, achieving the state of a celestial lord soul. The soul advanced to the celestial lord realm one step ahead of the physical body. But the physical body followed closely behind. The undying golden body ignited with flames, integrating countless origin power into the flesh. The physical body grew stronger and stronger, a profound strength coming from the deepest parts of the flesh. Lin Moya felt that his life level was changing, a change in quality. The undying golden body shone brilliantly, with the once golden light points now covering every corner of his body. With a light sound, the shackles of the physical body were shattered, and the flesh also stepped into the celestial lord realm along with the soul. At the celestial lord level, although the undying golden body was not yet able to regenerate from a drop of blood, any damage could be recovered in the blink of an eye. Even severed hands and feet could be regenerated instantly. As long as the body wasn't completely obliterated, it could regenerate in a short time without relying on the new life talent. With both soul and body successfully entering the celestial lord realm, next came the cultivation level. Lin Moya's foundation was too solid. There were no obstacles in his cultivation level advancement. Merely half a minute after his soul and body completed their advancement, his cultivation level also successfully broke through. Lin Moya officially stepped into the Celestial Lord realm, with soul, body, and cultivation all advancing together. The moment he stepped into the Celestial Lord realm, his connection with the Great World's origin became even closer. The Great World's origin spewed out more origin power, further increasing their intimacy. Lin Moya's own rule world expanded by more than tenfold almost instantly. Originally, the rule world was already astonishingly large. The legendary level rule world, even when Lin Moya was still at the Supreme Being realm, had already surpassed that of Celestial Lords. Now the rule world became even larger. Lin Moya felt that his rule world, purely in terms of scale, had already surpassed all Celestial Lords. Even in terms of strength, it wouldn't be weaker than any Celestial Lords. The legendary level rule world truly showed its potential only after he reached the Celestial Lord realm. The level of the rule world is very important for Supreme Beings, but even more crucial for Celestial Lords. Often, the larger the rule world, the stronger the Celestial Lord's power. A large amount of origin power filled the rule world, providing strong support for Lin Moya. The world tree grew rapidly along with the rule world, with a peculiar fragrance spreading throughout the rule world, detectable even in hell. Numerous spirit flowers bloomed, and world fruits ripened on the spot. The leaves were lush and green, becoming even more powerful refining materials. Lin Moya had a feeling that the world tree's leaves had become materials suitable for the Celestial Lord realm. Celestial Lord level refining materials had considerable value even on the origin continent. And here, he had an almost endless supply. Lin Moya felt like he had become nouveau riche, but at the same time, he was also very vigilant. The world tree was so miraculous and powerful, this must not be known by others. If Dao Lords found out about it, they would likely come to seize it directly. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Moya. I wonder how large a Dao Lord's rule world is. From what he knew, Dao Lords also had rule worlds, but they were different from Celestial Lords' rule worlds, seemingly on another level entirely. Perhaps he would know in the future, but for now, he had only heard about it. Advancing to Celestial Lord, several spells were strengthened again, but not many became significantly more powerful. Lin Moya understood that to further enhance his spells, besides his own realm, he would need even more powerful origin. The Skeleton King evolved from low-level Celestial Lord to mid-level Celestial Lord, with their number increasing from 500 to 1,000. The number of Skeleton Divine Generals and Dragon Riders increased from 20 billion to 30 billion. Both Skeleton Divine Generals and Dragon Riders reached the low-level Celestial Lord realm. The captains of the Dragon Rider Legions reached mid-level Celestial Lord, as did the Legion commanders. The number of Dragon Rider Legions also increased to 3,000. It might seem that the enhancement of spells had weakened, but this was not the case. The gap between Celestial Lords is vast. Although they are similarly divided into low, middle, and high levels, the difference between each level is beyond imagination. Lin Moya's ability to still maintain the power to fight above his level at the Celestial Lord stage was already incredibly powerful. If fighting with all his might, Lin Moya was confident that he could directly confront high-level Celestial Lords relying on his spells. Lin Moya turned his attention to the World Tree, his eyes lighting up, finally reaching the growth period. Chapter 2484. Chapter 2484, 2484. Chapter 2484, The True Use of the Realm Sea World. The World Tree also underwent dramatic changes. New branches sprouted, spiritual flowers bloomed, and world fruits matured one after another. The roots grew thicker and stronger, penetrating some unknown void and continuously absorbing immense power. The World Tree supplied this power to itself, while also storing some of it, converting it into soul power to serve as Lin Moya's backup strength. Golden light flowed over the trunk, and the World Tree exuded a peculiar origin power. This origin power came from the World Tree itself and the divine power in the divine cauldron. The divine power acted like fertilizer, providing crucial support for the growth of the World Tree. Lin Moya sensed the joy of the World Tree, and simple streams of consciousness flowed over, calling him father. Startled, he then showed a strange smile. Great, now he had another child. After the soul spirit ancestor beast, another one called him father. He didn't even have his own flesh and blood yet, but now he had 2 children. What was this all about? Lin Moya gently raised his hand and placed it on the World Tree, feeling the closeness it conveyed, while also seeing the information about the World Tree. After entering the growth phase, the World Tree's abilities underwent significant changes. World Tree, Growth Phase. Ability 1, Rebirth. When receiving fatal damage, it will be reborn, instantly returning to peak state, and all spells will reset their cooldowns. This can be triggered 6 times within 20 seconds, and the cooldown for this ability resets after 20 seconds. Ability 2, Fruit. The World Tree will bear world fruits. Consuming a world fruit can give birth to a rule world. Consumption requirement, Other Shore Realm. Ability 3, Spiritual Flower. Mature spiritual flowers can heal any injury. If used by a member of the Undead Legion, it can grant them intelligence. Ability 4, Leaves. The leaves of the World Tree are excellent materials for refining tools and pills. Ability 5, Sap. The sap of the World Tree can enhance the fusion with the Great Dao Laws, accelerating cultivation speed. Long-term consumption can enhance cultivation talent. Daily production, 1,000 drops. The World Tree, upon entering the growth phase, underwent significant changes. Its previous abilities to amplify spells and connect the vitality of all Undead Legion members disappeared. However, Lin Moyo had already found these two abilities somewhat redundant. Especially after entering the Realm Sea, these two abilities were clearly suppressed. The spell amplification became less noticeable, and the connection ability was useless against weak attacks. Against extremely strong attacks, this ability also had no effect, as the Undead Legion members would be instantly killed. Therefore, these two abilities were dispensable. Upon entering the growth phase, the World Tree transformed, discarding these two abilities. The most important rebirth ability was retained and significantly enhanced. The same 20 seconds, but now it had 6 rebirth opportunities instead of 3. Being able to revive 6 times in 20 seconds filled Lin Moyo with a sense of security, making him feel that it would be difficult for anyone to kill him. I can just stand here and let you kill me. You kill me once, I revive once. If you can't kill me 7 times in 20 seconds, we start over. The fruit and spiritual flower abilities were also retained and strengthened. The fruit now had no chance of failure as long as someone in the other shore realm consumed it. They could directly evolve a rule world, skipping even the embryonic stage. Having a rule world in the other shore realm meant a clear path to becoming a saint sovereign. Of course, those with strong talent in the other shore realm might disdain using it. For Lin Moyo, the rule worlds of the Dragon Knight Legion commanders were now secure. The spiritual flowers, besides nurturing intelligence, also gained a new function, healing. They could heal any injury, not just physical but also spiritual. As long as the person was alive, even if their soul was incomplete, it could be healed. This was even more powerful than the Undying Rule. Lin Moyo felt that it must involve some kind of great Tao, though he didn't know which one. The leaf ability remained unchanged, still the same as before. The growth phase of the World Tree added a new ability, Sap. The sap could enhance the fusion with the Great Tao, accelerating cultivation speed. Most importantly, long-term consumption could change cultivation talent, essentially altering one's fate. Enhancing the fusion with the Great Tao referred to the origin continent. Only in the origin continent did one need to enhance the ability to comprehend the Great Tao laws. In the Great World, this was unnecessary. Even if Lin Moyo became the master of the Great World and obtained all its authority, he couldn't change someone's talent on the origin continent. At most, he could make someone a genius in the Great World, but if their aptitude was poor, they would revert to their original state once they left the Great World. This was the case with Yuju and Yukingro. Their cultivation talents were good but not top-notch. Normally, reaching the Heavenly Sovereign Realm on the origin continent would be their limit. Becoming a Tao Sovereign would be impossible. But with the World Tree Sap, things might be different. The same applied to Ning Yi and others who were in deep sleep, whose cultivation talents were even worse, making it difficult to reach the Super God realm. Lin Moyo didn't know if this was a natural ability that appeared during the World Tree's evolution or if it was specifically evolved for him. In any case, it solved all his worries. Lin Moyo conveyed his will to the World Tree. "Thank you." The World Tree gently swayed, its branches lightly caressing Lin Moyo, expressing affection. The current World Tree was unimaginably large, spanning the entire rule world. This was just the beginning of its growth phase. It still had much growing to do. Achieving the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, after observing all the changes in his spells and waiting for the rule world to stabilize completely, Lin Moyo once again focused on the origin of the Great World. The origin of the Great World was stronger than ever, as if the entire Great World was celebrating its strength. The stronger the origin, the more power it could accommodate. The current Great World had reached the mid-level of a 6th-tier world, capable of accommodating up to 100 heavenly sovereigns. Lin Moyo had a feeling that if he obtained another world gem, he might be able to elevate the Great World to the 7th tier. However, now was not the time to elevate to the 7th tier because he had not yet become the master of the world. Lin Moyo felt that his connection with the Great World was already extremely close, and becoming the master of the world was not difficult. After a series of changes, he no longer cared for an ordinary world master. He also didn't want to harvest the world after it reached the 7th tier. From the words of the King of the Realm Sea, he learned that harvesting the world at the 7th tier was the worst approach. What he needed to do now was the best approach, integrating the Realm Sea world into his rule world. This way, he could naturally become the master of the Realm Sea world. At the same time, everything in the Realm Sea world would belong to him. His rule world would also become stronger and more vibrant as a result. He still remembered the original words of the King of the Realm Sea. The king had spoken with a hint of contempt. "Those guys know nothing. Cultivating the world to the 7th tier and then harvesting it is simply wasteful. The origin world is not meant to be used that way. Why is it called the origin world? Those idiots have no brains." Lin Moyo deeply imprinted these words in his mind, repeatedly understanding them, and came to his own conclusion. As the root of the Realm Sea world, the origin world was not that simple. He approached the origin of the Great World, not to communicate or enhance feelings, but to fuse. Lin Moyo's rule world fully unfolded for the first time, enveloping the origin of the Great World with immense power. Fusion. Chapter 2485. Chapter 2485, 2485. Chapter 2485, Fusion of Worlds, a win-win situation. The rule world unfolded, and Lin Moyo prepared a prime location to integrate the Great World's origin within it. Once the Great World's origin entered, the entire Great World would follow. Previously, in the rule world, it was already filled with the Great World's origin, so the Great World's origin entering it would not cause any discomfort. Lin Moyo was well aware that the intimacy between himself and the Great World's origin was already very high, and his actions would not trigger any instinctive rejection from the Great World's origin. Indeed, Lin Moyo slowly guided the Great World's origin into his rule world. The entire process was like coaxing a child. Lin Moyo, like a bad uncle with candy, gently coaxed the Great World's origin bit by bit into his rule world. Lin Moya's actions were very gentle, and with the intimate relationship between himself and the Great World, he smoothly guided the Great World's origin into his rule world. As the Great World's origin entered the rule world, the entire Great World began to resonate intensely. The origin is the core of a world. Where the origin goes, the world follows. The entire world began to follow the origin, entering Lin Moya's rule world. Now is the time. Lin Moya's heart stirred. The moment he would become the world's master was now. At the moment the Great World fully entered his rule world, he began to refine the Great World's origin to become the world's master. Lin Moya knew he had long been qualified to become the world's master. This process would not pose any problems. Previously, he had left his essence blood in the world gem, which contained his soul imprint. When the Great World's origin absorbed the world gem, his soul imprint naturally remained within the origin. In fact, at that time, Lin Moya had already become half the master of the Great World. With internal and external integration, the Great World's origin was refined at an astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, Lin Moya completed a magnificent transformation, becoming the master of the Great World. At this moment, the Great World was rapidly integrating into his rule world. The fusion of the two worlds triggered numerous phenomena. Both worlds resonated and trembled, with space within the entire world undulating like ocean waves. Fortunately, the undulations were very gentle, causing no casualties. On the stars within the Great World, everyone could feel the space twisting and undulating. The higher the cultivation, the clearer the sensation. Countless saint lords came to the starry sky, seeing rivers of laws manifesting before their eyes. Countless rivers of laws materialized, intertwining in the deepest part of the starry sky. They wanted to approach but found the starry sky locked, unable to get close. Supreme beings saw even more. They saw the intersection of reality and illusion, with each river of laws containing both aspects. At this moment, it was like a celestial realm for them, and many supreme beings began to comprehend the power of reality and illusion. The three celestial lords, excluding Little Mist, saw the Great World's origin. They discovered that the Great World's origin had a master. They also saw Lin Moya standing before the Great World's origin, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Though they were all celestial lords, the three felt like ants before Lin Moya. Lin's celestial lord is indeed powerful. Although we are in the same realm, I feel he could kill us with just a glance. Maybe not just a glance, but it wouldn't be difficult. Is this the difference between the Sea of Realms and the Great World? If we went to the Sea of Realms, would we also be weak? Since the incident with Shi Dingtian, Lin Moya had changed the Great World, making it impossible for anyone to leave. Although the three knew of the Sea of Realms, they had never been there. Lin Moya had once spoken to them about the Sea of Realms and the Origin Continent, also mentioning that he would give them a choice. So the three were not in a hurry, but as celestial lords with extraordinary talent, they naturally yearned for a stronger world. Now that Lin Moya had become a celestial lord and the Great World had a master, they knew the time for them to make a choice was near. Lin Moya was extremely focused and busy at this moment. The fusion of two worlds was no small matter, and many structures had to change. The stars within the Great World entered the rule world that Lin Moya had long prepared. Under Lin Moya's precise control, the positions of galaxies and the arrangement of stars remained unchanged. In the rule world, Lin Moya was the absolute god. Any task could be completed with just a thought. The entire fusion process was very smooth, with few knowing about it except for some phenomena. Most people didn't even know that beyond the Great World, there was the Sea of Realms and the Origin Continent. They would never leave this world in their lifetime, perhaps not even their own galaxy. The world tree intertwined, completely enveloping the Great World and forming a boundary. The area covered by the world tree was about 3 million light-years. Though smaller than before, it was sufficient. From now on, without Lin Moya's permission, the Great World's range would remain this size, and no one inside could leave. This way, there would be no more incidents of celestial lords leaving the Great World and taking the origin with them. The current Great World was no longer an independent world. It belonged to Lin Moya and was part of his rule world. The Great World's origin emitted a beautiful, dreamlike light, coming into Lin Moya's hands. Lin Moya did not strip the Great World's origin, nor did he refine or destroy it. On the contrary, Lin Moya would use world gems in the future to elevate the Great World's origin. Other celestial lords harvested Sea of Realms worlds to refine the origin, absorbing and integrating it to achieve Dao Lord status. But Lin Moya's method was more advanced, integrating the Sea of Realms world into his rule world, obtaining the origin while preserving the Sea of Realms world. Most importantly, he could continuously elevate the Sea of Realms world's origin, using its power to become a Dao Lord or even stronger. According to the King of the Sea of Realms, this was the proper way to utilize the origin world, not the barbaric harvesting method. Originally, it could have been a win-win situation, but they chose to monopolize it, resulting in the smallest gains. Lin Moya became the master of the Great World and integrated it into his rule world, becoming its true owner. Finally, it's all done. Lin Moya let out a long sigh of relief. It had been a challenging journey. What a beautiful ball. Little Mist's eyes widened, staring at the Great World's origin in Lin Moya's hand. Lin Moya smiled. Don't you recognize it? Little Mist frowned, trying to recall. It seems familiar. Little Mist had a big heart, even forgetting the Great World's origin. Not far away, Little Ox suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that the Great World's origin? I saw it when I crossed the divine path." Lin Moya smiled. Good memory. Little Mist finally realized, "Master, you became the master of the Great World." Lin Moya nodded slightly. Little Mist exclaimed, "So, does that mean I'm now siblings with the Great World?" To consider herself siblings with the Great World, Lin Moya's mouth twitched at her unique thought process. Not only Lin Moya, but even Little Ox turned its head away, pretending not to know her. Lin Moya said, "I'll go inform the human emperor." "Thank you, Little Mist." Little Mist clung to Lin Moya again. "I'll go with you." Chapter 2486. Chapter 2486, 2486. Chapter 2486. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. In the central divine temple of Divine City, the human emperor, Star Elder, Supreme Lord Hao, and others, along with the three celestial lords, were gathered together. The seat at the head was empty, belonging to Lin Moyo. Below it were the seats of the human emperor, Star Elder, Supreme Lord Hao, and others. The three celestial lords' seats were even further back. Apart from Lin Moya's seat at the head, the other seats were not arranged according to cultivation level. Everyone present was waiting for Lin Moyo, knowing he would come. Sure enough, after the great world had completely calmed down, Lin Moyo arrived with Little Mist. Seeing Lin Moyo, everyone instinctively stood up, their faces showing surprise. The aura emanating from Lin Moyo was not just that of a celestial lord, but also had another peculiar quality. When everyone looked at Lin Moyo, they all had a feeling that they were Lin Moya's subordinates. They knew this was because Lin Moyo had become the world's master, and they were living beings in this world. The surprise lasted only a moment before everyone quickly reacted, bowing to Lin Moyo in unison. "Greetings, World Master." At this moment, they were extremely respectful towards Lin Moyo. Subconsciously, the living beings of the great world naturally felt respect when seeing the world's master. Lin Moya smiled. "There's no need for such formality. I'm still me, please be at ease." Saying this, Lin Moya put down Little Mist who was hanging on him, then walked to his seat and said to everyone, "You should all know by now that I have become the world's master. However, there are some things I need to tell you. My position as world master is somewhat different from other Sea of Realms world masters." The others were slightly surprised. The human emperor said, "Please elaborate, world master." Lin Moyo pointed his finger, and an image appeared in the void, showing a boundless ocean. Dark clouds covered the sky and earth, the sea surface was dim, and huge waves continuously rose and fell with thunderous sounds. Among those present, many had seen the Sea of Realms before and weren't surprised. Under Lin Moya's manipulation, worlds appeared in the projection, approaching each other in the waves, colliding, fighting until one side was destroyed and devoured. The victor became stronger, while the loser lost everything. Lin Moya said, "Our world is called a Sea of Realms world, drifting in the Sea of Realms, engaging in world battles with other Sea of Realms worlds." World battles. They all knew that worlds would collide and fight with each other. But this was the first time they had heard of world battles. Only the human emperor knew a bit more, as Lin Moya would always find him when he returned, revealing some information during their conversations. Lin Moya continued, "The purpose of world battles is for celestial lords of the origin continent to cultivate world-class origin crystals for themselves. When the Sea of Realms worlds grow to a certain extent, they will harvest them." The human emperor asked, "What about the living beings in the Sea of Realms worlds?" Lin Moya replied, "Generally, they either destroy the world or exile them to the Sea of Realms to fend for themselves." Everyone's expressions changed drastically. It was so cruel. Sea of Realms worlds were just stepping stones for celestial lords of the origin continent to advance further. Lin Moya continued amidst their disbelief, "But I didn't choose to do this. I integrated the great world into my rule world." This statement once again shocked everyone. They all had rule worlds and knew what they were about. Sea of Realms worlds could be destroyed, but one's own rule world absolutely could not be destroyed. Whether for saint lords, supreme beings, or celestial lords, the rule world was everything. If the rule world was destroyed, at best one's cultivation would be completely wasted, at worst one would die and their Tao would be extinguished. Lin Moyo integrating the Sea of Realms world into his rule world also meant that Lin Moyo would not destroy the world. However, it also told them that Lin Moya now had absolute control over this world. Whether it was the life and death of the great world or their own lives and deaths, it was all in Lin Moya's hands. As cultivators, especially those at their level, knowing that their lives were controlled by someone else was a very uncomfortable feeling. It could even make their Tao hearts uneasy and greatly reduce their cultivation. Only someone like Little Mist, who was carefree, wouldn't care about these things. The human emperor and supreme lord Hao and others found it easier to accept. The three newly promoted celestial lords had strange expressions on their faces. Lin Moya saw this and smiled. "To be honest, I do need to control this world because I have my own things I want to do. Please understand. Next, I'll talk about my thoughts." Everyone knew that if Lin Moya really wanted to do something, they had no way to resist. Moreover, from what they knew of Lin Moyo, he had deep feelings for the human race and would never do anything excessive. In the past, Lin Moyo had sacrificed a lot to save the human race. Lin Moya continued, "In a while, I will go to the origin continent. At that time, I will give everyone an opportunity. As long as you reach the Supreme Being realm, you can go to the origin continent." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, especially the three celestial lords, who knew about the Sea of Realms and the origin continent. The origin continent was rich in resources and full of powerful beings. It was a place every cultivator dreamed of going. Lin Moyo observed everyone's reactions and then changed his tone. "Of course, once you enter the origin continent, you will also sever your connection with the great world and cannot return." Lin Moyo laid out the harsh truth up front. "You can choose to go to the origin continent, I won't stop you. And you don't need to be a celestial lord, just reaching Supreme Being is enough to go. There are many Supreme Beings on the origin continent, and even countless ordinary people. Supreme Beings can survive there. But once you go to the origin continent, you will have no more connection with the great world. This is a one-way path, it cannot be reversed." Lin Moyo gave them the right to choose their own path, to make a free choice. The origin continent is not safe, the conflicts there far exceed those in the great world. Even celestial lords can perish if they're not careful. I don't fully understand the specific situation, but I will give all the information I know to the human emperor, and you can check it yourselves. For those entering the origin continent from Sea of Realms worlds like ours, there are many inconveniences. First, many spells cannot be used. You need to fuse with the origin of the origin continent to adapt to its great way laws. For this, I will prepare some origin crystals for those going to the origin continent, as a token of my goodwill. Lin Moyo had thought about this early on. He would prepare a batch of ordinary first-level origin crystals. Those who wanted to go to the origin continent could obtain them and fuse them into their spells. Although ordinary first-level origin wasn't very good, it would at least allow their spells to function. Otherwise, a celestial lord who couldn't use spells probably couldn't even defeat a supreme being on the origin continent. As for the origin these celestial lords would take away, Lin Moyo was generous and wouldn't take it back. Now the great world's origin was very strong, and a small loss like this was nothing. Lin Moyo had ways to make it up. After this conversation, everyone was convinced by Lin Moyo. In their view, Lin Moyo had done the best he could as the world's master. Even if they were in his position, they couldn't have done better. Afterwards, Lin Moyo gave all the information he knew about the Sea of Realms and the origin continent to the human emperor. The human emperor said in a low voice, "World Master, aren't you being too kind in doing this?" After fusing with the technological artifact, the human emperor's rationality far exceeded his emotions. Analyzing from a data perspective, he felt that Lin Moyo's actions were too kind and didn't meet the standard of maximizing benefits. Lin Moyo was unconcerned. No matter where you are, as long as your fist is big and hard enough, everything else is trivial. Chapter 2487. Chapter 2487, 2487. Chapter 2487, Meeting the Elder in the Green Robe Again. Beside the World Tree, the coffin of slumber had been quietly resting here for many years. The soul and the World Tree together firmly guarded it. No matter the storms outside, it remained unmoved. As long as Lin Moyo did not die, the coffin of slumber would not be harmed. Lin Moyo's gaze was lowered, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement, and even his body trembled slightly. At this moment, Lin Moyo's emotions were not calm. Today, he was going to open the coffin. After many years, he was going to reunite with his wives. But for some reason, he felt a bit worried. So many years had passed, and he did not know what the situation inside the coffin of slumber was. He did not doubt Aunt Terry's words, but for some reason, he felt a vague unease in his heart. Yukingro and Yuja stood beside Lin Moyo, sharing his emotions at this moment. Yukingro comforted him, "Don't worry, the sisters will be fine." Yuja also softly said, "Actually, we should be the ones worried, not knowing if the sisters can accept us." Yukingro chuckled, "Don't worry, husband said the sisters are all understanding and broad-minded." Yuja nodded, yes, there will be no problem." Their words managed to ease Lin Moyo's unease. Gently stroking the coffin of slumber, although he could not see inside, he could feel the presence of his four wives. Qian, Yuner, Honor, we are about to meet. A wisp of soul power flowed out, merging into the coffin of slumber. Immediately, lines of patterns lit up on the coffin of slumber, and with a soft sound, the coffin that had been sealed for many years finally opened. Yukingro and Yuja were also a bit nervous, looking intently at the coffin. Four auras rushed out from the coffin, and Lin Moyo's expression suddenly changed. With a wave of his hand, he directly lifted the coffin lid. Yuja covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Yukingro was equally shocked. How could this be? The coffin was empty, with no sign of Ningyi and the others. It wasn't completely empty, there was a square stone inside. On the four sides of the stone, four patterns were carved, which Lin Moyo immediately recognized as representing Ningyi and the others. Lin Moyo's expression became extremely solemn, and he remained silent. At this moment, his mind was racing, countless memories and thoughts flooding from the depths of his soul, considering all possibilities, yet finding no clues. Ningyi and the others were placed into the coffin of slumber by his own hands. The coffin of slumber had always been in his soul world, never leaving. His soul had always watched over the coffin of slumber, along with the world tree and the dragon soul crystal. No one could have tampered with the coffin of slumber. If someone had, that person would be unimaginably powerful. Lin Moyo immediately thought of the elder in the green robe from the origin secret realm. In his memory, if anyone had the ability to take Ningyi and the others without his noticing, there were only two people. One was the elder in the green robe from the origin secret realm. The other was the mysterious figure who had said to him, "Meeting 3 times means we are fated." Apart from these two, there was no one else. Lin Moyo immediately ruled out the mysterious figure from the land of the ancestral water. They had never met, only having a fated encounter. It made no sense for that person to secretly open the coffin of slumber, it would be meaningless. So the only one capable and likely to do this was the elder in the green robe from the origin secret realm. This existence, whose name could not even be mentioned, why did he do this? Lin Moyo's mind was in turmoil, unable to figure it out. Why? If it was really him, why did he do this? Unable to find any reason, Lin Moyo could only look at the only item in the coffin, a stone slightly larger than a fist. The stone was square, with the images of Ningyi and the others carved on its 4 sides. With just a few strokes, the carvings were lifelike and vivid. This was not just a matter of carving skill, it involved the soul. Indeed, each side contained a wisp of their souls, which was why the coffin of slumber always had their presence. If not for this, Lin Moyo might have discovered it earlier. The top and bottom of the stone were also engraved with two patterns. Dao patterns. Lin Moyo immediately recognized them as Dao patterns. The Dao patterns looked simple but contained profound Dao rhythms, exuding nobility. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and a wisp of soul power entered the stone. The Dao patterns were activated, and in the next second, an indescribable aura burst from the stone. This aura carried a supreme will, instantly sweeping through the entire rule world. Everything in the rule world stopped functioning. Time in the rule world came to a halt. The entire rule world fell silent. In the bone hell at the bottom, everything stopped moving, the flames ceased to erupt, and the rivers of hellfire stopped flowing. The stars in the great world at the top also froze, their light no longer shining. Countless living beings lost all movement. Yukingro and Yuja beside Lin Moyo were frozen in place, unable to move. The other spell stars were the same, no longer rotating. Infinite Fusion seemed to have some movement but became incredibly slow, countless times slower than usual. The world tree stopped swaying, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal froze in place. Only Lin Moyo remained unaffected, allowing him to sense everything happening in his rule world. Just the remaining two Dao patterns and a will could bring his rule world to a complete halt. This power was beyond his imagination. A small shadow projected from the Dao patterns, quickly solidifying into the figure of the elder in the green robe. It really is him. As Lin Moyo had guessed, it was indeed the elder from the Origin secret realm. The one who gave him the Origin spell, the one whom Antares dared not mention by name, the one who took the small world from the great world. The one who took Ningyi and the others from the coffin of slumber without his noticing and left this stone. This was a true powerhouse, far stronger than the mysterious master. The elder in the green robe spoke kindly, "You have finally reached the celestial lord realm." Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. This meant the elder knew he would defy fate for Ningyi and the others once he reached the celestial lord realm. Lin Moya tried to remain calm. "You knew." The elder in the green robe looked at Lin Moyo. "There are few things in this world that can be hidden from me." Lin Moya took a deep breath and asked softly, "Why did you do this?" The elder in the green robe replied frankly, "To give you some motivation. If you want to see them, then work hard to improve yourself." Lin Moyo frowned. The elder's words implied that Ningyi and the others were still alive and safe. Considering the elder's abilities, if he could defy fate for the four of them, then the elder could do even more. With just a flick of his finger, the elder could change the fate of Ningyi and the others. At this moment, the elder's figure blurred, and another figure appeared beside him, an old lady. The old lady looked as kind as the elder, with a noble presence. The old lady scrutinized Lin Moyo, making him feel a bit uneasy, like a son-in-law being evaluated by his mother-in-law. Lin Moyo quickly bowed. "Greetings, senior." The old lady nodded. "You are the husband of those four girls?" Lin Moyo nodded. "Yes, I am." The old lady frowned. "I have a message for you. If you don't meet my requirements, don't even think about seeing those four girls." After saying this, the old lady disappeared, leaving naturally. Lin Moyo was left bewildered. The old lady's tone didn't match her kind expression. She looked kind but spoke so directly. The elder in the green robe chuckled. "Don't mind her. She is my Dao companion and has a bit of a temper. The four girls have been taken as her disciples. Whether you can see them again depends on you." Lin Moyo felt 1,000 complaints in his heart. If you wanted to take disciples, just do it. Why take them from my coffin of slumber? But there was nothing he could do now. Knowing that Ningyi and the others were safe, he no longer had to worry. Changing the topic, he asked, "May I ask, senior, how are my teachers? When will Antares be able to come out?" Chapter 2488. Chapter 2488, 2488. Chapter 2488. If you want to see them, hurry up and cultivate. Lin Moya suddenly stopped asking about Ningyi and the others and began to inquire about Bai Yaiwan and Antares. Since the other party said that there were few things in the world that could be hidden from him, then he must know what Lin Moya was asking about. The smile of the old man in the green robe seemed even more pronounced than before, and his gaze carried a kind of elder's appreciation for a junior. His calm voice slowly sounded, "The great Tao is impartial. The more you want, the more you have to give. Many answers need to be found by oneself. Even if I tell you, will it necessarily be true?" Lin Moya said, "I will look for them, but I still want to ask. As long as you say it, I will believe it." The old man in the green robe asked, "Are they that important to you?" Lin Moya nodded slightly. "You should know." "Ha ha." The old man in the green robe laughed out loud. "You are just a heavenly sovereign. Being so persistent is of no use." Lin Moya's spirit was shaken. "I understand." The old man seemed very satisfied with Lin Moya's answer. "It's good that you understand. If you don't want to be a pawn, you must find a way to become the one who plays the game." As soon as he finished speaking, the old lady who had just left reappeared, this time with a bit of impatience. "What pawn and game player? Why waste so many words? My 6-phase array is still missing 2 disciples. I'll take these 2 girls too." Lin Moya's face changed drastically. "You wouldn't." But he was still a step too late. The old lady's projection disappeared, and the old man in the green robe also vanished. The Dao patterns on the stone simultaneously changed, and the patterns at the top and bottom turned into the images of Yukingro and Yuju. Lin Moya turned his head and saw that Yukingro and Yuju were already gone. 6-phase array. 2 disciples. This was not taking disciples, it was clearly a forceful abduction. The old lady's strength was too terrifying. She took people away in Lin Moya's soul world, and he had no way to stop her. This unimaginable ability made Lin Moya feel powerless. Even when facing the king of the realm sea, he had never felt this way. Lin Moya believed in his intuition. The old man in the green robe was even more terrifying than the king of the realm sea. Who exactly are you, and why did you take them away? Is it really as you said, to give me some motivation to cultivate faster? What use is it to you if I cultivate faster? Their realms were immeasurable. It was impossible for Lin Moya to reach their level in a short time. One could even say that they could crush him to death with just a wisp of soul power. Vaguely, Lin Moya felt that there was a grand scheme behind the old man in the green robe, a scheme so large it was beyond imagination, and he might be a rather important pawn in this scheme. The old man's words implied that he hoped Lin Moya could leap out of the chessboard and become the one who plays the game, rather than being an important pawn. After all, as the game changes, no matter how important a pawn is, it can still be discarded. Apart from this, Lin Moya couldn't think of any other reason. Otherwise, why would such a high and mighty figure pay attention to someone as insignificant as him? Lin Moya used all his soul power to analyze and confirmed that his wives must be safe. Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen should also be fine, and Antares was probably about to come out. Thinking back now, the few hundred years Antares mentioned might not refer to a few hundred years in the Great World, but a few hundred years in the Realm Sea. This guy must know about the existence of the old man in the green robe. Perhaps being trapped in the small world was the old man's doing. Such a good actor. I'll skin you and roast dragon meat in the future. Lin Moya said viciously. Antares must know a lot but didn't tell him. Lin Moya reached out and took the stone. As soon as he touched it, time in the rule world suddenly resumed its flow, and everything returned to normal in an instant. Everyone had no sense of the previous time stop, as if nothing had happened. The old man in the green robe had manipulated his rule world silently with just a will. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. This is the gap in strength. No means or schemes can make up for it. Teacher Bai's words are indeed true. A bigger fist is the hard truth. In the face of superior strength, Lin Moya's only option now was to cultivate diligently. Holding the stone in his hand, he could feel a trace of the souls left behind by the 6 people. Although he couldn't communicate with them through this soul trace, he could feel that all 6 were very safe. Lin Moya suddenly felt that the souls of Ning Yi, Mu Qianqian, Mo Yun, and Shu Han were stronger than those of Yu Qingguo and Yu Zhu. The stronger the soul, the higher the realm. Ning Yi and the others' cultivation realms have already surpassed Qingguo and Yu Zhu. Lin Moya carefully sensed and was sure that the realms of Ning Yi and the others were not much different from his own. The old man in the green robe and his wife took them away and changed their fate against the heavens, removing the shackles of their cultivation talents. Lin Moya was completely relieved. The old man in the green robe indeed had no malice towards him and genuinely wanted him to cultivate faster. As for the ultimate purpose, perhaps it would be revealed in time. In the Realm Sea, Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign looked at the sea area where the Great World used to be. He witnessed the entire process of the Great World's disappearance, his expression as if he had seen a ghost, until Lin Moya finished everything and reappeared in the Realm Sea. Seeing that Lin Moya had become a Heavenly Sovereign, Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign immediately asked, "Why did you harvest the world so soon? You were too impatient. Your Realm Sea world had the chance to become a 7th-tier world. It wouldn't have been too late to harvest it then." Lin Moya smiled slightly. "I didn't harvest it. I just integrated the Realm Sea world into my rule world." Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign was stunned for a moment and instinctively asked, "Integrated into your rule world?" He didn't understand why Lin Moya did this. Lin Moya said, "The king of the Realm Sea taught me. He said this is the correct way to use the Realm Sea world. Harvesting the world is the wrong approach. If the king said it, then it must be right. Just follow his instructions." Although Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign didn't understand, since it was taught by the king of the Realm Sea, it couldn't be wrong. This old turtle, who had lived for countless years, knew what to ask and what not to ask. He looked at Lin Moya. "Next, you are going to the Origin Continent, right?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, I must go." Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign said, "The old turtle will send you there. Come to my shell." Lin Moya said, "No rush. Have some wine first, and I'll take care of something." Saying this, he threw some fine wine to Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign and then dived into the Realm Sea to start fishing. He needed to prepare some first-tier origins. He had promised the Heavenly Sovereigns in the rule world that if they wanted to leave, he would prepare first-tier origin crystals for them. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign drank the wine and was not in a hurry. 100 days later, Lin Moya flew out of the Realm Sea, having prepared enough first-tier origins. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign was drunk. "Come on up." "Thank you." Lin Moya didn't hesitate and went straight to Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign's shell. Originally, he wanted to ask Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign for the direction to the Origin Continent, but now that Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign offered to take him there, it was naturally the best. The Realm Sea was vast and not safe. Anything could happen along the way. With Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign leading the way, it was naturally the best. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign swam towards the Origin Continent at a fast speed, not much slower than Lin Moya's own flight. Chapter 2489. Chapter 2489, 2489. Chapter 2489, Take care of yourself. Waterstop Celestial Lord said, "This place is quite far from the Origin Continent. It might take a few days to get there." Lin Moya asked, "Is it okay for you to leave your own territory?" Waterstop Celestial Lord replied, "It wasn't okay before, but now it doesn't matter." Lin Moya seemed to understand the reason. "Is it because of me?" Waterstop Celestial Lord said, "Exactly. You've scared away all the other Sea of Realms worlds, so this area is very peaceful now." Lin Moya laughed heartily. "Isn't that great? You can enjoy some leisure time." Waterstop Celestial Lord said, "Leisure time is nice, but there's no drama to watch. Where are your wives? Why don't you let them out?" Lin Moya sighed, "They've left." "What? Water-stop Celestial Lord suddenly came to a screeching halt. He turned his long neck 180 degrees, staring at Lin Moyo. What happened? Lin Moyo sighed. They were taken away by a senior. Water-stop Celestial Lord stared at Lin Moyo, who also looked helpless. After a long while, Water-stop Celestial Lord finally asked, "You can't talk about it?" Lin Moyo nodded. "Yes, I can't." Water-stop Celestial Lord pondered for a long time before saying in a deep voice, "What is your true identity? Why would you encounter such an existence?" This time, it was Lin Moyo's turn to be surprised. "You know." Water-stop Celestial Lord nodded. "Old Turtle may not have a high realm, but I have a talent for longevity. I've lived longer than many Dao Lords, and I've seen many things and people. Once, when I was on duty in the palace of the king, I encountered such an existence. Taking people away from your rule world without a sound, without anyone knowing, only such an existence could do it." At this point, Water-stop Celestial Lord's tone changed. "You don't need to answer. Old Turtle doesn't want to know either. Encountering such an existence, whether it's a blessing or a curse, no one knows. Take care of yourself." Lin Moyo nodded. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Water-stop Celestial Lord had lived for a very long time, longer than some Dao Lords. In such a long life, he had encountered many things and knew many secrets. Both of them understood that some things couldn't be said and had to be kept to themselves. Water-stop Celestial Lord no longer spoke about this matter and continued to lead Lin Moyo forward. Deep in the Sea of Realms, a palace floated in the ocean. Most of the palace was submerged underwater, with only the part above the surface towering 100,000 meters high. The palace was incredibly grand, seemingly the center of the entire Sea of Realms. Centered around it, the sky was filled with dark clouds, endless thunder forming a sea of lightning, and the ocean waves surged violently. At this moment, a voice sounded, "General Whale, please make another trip and deliver this to Lin Moyo." Then an object flew out from the palace, caught by General Whale, who emerged from the dark clouds. "Understood." General Whale turned and flew through the thick clouds towards the distance. In the palace, the king of the Sea of Realms murmured, "He actually knows that person. It seems the previous gift was too light. What is his true identity? That person hasn't appeared for many years. With that person's emergence, is this world about to undergo a great upheaval again?" The king's voice trembled slightly, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Lin Moyo stood on Water-stop Celestial Lord's turtle shell, riding the waves without any obstacles. Half a day later, Water-stop Celestial Lord left his own territory and entered another Celestial Lord's domain. Lin Moyo felt the difference. Each sea area was governed by different Sea Clan Celestial Lords, each with a distinct aura. These auras were clearly distinguishable. Water-stop Celestial Lord's domain had a relatively peaceful aura. Although there were world battles, they didn't seem intense. But in the sea area they had now entered, the atmosphere was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Water-stop Celestial Lord smiled faintly. "The guy here is called Eight-Legged Celestial Lord, very belligerent. So he actively promotes battles between Sea of Realms worlds. Any world entering this sea area can only fight its way out, there's no other way." Lin Moyo asked curiously, "Doesn't this violate the rules?" Water-stop Celestial Lord laughed heartily. "Except for a few major rules set by the king, we decide the rest ourselves. We are the overseers, not just spectators. Old Turtle is just too lazy to manage. Look, those two worlds are about to collide and fight soon." Lin Moyo looked over and indeed saw two Sea of Realms worlds about to collide, likely to start fighting in 2 or 3 days. Above the Sea of Realms worlds, two Celestial Lords seemed ready to fight at any moment. Both Sea of Realms worlds were only 4th level, without even a single Celestial Lord. In Lin Moyo's eyes, such worlds were pitifully weak, and their battles were not worth watching. Water-stop Celestial Lord said, "Child's play, not interesting. But that guy Eight-Legged Celestial Lord enjoys watching, probably already prepared snacks to watch the show." Lin Moyo glanced over and indeed saw a huge figure looming outside the two worlds. As a huge wave rose, Lin Moyo saw Eight-Legged Celestial Lord's appearance. He looked like a giant octopus with 8 legs, each covered with countless suckers. Interestingly, each sucker had many small fish attached to it. These small fish were Eight-Legged Celestial Lord's snacks, and he seemed to be living a leisurely life, eating snacks while watching the show. Water-stop Celestial Lord laughed. "See, that guy just has this hobby, eating snacks while watching others fight." He even greeted Eight-Legged Celestial Lord, who extended a leg in response. He didn't come over, as watching the show was more important. Water-stop Celestial Lord continued forward, gradually leaving the two soon-to-be fighting worlds behind. In Eight-Legged Celestial Lord's domain, Lin Moyo saw some other Sea of Realms worlds. These worlds were also converging and would soon engage in battles. Compared to the previous sea area, the battles here were indeed more frequent. Soon, they entered another overseer's domain. The sky seemed even gloomier, with fierce winds howling and huge waves rising. Water-stop Celestial Lord rode the waves, and all the giant waves parted before him, leaving calm waters in his wake. In this sea area, there were also some Sea of Realms worlds, but they couldn't control their direction in the waves and could only drift with the current. Water-stop Celestial Lord explained, "The sea area is governed by a lazy guy. Unlike Eight-Legged Celestial Lord, he dislikes seeing world battles and doesn't like anyone coming out of the Sea of Realms worlds. So he constantly stirs up huge waves, making it impossible for any Sea of Realms world to control its direction, forcing them to leave. This guy is so lazy that he doesn't even want to recommend people for the Sea of Realms decree. He often just randomly recommends someone, regardless of life or death." Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh. Each overseer seemed to have their own temperament. Using his undead eyes to search, he couldn't find the overseer's presence. Waterstop Celestial Lord said, "No need to look, that guy is probably hiding somewhere sleeping." Lin Moya nodded, knowing it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Waterstop Celestial Lord exclaimed, "There's something good." He suddenly dove into the sea, taking Lin Moya with him. Chapter 2490. Chapter 2490, 2490. Chapter 2490, The Beginning and End of the Technological Cultivation Path. In different sea regions, even the waters of the Sea of Realms differ. The waters of this sea region emitted a faint blue glow. According to Waterstop Celestial Lord, the closer one gets to the origin continent, the bluer the waters of the Sea of Realms become. Soon, a cluster of fluorescent light appeared in Lin Moya's sight. This was the good thing Waterstop Celestial Lord had mentioned. The source of the fluorescent light was a metallic sphere, emitting a faint glow and a special aura, different from the treasures Lin Moya had encountered before. Waterstop Celestial Lord quickly swam over, a suction force emerged, directly pulling the metallic sphere into Lin Moya's hand. The metallic sphere felt cool to the touch. Lin Moya asked, "A technological treasure?" Waterstop Celestial Lord nodded, "Yes, it's a technological treasure, and it's a Celestial Lord level technological treasure that hasn't been damaged much." Lin Moya asked, "What is its use?" Waterstop Celestial Lord rolled his eyes, "How would I know? You're the one holding the treasure, not me." Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh, "I thought you knew everything." "Cut the flattery. If you want to know, figure it out yourself." Waterstop Celestial Lord's tone carried a hint of disdain, as if saying, "With your level of cultivation, you're far from flattering me." In the past 10+ years of fishing in the Sea of Realms, Lin Moya hadn't encountered a single treasure. He had thought that despite the many opportunities in the Sea of Realms, he hadn't encountered any. Unexpectedly, he encountered one now. Using his soul to communicate with the treasure, Lin Moya immediately understood its purpose. This technological treasure was called a B-Core, one of the core components of a Dao Lord level battleship. The Dao Lord level battleship had a total of 100 identical B-Cores, forming the control center of the battleship. The battleship's appearance resembled a giant bee, hence its name. Lin Moya suddenly thought of the battleships in the Great World, which also seemed to have some technological influences, likely influenced by similar sources. The human emperor has integrated a technological treasure. I wonder if this B-Core can be of use to him. When I reach the origin continent, I'll give the B-Core to the human emperor to try. It might be useful. As the Great World's origin continued to strengthen, even after integrating into the rule world, its evolution continued. The Great World was expanding, but the human emperor's control area hadn't grown much due to limited power. Gradually, the human star regions were surpassing the human emperor's control area. Lin Moya had thought about helping the human emperor increase his power, but it wasn't easy. He didn't understand the cultivation methods of technological treasures. Waterstop Celestial Lord asked, "So, have you figured it out?" Lin Moya nodded, "More or less. This B-Core is part of a Dao Lord level battleship." Waterstop Celestial Lord chuckled, "Part of a Dao Lord level battleship? You're quite lucky. If you take it to the Lufeng Merchant Association, you could sell it for a good price. Technological treasures aren't cheap." Lin Moya asked, "Are technological treasures rare?" Waterstop Celestial Lord replied, "They used to be common, but now they're rare." The cultivation methods of technological treasures were once very popular, causing quite a stir, but later they declined. Lin Moya thought about Waterstop Celestial Lord's age and figured he must know something, so he asked, "Can you tell me about it?" Waterstop Celestial Lord said, "I don't know much, but since we're idle, I'll tell you what I know." The cultivation methods of technological treasures first appeared in a Sea of Realms world. There was a Sea of Realms world different from others. During its evolution, a unique cultivation method emerged. The Celestial Lord of that world applied this cultivation method to himself and won many world battles. Eventually, he successfully elevated his world to the 7th level and became a Dao Lord. After that, he returned to the origin continent and founded a sect, spreading the cultivation methods of technological treasures. Later, the sect expanded continuously, and the Dao Lord's realm kept increasing, becoming more and more arrogant. One day, he offended someone he shouldn't have, and the sect was destroyed. The ancestor escaped with his fleet to the Sea of Realms. But the pursuit didn't stop. They fled and eventually disappeared in the Sea of Realms. Maybe they found a new place to settle, or maybe they were destroyed. The cultivation methods of technological treasures still exist on the origin continent, but they are not mainstream, only side branches. Waterstop Celestial Lord finished recounting what he knew about the rise and fall of the technological cultivation path, and Lin Moya listened attentively. Lin Moya thought of the origin realm and felt that the root of everything should be there. Lin Moya asked, "Do you know where the origin realm came from?" Waterstop Celestial Lord shook his head, "I don't know. I only know that the origin realm comes from a very mysterious place, accessible only to Dao Lords. Even among Dao Lords, not everyone is qualified to enter. There are only 2 ways to obtain an origin realm, either have a powerful Dao Lord in your family or buy it from someone else. No wonder everyone who comes to the Sea of Realms for world battles has a background, either backed by a powerful Dao Lord or with substantial financial resources. Ordinary cultivators have almost no chance of participating in world battles." The two continued chatting as they crossed one sea region after another. The waters of the Sea of Realms gradually turned bluer, and the dark clouds in the sky became sparser. 3 days later, they occasionally saw bright light piercing through the thin clouds, shining on the blue sea. The waves were much calmer here. The closer they got to the origin continent, the calmer the sea became. They were approaching the southern continent of the origin continent, where the human population was the largest. The origin continent was vast, and just the southern continent alone was so large that most cultivators couldn't traverse it in their lifetime. Along the way, Waterstop Celestial Lord and Lin Moya discussed some matters to be aware of on the origin continent. Lin Moya estimated that the southern continent alone was equivalent to an area of 100,000 light-years in the Great World. Moreover, space gates couldn't be used here, and speed was restricted by the Great Way's rules. Even at full speed, it would take a Celestial Lord at least 100 years to fly from one end of the southern continent to the other. And they couldn't encounter any incidents along the way. The southern continent wasn't safe and had many dangers. Some places that were safe today might not be safe tomorrow. The dark clouds were almost gone, and the sky was bright. Waterstop Celestial Lord looked ahead and said, "We're almost at the origin continent. You should soon see the fish people." Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. Fish people? There are fish people on the origin continent. Waterstop Celestial Lord chuckled. What's so strange about that? You know the uses of the fish in the Sea of Realms. Those fish people catch fish, some for themselves and some to sell. Lin Moya asked curiously, if they want fish, can't the Celestial Lords catch some themselves? Waterstop Celestial Lord replied, there are rules. Celestial Lords who don't participate in world battles aren't allowed to fish in the Sea of Realms. Even those who do participate can't fish indiscriminately. He rolled his eyes at Lin Moya. You weren't a Celestial Lord back then, so you weren't restricted by the rules. Lin Moya finally understood. After he became a Celestial Lord, Waterstop Celestial Lord turned a blind eye, as rules were flexible. Lin Moya finally saw the so-called fish people, several human cultivators at the Transcendent Realm, each holding a fish spear, fishing in the Sea of Realms from a special small boat. Above them, a supreme being followed, ready to rescue them at any moment. After all, if a Transcendent Realm cultivator fell into the Sea of Realms, they could easily die if they were unlucky. Lin Moya was amazed by their fish spears. He had seen such spears before the Ghost Clan and Luoshen's parents had used them, identical to these. Chapter 2491. Chapter 2491, 2491. Chapter 2491, Giving Face to the Elder in the Green Robe. This sea region is not far from the origin continent and has already left the area of world battles. Here, there is a small sect called the Sea Patrol Sect. The sect is not large, and there are not many strong individuals. Fishing is their main occupation. The disciples of the sect fish while cultivating, selling the caught fish to cultivators on the origin continent in exchange for various resources. In addition, the Sea Patrol sect also sells a type of fish spear. This fish spear is very peculiar. It can automatically seek out fish schools in the Sea of Realms, pierce through the barriers of Sea of Realms worlds, and even repair those barriers. Sometimes, world masters come to buy these fish spears so that the cultivators in their worlds can fish within their own worlds. It is well known that the fish in the Sea of Realms can accelerate cultivation speed. In the ups and downs of world battles, many fish spears have fallen into the Sea of Realms, becoming ownerless items. Lin Moya finally understood where the fish spears of the Ghost Clan and Luo Shintian came from. Waterstop Celestial Lord said, actually, there are quite a few such fish spears in the Sea of Realms, and many have fallen into various Sea of Realms worlds. The Sea Patrol sect is not the only one selling fish spears. Many other sects and forces are also selling them. The southern continent is vast, with countless islands along the coastline and numerous forces, making it impossible to count. These sects all engage in similar businesses, fishing and selling fish. For the arrival of Waterstop Celestial Lord, the fishers turned a blind eye, even avoiding him from afar. A supreme being floating in the air commanded the Transcendent Realm disciples not to approach. He knew very well the identity of Waterstop Celestial Lord, a Celestial Lord from the Sea Clan, someone they could not afford to provoke. However, when he saw Lin Moya standing on Waterstop Celestial Lord's back, the supreme being was visibly shocked. But they did not dare to look too long. It was very impolite for a supreme being to stare at a Celestial Lord for a long time and might even incur the Celestial Lord's wrath. Waterstop Celestial Lord took Lin Moya past one island after another. There were many houses on the islands, as well as imposing palaces. Lin Moya felt a different aura, one belonging to the origin continent. Finally, Lin Moya saw the coastline in the distance. They were almost there. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed. Why is General Whale there? Waterstop Celestial Lord also saw it and exclaimed, yes, why is General Whale here? In the sky above the coastline, General Whale floated there. In the distance, some people were watching from afar but did not dare to approach. General Whale had already restrained his aura, but the power of a Tao Lord was still not something supreme beings could approach. The mere pressure from a Tao Lord was enough to crush the souls of supreme beings. Waterstop Celestial Lord accelerated and greeted, General Whale, why have you come? The king sent me to deliver something. General Whale was quite polite to Waterstop Celestial Lord. In terms of age, Waterstop Celestial Lord was still his senior. Waterstop Celestial Lord glanced at Lin Moya. It's for this kid, right? That's right. General Whale opened his mouth and spat out an item, a box, which fell directly into Lin Moya's hands. Lin Moya received the box and bowed to General Whale. Thank you, General Whale. Please convey my message to the king that Lin Moya will keep his promise. General Whale nodded. The item has been delivered. I will take my leave. After speaking, he flew towards the Sea of Realms, his speed seemingly slow but actually fast, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Lin Moya found it a bit strange. Why send me something again? Waterstop Celestial Lord squinted his eyes. It seems the king sensed that person had been here. An existence like the King of the Sea of Realms would not do anything meaningless. Everything has a cause, and Waterstop Celestial Lord's words made Lin Moyo understand the reason. It was precisely because of the arrival of the Elder in the green robe that the King of the Sea of Realms sent another gift. This gift was not actually for himself but for the Elder in the green robe. It must be quite significant. Lin Moyo did not immediately check the contents. This was no longer the Sea of Realms, and there were many eyes around. Lin Moyo naturally knew the principle of not revealing one's wealth. Waterstop Celestial Lord brought Lin Moyo to the shore. From here on, you must walk your own path. Lin Moyo said, "Thank you. I will visit you if I have the chance." Waterstop Celestial Lord snorted, "When you come, remember to bring good wine." Lin Moyo laughed heartily and took out a storage jade stone. "Here is enough wine to last you a while." Waterstop Celestial Lord took the jade stone and scanned it, his eyes immediately lighting up. The jade stone was filled with fine wine, 1,000,000 jars in total, each jar weighing 10,000 catties. Seeing so much fine wine right in front of him, he was naturally excited, but he maintained a calm exterior. "Not bad, not bad. You are quite considerate. It was worth escorting you all the way." "Alright, I'll drink this wine first. Remember to bring more next time." Lin Moyo laughed, "Alright, I'll bring more next time." Waterstop Celestial Lord left, diving into the water and leaving from the seabed. Lin Moyo officially set foot on the land of the Origin continent. The moment he stepped on the land, a peculiar aura rose from his feet, entering his body and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. At the same time, an invisible force surged from all directions, making his connection with the Origin continent seem more intimate and harmonious. Strictly speaking, he was not a native of the Origin continent. He was born and raised in the Sea of Realms world. Setting foot on the Origin continent for the first time, the continent naturally imprinted a new mark on him. Every world has its own instinctive consciousness, whether it's a small world, a large world, or the Origin continent. During this process, Lin Moyo felt the grandeur of the Origin continent, a powerful world with countless strong beings on its vast land. Moments later, Lin Moyo had fully adapted to the aura of the Origin continent and looked into the distance. Activating his undead eyes, the soul flames of all living beings clearly appeared before him. Some supreme beings were still in the distance, not approaching. When Lin Moyo's gaze swept over them, they all felt as if they had been completely seen through by him. Someone made eye contact with Lin Moyo, and blood immediately flowed from their eyes as they hurriedly retreated. Lin Moyo did not pay attention to them. The people here were either scattered cultivators or supreme beings of the Sea Patrol sect. He had no intention of getting involved with the Sea Patrol sect. He had already learned some information about the Origin continent from Waterstop Celestial Lord and knew what he needed to do. Lin Moyo slowly ascended into the sky, his undead eyes looking further into the distance. Finally, he saw a place where countless soul flames gathered. That should be it. Lin Moyo found his direction, spread his undead wings, and surged his soul power into them. In an instant, Lin Moyo turned into a flash of lightning, flying towards the distance. The surrounding supreme beings were startled by Lin Moyo's speed. What incredible speed! His speed is faster than that of an average celestial lord. First, a Dao Lord from the Sea clan awaited him, then a celestial lord personally escorted him. Who exactly is this person? From his appearance, he seems to be from a major family or sect. He looks very young, yet he has already reached the celestial lord realm. Only such major forces can cultivate such geniuses. Several supreme beings watched Lin Moyo's departing figure, their eyes filled with envy. They could see that Lin Moyo was very young and had already reached the celestial lord realm. Such young celestial lords generally only appeared in major forces. Chapter 2492. Chapter 2492, 2492. Chapter 2492. This world is uneven. In Lin Hai City, huge characters flickered in the sky. From a great distance, one could see these three large characters. From beyond the three characters, rays of light extended in all directions, spreading out for hundreds of miles. These avenues of light were used to guide visitors from all directions, showcasing the extraordinary atmosphere of Lin Hai City. Many people arrived stepping on the rays of light and only descended after approaching the city. Lin Moyo noticed that the rays of light had different levels. Different colors of light represented different statuses. There were 4 types of light: red, red mixed with purple, purple, and purple mixed with gold. Red light corresponded to the Supreme Realm. Red mixed with purple light corresponded to the Peak Supreme. Purple and purple mixed with gold light corresponded to the Heavenly Sovereign and Peak Heavenly Sovereign. Everyone heading to Lin Hai City entered the city based on their realm and cultivation level, stepping on different rays of light. Those who hadn't reached the Supreme Realm didn't even qualify to step on the rays of light and could only enter the city from the ground. These people were the majority, including divine sovereigns, other shore realm cultivators, and saint sovereigns. The rays of light, though beautiful, actually indicated a clear distinction and strict hierarchy. In the Origin continent, the biggest rule was to see whose fist was the biggest. Apart from that, everything else was illusory. Lin Moyo retracted his undead wings and stepped onto the purple light. The purple light emitted a gentle glow, enveloping him and sending him into the city. On the rays of light, most were supremes, with few heavenly sovereigns. Many people on the ground looked up at the people on the rays of light with envy, especially at the heavenly sovereigns, a realm everyone dreamed of reaching. Tianlong once said that heavenly sovereigns were neither too good nor too bad on the Origin continent. At that time, Lin Moyo thought that the Origin continent was full of heavenly sovereigns and supremes were as common as dogs. Later, he realized that this was not the case. Heavenly sovereigns were actually a decent realm. In some small forces, heavenly sovereigns were already considered top combat power. Even in a sect like the Falling Purple sect, heavenly sovereigns were at the elder level. Lin Moya saw the envious eyes of the divine sovereigns and other Shore Realm cultivators on the ground. He could tell that even on the origin continent, most cultivators couldn't reach the heavenly sovereign realm, and even reaching the supreme realm was difficult. Not far away, several heavenly sovereigns on the purple rays of light also looked curiously at Lin Moya. They could tell that Lin Moya was young, and reaching the heavenly sovereign realm at such a young age indicated extraordinary talent. Lin Moya nodded to them as a greeting. The rays of light carried Lin Moya into the city, flying over hundreds of miles. Upon entering the city, Lin Moya immediately felt a difference. A thick and powerful origin aura hit him, making him slightly surprised. This is the origin spirit vein. Waterstop Heavenly Sovereign had told him that every city on the origin continent was built on an origin spirit vein. Using the power of the origin spirit vein, the city was continuously supplied with origin power. The city also had many formations set up, and cultivating within these formations was faster than elsewhere. Of course, using the formations came at a cost. Lin Moya, entering the origin continent for the first time and stepping into an origin continent city for the first time, still had a trace of curiosity in his eyes. He walked on the white streets, looking at the buildings on both sides. The architectural style of the city was indeed very different from that of the Great World. The city was bustling, with people coming and going. From their conversations, Lin Moya learned that they were heading to the northern market of the city. The market was the trading center of the city, where all kinds of transactions took place, and the city's managers also profited from it. After wandering around the city for half a day, Lin Moya had a good understanding of Linhai City. Although the style was different, there were many similarities with the ancient times of the Great World. There were also inns, hotels, various shops, and various cultivation places. Lin Moya did not go to the market immediately. He first found an inn named Linhai and checked in. The price of Linhai Inn was not expensive. One ordinary first-tier origin crystal could pay for 10 days. If one wanted a better room, the price would go up. Origin crystals were the currency on the origin continent, the real hard currency. No matter what you wanted to buy, you needed origin crystals. An ordinary first-tier origin crystal was not the lowest denomination. There were also various scattered origin crystals, which were not classified into tiers and had lower value. However, for low-realm cultivators, these scattered origin crystals were the most common trading currency. Origin crystals were divided into ordinary, fine, and world-class. The exchange ratio between fine and ordinary was 1 to 10. 10 ordinary origin crystals could be exchanged for 1 fine origin crystal of the same tier. The exchange ratio between world-class and fine was 1 to 100. At least 100 fine origin crystals were needed to exchange for 1 world-class origin crystal. This was just the surface price. In reality, it was difficult to exchange, and world-class origin crystals were in a state of having a price but no market. Lin Moya rented a small courtyard, which was more expensive than an ordinary room, costing 1 ordinary first-tier origin crystal per day, 10 times the price. Lin Moya directly paid 10 ordinary first-tier origin crystals, renting it for 10 days. The reason he chose this kind of courtyard was mainly because it came with a formation. Once the formation was activated, it could provide origin power to speed up cultivation and isolate external disturbances. Without the owner's permission, no one could enter. The courtyard was not large, with a diameter of about 10 meters. After entering, Lin Moya immediately activated the formation. The formation formed beautiful patterns on the ground, and a large amount of origin power emerged from the formation, quickly spreading throughout the courtyard. Lin Moya felt that cultivating in the courtyard could speed up cultivation by about twice. This kind of acceleration was not like a time formation and would not affect the comprehension of the Great Tao laws. After activating the formation, Lin Moya's rule world emerged behind him, and in the next second, he disappeared from the courtyard, entering his rule world. Since integrating the Great World into the rule world, the time flow in the Great World had become the same as that of the origin continent. The same amount of time passed in both the outside world and the Great World. The rule world was affected by the Great Tao laws of the origin continent, greatly reducing the effect of the time formation. Moreover, using the time formation for cultivation would affect the comprehension of the laws, making it not worth the cost. This change could only be adapted to and could not be altered at the moment. Lin Moya first looked at the world tree. On the world tree, spiritual flowers were blooming, and world fruits were maturing. In 2 more days, the first batch of spiritual flowers and fruits would fully mature, allowing another batch of Dragon Knight Legion commanders to awaken their intelligence and possess rule worlds. Lin Moya took a step and arrived at the central temple. In the central temple, the human emperor and others had already received the notification and were waiting for Lin Moya to arrive. Many people had come this time, almost all the supremes from the Great World, including 3 heavenly sovereigns. Seeing Lin Moya, everyone stood up and saluted. Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony, directly taking his seat and slowly saying, "I have arrived at the origin continent, currently in a city called Linhai City. Now you can make your choice, whether to stay here or go to the origin continent. After this, the next opportunity to leave will be when I establish the passage, and the time for that is uncertain. It could be a few years or hundreds of years. Now, start making your choices." Chapter 2493. Chapter 2493, 2493. Chapter 2493, The Second Gift. Lin Moya had already given all the information he knew about the origin continent to the human emperor. They had also seen information about the origin continent through the human emperor network. What Lin Moya knew, they basically all knew as well. Now Lin Moya laid out the choice before them, not forcing anything, and not giving any additional opinions. This was a difficult choice. They had long been accustomed to life in the great world, but also yearned for a stronger world. Those who could cultivate to the supreme being realm all had an extreme desire for power, with very firm hearts for seeking the Tao. They pursued strength and power. However, leaving the great world and their homeland made them somewhat reluctant. In fact, they were also very clear that Lin Moyo had the ability to not let them leave and keep them in the great world forever. If Lin Moyo was ruthless enough, he could even turn them into his slaves. But Lin Moyo didn't do that. His mind was broad enough. Finally, the three celestial lords made their choice. They chose to leave. With them taking the lead, more and more supreme beings made their choices. Those who chose to leave were basically all young supreme beings. The older generation of supreme beings, like Supreme Lord Hao and others, did not choose to leave. In the end, a total of 48 supreme beings decided to leave, including the three celestial lords. Compared to the number of supreme beings in the great world, most people still chose to stay. Lin Moyo nodded slightly. Good, since you've decided, then take the oath. Swear a soul oath not to reveal anything about the great world, including your origins and backgrounds. This was something Lin Moyo had told them early on. If they wanted to leave, they had to swear a soul oath. In the future, no matter what happened to them outside, it would not be connected to the great world. Now was not the future. Lin Moyo had just arrived on the origin continent and had not yet established a firm foothold. There could be no slip-ups. Although some people felt Lin Moyo was being too cautious, they still took the oath. Lin Moyo waved his hand, and hundreds of ordinary first-level origin crystals flew out. These are ordinary first-level origin crystals, 10 for each person. Lin Moyo had prepared 10 ordinary first-level origin crystals for each person. As for the uses of the origin crystals, it was all written in the materials about the origin continent, and they were all fully aware. Thank you, World Master. Everyone received the origin crystals and bowed to Lin Moyo at the same time. Lin Moyo nodded. All right, prepare yourselves. If you have anything to take care of at home, take care of it. In one day, I'll find a suitable place to let you out. He was currently in Coastal City, so naturally he couldn't let them out here. The central divine temple gradually became quiet again, with everyone having left except for Supreme Lord Hao, Supreme Lord Tian, and the Human Emperor. At this time, Lin Moyo took out the B core. Human Emperor, is this thing useful to you? The Human Emperor took the B core and examined it carefully. His expression changed from calm to shocked. It's useful. In the artifact I merged with, there seems to be a similar space. Lin Moyo had seen the Human Emperor's true form before. It was a huge hollow sphere. Inside the sphere were many instruments that Lin Moyo didn't recognize at all. When he saw it at the time, it gave Lin Moyo a sense of shock. But what each instrument did, only the Human Emperor himself knew. Lin Moyo smiled. That's good if it's useful. The Human Emperor held the B core. I'll go try it out first. Lin Moyo waved his hand. Go ahead. After the Human Emperor left, Supreme Lord Tian spoke. World Master, actually we don't necessarily have to let them leave. We could perhaps establish our own sect on the origin continent. Supreme Lord Hao also hesitated, and with so many people leaving, won't it affect the great world? Lin Moyo smiled. There will be some impact, more or less, but the great world's origin is stronger than before, so it can bear this small impact. Moreover, if their hearts are not here anymore, keeping them would be useless. As for establishing our own sect, I've thought about it too, but we need origin spirit veins, which we can't do for now. Do you two elders know why I'm allowing them to leave freely, and why I insist on them taking a soul oath? Supreme Lord Hao thought for a moment. Is it because of karma? Lin Moyo smiled. Karma is just one reason. The key is that I don't trust them completely. They haven't experienced the most difficult times of the great world. We haven't fought side by side, so I can't fully trust them. If they have the heart, whether there's an oath or not, they will naturally give back if they achieve something in the future. If we truly establish a firm foothold in the future and become strong enough, we can also welcome them back. But for now, I can't fully trust them. Lin Moyo had considered things thoroughly, thinking for himself while also not restricting others. His words made Supreme Lord Hao and Supreme Lord Tian fall into deep thought. Undeniably, Lin Moyo's concerns were not unreasonable. The incident with Shi Ding Tian had happened in the great world before. As they were talking, Lin Moyo sensed that the Human Emperor's power began to increase dramatically. The Human Emperor's aura almost instantly broke through to half-step Supreme Being, directly stepping into the Supreme Being realm. Lin Moyo smiled. It seems the B-Core is very useful to the Human Emperor. Supreme Lord Hao and Supreme Lord Tian both sensed the change in the Human Emperor and showed surprised expressions. The Human Emperor has broken through. With the Human Emperor breaking through to Supreme Being, the coverage of the Human Emperor network expanded rapidly, quickly enveloping the entire human star region. The next second, the Human Emperor's projection reappeared before Lin Moyo, bowing to Lin Moyo. Thank you, World Master. Lin Moyo smiled. I've said before not to be so formal. You've done so much for the human race in the past. What I've done is nothing. Now I've just helped you improve your realm a bit. In the future, when there's a chance, I'll let you and Star Elder reincarnate and cultivate again. The Human Emperor said with some excitement. I look forward to that day. The surrounding space distorted, and Star Elder appeared in the central divine temple. He had sensed the change in the Human Emperor and rushed over immediately, blurting out as soon as he arrived. How did you break through? The Human Emperor said. Thanks to the World Master's help. The two had originally been one, then separated into spirit and flesh, guarding the human race for another 100,000 years. Lin Moyo had immense respect for the two and would do his best to do whatever he could for them. After chatting with them for a while, Lin Moyo left and came to the center of his rule world. He took out the box that the King of the Sea of Realms had General Whale deliver for the second time. The first time he sent 9 5th-level world-class origin crystals, that was for the agreement between us, a down payment. This time it's to give face to the Elder in the green robe. He's probably also guessing at my relationship with the Elder in the green robe. The Elder in the green robe is so powerful that even the King of the Sea of Realms has to curry favor with him. It seems that what's sent this time shouldn't be bad either, at least not worse than the previous time. Lin Moyo opened the box while muttering to himself, and strong auras immediately burst out from inside. Seeing what was in the box, Lin Moya's eyes showed a shocked expression. Before Lin Moya could do anything, Infinite Fusion whooshed straight towards the box. Lin Moya was quick-eyed and quick-handed, hurriedly stopping it. Wait, let me look first. Infinite Fusion seemed a bit impatient, circling around Lin Moya non-stop. Lin Moya said, "Don't be in such a hurry. I'll give it to you in a moment. Let me see clearly first. If we encounter the same thing in the future, I can find more for you." Infinite Fusion seemed to understand Lin Moya's meaning and finally calmed down. There was only one thing in the box: an origin crystal. The origin crystal was extremely pure. Judging from the origin power it emitted, this origin crystal had reached the 6th level. Lin Moyo had fused many 6th-level origin crystals before, but the one in his hand was different. This origin crystal was filled with strong spirituality. An origin crystal with spirituality. Chapter 2494. Chapter 2494, 2494. Chapter 2494, no wonder it's called the Origin Continent. The 6th-tier Origin Crystal, and it was a premium-grade Origin Crystal, already had considerable value. Last time, the King of the Realm Sea gave 9 world-class 5th-tier Origin Crystals at once. This time, considering the face of the old man in the green robe, the second gift naturally wouldn't be inferior to the previous one. Otherwise, the face of the old man in the green robe wouldn't be worth much. The special thing about this 6th-tier Origin Crystal was that it had developed spirituality. Once it developed spirituality, its value would increase by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. It could be said that the value of the 6th-tier Origin Crystal was much higher than that of a world-class 7th-tier Origin Crystal. As Lin Moya held it, a consciousness was transmitted over. The King of the Realm Sea was afraid Lin Moya wouldn't understand its value, so he specially provided an explanation. Bury the spiritual Origin Crystal underground, and it can form an Origin Spirit Vein. To establish a sect on the Origin Continent, one must find an Origin Spirit Vein. Whether or not there is an Origin Spirit Vein is crucial for sects and families. Origin Spirit Veins are not easy to find. Once they appear, they are inevitably occupied by major forces. However, a spiritual Origin Crystal can actively form an Origin Spirit Vein. In other words, as long as Lin Moya finds an uninhabited place and buries it underground, he can form an Origin Spirit Vein in a short time. Then he can build a sect on it and establish a school. Of course, there is another method, which is to directly seize the territory of other sects and take their Origin Spirit Veins. However, all major sects and families will have countermeasures in place. Once the sect is defeated, they will directly detonate the Origin Spirit Vein, making it difficult to truly obtain it. Therefore, a spiritual Origin Crystal that can evolve into an Origin Spirit Vein will inevitably become a coveted item for all forces once it appears. It's really a good thing. Lin Moyo had the idea of establishing a force on the Origin Continent, but after seeing Infinite Fusion circling around him non-stop, he ultimately decided to give it to Infinite Fusion. Here you go. Although the temptation to establish a sect and start a school was great, it still couldn't compare to Infinite Fusion. Along the way, Infinite Fusion had made countless contributions, and Lin Moya couldn't treat it poorly. Infinite Fusion was extremely excited, swallowing the Origin Crystal in one gulp, and then immediately went back to its throne to digest the Origin Crystal. Lin Moya was somewhat amused, so practical. Not even a word of thanks. Infinite Fusion cooperatively vibrated, releasing a wisp of chaotic energy that turned into a breeze, blowing on Lin Moya's face. Lin Moya sighed helplessly. "Alright, I'll take that as your thanks. I hope you can grow stronger." Infinite Fusion vibrated again, as if saying, "Just wait and see." Lin Moya's gaze fell on the box again. "I have to say, the box given by the King of the Realm Sea is also a good thing. Just the material alone is worth a lot." Before coming to the Origin Continent, Lin Moyo had also prepared some Origin Crystals, but they were all ordinary grade. He had nearly 1,000 first-tier Origin Crystals, over 200 second-tier Origin Crystals, and less than 100 third-tier Origin Crystals. For an ordinary Heavenly Sovereign, this was quite a fortune. However, Lin Moyo felt he was very poor. This time, the departure of the Supreme Heavenly Sovereigns from the rule world used up nearly 500 first-tier Origin Crystals. Fortunately, there were still 6 world-class 5th-tier Origin Crystals given by the King of the Realm Sea the first time. This was a huge fortune. Ordinary small families or sect forces couldn't even produce a single world-class Origin Crystal, let alone a 5th-tier world-class Origin Crystal. However, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Moyo wouldn't use this fortune. Previously, he needed to prepare for Ning Yi and others, but now it seemed unnecessary. After being taken by the old man in the green robe, they obviously wouldn't lack cultivation resources. His own meager possessions were nothing in the eyes of the old man in the green robe. For such a high-level figure, even the crumbs from their fingernails were much stronger than what he had. After doing all this, Lin Moya didn't go anywhere. He sat in the courtyard, feeling the Origin power spreading up, and comprehended the difference between the Origin power in the Origin Continent and that in the Great World. There was an Origin Spirit Vein under Linhai City. This origin spirit vein had no attributes, which was advantageous because it was suitable for almost all cultivators, but the disadvantage was that it had no additional effects for cultivators with unique attributes. No matter what great Dao laws one cultivated, the effect in Linhai City was the same. However, some origin spirit veins with special attributes had additional effects for corresponding great Dao laws. As he gradually comprehended, Lin Moya began to understand the cultivation path in the origin continent. Origin power can trigger great Dao laws. Using origin power for cultivation can accelerate the comprehension of the great Dao. Cultivators use origin power as a bridge to enhance their connection with the great Dao laws. The stronger the origin power, the stronger this connection, and naturally, the faster the cultivation speed. Therefore, origin spirit veins are also divided into different grades. The stronger the spirit vein, the faster the cultivation speed. Without an origin spirit vein, the cultivation speed would be greatly reduced, and then one would need to use origin crystals for cultivation. The origin power in origin crystals can also serve as a bridge between oneself and the great Dao. As long as there are enough origin crystals of sufficient grade, the cultivation speed won't be much slower than with an origin spirit vein. Origin crystals can not only be used to fuse spells and break through realms but also for cultivation. They are also indispensable for refining artifacts and pills. No wonder it's called the origin continent. Everything is related to origin. Lin Moyo had figured out the cultivation rules of the origin continent, which were indeed different from those of the great world. Then let's see what my undying rule is on the origin continent. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the undying rule rose, using the formation in the courtyard to trigger the power of the great Dao. Immediately, Lin Moya's whole body trembled, and the origin power in the courtyard erupted with a tsunami-like sound, echoing through his soul. This sound could only be heard by Lin Moyo. In the dark, Lin Moya saw an invisible great Dao. The great Dao was faintly visible, gray and white intertwined, as if endless power was surging within it. This is the great Dao, belonging to the undying rule. With the help of origin power, Lin Moya felt the great Dao belonging to the undying rule. At the moment when his consciousness connected with the great Dao, a stream of enlightenment arose from the depths of his heart. He suddenly understood the relationship between laws, rules, and the great Dao. All the laws in the great world come from the great Dao. The power of the great Dao covers every corner of the origin continent, including the realm sea. The weak power of the great Dao falls into the realm sea world and becomes the rules controlled by the origin of the realm sea world. The origin of the realm sea world further evolves the rules into weaker laws. The beings in the realm sea world first come into contact with laws. Laws are borrowed power. The power evolved from the origin of the world, not one's own power. One's strength depends on how much power one can borrow. Rules are more advanced and can change the laws in a certain area. But the change is limited, and the limit is that it cannot exceed the power given by the great Dao. Whether it is laws or rules, their essence is the power of the great Dao and cannot surpass the great Dao. It is precisely because they have never come into contact with the pure power of the great Dao that the beings in the realm sea world lose the effectiveness of their spells once they leave their world. They need to fuse with origin to adapt to the power of the great Dao outside the realm sea world. The stronger the fused origin, the stronger the adaptability. In other words, if Lin Moya's spells were comprehended on the origin continent from the beginning, there would be no need for origin crystals to reach their current level. Chapter 2495. Chapter 2495, 2495. Chapter 2495, The Blue Family of Coastal City. This day marked Lin Moya's first day on the origin continent, and it was an extremely fruitful day. Many things can only be understood by experiencing them firsthand. Just listening to others or reading information is not enough. For example, when he took his first step on the origin continent, he came into contact with the aura of the origin continent, received its recognition, and was marked by it. Although the Sea of Realms also belongs to the origin continent, he never received such treatment there. When the supreme beings and celestial lords in the rule world leave, they will all have to go through this process. In the night sky, a bright moon rose, illuminating the earth. The moonlight awakened Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo woke up from his cultivation, looked towards the sky, and saw the large full moon. This is what Senior Waterstop mentioned as the lunar origin. Along the way, Waterstop Celestial Lord had told him many things about the origin continent. Waterstop Celestial Lord had lived for many years and had conversed with many celestial lords from the origin continent. He had also set foot on the origin continent himself and knew many things. He almost held nothing back, telling Lin Moyo everything he knew. In the origin continent, there are two extremely special existences. One is the lunar origin, and the other is the solar origin. The lunar and solar origins, just from their appearance, look similar to the sun, moon, and stars in the great world galaxy. Many life stars in the great world have satellites orbiting them, which people call moons, and stars that people call suns. The lunar and solar origins on the origin continent look somewhat similar but are fundamentally different. The lunar and solar origins appear alternately, and one cycle of alternation constitutes a day and night on the origin continent. Whether it's the lunar origin or the solar origin, their positions and shapes do not change. They are both round like a large disk. The difference is that the lunar and solar origins represent the yin and yang forces of the origin. They can be said to be the origins of the origin, the most fundamental forces. It is said that all kinds of attributes of the origin in the origin continent are derived from their evolution. Some even believe that the lunar and solar origins are the true foundations of the origin continent. Waterstop Celestial Lord once said a widely circulated phrase in the origin continent. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. Everything comes from the Tao. The Tao created a hazy world, which is the one. Then the lunar and solar origins appeared in the world, which are the two. Based on them, the three were born. The three are the origin continent, the sea of realms, and the heavens and earth. At the same time, the three also have an infinite meaning. Ultimately, this infinite three evolved into all things in the heavens and earth. The Sea of Realms world is just one of the many things born from the three. Whether it's the Sea of Realms world or the living beings in the Sea of Realms world, they are just insignificant, tiny points. Looking at the lunar origin in the sky, various insights arose in Lin Moya's heart. Indeed, everything must be seen to be known. Just listening is useless. We are the things evolved from the three, small and weak, but we have a heart that seeks the Tao. Whether it's the three, the two, or the one, they are all born from the Tao. As beings evolved from the Tao, we are naturally meant to pursue the Tao. At this moment, Lin Moya felt his realm being infinitely elevated. Streams of the lunar origin fell, entering Lin Moya's rule world, reaching his soul. The soul felt like it had entered cool water, with unprecedented clarity, and the soul realm continuously elevated. At this moment, Lin Moya seemed to enter a special state of enlightenment. The soul realm continuously elevated, quickly rising from a low-level celestial lord to a mid-level celestial lord. The jade-like purple soul became more solid, with yin and yang, reality and illusion, merging to form a ball of yin-yang fire, burning brightly in the depths of the soul. The lunar origin was like firewood, adding fuel to the fire in the depths of the soul. Unlike enlightenment in the great world, there was no Tao poison here, only benefits. Lin Moya felt that he had taken another step closer to the Tao, with the laws he had previously comprehended appearing one by one, and he began to gain new insights. Outside the inn, someone noticed an unusual aura rising, seemingly connected to the lunar origin. However, most people didn't pay much attention, as there were countless people using the lunar origin for cultivation, which was a very common occurrence. Most people couldn't distinguish between normal cultivation and enlightenment unless they saw it up close. But some did notice something unusual. In the city lord's mansion of Coastal City, someone let out a soft exclamation, followed by a heavy voice, "Someone, come here." Until the lunar origin retreated, and the bright sunlight once again covered the earth, with the solar origin beginning to rule the heavens and earth. All the aura of the lunar origin was swept away in just a few seconds. Lin Moya's enlightenment continued. As the lunar and solar origins alternated, Lin Moya also completed the alternation, directly switching from the lunar origin to the solar origin. The original cool aura suddenly disappeared, followed by a scorching aura sweeping down. In an instant, Lin Moya's soul was engulfed in flames, burning fiercely. The flames lasted only a moment before Lin Moya suddenly woke up, ending the enlightenment instantly. Looking at himself with some fear, his soul was covered in wounds, with burn marks all over his body. If he had been half a second or a second later, his soul would have been completely burned to ashes. The soul was like this, and the body was even worse. His clothes were burned, his body charred, with wisps of green smoke rising, carrying the aura of the origin. The solar origin is so violent, truly terrifying. The lunar and solar origins represent the yin and yang aspects of the origin's power, two extremes, just like my undying Tao, which also has two extremes. I correspond to it with my undying Tao, so I should be able to cultivate it. But the solar origin is too violent, both the soul and body are hard to bear. Lin Moya sighed lightly, knowing he still had a long way to go. The path of cultivation is long and steep, not easy at all. The power of life flowed through his body, healing himself. The burns left by the solar origin were not ordinary injuries, and the healing speed was somewhat slow. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. A breeze blew, carrying away the remaining fragments of his clothes, and he changed into a new set of clothes. Half an hour later, Lin Moya had fully recovered, once again becoming a young celestial lord. At this moment, there was a sound from the array, someone triggering it outside the courtyard, equivalent to knocking on the door. Lin Moya deactivated the array, and the courtyard door automatically opened. A middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared at the entrance. The middle-aged man was a celestial lord, with a deep and heavy aura, clearly having been a celestial lord for many years. He looked at Lin Moya with a seemingly kind smile. Lin Moya politely asked, "Senior, is there something you need?" The middle-aged man smiled, "I am Lan Haichuan, under the orders of the family head, here to invite you to our residence as a guest." Lin Moya was slightly taken aback. Who was the family head of Senior Lan? Lan Haichuan replied, "I wonder if you have heard of the Blue family, the rulers of Coastal City." Lin Moya found it strange, isn't the ruler of Coastal City the Feng family? He had heard from Waterstop Celestial Lord that Coastal City belonged to the Feng family. How did it become the Blue family? Lan Haichuan's smile remained, "You might not have been here for a long time. 130 years ago, the Feng family was destroyed, and Coastal City came under the control of our Blue family." Lin Moya nodded, "I see. I wonder what the Blue family head wants with me." Lan Haichuan smiled, "I am not sure either. I am just following orders. You can ask the family head in person." Lin Moya thought for a moment, "All right, when should I go?" Lan Haichuan handed an invitation to Lin Moya. 2 days later, the family head will hold a banquet at the residence. Lin Moya took the invitation. "Please inform the Blue family head that I will attend on time." Chapter 2496. Chapter 2496, 2496. Chapter 2496, he is very young. Lan Haichuan left, and Lin Moya looked at the invitation in his hand. The invitation was very exquisite, entirely light golden in color, with no text explanation. In the lower right corner of the invitation, there was a pattern, a blue sea, which is the symbol of the Lan family. The The pattern emitted a trace of primordial aura, indicating that the pattern was made by grinding primordial materials into powder and then making ink to draw it. Lin Moyo felt a special primordial aura contained within the pattern. This is probably an anti-counterfeiting measure, to prevent others from forging it. I just arrived and have no connection with the Lan family, so why invite me to the banquet? Many people entered Linhai City yesterday, and there are quite a few deities in the city now. I am just a low-level deity, not noticeable at all. Lin Moya didn't know why the Lan family invited him, but he also knew that he was not the only one invited. However, from Lan Haichuan's words, he could sense that the Lan family had no malice. He had just arrived on the primordial continent, so he did not refuse face-to-face. Going to take a look and listen wouldn't hurt. Lin Moya left the courtyard and walked into the streets of Linhai City. The primordial sun hung high in the sky, looking like a fireball within reach, but it was not hot. Instead, it was considered a sunny day. According to Senior Ting Shuazi, the closer to the center of the primordial continent, the stronger the power of the primordial sun, and the higher the temperature. I am now in the southernmost part of the southern continent, close to the boundary sea, so the temperature here is not high. However, the power of the primordial sun is too strong to be used for cultivation at the moment. Linhai City was bustling, with shops of all kinds lining the streets. The shops sold various items, including materials, elixirs, and delicacies. These delicacies were not ordinary but related to cultivation, either enhancing cultivation or being particularly delicious, unaffordable for ordinary people. Lin Moya noticed that many shops belonged to the Lan family, with unified names: Lan's Materials, Lan's Elixirs. Below the signboards, there were also unique marks of the Lan family, indicating that these shops were Lan family properties. As the lord of a city, it was not surprising that the Lan family owned these businesses. Moreover, the Lan family also managed the market in Linhai City, gaining substantial profits. Just these alone made the Lan family earn a lot. In the city lord's mansion, the head of the Lan family, Lan Xingjing, was sitting in the main seat, and Lan Haichuan was reporting, "Patriarch, the invitation has been delivered." Lan Xingjing had a few traces of seriousness between his eyebrows. "Tell me, what do you think?" Lan Haichuan said, "He is a low-level deity, but he is very young." "How young?" Lan Xingjing raised his eyebrows. The term young was very broad. Lan Haichuan thought for a moment. "I can't tell his exact age, but he feels like he shouldn't be over 5,000 years old." Lan Xingjing believed Lan Haichuan's words and muttered to himself, "A low-level deity under 5,000 years old is indeed very young, seemingly a young genius. No wonder he could trigger the lunar primordial yesterday. This time, our Lan family has paid a considerable price, hoping to gain something." Lan Haichuan said, "With the patriarch's leadership, there will be no problem." Lan Xingjing accepted the compliment calmly. "Go prepare first. In 2 days, let me meet this young genius." Lin Moya walked through the streets in the south of the city and entered the west. The layout of Linhai City was clear. The south mostly had shops, inns, and restaurants. The north was the market, with many trading markets, subdivided into different categories. The east was mostly residential areas, where most people in Linhai City lived, including the city lord's mansion. The west was the most special, with grand buildings like palaces. Some buildings were even grander than the city lord's mansion, and the Lan family, as the city lord, did not dare to manage them, instead tacitly acknowledging their existence. Those who could build palaces here were all forces from the primordial continent, each far surpassing the Lan family, incomparable to the Lan family. Lin Moya came to the west of the city and immediately felt an unusual aura. The primordial aura here was very strong, with many powerful beings. Lin Moya walked on the street, observing quietly. Elixir Association, Master Craftsman Association, Fisheries Alliance. Each building represented a force. Lin Moya noticed that under each signboard, there were some star-like patterns. What do these stars mean? Lin Moya muttered to himself. At this moment, a soft voice came from beside him. The stars represent their power levels. Lin Moya turned to see a little girl, about 10 years old, clean and tidy, with big, bright eyes. Her clothes were a bit old, with many patches, but also very clean. After entering Linhai City, Lin Moya had seen some children. Most of these children were doing okay, starting to cultivate at around 10 years old. Some with good talent already had some cultivation, but this little girl in front of him had no cultivation at all and seemed to have many hidden illnesses. Seeing that Lin Moya did not drive her away, the little girl gathered her courage. "Sir, I grew up in Linhai City and know a lot about it. I can explain things to you, and you just need to." Lin Moya showed a slight smile. "Just need what?" The little girl seemed a bit scared and hesitated before saying, "Just give me some scattered primordial crystals." Scattered primordial crystals were not valuable, not even enough for a meal in a restaurant. They could only buy a few pancakes on the roadside. Lin Moya was a bit curious. Although Linhai City was a world of cultivators, ordinary people could also live here. They could find suitable jobs, even working as servants in cultivators' homes, without starving. This world was harsh, but not that harsh. Cultivators had their rules, allowing mutual killing, destroying sex with a punch, and slaughtering countless people. But they considered themselves noble and rarely attacked ordinary people. In Linhai City, there were naturally rules to restrain those cultivators. Lin Moyo had seen patrol teams in the sky, probably maintaining order for the Lan family. But in such a situation, why had this little girl fallen to such a state? It was a bit strange. Seeing Lin Moya not speaking, the little girl seemed a bit scared. "You don't need to give me scattered primordial crystals, just buy me 2 pancakes. If 2 is too much, 1 will do." As she spoke, the little girl's stomach growled. She seemed a bit shy, covering her stomach with her hands and lowering her head slowly. Lin Moya smiled, all right. He took out a piece of cooked fish and handed it to the little girl. Eat this first, or you won't have the strength later. The little girl was stunned, showing some fear in her eyes. This is too precious. I just want pancakes. Although she said this, the little girl's eyes still showed some longing. There was also some nostalgia in her longing, a very complex expression that Lin Moyo happened to catch. Lin Moyo asked, have you eaten it before? The little girl nodded, I have eaten it before. Lin Moya said, then eat it. This is nothing to me. Eat well and give me a good introduction. The little girl then carefully took the fish and started eating it in small bites. Chapter 2497. Chapter 2497, 2497. Chapter 2497, The Black Hand Behind Xiaoyu. Although the little girl was clearly hungry, she still ate very carefully and not too quickly. When eating the fish meat, the little girl's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, looking very happy, with a taste of happiness. Clearly she had come from a good family background before, having eaten Sea of Realms fish meat when she was young, and had a good upbringing, indicating that her family was not bad in the past. There must have been cultivators in the family, and their realm must not have been too low. For things to become like this now, there must have been some changes. Lin Moyo had no intention of prying. In this world, anything could happen. After eating a few bites, the little girl put away the fish meat. Lin Moyo asked curiously, why don't you eat a bit more? The little girl said, it's enough to not be hungry, I'll save the rest for later. She was afraid that once she finished eating, there would be nothing left to eat in the future. Lin Moyo asked, what's your name, and how old are you this year? The little girl said, my name is Xiaoyu, I'm 15 this year. Lin Moyo was stunned for a moment. The little girl who looked like she was not even 10 years old was actually 15. He didn't believe he could have misjudged, suddenly reaching out to press on Xiaoyu's shoulder. Xiaoyu was startled and instinctively wanted to dodge, but her speed was no match for Lin Moyo's. Lin Moyo pressed down on her, don't be afraid, relax. Lin Moya's words seemed to have infinite magic power. After Xiaoyu heard them, her whole body immediately relaxed. Only Lin Moya knew that he had used a bit of soul power to influence the other party's soul. He scanned Xiaoyu's body, seeing clearly that Xiaoyu's bone age was indeed 15 years old. The reason she was 15 years old but looked like a 10-year-old was mainly because she had been injured. There was a force enveloping her body, constantly devouring her life force, which is why she looked so young and thin. This force was extremely vicious, devouring silently without killing her. Doing this was clearly intentional, but Lin Moya didn't know who would do such a thing or what their purpose was. Removing this force was not a problem. For Lin Moya, it could be solved with a wave of his hand. But he didn't do so, not knowing who was behind this. He didn't want to cause trouble for now. Lin Moya let go of his hand. Now you can explain in detail, starting with these stars. If you explain well, there will be an extra reward. Hearing there was an extra reward, Xiaoyu immediately happily began to explain. These stars represent the power levels. The forces in the origin continent can be divided into 9 levels. 1 star is the weakest, 9 stars are the strongest. But, it seems there are no 9-star forces. No, it seems there aren't even 8-star forces. Lin Moya followed Xiaoyu's words and looked over, seeing that the Fishery Alliance in front of him had 3 stars, it was a 3-star force. The Alchemy Association had 5 stars, it was a 5-star force. The Forging Masters Association also had 5 stars, it was also a 5-star force. A 5-star force was much stronger than the Fishery Alliance's 3-star force, not at all on the same level. Xiaoyu told Lin Moya everything she knew, but Lin Moya could also see that what Xiaoyu knew was only superficial, very one-sided information. The Alchemy Association was composed of alchemists, specializing in alchemy and medicine making. Most of the alchemists and medicine makers on the origin continent would join the Alchemy Association. The Forging Masters Association was similar, it was a sect composed of many forging masters, but this sect had no binding force. Many of the forging masters inside actually had other identities, and might also be disciples or elders of other sects. The Forging Masters Association was a relatively loose organization, gathering most of the forging masters to exchange with each other, and its power was not small. In comparison, the Fishery Alliance was much weaker. The Fishery Alliance was mainly composed of some sects on the Sea of Realms that specialized in fishing and selling fish. These sects were basically not strong, so the alliance they formed naturally couldn't be very strong. Xiaoyu knew quite a bit, introducing things to Lin Moya along the way. Her voice was pleasant to listen to, although she was already 15 years old, her voice, like her body shape, maintained the clear and tender sound of a 10-year-old. No matter how much one listened, it wouldn't feel annoying. The two of them went around the west of the city, and Lin Moya also had a general understanding of the various forces. Lin Moya asked, do you know about the Blue family of Coastal City? Xiaoyu nodded, yes, I do. What level of force is the Blue family? 3 stars. Xiaoyu answered very quickly, without any hesitation, then she continued, sir, if you go to the entrance of the city lord's mansion, you'll know. There are 3 stars painted under the plaque there. Lin Moya laughed, so that's how it is. Then how exactly are these 1 to 9 stars divided? This seemed to stump Xiaoyu a bit. Xiaoyu frowned her little face. I know the difference between 3 stars and 4 stars. To become a 4-star force, you must have a Tao Lord, but I don't know about the levels above that. Lin Moya asked curiously, doesn't the city lord's family have a Tao Lord? Xiaoyu first nodded, then shook her head. They probably don't. If they had a Tao Lord, they should be a 4-star force. But Xiaoyu isn't very sure. Maybe Xiaoyu is mistaken. Lin Moya said, where did Xiaoyu learn so much from? Xiaoyu said, Grandpa told me, but Grandpa is no longer here now, only Xiaoyu is left alone. As she spoke, Xiao Yu revealed a hint of sadness. Lin Moya didn't ask further. From Xiao Yu's words he could already hear that she was the only one left, meaning her parents were also gone. Xiao Yu's bright eyes were a bit moist, she tried hard not to let herself cry. Lin Moya said, "Your grandpa must have been a very knowledgeable person." Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, grandpa knew everything. He often told Xiao Yu stories, telling Xiao Yu many things about the origin continent. Lin Moya said, "It seems Xiao Yu's grandpa was a very powerful cultivator. How did he pass away?" Xiao Yu said, "Grandpa said he had something to do, he was going to a place, and then he never came back." So that's how it was. Lin Moyo had thought Xiao Yu's grandpa was no longer in this world, but it turned out he was missing. That being the case, it's not certain that he's dead. Suddenly, Lin Moya's eyelid twitched, and he looked to the side. In an alley, Lin Moya saw a pair of slightly dark eyes. These eyes made eye contact with Lin Moyo for a moment, then disappeared. Lin Moya saw clearly that the owner of the eyes was not human, but an eyeball-shaped magical treasure. This magical treasure was very well hidden, but unfortunately it couldn't escape his notice. It's not aimed at me, but at Xiao Yu. Is this the black hand behind Xiao Yu? What is this guy's purpose? I hope you don't come to provoke me. After knowing that there was likely no Dao Lord in Coastal City, Lin Moyo felt much more at ease. With his trump cards, as long as no Dao Lord appeared, he really didn't need to be afraid. Lin Moya casually asked, "How long has Xiao Yu's grandpa been gone?" Xiao Yu calculated the time. Grandpa has been gone for 6 years. 6 years. 6 years ago Xiao Yu was only 9 years old. That is to say, within a year after her grandpa left, that guy made his move. From this, it can be deduced that the target they wanted to deal with was Xiao Yu, not Xiao Yu's grandpa. But what could be gained from dealing with a little girl who didn't even know how to cultivate? Lin Moyo always believed that most cultivators don't act without benefit, without a purpose for profit. They wouldn't easily make a move. Lin Moyo asked, "Why doesn't Xiao Yu cultivate?" Xiao Yu said, "Grandpa did teach Xiao Yu cultivation, but said formal cultivation could only start after 12 years old. Xiao Yu has tried, but it had no effect." Lin Moyo had examined Xiao Yu's body earlier and knew why she couldn't cultivate. It was that force in Xiao Yu's body that caused Xiao Yu to be unable to cultivate. Lin Moya's gaze shifted slightly, and he took out another piece of roasted fish meat to give to Xiao Yu. "This is your extra reward. Now I want to go to the market in the north of the city to take a look. Do you want to earn another portion of fish meat?" Xiao Yu took the fish meat and happily called out, "Thank you sir, thank you sir." Chapter 2498. Chapter 2498, 2498. Chapter 2498, Compassion, Innate Jade Soul. The market in the north of the city is the main trading center of Coastal City. Although there are transactions in other places, such as various shops, the main concentration is still in the north of the city. There is an array here that covers and monitors the entire market. The Blue family has dispatched a large number of personnel to maintain order. Forced buying and selling are not allowed in the market, only fair trade is permitted. The Blue family uses the oldest and most primitive system. They only rent out trading spaces and do not interfere with the content of the transactions. Lin Moyo wandered around here, with the small and thin Xiao Yu following closely behind, occasionally explaining things to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo also noticed that Xiao Yu didn't actually know much about the market, probably because her grandfather hadn't told her stories about this aspect. Xiao Yu's grandfather wasn't her biological grandfather. According to Xiao Yu, she was picked up by her grandfather outside. And her grandfather wasn't from Coastal City, he was only living in Coastal City because of some matters. In the trading market, all the stalls are managed by the city lord's family. Each stall has to pay one first-level origin crystal per day. Normally, when cultivators refer to origin crystals, they mean ordinary grade origin crystals. If it's a premium grade, it will be specifically mentioned. As for world class, they basically won't appear in the trading market and will only be auctioned in major chambers of commerce. When the little girl mentioned origin crystals, her eyes lit up. Even a first-level origin crystal was an unattainable wealth for her. Previously, when she asked Lin Moyo for payment, it was just some scattered origin crystals. Her small body had been harmed by someone, and although she was 15 years old, she looked only 10. Even cultivation had become a luxury. In the origin continent, there are indeed many ordinary people. Ordinary people have very short lives, only about 100 years, and many can live peacefully to old age. But ordinary people are too humble and have no status. Cultivators can harm ordinary people, but they disdain to do so. If someone really kills ordinary people, no one will stand up for these ants. Compared to the great world, the lives of ordinary people in the origin continent are much harder. Xiao Yu looked at the dazzling array of materials and supplies, listening to prices that were astronomical to her, and her eyes occasionally showed envy. Lin Moyo asked, "Have you been here before?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Sometimes Grandpa would bring me here, but I was very young then." Lin Moyo said, "You must have had a good life back then." Xiao Yu's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. "Grandpa was very good to me. He always bought lots of delicious and fun things. But after Grandpa left, my house was taken over by others, and I was driven out." Lin Moyo frowned slightly. "You have no place to live." Xiao Yu shook her head. "I do. I built a small house in a bridge hole in the west of the city, and I live there alone." Lin Moyo asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Xiao Yu said, "I am, but I want to wait for Grandpa to come back. As long as Grandpa comes back, Xiao Yu won't be afraid." What an understanding child. Lin Moyo hadn't seen such a pitiful person in many years. In the great world, the rules are perfect. Even ordinary people can live well for a lifetime, at least not having to sleep in the open. Lin Moyo had never seen such a miserable person in the great world. If there were, the human emperor would have intervened long ago. Lin Moyo couldn't help but reach out and touch Xiaoyu's head. Her hair was very soft. Although she was 15, she looked like a 10-year-old. Lin Moyo even felt a bit of compassion, wanting to help Xiaoyu remove the evil force in her body and restore her to normal. But Lin Moyo only thought about it and didn't take action. The black hand behind the scenes hadn't shown up yet. Even if he wanted to help Xiaoyu, there was no rush. The two walked through rows of individual stalls, hearing countless shouts and bargaining. Lin Moyo didn't see anything he needed along the way. Xiaoyu was very smart and also saw that Lin Moyo wasn't looking to buy anything, just wandering around. Leaving the market, the noise suddenly quieted down. At the end of the market, several exquisite buildings stood like palaces. Xingyun Chamber of Commerce, 4-star force. Blackfish Chamber of Commerce, 3-star force. Waterdrop Chamber of Commerce, 3-star force. These palaces belonged to various chambers of commerce. If you couldn't find what you wanted in the market or had something valuable to sell, you could go to the chambers of commerce. Of course, the prices at the chambers of commerce would be slightly higher, but their credibility was not an issue. Lin Moya said, "There's no Lufeng Chamber of Commerce." Xiaoyu said, "I know this. Grandpa said that the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is too big, and small places like Coastal City don't catch its eye." Lin Moya smiled and asked, "How big is the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce?" Xiaoyu shook her head, "I don't know. Grandpa said it's very big, one of the largest chambers of commerce in the Origin continent." Previously, Waterstop Celestial Lord had told Lin Moyo about the power structure in the Origin continent. Among the human forces in the southern continent, the strongest are the 4 holy lands, followed by 3 super sects and 2 super families. But Waterstop Celestial Lord hadn't been to the Origin continent for a long time, so his information was somewhat outdated. Lin Moya didn't enter the chambers of commerce. For now, he had nothing to buy. Gurgle. Xiaoyu's stomach growled again. They had been walking for most of the day, and the 2 small bites of fish meat Xiaoyu had eaten earlier had long been digested. Xiaoyu held her stomach, looking a bit embarrassed. Lin Moya smiled, "Let's go. You've had a hard day. I'll take you to eat." Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, "No need, no need. Xiaoyu has fish meat. One piece of fish meat can last many days." For ordinary people, one piece of fish meat can indeed last many days. If Xiaoyu ate sparingly, it could last 10 days or half a month. But Lin Moya didn't agree. "Just accompany me to eat. There will be an extra reward after eating." Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she heard the words extra reward. She had already received 4 pieces of fish meat today. 4 pieces of fish meat were enough to keep her from going hungry for many days. If there was an extra reward, Xiaoyu felt that her good days were coming. Lin Moya took Xiaoyu to a random restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and a pot of wine. When the dishes were served, Lin Moya drank slowly, his thoughts drifting back to the past. In the past, when he ate at home, his beloved wife always accompanied him at the table, chatting and laughing, making it very lively. Now, he was alone. "Where are you all?" Lin Moya sighed softly, feeling a bit helpless. Xiaoyu looked at the delicious dishes, her big eyes shining, and she was drooling. Suddenly seeing Lin Moya sigh, she was so scared that she didn't dare move. Lin Moya chuckled, "I was just thinking about something. Don't mind me, eat more." Xiaoyu responded with an "oh" and secretly glanced at Lin Moya. "Sir, you seem a bit unhappy." Lin Moya was a bit surprised. "How do you know?" Xiaoyu cautiously said, "I don't know why, but Xiaoyu can just feel that you are a bit unhappy." Lin Moya looked at her and seemed to realize something. His voice suddenly became low, "Xiaoyu, relax, don't resist." His voice carried infinite magic power, and Xiaoyu immediately relaxed. Lin Moya gently touched Xiaoyu's forehead with his finger. In an instant, he saw Xiaoyu's soul and understood why she could sense his emotions. Xiaoyu's soul was crystal clear, an innate jade soul. Chapter 2499. Chapter 2499, 2499. Chapter 2499, Suffering cannot erase a pure heart. Xiaoyu is an innate jade soul. A soul appearing in jade form requires at least reaching the true god realm. Xiaoyu is an innate jade soul, which means her soul realm was innately at the true god level. Moreover, the existence of an innate jade soul cultivates extremely quickly, making it a rare sacred body for cultivation. Waterstop Celestial Lord had mentioned to Lin Moyu about several powerful cultivation physiques on the Origin continent, and the innate jade soul was one of them. If discovered, many major forces would try to recruit someone with an innate jade soul as a disciple. To put it bluntly, even a family like the Blue Family of Coastal City is not qualified to take Xiaoyu as a disciple. At the very least, it would take a 4-star force with a Dao Lord to qualify to cultivate Xiaoyu. Could it be because of the innate jade soul that someone targeted Xiaoyu? But it shouldn't be. If it were because of Xiaoyu's innate jade soul, they should have immediately taken her as a disciple. If it were an enemy, they should have killed her immediately to avoid future troubles. Using such underhanded means to prevent Xiaoyu from growing up and cultivating, what is the purpose? This method is too crude. Any slightly powerful celestial lord could easily remove it. Lin Moyo believed that the other party must have another purpose. Xiaoyu's soul sensitivity far exceeds that of ordinary people, which is why she can sense some of his subtle emotions. Lin Moya suddenly felt a sense of appreciation. If I take Xiaoyu as a disciple, it might be a good choice. This little girl has a pure heart. Although she has suffered a lot, she still maintains a pure and innocent heart. This is very similar to Little Mist. As long as she has the right cultivation method and enough resources, her cultivation speed will likely exceed everyone's expectations. Lin Moyo withdrew his hand, contemplating the pros and cons. Xiaoyu stared at Lin Moyo with wide eyes while swallowing her saliva. It seemed as if she was asking, "Can I eat now?" Gurgle. Her stomach growled in protest, and Lin Moya snapped back to reality, laughing. Why aren't you eating? Xiao Yu asked cautiously. Can I eat now? Lin Moya was amused by Xiao Yu's demeanor. Go ahead, eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, we'll order more. Xiao Yu finally began to eat heartily, feeling at ease. She ate elegantly, not like someone who had been starving for 3 days and wolfing down food. It was clear that Xiao Yu's grandfather had taught her many principles. Lin Moya noticed that Xiao Yu's appetite was actually quite good. When she ate the fish earlier, she only took 2 bites and said she was full, but in reality, it was to save for the future. What a sensible and clever little girl. The dishes Lin Moya ordered were all finished by Xiao Yu alone. Lin Moya barely touched them, just sipping his wine slowly. After Xiao Yu finished eating, Lin Moya paid the bill and left. As they left the restaurant, Lin Moya asked with a smile, Are you full? Xiao Yu patted her stomach. I'm full, thank you, sir. But this meal was too expensive. Lin Moya said, as long as you're full. In reality, it wasn't that expensive, just 1 first-level origin crystal. But in Xiao Yu's eyes, it was too costly. If it were flatbread, it could last her many, many days. The lunar origin hung high, and the origin energy, carrying a chill, fell from the lunar origin, spreading throughout the origin continent. The night in Coastal City was still lively, with many colorful lights and bustling activities that only appeared at night. Lin Moya escorted Xiao Yu back to the west of the city, watching her return to her home. Under an unnamed bridge, a few wooden planks formed an extremely simple space where Xiao Yu curled up. This was Xiao Yu's home. Since her grandfather left and she was driven out, she had been living here. Lin Moya didn't ask her why she was driven out or who drove her out, as it wasn't important. After returning to her home, Xiao Yu poked her head out and waved to Lin Moya, calling out in her tender and pleasant voice, Thank you, sir. The lunar light fell like cold water, and Xiao Yu's smile appeared particularly bright. Suffering had not made Xiao Yu humble, she remained pure. Lin Moya turned and left, deep in thought. He knew that as long as he stayed here, the black hand behind the scenes would not show up. If he truly wanted to take Xiao Yu as a disciple, he would have to deal with this black hand. The brocade robe lich appeared, and the brocade robe night walk was activated. The brocade robe lich silently returned to Xiao Yu's home. Through the brocade robe lich's vision, Lin Moya saw Xiao Yu curled up and already asleep. Walking around all day was indeed tiring for such a little girl. She was covered with a quilt woven from many dried wild grasses. Xiao Yu's sleeping face had a sweet smile, perhaps dreaming of many delicious foods. The 4 pieces of fish meat were treasured and kept close to her. Even in her sleep, she held her pocket tightly. These were her rations for many days to come and must not be lost. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the brocade robe lich slowly landed on Xiao Yu, becoming her new, warmer quilt. Lin Moya faced the lunar origin and left Coastal City. To the north of Coastal City, there were several wild mountains. The wild mountains were not high, only a few thousand meters, considered short on the origin continent. The forests here were not dense, inhabited by some wild beasts. These wild beasts were not strong, the strongest being at most in the transcendent realm. Near the wild mountains, there were some villages where hunters lived by hunting these wild beasts. Lin Moya chose a wild mountain and selected a relatively flat area. He quickly drew some runes, forming a simple rune array. The array emitted a faint mist, just enough to cover the area. Then he returned to the Rule World, where those who had decided to leave were already prepared. They brought what they deemed useful based on their understanding of the origin continent. Seeing Lin Moya, the 48 people saluted simultaneously, Greetings, World Master. Their expressions showed excitement and anxiety. Some even seemed hesitant. Lin Moya directly opened the portal to the origin continent. Since you've decided, let's be straightforward. Make the soul oath as required, and you can leave. Beyond the portal was the origin continent, and above the portal hung a gourd, the cause and effect gourd. The cause and effect gourd would sever their ties with the great world. Once they entered the portal, they would have no more connection with the great world. Now that the great world belonged to Lin Moya, this also meant severing their ties with Lin Moya. Even those who mastered the great way of cause and effect wouldn't be able to trace Lin Moya through them. This way, even if they caused trouble outside, it wouldn't be traced back to Lin Moya. After all, those being released were not ordinary people but supreme beings. The people they could provoke were at least of the same level, possibly even Dao Lords. Before establishing a firm foothold, Lin Moya needed to ensure his absolute safety. No amount of caution was too much. The 3 celestial lords, with firm Dao hearts, immediately made their oaths and entered the portal. Then, one by one, the supreme beings followed suit, making their soul oaths and entering the portal. In no time, all 48 people had entered the origin continent. The moment they set foot on the origin continent, its power entered their bodies, marking them one by one. Lin Moya said, Once you're ready, you can leave on your own. 100 miles south is Coastal City. You can go there or elsewhere. I hope you all take care, and we may meet again in the future. After speaking, Lin Moya turned and left. From now on, these people had no more connection with him. They all saluted Lin Moya, Thank you, World Master. Everyone knew that Lin Moya could have chosen not to let them go. But not only did Lin Moya let them go, he also gave them origin crystals, showing great kindness. Chapter 2500. Chapter 2500, 2500. Chapter 2500, This is a rare gem. The departure of the 3 celestial lords and 45 supreme beings had some impact on the great world's origin. However, these impacts were still within a controllable range. As long as Lin Moya was willing, he could make up for it at any time. The current great world's origin is much stronger than the great world's origin in ancient times. Especially after merging with the rule world, the origin became even more stable, and a small loss was nothing. Lin Moya stepped on the rosy clouds and returned to Coastal City. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, it has surfaced. After he left, the black hand hidden behind the scenes finally revealed itself. A man in black silently appeared under the bridge. He took out a bowl-shaped magical treasure and directly covered Xiaoyu. Lin Moya did not let the brocade robe lich resist, allowing the other party to act. Xiaoyu was just an ordinary person. Without knowing anything, she was taken away by the magical treasure without feeling anything. Along with Xiaoyu, the brocade robe lich was also taken away. Lin Moya used the brocade robe lich as a coordinate and followed. The man in black took Xiaoyu towards the east of Coastal City, then circled around and headed south, finally arriving at the southeast corner of Coastal City. The southeast corner of Coastal City is a residential area where many Coastal City residents live. The closer to the corner, the lower the status and position of the residents. The place where the man in black went was inhabited almost entirely by ordinary people. Lin Moya sneered inwardly. Going to a place where ordinary people live is quite safe. As long as you are careful enough, ordinary people won't notice. Xiaoyu is also just an ordinary person now. Dealing with an ordinary person won't cause any commotion. However, from this, it can be seen that he doesn't want others to know what he is doing. Lin Moya followed slowly, not in a hurry. With the brocade robe lich there, Xiaoyu would not be in danger. Moreover, the other party had made arrangements years ago, not intending to kill Xiaoyu but having another purpose. After the other party arrived at the destination, his aura suddenly disappeared. Lin Moya sensed that an array had been activated, concealing the other party's aura. The other party was very cautious. If it weren't for his soul being sharp enough, he probably wouldn't have sensed it. But now, the brocade robe lich had become the best guiding light. Through the brocade robe lich's vision, Lin Moya saw the true face of the man in black and also saw other people. The man in black released Xiaoyu from the magical treasure. Xiaoyu was still asleep, completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, the man in black took off his hood, revealing his true face. He was a middle-aged cultivator with a cultivation level reaching the Supreme Being realm. In front of him was a young man with a cultivation level in the Beyond realm, not even reaching the Saint Lord realm. Although the young man's realm was not as high as the middle-aged man's, it seemed that he was the true master. The young man had a clean and fair appearance, not particularly handsome, but he was a refined gentleman. However, his eyes were extremely gloomy, ruining his entire temperament. The middle-aged Supreme Being spoke with a hint of respect. "Young master, the person has been brought back, but she is not yet 16. The young man's voice was as gloomy as his temperament. "There are still 3 months left. We will keep her here for 3 months. The middle-aged Supreme Being seemed a bit worried. "What if someone finds out?" "Ha ha." The young man sneered. "Uncle Le, you are too cautious. This is not the first time we have done this. When have we ever had any trouble?" Uncle Le, the Supreme Being, was still worried, but before, it was only a few days. This time, it's 3 months. The longer the night, the more dreams. The young man shook his head. "Whether it's 3 months or a few days, there's no difference if we keep her here." Uncle Le seemed helpless. It was clear that he was very conflicted but had to obey the young man's orders. Lin Moyo heard these words and seemed to understand that 16 was a threshold. He thought to himself, why must it be 16? Is it a rule of Coastal City? At this moment, he noticed a change in the young man's eyes. The gloomy eyes revealed a hint of impatience, full of evil intent. What a rare gem. I've waited 5 years for this. Compared to her, the previous ones were all trash. The young man scanned Xiaoyu with a lustful gaze. Lin Moya's heart instantly ignited with anger. He clearly felt the young man's true thoughts, a disgusting and filthy thought. Uncle Lu sighed, "Young master, if the family head finds out about this." The young man snorted, "He wouldn't care. He only knows how to cultivate and wouldn't bother with me. Don't worry, I'll be very careful and won't leave any evidence. If it weren't for that guy who appeared today, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Just a few months, I could have kept her outside for a few months." Uncle Lu said, "Actually, that person might have acted unintentionally, maybe it was just a coincidence." The young man sneered, "Better safe than sorry. What if that person meddles? What if that person is like me? Keep those disgusting thoughts to yourself." A sudden voice startled the two of them. The young man jumped up like a frightened hedgehog. "Who's there?" Uncle Lee's face changed dramatically. He quickly formed a hand seal, and the array was immediately activated. An eye-shaped magical treasure flew out of his hand, went outside the array, and began to scan the surroundings. Before the eye-shaped magical treasure could see clearly, there was a soft sound, and Uncle Lu groaned. With a look of disbelief, he said, "The demon eye has been destroyed." The young man panicked. "Do you know who it is?" Uncle Lu shook his head. "I don't know, but it is likely the person from today." The young man screamed, I knew it, that guy is going to ruin my plans." Uncle Lu controlled the array, hoping to use it to block Lin Moyu. "Young master, I'll hold him off. You must leave quickly." He knew very well that what the young man was doing was against the rules, but as long as they weren't caught in the act, with the young man's status, nothing would happen. The young man clearly didn't want to leave. "No, I can't. I've waited 5 years for this gem. How can I miss it?" With a lustful look in his eyes, the young man was about to pounce on Xiaoyu. Uncle Lu acted quickly, waving his hand to push the young man away. The young man screamed, "Uncle Lu, what are you doing?" Uncle Lu said, "Since the young master won't leave, we can only kill her." Killing Xiaoyu and destroying the evidence was also a method. Uncle Lu was ruthless. Without waiting for the young man to object, he struck towards Xiaoyu with his palm. With his supreme being power, a single thought was enough to kill Xiaoyu. Now, with this palm strike, Xiaoyu would be utterly annihilated, turned to ashes, truly destroying the evidence. Useless. Lin Moya's voice sounded again, and a faint light suddenly appeared on Xiaoyu's body. An invisible Great Way emerged, enveloping Xiaoyu. The brocade robe lich activated the Great Way's protection, shielding Xiaoyu. Even an attack from a low-level celestial lord could be blocked a few times. Uncle Lu, a mere supreme being, couldn't break through the Great Way's protection. His attack was like a mud bull entering the sea, not even causing a ripple. Uncle Li's face changed dramatically. The power of the Great Way, run. Anyone who could invoke the power of the Great Way must be a celestial lord, and not an ordinary one. Seeing this, Uncle Lu no longer wanted to fight. He just wanted to escape. He grabbed the young man and rushed out of the house, fleeing into the distance without caring about anything else. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.